Blackstone presents Crack in the Sky by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. Well, I knocked about among the mountains, hunting beaver streams, alone. No, not alone, for there were dreams and memories that grew, and more I knew whatever I was hunting for, it wasn't beaver. John G. Neihardt, Song of Jed Smith. 1. Just like the bone-numbing scream of the enemy, the wind tormented those branches of the towering spruce overhead. Titus Bass jolted awake, coming up even before his eyes were open. He sat there, sweaty palm clutching his rifle, heart thundering in his ears so loudly that it drowned out near everything but that next faint, thready scream emanating from somewhere above. The frightening cry faded into no more than a gentle sough as the gust of wind wound its way on down the canyon, sailing past their camp, farther still into the river valley fed by the numberless streams and creeks they were trapping that spring. As his breathing slowed, Titus swiped the dew of sweat from his face with a broad hand, remembering where he was, remembering why he was here. Then peered around at the other dark forms sprawled on the ground, all of them radiating from the ember heap of last night's fire like the hardwood spokes on a wagon wheel. Downright eerie, quiet as death itself were those 8 other men. Not one of them snoring, sputtering, or talking in his sleep. Almost as if the 8 shapeless cocoons of buffalo robes and thick wool blankets weren't alive at all. Only he, finding himself suddenly alone in this suddenly still wilderness. Alone with this clap of dark gathered here beneath the utter black of sky just beyond the tops of the tall pines. Alone with the remembrance of those cries and screams and death calls from the Blackfoot warriors as the enemy charged forward, scrambling up the boulders toward the handful of American trappers who had taken refuge there in the rocks, preparing to sell their no-account lives just as dearly as any men ever would dare in that high and terrible country where the most hated band of red-skinned thieves and brigands roamed and plundered and murdered. It had been that way for far longer than he had been in the mountains, and sitting right then and there in the dark, Titus Bass had no reason to doubt that the Blackfoot would still be raiding and killing long after his own bones were bleaching beneath the sun that rose every morning to burn away the mists tucked back in every wrinkle in the cloud-tall Rocky Mountains. Rising in a slow crescendo, the cry began again above him like a long fingernail dragged up a man's spine. Looking up against the tarry darkness of that sky pricked only with tiny cold dots of light, he watched the blacker branches sway and bob with the growing insistence of the wind, blotting out the stars here and there as they weaved back and forth. Groaning, whining, those branches tossed against one another, rubbing and creaking with the frightening cry that had brought him suddenly awake. With the next swirling gust of breeze, Titus discovered he was damp, sweating beneath the robe and thick woolen blanket. After kicking both off his legs, he sat listening to that noisy rustle of wind as it muscled its way through the tops of the trees overhead and hurtled on down into the valley, descending from the slopes of that granite and scree and bone-colored talus above their camp. A wind given its birth far higher in the places where the snow never departed, above him across that barren ground where even trees failed to grow. Those high and terrible places where if a man had the grit or were fool enough, he could climb and climb and climb until he reached the very top of the tallest gray spire, there to stand and talk eye to eye with whatever fearsome god ruled from on high. Such a feat was for other men, not the likes of Titus Bass. The spooky nearness of that god and the sky he ruled was close enough from right here. It had been ever since he had first come to these mountains, running from all that was, racing headlong to seize all that could be. This coming summer, it would be 3 years since he first laid eyes on that jagged purple rip stretched across the far horizon, 3 years since Titus Bass had journeyed eagerly into these high places. That would make this spring of 28. In many ways, that was a lifetime spent out here already. Twice now he had been spared. First with those Arapaho who'd hacked off his topknot and left him for dead. Had it not been for the young mule carrying him out of enemy country, Bass was certain his bones would be bleaching beneath the sun of uncounted days yet to come. Then, a second time, only a matter of weeks ago, that Blackfoot raiding party had tightened their red noose around a last stand where Titus and the others had prepared to sell their lives dearly. 9 men who saw no real chance of coming out on the winning side of the bad hand dealt them. There in the dark now, Titus wondered just how many times a man might be given another chance, another go at his life. How often could a reasonable person expect to have the odds tipped in his favor? Once? Maybe. Twice? If a man were near that lucky, then Bass figured he might well be inching closer to that day when his luck had just plain run out, gone like the tiny grains of sand that slipped through the narrow neck of an hourglass, one by one, in a tumble of seemingly insignificant moments lost to the ebb of time. The days of a man's life eventually reaching the end of his ledger, come the call for him to pay the fiddler. As he turned to glance at the heap of ash in the fire pit, Bass heard one of the animals snuffle out there in the darkness. He strained his eyes to peer into the inky gloom. After listening intently, he finally stared at the faint, glowing embers, wondering if he should throw some more wood on or just curl down within his bedding and try falling back to sleep. Absently digging at an itch nagging the back of his neck, he decided he would forget the fire. This was high season for ticks, tiny, troublesome creatures who only weeks ago had killed one of the men already with the fever they carried. But his fingers reassured him that this itch was no tick, not even the lice he had played host to when he had first reached these shining mountains, digging so often and voraciously at his hide that the trio who happened upon Titus came to call him Scratch. The name stuck through all the seasons, with the coming and going of all those faces, Scratch. Another snuffle from the horses. They're restless with the wind, he thought, shoving the blanket down off his legs and reaching for his moccasins. Horse be the kind of critter gets itself spooked easy enough in the wind, unable to smell danger. What with all this night moving around them, rustling. One of them snorted loudly, in just that way the Shoshone cayuses did when all was not well. He rose without knotting the moccasins around his ankles and snatched the pistol from beneath the wool blanket capote he had rolled for a pillow, then swept up the long, full-stocked flintlock rifle he curled up with between his legs every night. After that deadly battle with the Blackfeet, Scratch had even given the weapon its own name, calling it Ol' Make 'em Come. One of the other men stirred, mumbling as he turned over within his blankets, and fell quiet again. Bass stepped from the ring of bodies around the far side of their camp rather than heading directly for that patch of ground where they had driven their animals and confined them within a rope corral before turning in for the night. "Better for a man to count ribs than to count tracks," explained Jack Hatcher. Far more preferable that a careful man's animals should go without the finest grazing possible than to discover those animals were run off by skulking brownskins. Putting a feller afoot in a hostile wilderness, forced to cache most all his plunder, then follow those horses' tracks with only what a man could carry on his own back. Was that hiss more of the wind soughing through the trees up ahead? Or could it have been a whisper? In the darkness and this cold, Scratch knew a man's ears might well play tricks on him. Scratch stopped, held his breath, listened. Behind him in camp, he thought he heard one of them stir, throwing back his bedding, muttering now in a low voice that alerted the others. They were coming out of their deep sleep as quiet as men in a dangerous land could. From beyond the trees, the wind's whisper grew insistent now. Then a second whisper, and the gorge suddenly rose in Bass's throat. Whoever was out there realized the camp was awakening. He brought up the long rifle and stepped into the gloom between the tall trees cautiously. With a shriek, the uneasy quiet was instantly shattered. A boom rocked the trees around him, the dark grove streaked with a muzzle flash. The bastards had guns! One of the trappers in camp grunted as the rest shouted and cried to the others, all hell breaking loose at once as shrill voices screeched battle calls from the dark timber. In a crouch, he lunged forward, not back to camp as more guns began to boom, but making for the horses. The red niggers were after the remuda. Behind him, the voices of his friends grew loud as they met the assault, an instant before the dark shapes of the animals took form, congealing out of the darkness. Milling four-leggeds, then a two-legged took shape, and a second he saw among the stock, slapping, yelling, driving some of the horses out of the rope corral. More of the huge shadows hopped within their sideline hobbles, attempting to break to freedom, straining to join those captured animals the raiders goaded into the darkness. He recognized Hannah's bawl, that high, brassy cry the mule gave when frightened, like that day Silas Cooper was about to kill the mare, or that day Bass lost his scalp and was left for dead. Stepping to the edge of that copse of trees, he recognized her big, peaked ears on a nearby shadow. One of the raiders struggled to keep his hold on the mule's horsehair halter. Scratch stepped sideways, close enough to make out the warrior's body, seeing how young he was. "Let go of her!" Whirling around in a crouch, the youngster reached for the tomahawk at his belt, the metal head glinting with starshine as it flashed out at the end of the arm he swung back over his shoulder. At Scratch's hip, the rifle boomed, its flash bright as midday, temporarily blinding Titus as he shoved the rifle into his left hand, snatching the pistol from his belt with his right. Ahead of him, the raider crumpled in half, hit low in the gut with a ball of lead more than a half-inch round. Flopping to his side, the wounded man struggled to reach for the tomahawk that landed inches from his fingertips, the other arm clutched across his abdomen. Bass leaped out of the trees, landing with a foot on the raider's wrist. Instantly, the Indian took the free hand and struggled to reach the knife scabbard flopping at his hip. Hannah snorted, bobbing her head, yanking back at her picket rope with that recognition of blood. Not about to waste another shot on the thief, Scratch stuffed the pistol into his belt, raised the rifle above his head in both hands, then savagely drove the metal butt plate straight down into the warrior's face. And a second time, as the Indian twisted and thrashed, his last ragged breaths spewing from the crushed hole in his head like frosty streamers. After a third and harder blow, he no longer moved. Stepping over his victim, Bass pulled the pistol free, crouched slightly, and slipped forward again into the darkness. To this side and that he shoved the frightened, chivied animals, forcing a path through their midst. A hobbled horse clumsily lunged out of his way, and into that gap suddenly leaped another warrior, a long dagger clutched in one hand, a tomahawk held in the other. From side to side he rocked, gazing wickedly at the white man with a crooked smile. Bass squeezed the trigger as he brought the pistol up. When the ball struck the warrior high in the chest, it drove him backward off his feet to land among the legs and hooves of the hobbled animals. "Sims!" It was Hatcher's voice somewhere behind his right shoulder. "Here, goddammit! You see Bass?" "He ain't with me," explained the voice coming from a different side of camp. How he wished he had picked up his powder horn and shooting pouch before he'd left his bedding. Unable to reload, Titus instead leaned down and pulled the knife and tomahawk free from the warrior's hands, then straightened and yelled, "Jack, I'm over here!" "Bass?" Hatcher cried. "Was that Scratch's voice?" "Sounded like him." The voice had to be Kincaid's, nearly muffled with the gunshot. "God damn it!" that booming voice screamed. "Matt!" A new voice asked, "You see Bass over by you, Rufus?" While the trappers called to one another back in camp, no more than 15 feet in front of him, Titus watched a warrior appear out of the night and those shadows clinging among the trees. The Indian crouched, stopping long enough to study the small clearing where the trappers had made their camp. From there, it was plain to see that the horse thief had John Rowland's narrow back all to himself. Raising his short horn bow, the warrior drew back on the string. On instinct, Bass flung his arm back, hurling the knife at the target. Too quickly. Off its mark, the weapon clattered against a nearby tree. The enemy jerked to the side, wheeling to find the white man behind him. Drawing back on his bowstring once more, he now aimed the arrow at Scratch. Startled at the noise, Rowland turned. "Shit!" As he leaped to the side, Titus grumbled, "Never was any good with stickers." And with that, he flung the tomahawk at the raider, striking the horse thief low in the chest. "Scratch is over here," Rowland sang out as the warrior crumpled forward onto his face. Behind them, on the far side of their camp, 4 of the trappers squatted behind some baggage. Among them, Hatcher rose. He intently watched the night shadows as Bass emerged from the trees, his eyes raking the meadow for more of the enemy. "That the last of 'em?" Hatcher asked. "Dunno," Elbridge Gray admitted below him, squatting there as he shoved the ramrod down the muzzle of his rifle. "Keep your goddamned eyes peeled on that line of trees," Hatcher commanded, slapping Solomon Fish on the shoulder as he turned. "Kincaid, where the hell are you?" "I don't see him nowhere," Caleb Wood cried with fear in his voice. From across camp, Rufus Graham shouted, "He go out with them horses?" "Horses," Bass muttered angrily at himself, whirling around. Then he turned back suddenly to yell at Rowland. "Your gun loaded, Johnny?" "Yeah, why?" "Come with me," Bass growled, growing more angry with himself as he dashed away. "The goddamned horses!" As the 2 white men drew close, the animals neighed and whinnied, some recognizing their smell, others still frightened. They milled nervously in what was left of their rope corral strung in a wide circle, looped tree to tree to tree. That one section cut by the raiders was not enough for the horses to dare snatch at their freedom. With a hand still clutching the end of the rope he had cut, one of the warriors lay dead. The foreign smell of the Indian, perhaps that faint hint of his blood on the wind, kept the rest of their nervous animals from bolting past the body sprawled on the forest floor. "How many you figure the niggers got?" Rowland asked as he moved among the horses, quieting them, patting necks, stroking withers and flanks. "Likely a handful," Bass replied, worried, for he still hadn't seen her among the others. Sims was suddenly at the far side of the corral, ducking under the rope. "Mule's over here, Scratch!" "Damn," he croaked thickly, shoving his way through the rangy Indian cayuses, fighting his way to the mule. He stopped, finding he could breathe again just at the sight of her. Reaching Hannah's side, Titus laid an arm affectionately over her neck, hugging the animal. "Kincaid's hurt," the stocky Sims said as he came to a halt beside Bass. "Hurt bad." "He gonna make it?" "Hatcher don't know yet," Sims admitted, his pale whitish-blonde hair aglow in the night. "Damn." Scratch turned toward the far side of the corral. His eyes found Rowland. "Me and Johnny stay here while you get some more rope." "They cut through more in one place?" "No," he answered Sims. "We're lucky. Who was they, anyway?" Isaac shrugged. "From the quick look-see I got of the 2 of 'em we dropped, likely they was Blackfoots." He swallowed hard. Blackfoot again. "Go on, get the rope, Isaac." Sims turned and moved away without a word. Blackfoot. What were the chances this had been a different raiding party from the one that had struck Hatcher's outfit weeks ago as they were trapping their way northwest from Shoshone country? Slim chance, if any. When Goathorn had brought his warriors across those days and nights of hard riding to pull the trappers' fat out of the fire, reaching the white men as the Blackfoot raiders were circling in tighter and tighter to make the kill, what were the chances that those angry, defeated Blackfoot had been driven on north back to their own country? And what were the chances they had doubled back to try again? "They was Bugs boys, all right," the rail-thin Rowland said behind him. Turning, Bass saw John standing over one of the bodies. "You get this'n, Scratch?" Titus stepped over to the Indian lying sprawled on the ground. "The firstin'," Bass admitted. "Didn't kill him right off with a ball. Not much more'n a boy." "Ain't much left of the youngin's face." Swallowing, Titus declared, "He come on a man's errand." "Damn if he didn't. Looks of it, this here boy was ready to trop you into boudin meat." Shaking his head, Bass turned away, watching Sims approaching. "It don't make the killing any easier, Johnny." "By jam, these niggers are wuss'n animals," Isaac declared as he came to a halt. "Blackfeets is like painters and wolves, Scratch, no better. A little smarter, mayhaps, but they ain't wuth no more'n a critter." "Isaac's right," Roland said, bobbing his head of unkempt hair. "And your hand put 2 of 'em out of their misery this night." "2?" Sims echoed with interest, stroking at his long, pale beard. Jabbing a bony thumb over his shoulder, Roland explained, "'Nother one's back there. Nigger was fixin' to lay me out when Bass finished him." "Damn, if that don't take the circle," the overly solemn Sims said with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "2 of 'em. Come on, let's get this here rope up quick. Jack wants us back in camp so we can figure what's to do about them horses the others got off with." In minutes, Bass was kneeling at Kincaid's feet with some of the others. Titus asked Hatcher, "How he be?" "I'm fit as any of the rest of you sons of bitches," Kincaid grumbled as he pulled out the thick twig he had been clenching between his teeth. For the moment, this stocky man was sitting propped back against a pack of beaver, Caleb Wood behind one shoulder for support. Matthew turned his chin toward the other shoulder and growled, "Leave me be, Mad Jack. You never was any good with a knife." "Shut up, child," Hatcher ordered, "and quit your hitching. You're making this wuss'n it has to be." Kincaid gasped in pain, flung his head back with a groan, and shoved the twig back between his teeth as Hatcher proceeded to dig into the dark, moist wound on the big man's muscular chest. From it fluttered the long shaft of a Blackfoot arrow, buried deep in the right breast. "Hold him still, goddammit," Hatcher ordered, exasperated. "Help me, Bass. Hold him down." Now there were 3 restraining that bull of a man almost as wide as he was tall. "You gonna finish it sometime before the damn sun comes up?" Bass eventually asked in a grunt as he tried to stay atop Kincaid's strong legs. "I can feel the goddamned arrow point," Hatcher admitted, shifting the knife blade this way then that with one hand, his other gently tugging now and then on the shaft. "I don't want to pull the goddamned thing free 'thout the arrow point. Hold him down or I ain't gonna get this done afore a month of sunrises." Kincaid growled like a wounded bear, hissing around his twig at Hatcher as Jack rose to his knees above the man, brought back his arm, and suddenly slammed a fist against Kincaid's jaw. Spitting the twig free, the wild-eyed Kincaid almost succeeded in getting up, despite the other 3. Unfazed by the blow, he angrily spat, "What the hell you go and do that for?" Jack swung his fist again, harder this time, connecting with a crack like a cottonwood popping in the dead of winter. Kincaid's eyes rolled back, and his head sagged to the side, all that dead weight propped back against Caleb Wood. "Now I can get done what needs doing 'thout him jabbering," Hatcher said as he resituated himself over Kincaid. "You boys can't keep him still? By bloody damn, I'll put him to sleep my own self." In a matter of moments, Hatcher's deft touch had extracted the arrow. All that probing and digging left a mess of Kincaid's chest, but both shaft and arrow point were free. "Get your medicines, Isaac," he ordered. "Patch him up and get him covered quick." Sims turned away toward his bedroll. Jack rose, wiped his skinning knife across his legging, and shoved it back into the scabbard at his hip. "The rest of you, gather round." He looked among them until he spotted Roland. "How many they get away with, Johnny?" Roland shrugged and nodded to Bass. Titus answered. "Maybe 6, Jack." "Damn." Hatcher was deep in thought a few moments. "Every man make sure you're loaded. Leave behind any extra guns you got with Rufus and Isaac." "Me?" Sims asked as he returned with his parfleche of herbs. You and Rufus gonna stay behind here with Matt, Hatcher ordered. Drag up some cover, case they double back to make another go at us. Where you going? Graham asked with that slight lisp of his as he started to drag a bundle of pelts over. Me and the others, the tall, angular Hatcher said. We're going after them horses. Domesticated four-legged critters were worth their weight in beaver plues in this country. Horses or mules, it made little difference to this small band of American fur trappers. Yet this was more than a matter of having a few of their animals stolen from them. The thieves had been Blackfoot, likely some of the same bunch who had struck them earlier that spring. Had that whole raiding party come at them this time, they could have run right over the white men like a herd of elk trampling across a meadow of wildflowers. This had become a matter of honor, a matter of a warrior's pride. It didn't take very many seasons surviving in these mountains before a trapper came to understand that blood was the only language the Blackfoot understood. Force and might and blood. If they let a small band of the enemy get away with a handful of horses? Hell, there was never the slightest debate. The six saddled up and rode north toward the far-off spine of the distant mountains, feeling their way in the darkness, hoping that their guess was right. They could wait until first light to circle around camp and locate the enemy's trail, or they could push out now in the dark, gambling that they would pick up the trail a few hours from now when dawn finally overtook them, without wasting that time and miles by sitting on their hands. As the first ballooning of light emerged out of the east, they reached the foothills on the southern slopes of the range, Hatcher riding at the head of the others, who were strung back from him in a V, like the long-necked honkers that had been winging their way north overhead for weeks now, returning to summer haunts. There! Hatcher hurled his voice over his shoulder, throwing up an arm to stop the others as he reined up. Clattering to a halt, the rest gazed down the open, grassy slopes broken by stands of timber, cut here and there with narrow freshets flowing bank to bank with spring runoff fed from the snowfields far above them. They're covering ground, Bass declared as he studied the distant figures. Damn if they ain't, the beefy fish agreed. Hatcher turned his horse around, his half-feral eyes moving from man to man to man accusingly. You boys figure us to go on, or do we cut our losses and turn back now? It's a long shot, Roland said, almost apologetically. Yeah, Wood stated. Ain't no guarantee we'll ever catch up after all this riding. They can't run forever, Bass grumbled, exasperated at their second guessing. I'm fixin' to go, even if the rest of you don't. Just you? Roland squeaked. You'd be tetched. With a shrug, Titus interrupted. If it's just me, I'll wait till dark one night soon and crawl in, cut them horses loose, ride back this way, ride back like hell itself. Egod, boys, just like a Injun would do it his own self, Hatcher said, a grin of admiration beginning to crease his face. Damn straight, Bass said, grinning too, determination bright in his eyes. A half-wild look in his eyes, Hatcher glanced over the others, the grin fading from his mouth as he said, Bass is right. Those sumbitches can't run forever. They'll have to stop one day soon, for graze or water or just to climb down from the bony backs of our God-blessed ponies. And then we'll have 'em, Gray said with sudden enthusiasm. He wore a cap he had stitched together himself from a scrap of old wool blanket sewn with a peak on either side to crudely resemble wolf ears. Roland shook his head. If'n we ain't dead in the saddle afore then our own selves. Hatcher nudged his horse up close to Roland. You comin', Johnny? Ain't a thing wrong in you turning back to help Isaac and Rufus see to Kincaid, Bass declared protectively. No man can fault you there. For a moment, Roland appeared to consider that option. Then he sighed. I come this far already. Titus quickly slapped Roland on the back and turned to Hatcher. Come on, Jack. Let's go see this through. Dawn came and went, then midday with it. In the early afternoon, they crossed a wide, shallow creek, tarrying only long enough to water their horses a little, not enough to make the animals loggy. No more than a few moments for man and beast to gulp down the cold, clear mountain runoff, enough to give the saddle horses a burst of newfound energy. They pushed on into the afternoon and watched as the sun began to tumble toward the horizon behind their left shoulders. "How many more you figure?" Solomon Fish asked the others who were stretched on their bellies with him, all six having left their animals tied in a copse of trees far below them before they scrambled up the slope to the top of the rim rock that color of old sun-dried blood. Eyeing the warriors below, Elbridge Gray replied, "Baker's dozen at least." The lean-faced Roland stared down at the two hands he held up, flipping up fingers slowly, then folding them back down as he mouthed his numbers. "That makes more'n... Oh, shit! We ain't got us..." "Hush your face, Johnny," Hatcher snapped. "Way I see it," Bass declared, "with that other bunch what just come in to join up with them horse thieves, looks to be they evened up the odds now." Roland gulped. Evened up the odds?" "Yepper," Titus replied. "I figure things is about a draw now." Mad Jack cackled low, wagging his head, eyes merry in the deepening twilight. "Egad, if'n you don't take the circle, Titus Bass. With us having even up odds, just what you got in mind for to get our horses back from that camp they're making down there?" What I got in mind?" Scratch asked with a snort. "You're the one with all the notions, Jack. I'm just here to help out. I ain't no smart nigger now." "I was hoping you was gonna show us you was a lot more dad-blamed smarter'n me, coon," Hatcher said. "'Cause I ain't got no plan neither. No way. Nothing 'cept my hankerin' to sashay in there quiet as can be come slap dark, cut loose what's ours, and run the rest off so's they can't trail us." "Gotta be quick and brassy about it," Titus added. "Pick yourself a strong one to ride out with," Solomon advised gravely. Caleb Wood finally spoke up. "Chances are good these red niggers gonna come fair boiling after us on horse or foot." "No two ways about it, boys," Jack reminded the rest. "We gotta drive off all their ponies." "Don't know about you," Bass said as he started scooting back down the slope, a bone-deep weariness penetrating to his core. "But this here's one child gonna grab him a few hours shut-eye till it's time to go crawling in there and kill us some Blackfoots." "Dead on my feet my own self," Hatcher agreed, flinging his arms back and stretching like a skinny, long-legged cat. "Come on, boys. It's been a long day already, and from the looks of things, we're fixin' to lose some more sleep tonight." Bass lay curled up in the frosty, fireless dark with the others, listening to the men snort and clear their throats, turn about and flop over, doing their best to root around and get themselves comfortable on the cold, cheerless ground. He wondered if the others were thinking on the Blackfoot and their fire. Likely the rest were all thinking on the same thing he had on his mind: women. He brought his hand up and gently touched the long braid tied in what hair hung in front of his right ear, thinking about Pretty Water, how she had braided it for him the first time, then taught him to do it for himself. For some reason tonight he couldn't get her out of his thoughts. That Shoshone gal who had taken on the boldest share of his nursing after buffalo hunters had discovered Bass near the spot where they had killed the sacred white medicine calf. According to that band of wandering Snake Indians, Scratch was responsible for bringing them that calf, a powerful, mystical symbol of the Creator's blessing, a promise of plenty after so many, many weeks of want. A damned lucky thing it had been for Titus Bass, too. A hole in his chest from an Arapaho bullet, the scalp ripped from the crown of his head, grown weak as a newborn beaver kid after days of wandering half-conscious, clinging to the back of his steadfast Hannah. Never before had Scratch been so close to death's door as he was that day last summer when Hatcher's bunch and the Shoshone hunters happed onto him. Suddenly become hero to the tribe, if not their savior, Bass was treated like a chief, picked from the ground by the hunters and laid upon downy, soft buffalo robes. dragged on a travois back to the huge camp where Titus was descended upon by the women of the tribe, every last one of them clucking and chattering at once as they hoisted him into a huge buffalo hide lodge where he would stay for the next 2 weeks while he was knitting up. As he began to put back on the weight he had lost in his ordeal, the Shoshone women started out to care for him in relays, coming and going to change the noxious, slimy poultices they compressed into his bullet wounds, supporting him gently against their fragrant softness as they poured rich, greasy soup past his lips, or bathed him with scraps of cloth dipped in cool water. There had been nothing remarkable about any of those hovering faces, or the healing hands, or the gentle chatter he did not understand in the least, until one morning he awoke to the soft, lyric humming of a new woman he found sitting by the low flames warming the fire pit. With her back turned toward him, for the longest time Bass contented himself to watch her sway gently back and forth in time to her half-whispered song, as she repeatedly poked her bone awl through a piece of smoked leather, then drove the end of some sinew through the hole, down and through, over and over again, tightening each stitch with a tug of her deft fingers. He so surprised her the moment he asked for water that she stabbed herself with the awl. But as soon as she whirled on him with a startled jerk, placing that bleeding fingertip to her lips where she licked at the blood, Bass's mouth went dry. Finding himself pasty-tongued as he looked into those eyes that reminded him so much of Marissa Guthrie's, that settler's daughter back along the river south of St. Louis. "What's her name?" he had asked Hatcher later. "Like that'n, eh?" Jack had said, his merry green eyes twinkling with devilment. "Some pumpkins, I'll say." Now he was growing testy. "Her name, damn it!" "Pretty Water," Hatcher answered with a grin forming. "Got stabbed, did you?" "Stabbed?" "Your heart, nigger. Got stabbed in your heart." As Titus lay there now in the cold and the dark, listening to the discomfort of the others on the ground, to the night sounds of their horses, and the closeness of wild critters who owned this forest, Bass had to admit she had stabbed him in the heart. Women. They had long been his weakness. How they preyed upon his heart, pierced him to his soul. Time and again hadn't they loved holding a mirror up to his life, showing him just how weak he truly was. Not strong at all. Oh no. Women, like Amy and Abigail and Marissa. Then Fawn had renewed his faith in himself and the gentler sex, the sort of woman who unconditionally gave more than she got. Strange how she hadn't expected any more from him than what he was prepared to give during their brief time together that first winter with the Ute. A sudden lick of shame flushed through him. What right had she to expect that he would stay on when spring freed the mountain passes and softened the ice, clogging the high country streams where the flat-tails were awaiting the beaver men and their iron traps? A man simply didn't pack along a woman, not a beaver man like Titus Bass. Come winter was the time for bedding down with a woman, lying back in a lodge. Maybe so a quick tangle or two with some likely gals come rendezvous when the sun was summer high. A fella just had no business, no real need to pack along a full-time night woman. Looking after himself and his animals, his weapons and his traps was truly more than enough to keep a man's attention. That, and constantly watching over his shoulder or the skyline ahead for brownskins. Man didn't need no woman giving him the willies the way they sometimes did, taking his mind right off of what he should be keeping his mind to. And Pretty Water was just that sort of woman, the kind that would steer a man's mind off of near everything but coupling with her. He felt his flesh stir here in the darkness at this remembrance of her, of lying with her beneath blankets or robes as he healed from his wounds that terrible autumn. Her gentle touch mending all those places where his flesh was slowly knitting. And by the time she had come to ask him why he did not want her for his wife, he knew a smattering of Shoshone, just enough to really botch his trying to explain to her why he could not marry her. How those big cow eyes of hers had pooled and spilled before she'd bit her trembling lower lip, turned, and dived out the lodge door. For days, Pretty Water did not return. her place taken by others who politely pretended not to hear when he asked of her. At last, one of the old women told him he was healed. Time for him to rejoin the white men who had returned that very day to follow the Shoshone village through winter while Bass grew stronger. Time, the old woman told him, to forget about Pretty Water. She would never be his. But how he longed for her again this night. Wasn't a man really a fool for allowing a woman to entangle herself around him so tightly? Damn, but why had God made them the sort of creatures what smelled so good, their fragrant flesh like downy velvet, all the soft and rounded curves of them rising and falling through hills and valleys? He craved a woman, but of a time he convinced himself he didn't want one. Oh, how maddening God had made this clumsy dance between the sexes, and in the end, how truly weak a man proved to be in the face of all the tricks and ploys a woman could pull on him. Those last weeks among the Shoshone had been particularly hard without her. As the days passed, he had grown more and more restive, eager to take to the trail, to be gone from her, anywhere. Keeping to himself by and large so he would not have to chance upon her, until at last that morning arrived when Hatcher had moved out with his small brigade. Someone stirred there in the black of night. Bass opened his eyes. Hatcher stood, blotting out part of the starshine above them. Nearby, fish and wood slowly peeled themselves off their beds of cedar boughs and sagebrush. Sleeping right against the cold ground itself could stove up a man, stiffening his joints, paining his bones. Better for him to put some cushion between himself and the cold, bare ground. What a fool he had been, Titus brooded as he sat up and volved his shoulders slowly. Remembering how ashamed he was when Goathorn had brought his Shoshone warriors to pull the trapper's fat out of the fire, pitching into the Blackfoot raiders who had the white men surrounded. Ashamed that he had been so demented to actually wonder if Pretty Water might have come along with the Shoshone war party. How reasonable it had seemed. Since the village knew the warriors were coming to rescue Hatcher's men, she might well choose to ride along to see for herself that Bass was still alive. For a few moments at least he could hope. But within heartbeats, all hopes were dashed. No woman had accompanied the war party, and not one of the Shoshone came up to explain to him that Pretty Water had reconsidered her actions, that she was worried about his safety, that she cared enough. "Let's get those cinches tightened," Hatcher whispered, puffs of vapor streaming from his lips as he straightened and worked the kink out of a bony knee. Without a word, the others came up from the dark, cold ground, stepped over to their horses, where they threw up the stirrup straps so they could retighten the cinches. Bass shifted the Indian-style chicken snare saddle the others had given him last fall, snugging its high pommel up against the withers before he tugged up on the buffalo hair cinch and locked it down. "How you figure this, Jack?" Wood asked. "We'll ride on down to the stream they camped by," Hatcher began, as if he had given it all the thought in the world. "Feel how the wind moves, then see if we can find where them red-bellies put their horses out to graze." Fish asked, "Come onto 'em from downwind?" "Only way," Jack replied. "Afore that, best we give some thought to taking care of area horse guard they throwed out." "How many you wager they might have out?" Bass inquired. "2, maybe. You?" "That sounds about right," Scratch answered. "I want one of 'em for my own self afore we put them ponies on the run." "All right," Jack said, his eyes glinting with starlight as he stared coldly at Bass. "You and me, Scratch. We'll take care of the horse guard afore the rest of the boys here move in on them others." He stuffed a foot into a stirrup and flung himself into the saddle. "I'll lead out, single file. Keep quiet as the dead." He reined away toward the far timber. Bass rose to the saddle with the others, brought his horse around, and watched Hatcher's back disappear into the dark. "Damn if it ain't quiet as the dead," he repeated in a whisper. None of the rest saw how he shuddered in the dark as a lone drop of cold sweat spilled down his backbone. By the time they had dropped off the ridge and worked their way down to the creek, Scratch could tell how old the night had become, those early hours of morning when the temperature was at its coldest, when both man and animal normally slept their soundest. Not this night. The six moved slowly, cautiously, feeling their way upstream through the tall, horseman-high willow and buckbrush so they wouldn't rustle or snap branches, alerting the enemy to their approach. Time and again they stopped, signaling back down their file with an arm thrown up, every man jack of them listening and smelling. More than half a dozen times already they had halted like that when Hatcher finally cocked his head and sniffed at the cold wind more than usual, then swung his horse around sharply. When he dropped to the ground, it was clear they had come as far as they were going to in the saddle until the moment arrived to escape with the horses. Jack stepped up to Caleb Wood, handing him the reins to his mount. "You'll see to my horse. Solomon, take the reins to Scratch's pony. Things go the way I plan, the two of us rub out the herd guard. We'll circle back here to join up with the rest afore we all ride in to whoop up a scare in them horses together." "You smell 'em, Jack?" Gray asked. "I make the horses off yonder," he answered, pointing north, away from the stream. "But I ain't smelled no Blackfoot yet." "Mayhaps they're camped on the far side of the herd," Wood replied. "Things'll sit pretty if they are," Hatcher stated. Then he fixed Bass with his eyes for a moment before he went on. "The rest of you know what to do, if and one or the both of us don't come back in a bit." "We get the hell out of here," Roland declared. "There's more Blackfoot camped in spitting distance than I airy want to see." "No!" Hatcher snapped as he took a step closer to Roland. "Don't none of you dare run off if things go mad. You finished just what we set out to do miles and miles ago." "We come for the horses," Gray explained. "Damn right we did," Hatcher agreed. "Something happened to me? You don't leave 'thout them horses." Roland wagged his head, saying, "But if they kilt the two of you—" "Then that just means they got their hands full for the time being," Bass interrupted. "If them brownskins are busy taking what's left of my scout boys, you damned well better see to riding off with their horses." Hatcher looked a moment into each face. "You all understand what Bass is saying? Hell breaks loose, me and Scratch here are on our own. You boys just get, and get fast. You drive off the ponies, why, Bug's boys in there won't have 'em nothing to ride and no way to keep up with you." "Can we count on you meeting us back to camp?" Wood asked hopefully. Hatcher shook his head. "Something goes wrong? Don't count on seeing my mud-ugly mug again, Caleb. Just have you a drink for me come rendezvous this summer." Caleb stepped forward, held out his hand to Hatcher in that sudden, shy sort of way. "Don't do nothing stupid, Jack." "Like jumping more'n 30 Blackfoots by ourselves?" Hatcher snorted with a grin that always made the man's mouth a wide and friendly bow. "Ain't nothing stupid about that, is there, boys?" The four shook hands with the pair, who silently turned and disappeared into the willow on foot. Bass followed Jack, a slow step at a time, careful of their footing, toes feeling their way along in the dark, working this maze through the brush a yard at a time until Hatcher stopped and turned. "This gonna be close-up work." "I know," Titus whispered. He pulled the old knife from its rawhide sheath. "You done this afore?" Bass shook his head. "No, not really." "Just like sneaking up behind someone," Jack explained. "Nothing much to it." "I figure there's allays a first time," Scratch said. Hatcher smiled. "Just make sure you're around for a second time, friend. I come to like you, Titus Bass." He laid his hand on the tall, thin man's shoulder. "I come to like you some myself, Mad Jack." Hatcher held out his hand, and they shook swiftly, suddenly conscious once more of what lay before them. "I'm gonna work on past the herd to yonder, where I figure they got him a second guard." "Where's the first gonna be?" Pointing, Jack said, "Not far, over by that ledge, I'd wager." "You want me to wait for you to get to the far side?" "No, you kill that son of a bitch and kill him quick. Sooner he's dead, sooner we're sure that one won't make a sound to rouse the others." "Meet you back with the rest?" "Less'n something goes wrong, Scratch," he answered. "Then you get the hell out of there the best way you can." "Same goes for you, Jack. Something haps to me, see yourself that the boys split up what little I got to my name." He smiled quickly. I already got call on your rifle, Scratch. And my mule too? Titus asked with a grin. Hell no, you lop-eared dunderhead. Who the hell'd want that cantankerous bitch? An uneasy moment of quiet fell between them. Then Titus said, Watch your back now, you hear? You watch your'n. Bass stared at the black hole among the tall willow where Hatcher had disappeared for what seemed like a long time. The breeze rustled the leafy branches around him as he endlessly tried to sort out sounds like picking mule hair off a saddle pad, staring now and again at the dim form of the rocky ledge not all that distant. Then, back again at the hole in the night Hatcher had punched through to disappear. Scratch wondered if it was so cold, then why in hell was he sweating the way he was? 2. Scratch thought he heard the horse guard well before he ever saw him. He stopped, listening intently to the dark, listening not only with his ears, but with every inch of exposed flesh, his skin alive and prickling at the nearness of danger. He tried to remember to breathe, and when he did, Bass found the air shockingly cold. Sniffing deeply of the gloom, he thought he could smell the dried sweat, the days-old grease that told him the warrior was near. Or was it only his imagination, galloping wildly now that he was inching ever closer to this moment of reckoning? Not that he hadn't killed before, but this was something entirely different. When violence confronted a man, it usually did so suddenly, without warning and forethought. One moment a man stood square with the world around him, and with his next breath, things went awry, everything off kilter and askew in that instant. A man found himself swept up in the immediacy of the moment and responded to protect either himself or those dear to him, just as he had done when the Chickasaw had slipped on board Ebenezer Zane's Kentucky flatboat. One moment he's fighting off sleep with heavy eyes and the gentle bobbing of that flat-bottomed broadhorn laden with marketable goods bound for the port at New Orleans, and the next moment he's shooting and stabbing, clubbing and slashing at the heathens who have stolen out of the night. So this was the first time in his life that Bass ever had time to plan, to think, and to fret on it. Killing had always been what he had done when presented with no other choice. Now, it became something altogether different when he was no longer the one confronted by the violence created for him, now that he was the one slipping out of the dark. Not that these Blackfoot didn't deserve to die, he reminded himself as he took another 2 steps forward, and suddenly saw the shape of the man. Stopping almost in mid-step, Bass held his breath a long moment. Waiting, he watched the warrior, studying to be sure there was no chance he might have been heard. Waiting to be certain the breeze was still in his face. He took another step, paused, then moved to within 2 short yards of the raider. The horses were just beyond him. He leaned the rifle against a tree, wondering where Hatcher was, wondering how long he should wait there before... How much time he would have before the warrior moved farther away, or the animals scented him, or all hell broke loose because one of the others were discovered. Swallowing down the sharp-edged ball of thorny fear lodged in his throat, Bass brought both arms up, his left ready to snare the Blackfoot, the right hand filled with his old knife. The horses brought their heads up suddenly as Titus was starting the knife back in its arc. An instant later, a cry shattered the night. The Blackfoot in front of him visibly jerked, then started to wheel to his right, about to sprint off for camp. He spotted Bass at the same moment Scratch was lunging forward, his arm already swinging down in a frenzy, snatching hold of the Blackfoot's war shirt, yanking the Indian close as the knife became a blur. In that moment of the white man's hesitation, the enemy managed to bring his forearm up. Bass's wrist collided with it as the tip of the knife grazed the side of the warrior's neck. But the Blackfoot's right arm was free, grabbing for his own scabbard as they danced in a tight circle. The moment the man's knife came up in that free hand, Titus shoved his enemy backward, slamming his knee into the warrior's groin. Stumbling a step, the warrior sought to protect himself as Scratch pursued him back, still holding on to the war shirt, yanking the warrior to the side as he raked his knife across the Blackfoot's gut. He felt the sudden warm splash across his own cold hand. Until now, the enemy hadn't made a sound, but this was something that reminded him of a grunt from the old plow mule, a little of the squeal. Sinking to his knees, the Blackfoot stared down at his hands, found them filling with the first purplish-white ribbons of gut spilling from the deep, savage wound. Dull-eyed, he looked up at the white man just as Bass heard the rumble burst free of his own throat, stepping forward to savagely slash the old knife from left to right across the enemy's throat. Deep enough that the man's head snapped back, eyes wide, lips moving, bereft of sound this time. There was enough other noise now. Scratch could hear the shouts of the trappers somewhere behind him, and off toward the creek came the shrill cries of the rest of the Blackfoot. Their fat was in the fire now. Damn if they hadn't managed to stir up the hornet's nest without getting off with the horses. Of a sudden, it sounded as if he were surrounded by the rain patter of running steps. Out of the gray gloom emerged huge black shadows. Snorting, wide-eyed, with frosty vapor jetting from their mouths, more than 24 ponies shot past as Scratch dodged this way then that to keep from getting trampled. He thought he recognized some of the voices cracking the darkness, yelling to one another as they raced to get ahead of the stampeding herd. All bets were off now. He damn well knew he couldn't count on his own horse being back there where he had left it with the others. As the last of the ponies blew past him in the dark, thundering through the tall willows, Bass knew he was alone and on foot. Realizing what that meant for no more than a heartbeat before he heard the Blackfoot cries coming closer and closer, footsteps, the rustle of underbrush, the strident call of anguish, rage, bloodlust. He looked down at the dead warrior, hoping to find some sort of firearm. Nothing more than that knife and a quiver strapped over his shoulder, filled with arrows and a short bow. Jerking around at the nearing clamor, Scratch decided the time would never be better to make a run for it, just as more than a half-dozen warriors burst from the far brush on foot. "Bass!" The voice yanked him around as he was turning to plunge into the willow thicket for his rifle. Trying to get any sound free past the clog in his throat was an impossible feat as he stammered Hatcher's name. Jack burst out of the brush on horseback between Titus and the onrushing warriors. "Up, coon! Heave up now!" "My gun!" "Get it, sumbitch!" By the time he whirled back with it, Jack held out a hand from the back of the Blackfoot pony he controlled with no more than the single buffalo hair rein. In a frightened circle, it pranced around Bass one time, then a second, as Jack struggled for control and Scratch stuffed the knife into its sheath. The two men locked one another's forearms while Titus hopped round and round at the center of the circle. The cries grew louder, renewed now that the prey was in sight. "Damn it, get up here or we're both wolf bait!" "Go on, I can't." With a mighty grunt, Hatcher reared back, dragging Bass off the ground enough that he was able to swing one leg over the hind flanks of the pony, his free hand reaching out to seize Jack's buckskin shirt. Both of them jabbing heels into the horse's ribs, they lunged into the willow thicket. Arrows smacked the branches around them. Gunfire boomed behind them, the air on either side of their heads alive with the tormented whine of lead balls. "Far as hitting anything with a gun, never met me a Injun wuth a red piss," Hatcher roared as the willow whipped their arms and legs and cheeks unmercifully. Bass's left side burned in the cold, like a sudden, raw opening of tender flesh. Gazing down at the wound while he laid his hand over it, Bass waited a moment, then brought the hand away, feeling the pain already, even before he saw the dark stain on his palm. "Should have left me behind," he grumbled, as he secured a better hold on Hatcher just as they broke free of the willow onto the sagebrush plain. "Hell with you, nigger," Hatcher grumbled. "I ain't never left no man ahint, and I ain't about to start now. Mangy as your carcass is, worthless, no good." "There they are!" Scratch exclaimed through gritted teeth, fighting the pain in his side where the bullet's path made him want to cry.
"Damn if it ain't!"
Far ahead of them galloped more than 40 horses, their hooves hammering the flaky hardpan ground as they were driven by the whooping cries of the other 4 trappers struggling to keep the Blackfoot ponies from scattering this way or that at either side of their path. For a moment, Bass turned slightly to peer over his shoulder behind them. He was beginning to feel faint, wanting nothing better than to have Hatcher stop so he could climb off, lie down, and sleep. Instead, Titus bit down hard on his lower lip, startling himself with the pain that for a moment made him forget the terrible fire in his side. We gonna make it, Jack?" Hatcher turned his head quickly to look behind them.
"I do believe, Titus Bass."
"You mean we pulled that off?"
"Lessen them some bitches got more ponies, and I do believe we got 'em all. They ain't coming after us but on foot."
Suddenly, Titus was growing lightheaded, and the ground was starting to spin beneath the pony's hooves as it struggled beneath the weight of 2 men. "I ain't.
Hang on."
"Can't hang much more."
"You hit?"
"'Fraid so, Jack."
"Ye God, Scratch,"
he screeched, yanking back on the single buffalo hair rein. His eyelids groaned so heavy. "Keep going.
I want to see how bad you're—"
"We're gonna have company soon if'n you pull up." Hatcher jerked his head around, gazing down their back trail, spotting the distant figures Bass had sighted only moments before. Horsemen. There weren't many, but enough to make for trouble. Jack sighed.
"You gonna hold on?"
"Like a goddamned tick."
"Hip-ha!"
Hatcher cried, jabbing his moccasins into the horse's belly, jolting a sudden burst of speed from it. Burying his face in Hatcher's bony back, Titus drank in deep draughts of air, realizing that it was no longer night. Sometime in the last few minutes, the sky had begun to brighten in prelude to sunrise. Now they'd be all the easier to track for that handful of riders. Ponies the trappers hadn't driven off, and where there was a handful, a man could always figure there might likely be more. He wondered how Kincaid was doing, remembering the sight of that arrow shaft quivering every time Matthew drew in a ragged breath, shuddering every time he exhaled. How they had struggled to hold the big man down to pull it out. All the blood as Hatcher dug the stone head out of the thick muscle. Arrow or bullet, who was to say what was better, what a man could survive?
"Help me get him down."
Some of the black curtain was pulled back, and Bass came awake as the hands grabbed him, feeling himself pulled, allowing himself to fall against them clumsily. The others laid him out as Hatcher slid from the heaving pony's bare back. It was plain the creature didn't take to being so close to these strange-smelling white men. It nearly pulled Jack off the ground with its first lunge, snorting and rearing back. Hatcher balled up his hard-boned fist and smacked the animal with a powerful haymaker of a blow, landing it right behind the nostrils. Staggering to the side, the pony righted itself, more wary now of the man who still gripped its buffalo hair rein.
"Take this, Caleb."
Jack handed that rein to Wood.
"Solomon, turn Scratch on his side."
He knelt beside Bass.
"Let me have a look-see while the rest of you get ready to welcome Bugs boys to our lil' hidey hole."
"That makes only 3 guns, Jack," Roland complained.
4, Hatcher corrected. "Caleb, tie that jughead off and get yourself a spot to watch the back trail."
Somewhere beyond them, back down the trail, the sun was breaking over the edge of the earth. But here, past the mouth of this narrow canyon, it was still shadow. Breath vapor steamed in frosty halos surrounding every head. Bass grunted as he was turned, his eyes struggling to focus as he looked up, around at the faces dancing in a watery haze over him.
"It come clean through, boys,"
Jack declared, finding the exit wound on Bass's belly.
"Damn lucky, ain't he?"
Solomon Fish exclaimed, supporting the wounded man's shoulders.
"Titus Bass lucky?"
Hatcher snorted as he leaned close to examine the entrance wound, pushing this way and that with his fingertips.
Any other man I'd call lucky if he was hit by a Blackfoot ball that went right on through his side the way this'n did. But from what we know about this son of a bitch, the way he lived to tell of Arapaho scalpin', hung like a tick on the back of that damned bitch of a mule long enough to be in the right place and the right time when the snakes shot that white medicine calf, and then got his fat pulled from the fire with the rest of us last spring when that white medicine calf's hide told them grateful snakes when we was all about to go under. Hell, Solomon, I never knowed any man more lucky than Titus Bass.
Elbridge Gray turned to say,
Born under a good star, that child was. Damn if he wasn't, Jack sighed, leaning back. 'Pears to me that ball went right on through, 'thout striking anything but skin and muscle.
Caleb whistled low in amazement.
Almost makes a man want to keep him around for our own good luck.
Hatcher nodded, pushing some of Bass's long, stringy hair out of his eyes as Titus struggled to focus on the brigade leader.
Damn right, boys. This here's a good man to have along.
Jack? Hatcher leaned close.
I got bad news for you, Scratch.
Bad?
You're gonna live, you mangy flea-bit no-count.
Gonna make it, am I? By damn, that's good news.
That is, lessen the Blackfoots catch up to us and pin us down till they can finish you off.
Bass squinted his eyes against the rise of pain. We ain't gonna let 'em, are we? Jack grinned, his overly large teeth the color of pin acorns.
Not by a long chalk we ain't.
He turned.
Caleb, crawl on up there and see what them riders are up to at the mouth of the canyon.
Scratch heard Caleb Wood move off. I got my pistol, rifle too, if any of you can use 'em.
Hell, Bass, Gray spouted. You ain't hurt so bad you can't hold on to 'em your own self.
Fish added,
Might be you'll get a chance to use 'em yet.
A few long minutes later, Titus fluttered open his eyes slightly, fighting to focus on Hatcher's face hovering over his. You get your horse guard?
Didn't get the chance, Jack replied. I spooked a horse, so that red son of a bitch jumped out into the meadow on me, right about the time a second one showed up.
Second one?
Roland asked.
I figure it was another guard coming out to take him his turn at watch, Jack explained. Boys, there ain't two ways about it. Plain as paint, I'm about as unlucky as Titus Bass born under a good star.
Let's hope his star gonna shine down on all of us,
Caleb huffed as he crabbed back into that ring the trappers formed around Bass. Solomon asked,
More coming?
Wood nodded, licking his dry lips.
Seed 'em, coming a ways off.
How many?
Roland demanded in a rising voice.
It don't matter how many, Hatcher declared as he rose from his knees. We can't none of us stay here to let 'em finish us off.
What about Bass?
Fish asked. Jack looked down at Titus.
What about it, Scratch?
He struggled to rise on an elbow and tried out a weak grin on all of them. Boys, if Mad Jack here says we best be making tracks, then we best be on our way.
Get the horses,
Elbridge hollered as he wheeled about, sweeping up a rein.
Put them Blackfoot ponies out in front of us and keep 'em going, Jack ordered. No matter what, keep them ponies going.
Hatcher was the next up after throwing his saddle onto a fresh mount. He had Fish and Wood heft Bass up behind him.
Now, get me one of them picket ropes, Jack said. Wrap it round us both so you can tie him to me.
Do me up tight, fellas, Bass demanded of them, knowing the chances were good that he would grow too weak to hold on to Hatcher by himself. I don't want to fall off so them Blackfoot niggers get me. They made a half-dozen loops around the two men, then knotted the ends in front of Hatcher so he could free himself or Bass if the need arose.
Get a leg up, boys, Jack cried. Move them ponies out.
Wide-eyed, Solomon said,
Only one way out of this here canyon, Jack.
We'll run right into them niggers waiting for the rest to come up, Caleb shrieked.
That's just what I figured Jack wants to do,
Solomon shouted. Hatcher nudged his heels into the horse.
Right, the first whack. Do our best to run right on over 'em on our way out. Hip! Hip-ha!
As the horse's powerful flanks surged beneath him, Bass locked his fingers around the loops of rope imprisoning Hatcher's chest. Ahead of them, the others were yelling and screaming, driving the horses before them, sure to scare the billy-be-hell out of the half-dozen or so Blackfoot waiting at the mouth of the canyon.
"You really gonna ride right into him?"
Scratch asked against the back of Hatcher's neck.
"Damn right we are," he said, turning his head slightly. "A goddamned sit-up, straight-on ride-through."
Cautiously, Bass loosened the hold he had with his right hand and slid it between himself and Hatcher until he filled his hand with the butt of the flintlock pistol.
"Hold tight, son," Jack warned. "We're about to do-si-do."
What few war cries the Blackfoot raised were swiftly drowned out by the hammer of hooves on the flaky hardpan of the earth's crust as the horses and trappers galloped into the open, heading right for their enemy who waited among the sage and buckbrush in the day's new light. Hatcher's men shouted back with their own bravado, hurtling through the few who had dared to follow them. A lone gunshot. Bass figured it had to be one of the boys. The Blackfoot simply didn't have that many weapons, and chances were good they wouldn't dare try to shoot their weapons from horseback anyway. What Jack had said was true. Indians simply weren't much in the way of marksmanship.
"Take a looky there, Scratch,"
Hatcher called. He turned his head, immediately catching sight of the warrior racing toward them at an angle, putting himself on a collision course not that far ahead. In one hand, the Blackfoot held the elk antler quirt he used to whip the pony's rear flank, and in the hand that clutched the pony's rein, the warrior also held a long wooden club from the end of which protruded a long, wide knife blade. 2 feathers streamed back from his long, unfettered hair while the pony raced around and over the stunted sagebrush.
"Maybe I should ride right into him," Jack mused.
"You do, you'll knock me off," Scratch replied.
"I'll wager that's what he's fixin' to do."
All the jarring, jolting, side-to-side hammering inflicted on his wound was about to overwhelm Bass. For a moment he bit down on his lower lip again, then said, "You pull up, I'll shoot the son of a bitch."
"I ain't stoppin' for nothin', not when I got a head of steam behind me."
It was like a nausea that threatened to surge up his gullet, a blackness doing its best to put an end to the torment in his side. And out of the shrill ringing in his ears, Bass heard the other pony. Opening his eyes, he struggled to focus, discovering the warrior racing just behind them, just over his right shoulder. "Hatcher!"
"I know, goddammit!"
Bass watched the Blackfoot switch the reins into his free hand, beginning to swing his left arm back.
"Can you shoot him, Jack?" "It's all I can do to keep us on top of this damned horse."
With a sudden swerving lurch, the warrior brought his pony sharply to the left as he swung the long club forward. Both Hatcher and Bass ducked out of the way as the knife blade hissed past their heads, that sudden shift of weight causing the horse below them to stumble and sidestep at full stride. Both trappers barely held on as the animal dodged through the sagebrush. Hatcher locked onto the saddle, Titus locked onto him. Bass cried, "Son of a bitch is coming back for another go!"
"He'll keep it up till he gets one of us," Hatcher growled, "or he drops us both."
"Can you ram your horse into him?"
"S'pose I can," Jack admitted grittily, "but it might spill us."
"He comes close enough, just give him the idea you're gonna." For the next few moments, Bass was able to watch the look of grim determination on the warrior's face as the Blackfoot inched his animal closer and closer to the white man's horse. He saw how the man's hair was cut with long bangs that tossed in the wind, the hair on the top of his head tied up with a few feathers, like a bold challenge to try taking that topknot. And he saw how those black cherry eyes glittered with hate. Titus wondered how anyone could ever possess such hate like that for someone he didn't know. Besides the horses, why would these warriors carry such rage for the white men? After all this time, were they still licking their wounds after being driven off by the Shoshone last spring? To Scratch's way of thinking, even that could not account for the unadulterated hatred and contempt he read in the Blackfoot's eyes as the warrior drew closer and closer. "Now!" Bass screamed.
Hatcher was right on the money, yanking hard on the rein. Their horse twisted suddenly, just as Jack yanked back to the left to correct it. That sudden lunge did the trick, enough to make the warrior pull off. And when the Indian realized what the white men had done, even more rage clouded his face. "I gotta get rid of the son of a bitch," Jack grumbled. "This horse ain't gonna last long under us both," Bass said into the back of Hatcher's neck, feeling himself breaking into a fevered sweat. "Maybe we get a chance, you get us stopped, tie me on another horse. This'n can't carry us much." "Shut up! I ain't about to trust you to make it on your own." Off to the right, the warrior was coming at them again as they reached more open ground, the land falling away gently toward the distant river valley, that beckoning vale rushing at them with its wide border of green disclosing its meandering course to these battle-weary travelers. "Then give me a chance to shoot him," Bass demanded. "How in the devil's eggs are you gonna shoot him?" Hatcher snorted, getting a new grip on the horse's rein. "You can barely hang on to me as it is, child." Just get him on the other side of us." "Don't let go of me, Bass." "I ain't, Jack," he vowed weakly. "Just get him on our left. Cross over, hard and sharp." "And put him on our left," Jack repeated. "If what you got in mind don't work, that nigger likely to take off the top of your head with that club on his next go-by." "You just keep us both on this here horse. I'll do the rest, Hatcher." Whooping and wagging his head in astonishment, Jack kept looking over his right shoulder as the Blackfoot urged his pony closer and closer to their horse, and when he figured the warrior was close enough, Hatcher yanked hard to the right. But the Blackfoot figured this was another feint and didn't go for the bait. Instead, he spurred forward, the nose of his animal nearly crashing into the rear flank of the trapper's horse as it shifted sides. As the startled enemy straightened himself on his war pony, Bass found that Hatcher had done it. The warrior was now inching up on them from their left. "Closer?" He struggled to bring the pistol out of his sash in a sweating palm. "Closer still?" They were lashed so tightly together that he grew scared the weapon might go off, wedged there between them. Kill one of them, if not the horse under them both. Close enough now that he could see the ribbons of sweat coursing down the enemy's face. Freed at last, he felt the muzzle move between them, tight against his belly as he pushed his hand forward. Swinging the club back, the Indian grinned, his teeth glittering as he closed on what had to be a sure kill. 2 white men at once. What a prize! Shoved across his body, the pistol suddenly popped out between the 2 men as Titus raked back the hammer with a thumb. The club had already begun its arc downward as the Blackfoot's eyes suddenly locked on the pistol, just then popping into view between his enemies. In his sweat-slickened hand, the pistol nearly bucked itself loose as Bass pulled the trigger. The ball slammed into its target mid-chest, right under the warrior's arm that held the war club aloft. As if disbelieving, the Blackfoot kept the arm and club frozen there, reluctantly tearing his eyes off the white men as he looked down at his side, weaved, then pitched off the back of his straining pony. "Some bitch!" Hatcher cried exuberantly. Drops of salty sweat stung Bass's eyes as he blinked, trying hard to clear them, straining to see if there were any other pursuers who might pose a threat now that he had emptied his only weapon of the only bullet it had held. Behind them, 2 other warriors slowed and brought their ponies to a halt in the sagebrush, circling back for the body of their fallen comrade. "Maybe so the niggers are giving up," Titus said, more hopeful than certain. "Not Blackfoot," Hatcher snorted. "Bugs boys don't give up." "How long they gonna keep after us?" It was a moment before Hatcher answered. "Till they take all the horses they can from us and they got our scalps hanging from their belts, Scratch." "Ain't healthy for a man up here, this hard-by Blackfoot country, is it?" "No, I don't reckon it is." Weakness was like a thick cloud overtaking him now that the hot adrenaline was no longer surging through his veins. "Tell me, Jack, is the beaver so good up here that you're willing to put your hide on the line every day you got left in your number?" What say when we get back to Isaac and Rufus, we all talk about working our way south to more friendly country?
South. South is good.
Rest of them niggers been after our hair won't be follerin' all that quick, seeing how we put 'em afoot the way we done, Hatcher said. So we can see to Kincaid and you proper and get this outfit ready to tramp south back to the Windy Mountains after we go on to rendezvous at Sweet Lake. How's rendezvous sound to Titus Bass?
Jack waited a minute for an answer from Bass, and when he didn't get one, he turned slightly to peer at the man roped behind him.
Scratch? Hyar ye, Scratch?
Up ahead of them, the others were driving the horses across the wide creek, threading the animals through the young cottonwood saplings and between stands of willow. How beautiful were the drops of water spraying up from each hoof, countless glittering gems iridescent in the bright spring sun as the 4 other horsemen shouted and urged the horses across.
Rendezvous? Just the sound of it shines, Bass finally said as he closed his eyes again, so heavy had they become that he could no longer keep them open.
There'll be whiskey, Scratch,
Hatcher cheered as he slowed the horse in nearing the ford.
And women's.
His side burned with a terrible prickling pain, and for a moment Titus wondered on just how much blood he had lost. Would he make it to rendezvous? Or would he be one of those who went under? Then Scratch couldn't fight it any longer.
Just let me sleep now, Jack.
Not all that far overhead, the calliope hummingbird's wings blurred in frenetic flight, hovering, darting, then hovering once more as it sought out its nectar. Bass froze, motionless there in the icy water, the 5-pound steel trap and float stick in hand. Enthralled with the bird's dance on the gentle spring breeze, he watched the hummingbird bob and bounce from flower to flower until it was long gone down the stream bank. He sighed in contentment and arched his back, feeling the tug of tight new flesh slowly knitting along the bullet's path through his left side, especially taut across those 2 small puckers of wrinkled skin. It was good to be back working the banks of these streams, good for a man to know where he belonged. For days following that scrap with the Blackfoot horse thieves, the others had joshed about keeping him around for no other reason than that Titus Bass was a good omen, perhaps even the old Shoshone soothsayer's most powerful charm.
I had me a uncle once said to me that a few folks is like cats,
Solomon Fish had said beside a campfire one twilight as Hatcher's brigade made their way south toward the Owl Mountains, working to put more and more country between them and the Blackfeet who seemed determined in their chase.
Merciful heavens,
Caleb Wood grumbled as he swayed up with another armload of wood.
How people like cats.
Never had me a cat was worth a red piss, John Rowland observed. Only good for mousin'.
Go ahead on with your story, Solomon, Jack prodded. With an indifferent shrug, Fish nudged some of his blonde ringlets out of his eyes and said,
Ain't much of a story, really. Just my uncle said some folks got 'em 9 lives, just like cats supposed to have.
Hatcher turned to Kincaid.
What you think of that, Matthew? Sounds like Solomon's uncle kept hisself filled with bilge water to me.
Maybe not a fella like you, Fish snorted testily, but just think about Titus Bass here.
Hatcher grinned across the fire, asking,
Say, Scratch, figure you used up any of your 9 lives?
Damn right I have, he answered, feeling the certainty of it down to his marrow. Figure I had a few whittled off me back in St. Louis, back to the time when I was doing my best to spit in death's eye.
How about with them Arapaho down near the Little Bear?
Elbridge Gray asked. Them, Scratch replied, painfully shifting his position, and a few times since. Jack turned back to Kincaid, asking,
So don't it sound like Bass got him a cat's 9 lives?
Solemn. Matthew used his favorite expression, then spit a brown stream of tobacco into the fire, where it hissed. But if Scratch truly be a man with 9 lives, I reckon he's just about used 'em all up, Jack.
Long as he don't use that last one afore rendezvous at Sweet Lake, Hatcher roared.
Time was drawing nigh when the company brigades and bands of free trappers would begin to gather, marching farther to the west every few days, stopping now and again when the sign along the streams convinced Hatcher's men the trapping might be worth their efforts. Wandering slowly as the days lengthened and warmed, they neared the southern end of the Wind River Mountains, where a man jumped west by southwest over that easy sloping divide to find himself in a country where all the waters now flowed toward the Big Salt, far, far beyond the horizon. When the hummingbird finally flickered out of sight, Titus waded another half-dozen steps and stopped there at the base of the long strip of creekside grass growing along the bank, reaching for the knife at his back. With it, he plunged his arm under the water, clear up to the elbow, and began hacking away at the side of the bank until he had carved away a shelf big enough on which to set his trap. From beneath his arm, he grabbed the bait stick, a section of peeled willow, one end sharpened for driving into the bank just above the surface of the stream where he had hidden his trap at the end of the beaver slide. Here, the animals repeatedly entered the water, usually dragging their limbs and saplings they were using to slowly construct a rugged dam across the stream, or swim underwater with their provender, taking it to their beaver lodge to feed mate and kits. The slides were a good place to count on beaver coming close enough to that stick where the rodents would catch a whiff of the bait scratch smeared on that portion of the limb suspended over the readied trap. After driving the stick into the bank at the proper angle with the small head of the belt axe he carried, Scratch pulled the stopper from the wooden vial suspended from his belt. The sudden, strong, pungent odor of the castoreum rose to his nostrils, making his eyes water as he smeared a little of the thick, creamy liquid on the exposed end of the bait stick, stuffed the vial away, then washed his fingertips there at the foot of the slide. 2 more traps still to set before sundown. Looking over his shoulder at the falling sun, Bass reckoned it would be twilight before he made it back to camp, unsaddled, and picketed the horse on some good grass until it was time to curl up in the blankets for the night. Despite the hightailing they had done to stay as far ahead of the Blackfeet as they could, they had nonetheless made a good spring of it for themselves, both before that first attack when they were burying Joseph Little, and after, as Hatcher led them farther and farther north toward the southern reaches of that country the Blackfoot jealously guarded and protected as their own hallowed ground. "Man's a fool what'll go where he's bound to lose his hair over a little beaver fur," Caleb Wood had grumbled the farther north they had gone. "Man's a fool if he don't go to sea for his own self if the plew is as prime as some say it is," Jack retorted. "But don't you worry none. We'll turn around and hightail it out if them pelts ain't as big as blankets, or if Bugs' boys turn out to be thicker'n summer wasps." Soon enough, they found Hatcher right on both counts. No wonder the Blackfoot got so fractious with white American trappers slipping around the fringes of their country. The beaver up there grew bigger, their pelts more sleek than anywhere else a man trapped in these mountains. Moving on upstream, Titus kept his eyes moving, searching for another slide, perhaps the stumps of some young saplings the beaver had felled, any sign that an area was frequented by the big, flat-tailed rodents hunted by the Rocky Mountain fur trapper. Decades before, the big companies had first enlisted men to come far up the Missouri River for the purpose of trading with the tribes to obtain their fine and coarse furs. Not only the seal-sleek beaver and river otter, but mink and lynx, some buffalo and wolf at times too. The British pushed down from the north, and the Americans prodded farther west each year until men like Ashley and Henry decided they would do better hiring 100 enterprising young men to catch the pelts themselves. The American fur trade was never the same after the Ashley men began to spread out across the far west, from the Milk and the Marias, the Judith and the Musselshell on the north, to the Gila, the Rio Grande, and the Cimarron down south in Mexican territory. But beaver had already been feeding the economy of the New World for more than 200 years by the time the Rocky Mountain fur trapper appeared on the scene. And beaver continued to turn the wheels of commerce as the big companies and the small bands of free trappers moved farther and farther into the wilderness, searching deeper and deeper for virgin country yet untrapped. Scratch stopped there in the cold stream fed by last winter's snows, far, far overhead among the high peaks, surveying the banks on both sides while he pushed some of the long brown curls out of his eyes. As a trapper grew in experience, he came to recognize just what the possibilities of finding beaver would be from the type and amount of vegetation sprouting along a certain stretch of a creek or river. Down at lower elevations, some of the animals would feed on young cottonwood and alder, while up here, above the foothills, beaver worked on aspen, willow, and birch. Crossing the stream to the far bank, Scratch bent and scooped up a handful of the wood shavings thickly scattered at the base of a stump within reach from the water. Rolling the chips in his fingertips to check for moistness, then bringing them to his nose to smell, the more fragrant, the fresher they were, Bass calculated it was a recent cutting. No man had ever taught him this, not Bud, nor Billy, nor even the savvy Silas Cooper. None of the three who had gathered him under their wings and taught him not only what it would take to make a living as a trapper, but how to keep hold of his hair in Indian country. No, seasons ago, Scratch had learned this trick on his own hook. The fresher the shavings, the more recent the activity in that section of a stream, and consequently, the greater the possibility of a concentration of flattails consumed with building dams, flooding meadows, and constructing lodges for their families. A trapper counted on the probability that any beaver curious enough to be lured to the bait stick would put a foot in the steel trap waiting for it at the bottom of a slide or near the entrance to its domed lodge. Unable to free itself from the weight of the trap, the beaver would drown quickly, leaving its pelt unmarred, ready for a careful skinning. After being stretched, fleshed, and dried on round hoops of willow, the hides were bundled in packs for eventual transport to the summer rendezvous. This annual gathering, another invention of General William H. Ashley, was conceived as a means of resupplying his brigades who spread out through the mountains from late summer until the following spring, when they would begin their trek down from the high country to a prearranged valley, there to meet with the caravan come all the way out from St. Louis, laden with powder and lead, sugar and coffee, beads and trinkets, calico and wool stroud, everything a man would need to live for another year in the mountains, even what that man might employ to entice an Indian squaw back among the brush for an all-too-brief and heated coupling. No money ever changed hands between trader and trapper, white man or Indian. None was needed. Beaver was the only currency in the mountains. With it, a man would eventually buy himself a head-splitting drunk, a raucous series of couplings with a string of agreeable Indian maidens, and he might possibly have enough left over to outfit himself for another year in the high lonesome without going into debt to the company. No matter that most men had little to show for their years and their miles and their wrinkles, to search out the wily Rocky Mountain beaver, a man might willingly risk his hair, his hide, and perhaps his very soul. After braving months upon months of bone-numbing streams both fall and spring, after enduring a long, spirit-sapping winter in some isolated snowbound camp, the trapper would eagerly look forward to summer when he could trade off his packs of beaver for another year's gamble in the wilderness. When the last man had turned in the last of his beaver, when the whiskey kegs had run dry, the traders threw their bundles onto the backs of the very same mules that had hauled the trade goods out from St. Louis, that caravan now to spend the next 10 weeks making its return trip to the Missouri settlements. There, or farther east in Philadelphia or even New York, the pelts would be sorted further. While those of average grade would eventually be used for the tall-crowned gentlemen's hats so fashionable not only back east, but especially in Europe, the finest furs would be sold to brokers who exported them to frigid countries the likes of Imperial Russia and feudal China. A single pelt of Rocky Mountain beaver might weigh between 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds when dried and fleshed of excess fat. The skin of a kit might weigh only half that. Over that brief, meteoric period of the American fur trade, the going rate for Plu went anywhere from $3 to $6 a pound back in the St. Louis market. So what eventually made Ashley his fortune was not his initially organizing fur brigades to operate in the mountains, but his newest venture,
supplying those fur trappers with goods brought out to rendezvous planned for a prearranged site. There, the reveling, raucous trappers, overly eager to celebrate, would be content to receive half the value of their beaver in St. Louis prices, while they wouldn't mind paying many times the settlement price of those staples and supplies transported from Missouri. After holding his first rendezvous 3 years earlier in 1825, General Ashley continued to refine his rendezvous system until the price of beaver would eventually become standardized at somewhere around $3 a pound, a figure that earned a trapper some $5 to $6 a plew. It was hard, cold, lonely, and ultimately dangerous work for the few hundred men who chose to make their livelihood here in the wilderness and perhaps on the edge of eternity. From the northern rivers bordering the Canadian provinces all the way south into territory claimed by Mexico, at any one time, less than 400 Americans scattered their moccasin prints across a trackless wilderness, migrating seasonally across a mapless terrain, confronting a bewildering array of climatic conditions, geography, and native inhabitants. Here in these early years of the 19th century, in these opening days of the far West, for a special class of man, there simply was no other life imaginable. To take your life into your own hands, not beholden to any other man, to test your own resolve and mettle against all the elements God or the devil himself could hurl at a puny, insignificantly few bold men? But that was the heady stuff of living. True freedom, to live or die by one's own savvy and pluck. Such was the nectar that lured these bees to the hive. Freedom was the siren song that enticed this reckless breed of men to hurl their fates against the high and terrible places. Despite the cold and the Blackfoot, despite the odds of sudden death. After constructing 2 travois for Kincaid and Bass, the other 7 trappers had reloaded their pack animals and pointed their noses south for the Owl Creek Mountains, driving the extra Blackfoot ponies along behind them. Scratch was the first to knit up after their ordeal. Twice a day, one of Hatcher's men would make a poultice of beaver castoreum mixed with the pulverized roots or pulp of one plant or another, smearing the smelly concoction into the wounds troubling both men. It wasn't long before Bass could move about camp without tiring out too quickly. But for the better part of 2 weeks, he contented himself by remaining in camp with Kincaid when the others went out to trap, staying busy by fleshing the beaver hides, then stretching them on willow hoops or untying the packs to dust the plues and check for infestation before rebundling them in their rawhide cords. Eventually, the raw red flesh around his wounds became new pink skin that he could gently stretch more each day. Inside, however, he was knitting together much slower. Nowhere near as slow as Kincaid. For the longest time, Matthew continued to cough up bright red blood, later on bringing up dark, half-congealed phlegm. With as little as the man ate, over the following weeks the others began to notice the gradual change in their friend as his huge face thinned, accentuating the dark, liver-colored bags beneath his eyes. "I want to see Rosa," Kincaid declared quietly one night as the rest joked and laughed around their nighttime fire, that simple plea coming right out of the blue. The others fell silent immediately, some choosing to stare at their feet or the ground or the fire. Only Hatcher and Bass could look at the man still imprisoned on his travois. "Natural for a man to want to see his wife," Jack consoled as he knelt beside Kincaid. Wife?" Titus asked, surprised. "You married?" Hatcher explained. "She's a good woman." "She back east?" Kincaid shook his head. "Taos. She's a Mexican gal." "I'll be go to hell," Bass exclaimed. "What the devil you doing trapping beaver up here in the mountains when you got a wife waiting for you down in the Mexico settlements?" "Don't make sense no more, does it?" Matthew declared. "One time it did. Now, it don't make sense to me no more. God, I ache in my bones I want to see Rosa so bad." Scratch did not know what to say, struck dumb just watching the way Kincaid's eyes filled with tears. Man has him someone who loves him, someone he loves. I'd sure as hell feel same as you, Matthew, wanting my woman with me if I was healing up. Dragging a hand under his nose, Matthew's voice cracked as he said, I decided today. Hatcher asked, Decided what? Kincaid couldn't look at any of them. Figure to quit the mountains. Quit the mountains? Bawled John Rowland. Hatcher asked, What you gonna do if you plan on staying back in Taos? Rosa and me will be fine, Kincaid protested. I figure I'll find something. Where are you gonna live? Solomon inquired. Where the two of you set up home? With a shrug, Kincaid responded, I stay with her at her papa's house when I'm back in Taos. Suppose that's what we'll do till we find us some little place of our own. Damn, Caleb Wood sighed. If that don't take the circle, I can't believe you're quitting the mountains. I'd do it this minute if I could get back down there, Kincaid complained. Hatcher explained, We ain't tramping that far south till fall hunt's over. All the way to Taos? Bass inquired. Suddenly, Matthew's tired face grew more animated as he turned toward Titus. That's prime doings. You're gonna see Taos shine, Scratch, purely shines. We got us some more trapping to do afore spring is done, Jack confided. And then we'll be making for rendezvous over at Sweet Lake. After that, we was planning on moseying down to the Bayou Salade for the fall hunt afore climbing on over to Taos. Where's this Bayou Salade, Elbridge Gray recited. Way south of here, Scratch. Not far from the Mexican country itself. Up on the headwaters of the Arkansas it be. Pretty place. And full of beaver, too. Now Bass turned to Kincaid. So, nigger, you're married to this Mexican gal named Rosa. He watched how it made Matthew smile. Yep, a purty lady she is, too. But near as I can calculate, you ain't been back there in more'n a year already. Just that saying of it appeared to take some more starch out of Kincaid. He stared down at himself, lying helpless in that travois. Makes me hurt more, Scratch, thinking just how long it'll be till I see her again. That'll make it near 2 years by the time I hold her. We left Taos end of winter a year ago. But you knowed we wasn't going back till this winter, Caleb said. I knowed. And Matthew's voice trailed off. It don't matter if he knowed it was going to be a long time when he left Taos, Bass said firmly. Things is different now. The man come close to going under to Blackfoot's. Ain't unreasonable to me for Matthew to be getting so homesick. Caleb turned back to the fire, grumbling. Homesick ain't no sick for a free man to have. Can I get you anything, Matthew? Bass asked. You had enough to eat? Ain't got me much of a appetite no more, he replied. You're coming with us to rendezvous, ain't you, Scratch? Planned on it. Hatcher turned around at the fire to ask, You got plans for the fall hunt, Scratch? Like to see me this Bayou Salade you boys talk of? Yeah, I figure I'd throw in with your bunch. How about Taos? Kincaid asked, almost breathless with excitement. You coming there with us when I get back home? Get to meet my Rosa. Bass dug his fingernails at his beard. Taos for the winter, is it? Rufus hurrahed. A man can't do him no better for winter. Senoritas and lightning, Hatcher chimed in. A man can keep hisself real warm down in Taos come winter. Titus asked, Lightning? Mexican drink they make down there to the Taos Valley, Caleb Wood explained. Take the top of your head off like a tomahawk. That ain't no bald-faced lie, neither, Hatcher declared. So, you figure to stay on with our bunch till next spring? Winter in Taos? Bass repeated. From the sounds of it, a man'd be plumb filled with stupids if he passed up the chance to ride into Mexico with this outfit. 3. They ain't gone and pulled out on us already, are they, Jack? Whined John Rowland. I dunno, boys. Hatcher shook his head in consternation.
That down there's supposed to be the place, right where we come together last year."
"Where the blazes is our rendezvous?" Isaac Sims growled as he shaded his eyes and squinted into the distance. Digging frantically in the possibles pouch hanging at his hip, Caleb Wood roared in alarm, "Can't see a goddamned camp down there."
"You reckon we're late?" Elbridge Gray groaned, his big bulb of a nose looking all the bigger for the morose look on his face. Scratch peered up at the sky, reckoning from the track of the sun just what part of summer it was right then. "I don't calculate as we're late, Jack."
"There!" Caleb Wood suddenly cried, the short, brass-cased looking-glass stretched out from his right eye. "I see some horses way off yonder." Squinting in the high sunlight, the rest shielded eyes to peer into the distance, eager for that reassurance. "A herd?" Hatcher asked skeptically. Wood shook his head. "Not no big caviard, but there be a bunch." "Hope to shout they're white men," Solomon Fish prayed, sweeping a hand under that long beard of blonde ringlets. Wood went on to explain, "And I see some white spots back in the brush and trees, Jack."
"Take 'em to be tents?"
"Reckon they are," Caleb replied, his eye locked against that brass telescope.
"Bring up them pack horses," Hatcher ordered as he gave heels to his own animal. "Move 'em on down towards the bottom, where we'll get us a better look at things there along the shore of the lake."
"I was here my own self," Bass commented as they descended off the low hills at the southeast shore of that inviting body of blue water reflecting a patchless summer sky. "Back to 26.
"The Willow Valley,"
Rufus Graham replied. He was missing his 4 front teeth, 2 top and 2 bottom, which gave him an appealing lisp.
"Leastwise, that's what the fur outfits call it."
At that moment, several figures emerged from the tall willow and cottonwood far ahead of them at the bottom of the gentle slope. Hatcher groaned with disappointment.
"Figured there'd be more coons come in by now."
Titus assured, "'Pears we're just a mite early is all."
"Longer we wait,"
Hatcher snorted, that wild smile there of a sudden,
"the thirstier Mad Jack gets."
"Been 2 year for me," and Bass wiped the back of his hand across his lips. "You ain't the only child half froze for whiskey."
"Whiskey or rum, don't make me no never mind," declared Graham, "long as it's got the kick of a mule when it hits the bottom."
Isaac said, "Trader ain't in yet, so it looks to be we got us a leetle more wait afore you get your eggs kicked, Rufus." On down into the lush meadows of that fertile bottomland at the south end of Sweet Lake, Hatcher's brigade whooped, called, and whistled, wrangling their caviard of pack animals and Blackfoot ponies. The closer they drew toward the narrow creek that fed itself into the lake, the more figures stepped from the shade and shadows, all carrying rifles. Suddenly, one of those men raised a shout, lifting his long weapon into the air. Bass saw the puff of muzzle smoke appear an instant before the low boom reached their ears. In concert, more of those distant figures raised their rifles and fired them, then went to waving hats and bandanas at the ends of their outflung arms. Off to Bass's right, Elbridge Gray was the first to fire his rifle in reply. In the space of 3 heartbeats, the shooting became general, as Hatcher's brigade was welcomed by some 30 men streaming into the open. Screeching wildly with the whole lot of them, yahooing and whooping, kirrawing like Missouri mules, or hoo-hooing with a hand clapping over their mouths in the manner of attacking Indians, Scratch lifted his full-stock Derringer flintlock and yanked back first on the rear set trigger, then barely touched the front trigger. The rifle went off, a universal sign of peace for those who traveled the early Far West. To empty one's gun upon approaching a camp was the surest way to show one's peaceful intentions.
"Boys, let's keep these here horses of our'n from mixin' in with theirs," Hatcher hollered to his men as they approached the figures that had emerged from the groves of shady trees. Just beyond that camp, dotted with canvas pyramid tents and blanket arbors, grazed a herd of horses and mules. "What say we cross the crick and raise our own camp yonder?" Titus asked, pointing off to the west.
For a moment, Hatcher stood in the stirrups, gazing this way, then that. When he plopped back down in the saddle, he agreed. "Follow Scratch, boys. Yonder. Cross the crick." In a matter of seconds, the others were bellowing and screaming, slapping coils of buffalo hair ropes to turn their herd of horses, whistling and calling to the animals, shouting at one another, congratulating their companions on surviving another year, every last man among them busting his buttons to have made it through to another rendezvous with his hair. On came those who rushed afoot to welcome the new arrivals, some loping through the tall grass, others strolling more casually, most every one of them stripped to the waist in the midsummer heat, their flesh about as white men could be, save for the oak-browned tan of their hands from the wrists down, the same leathery look from the base of the neck up. Their leather flap-front trousers and pantaloons were blackened with seasons of grease and blood, smoked by countless fires. At the end of their arms, they waved their low-crowned, big-brimmed wool hats, many of which were nearly shapeless after countless soakings by rain and snow. A few had red and blue bandanas tied about their heads, while some had tied the popular black silk handkerchiefs to keep their long hair from spilling into their eyes. Even a handful had their tresses braided or wrapped with strips of fur in the fashion of Indian warriors. "Where from you bound?" cried one of the closest ones, who plunged right into the creek, approaching Bass as Hatcher's men urged their animals off the east bank, crossing to the far side. Hatcher shouted back, "Up to Blackfoot country for the spring hunt." "That bunch of motherless sons chased us right on out," Bass added. The squat, powerful stranger cried, "Har! With your tails between your legs, I'll wager." Rising immediately in his stirrups, Scratch looked behind him in mock surprise as he patted his own rump with a hand. "I'll be damned, Jack! Them Blackfoot bastards done bit my tail off!" They all roared with lusty laughter as the greeters loping up on foot splashed out of the creek right alongside those on horseback, their leather and nankeen breeches soaked above their knees. The short trapper trotted up to Bass's side, holding up his hand, grinning like a house cat caught with feathers still tangled in its whiskers. "Name's Porter," he announced. "Nathan Porter." "Who you with?" Caleb Wood called out. "Smith, Jackson, and Sublet," the man answered, holding a hand at his brow to shade his eyes in looking up at the arriving horseman. Wood asked, "You was one of Ashley's men, eh?" "Till 2 year ago." "Trader ain't in yet?" Jack inquired. "Hell, Ashley sent his supply train out early," Porter explained, as Hatcher's horsemen came to a halt, and some began to drop to the ground. "Why, Billy Sublet and Davy Jackson brung us out our necessaries last winter, fellers." "Last winter?" squeaked Elbridge Gray. Graham lunged in closer.
"Summer's nigh the time for rendezvous."
Porter drew back a step as the others closed in menacingly. "You fellers ain't with the company?"
"Hell no," Hatcher spat.
"You ain't American fur, neither?" Jack roared with laughter, dropping his head back and letting go at the sky.
"Wouldn't take orders from Pilcher if he was the last outfit in the mountains."
"We're free men," Solomon explained, slapping John Rowland on the back. "And we don't owe no man our allegiance." "November it were when they come early with supplies," Porter started, apology in his voice and eyes. "Damn, I reckon I know just how you boys feel. No way to hear word they brung out our necessaries early. We wasn't in winter camp yet ourselves." 2 summers come and gone, and still no rendezvous for him. Bass heaved a mighty sigh of disappointment. "'Thout no trader, not gonna be no rendezvous now." "Just what you boys come here to do, if not for rendezvous?" Kincaid demanded. "Not all the brigades got 'em provisions back to winter," Porter stated. Then he threw a thumb back in the direction of their camp. "Our bunch didn't get us a chance to take on supplies with the rest in the spring." Now Hatcher's face was growing crimson. Gritting his teeth, he growled,
"Winter and spring, and now it's the goddamned summer. So you're telling us there ain't gonna be no trade goods come to rendezvous? Ashley ain't figuring to be out his own self, Porter explained as more of his bunch came up to stand nearby in the bright midsummer sun among Hatcher's men. Each one of the big brigades we still spec to come in all got 'em supplies they can trade off to you fellers for your skins, I suppose, a new and taller man declared, coming to a halt at Porter's shoulder. What outfit you men with? Like we just told him, we ain't with no outfit, Scratch declared, surprised to discover just how proud that made him to state it so unequivocally. We are an outfit. This bunch is on its own hook, Caleb Wood emphasized. Thought you might be some of American fur coming in, the second man said. They've been dogging near every one of our brigades since last summer. This here's Mad Jack Hatcher, Scratch exclaimed proudly, sweeping an extended arm toward their leader. He's the one what heads this outfit of free mountaineers. Hatcher, is it? Nathan Porter asked, extending his hand to Jack. From the sounds of it, you got a passel of furs to trade. We got plenty of plue, Hatcher agreed as they shook. But where's my men to find something to trade them furs for? The taller of the company men said, Just as soon's the rest of the brigades ride in, we'll start the trading. At mountain prices, I'll lay, Scratch snarled. Porter nodded. After all, this here's the mountains. Wah! Hatcher snorted with the guttural roar of the grizzly boar. Mountain prices, he said, boys. Get ready to get yourselves honeyfuggled by them company bushways, Caleb Wood cried as he pounded a hand on Porter's back, both of them laughing easily. But the second man was clearly uncomfortable as Hatcher's men guffawed along with many of the company men. Mountain prices is what we all take in exchange. Ain't no man better'n any other. No, I savvy you're right there, Scratch said as he stepped up before the tall trapper. But just as long as we get what's fair for our plue here in the mountains, a man don't mind paying mountain prices for his necessaries. Hold on, Roland jumped forward, his face drawn and gray with concern. You mean, if'n there ain't gonna be no trader come out, there ain't gonna be no whiskey? No whiskey! Shrieked Rufus Graham. Now it was Porter's turn to roar with laughter. Ain't got enough to float a bullboat back to St. Louis, boys, but we have us enough to wash the dust out in your gullet. Woo-ha! Bass shouted with glee, sidling up to fling an arm over Porter's shoulder. How smooth it be, like a Natchez whore's baby-haired bum? Nathan Porter turned and looked at Bass in alarm. Smooth? Hell, it ain't smooth. A new trapper stepped forward. Ain't no such a thing as smooth liquor in these here mountains, friend. Every drink'll cut you going down and land like a bar of galena lead when it hits bottom. I want to know if it can take the shine off my traps, Hatcher said. And can it peel the varnish off my saddle tree? Bass inquired. Hell if it can't, the man replied with a near toothless grin. Bass looked over at Hatcher, and they both smiled so broadly it nearly cracked their faces in half. Scratch screamed, Then bring on that there liquor, fellers, 'cause I got me a 2-year thirst to rid myself of. Although there was indeed a small supply of crude grain alcohol at the south shore of Sweet Lake, that summer of 1828 there would be no great and boisterous revelry because Sublette and Jackson had already reached the mountains with some $20,000 in supplies the winter before. Despite the shortage of trade goods and liquor, the air of excitement, camaraderie, and fellowship swelled as the sun began to drop and twilight approached each evening. Rendezvous was rendezvous, make no mistake of that. A man worked a whole year to journey off to some prearranged valley for this reunion with faces and friends he had not seen in all those months of grueling labor in freezing streams, fighting off the numbing cold of the past winter, defending himself against horse raiders and scalping parties. This July, a double handful of the new company's men would be missing.
Survivors of one more year in the wilderness, Hatcher's men joined other free trappers and brigade men at their fires for swapping stories, generously lathered with exaggeration, bordering on lies, catching up on any fragment of the stale news brought out from the settlements by the traders last winter, news seemingly as fresh as these men in the wilderness wished to make every report and flat-out rumor. As night eased down, black-necked stilts called out softly from the rushes in the nearby marsh bordering the lake. "Listen to that, won't you?" a stranger said to Bass at that cluster of fires in the brigade camp where all of them had gathered. "A purty sound," Titus replied, hearing the birds' calls fade across the water. "If'n you think that's purty," Roland said to the stranger as he strode up, "then you ain't never heard Jack play his fiddle." The man whirled on Roland. "One of your men has him a fiddle?" "We do," Bass declared proudly. A new stranger with a big red nose leaped up from the ground where he had been lying. "He can play it?" "Damn if he can't," Roland declared. Bass nodded. "Plays so damned bad it hurts more in your ears when you're nursing a hangover." "Hey, Squeege!" the man with the big red nose roared across the fire. "One of these here free men plays the fiddle." "Who's the one with the fiddle?" demanded a tall, barrel-chested man. "I am," Hatcher volunteered, standing from his stump. "Jack Hatcher's the name." "Mine's Brody." Then Jack warned, "But I don't play for free." "That's right," Solomon Fish agreed. "None of us play for free." Brody wheeled around on Fish. "What's it you play?" "Give me a kettle and a stick," Solomon said with a straight face. "The hell with you," and Brody turned back to Hatcher. "You play for a drink, won't you?" "The devil hisself got a tail, don't he?" The tall man took a wide, playful swing at Hatcher. "Go get your fiddle, coon. This bunch is half froze for sweet music." That twilight, as the sky grew dark and meat broiled on the end of sharpened sticks, spitted and sizzling over the leaping flames, Jack Hatcher returned with the scuffed and scratched, journey-weary oak-brown violin case. "I'll be dogged," some man quietly exclaimed. "He do have him a fiddle." Another voice asked across the fire, "Can he really play it?" "Your toes'll be tapping in less time it takes to lift a Blackfoot's hair," Caleb Wood explained. "By doggy, looky thar," one of them marveled as they all bent over Jack when he knelt beside one of the numerous fires. One at a time, he took the narrow straps from their buckles until he slowly folded back the top to expose the violin. Gently taking hold of it by the slim neck, Jack retrieved the instrument from the case and with his right hand took out the bow. Several wild strands of worn catgut sprayed in all directions as he stood. Scratch smiled at the sight of Hatcher turning slowly toward the others, his face beaming with crazed anticipation of this moment. Rendezvous, his music, and that wild revelry he brought other men at these all-too-short summer gatherings. With his bow hand, he shoved an unruly shock of black hair from his eyes, then swept the bow around in a wide arc, describing the greater part of a circle. "Stand back, boys," he warned ominously. All of them obeyed, eagerly retreating to give him wide berth. "I gets to playin'. Jack Hatcher needs him plenty of room." "Back, you dogs," Caleb repeated, nudging a couple of men back a bit farther. How handsome Hatcher looked at that moment, Scratch thought. He was proud to be here, proud it was this very time in the seasons of man, these borning days in the mountains. Most proud to stand among these iron-mounted men, proud not only of this breed, but most proud to be one of those whom Jack called friend. As Hatcher dragged that ragged bow across the strings slowly, tightening a peg here, another there, dragging the bow slowly again and again until he had each string to his liking, then suddenly kicked off with the wild, appealing strains of a high-pitched Kentucky reel, Bass felt a lump grow in his throat. Never could he remember Hatcher looking so happy, so content, so complete. Not even when the man was well into his cups. Scratch had only to gaze around the fire at the others, the greater of them strangers, to see just how true was the expression that music calmed the savage breast. Here were the roughest cut of mankind, every last one of them sitting in rapt attention, struck silent in unabashed awe, their eyes every bit as big as the smiles that creased their hairy faces. Slowly, step by measured step, Hatcher moved through them, in and out of the crowd, as he swayed side to side with the tempo of his reel, circumscribing a sunwise circle around this largest of the fires. More figures appeared out of the deepening darkness to stand or kneel at the edge of the light thrown off by the leaping flames. How it seemed Jack thrived on this hypnotic sway he could command over groups large and small when he began to caress the crying strings of his fiddle. Then that first song was done before any of them realized, and the summer night fell quiet for a matter of heartbeats before any of them stirred or spoke, leaving it up to Caleb Wood and Titus Bass to slap their hands together. In an instant, the others were hooting as well, whistling and roaring their approval. They finally fell quiet when Jack jabbed the violin beneath his chin once more.
"There's one I'd like to play. A song that makes this child remember where we all come from, where it is we're all bound," Jack explained when all had grown completely still.
"Is it loud?" a man demanded.
"No!" Solomon Fish roared angrily.
A new voice declared,
"We want something loud we can stomp to."
"You want the man to play for you or not?" Wood asked the assembly as Jack lowered the violin from beneath his chin.
"Play, goddammit!"
Another bellowed,
"Just let him play anything he wants."
They were shoving and shouldering one another now that he had them expectant. Hatcher knelt, starting to lay his violin back in its case.
"Hatcher!"
cried Brody as he tore away from a knot of others.
"I've got me liquor for your gullet, but only if'n you play that fiddle of your'n."
"Liquor?" Jack asked, holding the violin suspended in midair over the battered case. Isaac Sims lunged up a huge step into the merry dance of light.
"Real liquor?"
"Trader's liquor?" John Rowland wanted to know.
"Right here," Brody said. "Right now. So, you gonna play?"
Standing once more with the violin and bow clutched in one hand, Jack drew a forearm across his mouth.
"Fiddle playing's hard work, coon. Dry work, too. What say you? Pour me a tin of that trader's liquor, and I'll see what I can do to play a while for you niggers."
While the others set to hollering in merriment, Brody turned to wave two men out of the dark at the edge of the grove where they had been waiting off-stage with their prize, a small 5-gallon keg constructed of pale oak staves clamped together with 3 dark iron bands. The pair hobbled forward with it slung between them until they reached an open spot near the biggest fire and eased the keg to the grass. Then, as Hatcher stuffed the fiddle beneath his chin, one of the pair stuck his hand into his shooting pouch and pulled out a wooden spout.
"Puncher!"
Brody ordered. And with that, the trapper ripped the camp axe from his belt, using it to drive the spout into the bunghole. The keg was tapped. As the notes from Hatcher's fiddle climbed higher still and the fires spat sparks into the coal-cotton night, the men clamored to fill their cups with the clear grain alcohol David Jackson and Bill Sublett had freighted west from St. Louis after sealing up a small plug of tobacco and a handful of red peppers inside each diluted keg. While the plug had dissolved to give the potent brew the pale imitation color of sour mash whiskey, the peppers lent this Rocky Mountain libation its peculiar bite. Not that the pure grain liquor wouldn't already have the kick of an unrepentant Missouri mule. Squeege Brody was the first to shove his cup beneath the spout and the first to take a sip of the night's squeezins. Smacking his lips with approval, he turned and parted the rest as he stepped back to the fire, cup held out, and stopped before Hatcher. Jack stopped playing immediately, looped the bow at the end of a finger on his left hand, and accepted the offered cup.
"Thank ye most kindly.
and he bowed graciously. When Hatcher brought the cup to his lips, the rest of his outfit came to stand around him, all of them staring at that magical vessel, some unconsciously licking their lips, most of them gone wild-eyed with whiskey thirst. Jack sipped in a manner most genteel, then brought the tin from his mouth and savored the taste of it a moment, eyes closed. At last he declared, "That's some!" And with that, Jack threw back his head and went to guzzling the cup dry without drawing a breath. Fish, Wood, Sims, and the others joined Bass in screeching like scalded alley cats as they leaped away from Hatcher, lunging for the keg themselves. Among the company men there were suddenly tussles, shoving, and some playful wrestling as they all jockeyed to be the next in line to have their cup filled. "Keep on playing, Jack," Titus hollered as he knelt with his tin beneath the spout that the keg keepers never had to turn off. "Get me some more then, damn it!" Jack flung his empty cup at Scratch, then resumed sawing the bow back and forth across the strings as he dipped and swayed, wriggling his hips, prancing about on his skinny legs, cavorting this way and that like the madman he was. As the men had their cups filled and rose to return to fireside, each of them swayed or tapped a foot, some stomping harder than the others as they sipped or guzzled at their pint-tin cups of grain. Among them, a man plopped to the ground with a beaver skin still stretched tightly inside a willow hoop, crossing his legs before him. Snapping off a short piece of kindling a little bigger than two of his stubby fingers, he set about slapping the stiffened, dried flesh of the beaver hide with his make-do drumstick right in cadence with Hatcher's merry tune. As soon as he heard the loud thumping, Jack himself turned and jigged over, giggling like a child on a lark as his head wobbled from side to side, humming and grunting with the music he was urging from the singing strings. At the drummer's side, Hatcher began stomping one foot dramatically, lifting his leg into the air as high as he could before driving it down into the grass and the dust, over and over and over again. Of a sudden, a realization came over Titus as he stood with Hatcher's cup refilled. He knew that song. Hurrying over to Jack, he held the cup in front of the fiddle player's face. "Where you want me to set it down?" "Don't set the son of a bitch down," Hatcher snapped as he went right on playing and bobbing without missing a note. "I ain't gonna hold on to it all night." "No, you ain't, Scratch. Here, pour it in my mouth." Pour? "Right here in my mouth, damn it." The tall, skinny Hatcher bent a little at the waist, squatting slightly and contorting himself as he continued to play, lolling out his tongue as Scratch brought the big cup to his lips and slowly began to pour. He was amazed at just how little spilled out, what few drops dribbled down Jack's chin, off his whiskers and onto the fiddle. When Hatcher began to sputter, Bass pulled the cup back. "Now you set it down on the rocks," Jack instructed. When he had that done, Bass straightened and yelled into Hatcher's ear over the loud screech of the fiddle, the laughter and hooting of the men, "I know me that song." "You know this?" Jack shouted in reply. "Sing it with me." "Can't sing." "Sing it." "Told you, I ain't no good." "Sing, goddammit, Scratch. Ain't no one listening but me." Titus cleared his throat self-consciously, his eyes darting left, then right, nervous as a bride on her wedding night. Hatcher prodded him. "Sing the song with my fiddle notes." Reluctantly, Scratch began. "Down in the canebrake, close by the mill, there lived a yellow girl. Her name was Nancy Till. She knew that I loved her, she knew it long. I'm going to serenade her, and I'll sing this song." Titus never had thought he had a bad voice, rather he was merely shy of using it in the hearing of others. He couldn't remember the last time he had sung when folks were around. That is, except when his mam took him and his brothers and sister to Sunday meeting and they all were raised singing those songs settlers on the frontier memorized in early childhood. But this tune was something he had heard others sing around campfires those long-ago summer evenings at the Boone County Longhunter Fair, heard again while rocking on Amy Whistler's porch of an early autumn evening, heard even at his family's hearth before a merry fire as the long winter night deepened in the Kentucky forest around their farm. This was a song not about church and ancient biblical characters in a time distant and dim, not a song about things religious and mysterious. No, at this moment, he was singing a song about a subject most boys came to understand as they grew to manhood. A song about women, a matter even more mysterious than religion. Come, love, come, the boat lies low. She lies high and dry on the Ohio. Come, love, come, won't you come along with me? I'll take you on down to Tennessee.
Damn if you don't have you a fine voice after all, Titus Bass, Hatcher roared over the cry of his fiddle.
Now he blushed, made all the more self-conscious as Hatcher kept right on scratching out the melody to the song. He took a drink to hide the flush of embarrassment.
Gimme drink,
Jack ordered. When Bass took the cup from Hatcher's lips as the song sailed on, Jack asked,
What else you know?
Songs?
Any other uns?
A few I might recall if I heard the tune.
How about this'n?
And with that, Hatcher immediately slipped into a new melody without lagging a note. After a few moments, Bass realized he knew this one too. As he began to sing, Sims and Roland came over with their cups. Then others began to walk up, stopping to listen to Bass's singing. I'm lonesome since I crossed the hill and o'er the moor and valley. Such heavy thoughts my heart do fill since parting with my Sally. How he had come to love this song in that first youthful blush of manhood, if not for the lament expressed by those melancholy words he had come to know by heart so many years ago, then he loved the song because of the delicate way the notes slid up and down the scale, all of them blended this night by the bow Jack Hatcher dragged across those taut gut strings. I seek no more the fine and gay, for each does but remind me how swift the hours did pass away with the girl I've left behind me. More company men came up now, falling quiet as they came to a stop in a loose ring around Hatcher and Bass, listening intently. From the looks on their hairy, tanned faces, the glistening in their eyes as the firelight danced across them all, it was plain to read that every last one of these men had someone special left far, far behind. Many miles, and perhaps many years behind. Oh, ne'er shall I forget the night the stars were bright above me, and gently lent their silvery light when first she vowed she loved me. Hardened men all, softened for only a moment as the wistful notes of the fiddle blended with the plaintive words of one who has left behind a loved one oft remembered in quiet moments around a crackling fire here deep in the heart of the mountains where only a bold breed dared live. But now I'm bound to Brighton camp, kind heaven may favor find me, and send me safely back again to the girl I've left behind me. For long moments the last note hung in the still, cool air of that summer eve at the south shore of Sweet Lake, men struck dumb by the sweetness of the song, by its mournful sentiment. Some of the trappers chose to put their cups to their lips, there behind the tins to blink their moist eyes clear. Others chose to snort and hack, clearing throats clogged thick with sentiment. Nathan Porter pierced the ring formed by others to shove a cup at Hatcher. "Drink, friend!" When Jack took the tin, Porter turned to Bass. "That was fine, the way you singed." Embarrassed, Titus sipped at his liquor. Porter asked Hatcher, "You only play the fiddle?"
"I've been knowed to strum my hands across nigh anything with strings."
He handed the empty cup back to Porter.
"Why? You got a song you want me to play?"
"No, not no song," Porter replied.
"But we got us this squeeze box belonged to one of the boys."
"Squeeze box?"
Hatcher interrupted. "That's right," Porter stated, biting a lip before he went on. "Fella name of Ryman. Went under this past spring to some of Bug's boys." Jack's eyes lit with a merry fever.
"He had him a squeeze box?"
Nathan grinned hugely. "He did."
"Elbridge!"
Jack bellowed over the heads of the others with a childish glee. In a moment, Gray emerged through the cordon of trappers knotted around Hatcher.
"What you hail me for?"
"Porter here says he's got him a squeeze box."
"That true?"
Gray demanded, wheeling on Nathan.
"Never thort to try it out," Porter explained. "Can't none of us play it anyway."
Gray snagged one hand on Nathan's collar, fairly screaming in glee.
"Get it for me!"
"Grimes, get that squeeze box you've been packing along."
Then Porter turned back to Gray and Hatcher.
"You ain't bald-facing me now, are you?"
"This nigger can play,"
Jack testified. Porter seemed dubious.
"So where's your own squeeze box, if'n it's the true you can play?"
"Lost it,"
Gray began, his face gone morose.
"More'n a year ago now. Damn, but it broke my heart."
"Just up and lost it, did you?"
Hatcher explained.
"Didn't rightly lose it.
Elbridge got it crushed aneath a pack horse when the critter slipped off the trail and took it a slide down the mountainside."
"Had to shoot my pack horse,"
Gray added morosely.
"And then I found that squeeze box smashed like fire kindling when I untied my packs to carry 'em back up the slope."
Hatcher leaned forward and whispered, still loud enough that most men could hear.
"The man sat right down then and there, with what was left of his squeeze box broke all apart in his two hands, and took to bawling like he was a babe."
"I loved that thing,"
Gray defended himself in a squeaky voice, hands fluttering helplessly before him.
"Here!"
Grimes shouted as he burst back onto the scene.
"Gimme that!"
Gray screeched as he lunged to his feet, reaching for the concertina, ripping it from the other man's hands.
"Oh, Jack, ain't she 'bout the purtiest sight you've ever seed?"
he gushed, running his fingers over the oiled wood of both octagonal end pieces and the wrinkled leather bellows. Hatcher turned and winked at Bass.
"Damn sight purtier 'n that'n you got smashed under a dead horse what took a tumble long ago."
"It is purtier, ain't it? It is, for the truth of God,"
Gray shouted in glee as he hitched up his leather breeches before stuffing both hands inside the wide leather straps tacked to the wooden ends of the concertina. Scratch whispered into Hatcher's ear, "He really can play?"
"This boy can play like the devil his own self," Jack replied. "Ye God, he's better'n me."
Nodding in amazement, Bass turned to watch Elbridge Gray's merry face as the trapper slid up and down some scales, listening intently to the instrument's tuning. For the moment, Scratch was amazed to find himself in the fastness of these mountains, where he had been put afoot, where he had lost 3 friends to the savages somewhere downriver, where he had been scalped and left for dead, then resurrected by Jack Hatcher and his buffalo-worshipping Shoshone. Out here in the great beyond to find not only did Hatcher have along a fiddle he could play tolerable well, but now he discovered that Elbridge Gray could make all sorts of sweet sounds emerge from that hand-me-down concertina. Here in this intractable wilderness, he had found music. Real music, not just the dimming memories of tunes he carried inside his head, off-key and little used, whistled or hummed in tattered fragments as he went about his icy labors, but real, heart-stirring music.
"Hunters of Kentucky,"
Gray cried above the whooping and clapping of those crowding close.
"Get back there! Give us some room, damn it!"
Hatcher demanded from the gathering as he dragged the bow long across the strings in prelude. Turning to Gray with as big a grin as Jack ever had on his face, he roared,
"Do it, Bridge!"
Elbridge yanked the 2 ends of the concertina apart and began to stomp about in a tight circle, thumping the grassy ground with his floppy moccasins, his eyes squinted shut, fingers flying in a blur as he wheezed life into that instrument, squeezing sweet music from it, pumping the magic of song into the lonely lives of lonely men in a lonely wilderness. With the second playing of the chorus, Caleb Wood started to sing at the exact moment Jack Hatcher raised his own croaking voice. "We are a hardy, freeborn race, each man to fear a stranger. Whate'er the game we join in chase, despoiling time and danger. And if a daring foe annoys, whate'er his strength and forces, we'll show him that Kentucky boys are alligator horses. Oh, Kentucky, the hunters of Kentucky. Oh, Kentucky, the hunters of Kentucky. By then, 2 of the company trappers had joined in to sing along with Wood and Hatcher. A few of the words Titus could remember, having learned it during his years in St. Louis following the War of 1812, each time recalling that autumn journey down the Ohio and Mississippi with Ebenezer Zane's river boatmen. A stirring frontier ditty that recalled the courageous backwoodsman who had stood with Andrew Jackson against the British at the mouth of the Mississippi. I suppose you've read it in the Prince, how Pakenham attempted to make old Hickory Jackson wince, but soon his scheme repented. For we, with rifles ready cocked, thought such occasion lucky, and soon around the general flocked the hunters of Kentucky. Eventually a few more joined in, accompanied by the trapper beating his taut, willow-strung beaver hide. You've heard, I suppose, how New Orleans is famed for wealth and beauty. There's girls of every hue, it seems, from snowy white to sooty. So Pakenham he made his brags, if he in fight was lucky, he'd have their girls and cotton bags in spite of old Kentucky. Then Hatcher began to prance and bob right around Gray in a quick whirling jig of a dance, both of them kicking up dust and bits of flying grass as their feet flew. But Jackson he was wide awake and was not scarred at trifles, for well he knew what aim we take with our Kentucky rifles. So he led us down to Cypress Swamp, the ground was low and mucky. There stood John Bull in martial pomp, and here was old Kentucky. Back to back the 2 weaved and swayed, then began to do-si-do around and around one another. They found at last 'twas vain to fight, where lead was all the booty, and so they wisely took to flight, and left us all our beauty. And now if danger e'er annoys, remember what our trade is. Just send for us, Kentucky boys, and we'll protect ye, ladies. After 2 more songs, one of the company men hollered, "Meat's cut! Time for the fire!" Night had deepened, while a handful of trappers had butchered loose, bloody slabs of venison and elk. The trappers surged forward now that the supper call was raised, knives in hand, waiting for their portion. Jabbed on the end of long, sharpened sticks, the rich red meat sizzled over the flames, juices dripping into the crackling fire. Men grunted and groaned with immense, feral satisfaction until their bellies could hold no more. Then, once again, their thoughts turned to liquor. With pepper-laced alcohol warming their gullets, many of the men brought out pipes of clay or cob or briar burl, filling them with fragrant Kentucky burley, lighting them with twigs at the fireside before settling back against saddles and packs and bedrolls. "I ain't heard a squeeze box played that good since I floated the Mississap," Scratch declared with pure appreciation as he eased down beside Elbridge Gray, his tin cup in one hand, a second helping of thick tenderloin impaled on the knife he clutched in the other. Around a big bite of rare meat, Gray replied, "I'm rusty." "If'n that's rusty," Nathan Porter snorted, "I'd sure as hang want to hear you when you're oiled." Without benefit of fork, Bass held the slab of meat up, snatched hold of a bite-sized chunk between his teeth, then, holding the meat out from his lips, cut off that bite with the knife. Hardly the best of proper table manners, it was nonetheless an efficient way for a man to wolf down his fill of lean, juicy meat in less time than it would take most men to fill a pipe bowl and light it. While some ate more and a few ate less, the standard fare in the mountains was 2 pounds of meat at a sitting. Eventually, Titus grew stuffed and well satisfied, ready at last for the coffee some of the company trappers had set to boil at the edge of the fires. As he wiped his knife off across the thigh of his buckskin legging, Bass turned to Elbridge. "You'll play some more for us tonight?" Gray asked, "You're up to it, Jack?" Hatcher replied, "Dog if I ain't. When you're done coffeeing yourself, Elbridge." Minutes later, the 2 were at it again, the potent liquor continuing to flow, both company trappers and the free men frolicking with total abandon. dancing, singing, beating on the bottoms of kettles, or banging two sticks together in time to the music. They whirled in pairs or stomped about in a wild jig, knees pumping so high they near grazed a man's own chin. The night had ripened and the moon had risen before Jack shushed them all.
"Gonna play you one last song," he told them as he stood wavering back and forth, clearly feeling his cups.
"It be a foot stomper?"
"No," Hatcher growled with a snap.
Someone else yelled,
"I want a foot stomper."
"Shut up," Caleb Wood grumped at the complainer.
"I always play it,"
Hatcher explained as the group fell quiet.
"Always."
Solomon quickly explained to the others, "It's his song, boys." Quietly, Gray asked,
"You want me play with you?"
Jack nodded.
"Sure do. Sounds purtier with you siding for me, Elbridge."
Hatcher led into the tune with a long, melancholy introduction. After a few bars, Elbridge joined in, quietly, echoing Jack's plaintive notes like the answer a man would hear to a jay's call, the faint reply returning from the distance in those eastern woodlands where they had all been raised. Closing his eyes as he dragged bow across strings, the tall, homely trapper began to sing to that hushed, respectful, firelit crowd. "I'm just a poor, wayfaring stranger, traveling through this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, no toil, no danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my father, who's gone before me, no more to roam. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home." For a moment, Titus tore his eyes from Hatcher's expressive, lean, and melancholy face, glancing quickly about at the others, every last one of them spellbound by the sad, mournful strains of the two instruments, by the plaintive, feral call of Hatcher's voice as he climbed atop each new note. "I know dark clouds will gather round me. I know my way is rough and steep. Yet beautiful fields lie just before me, where God's redeemed their vigils keep. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd meet me when I come. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home." One by one, the ghostly wisps of people from his past slipped through his mind as Jack and Elbridge weaved their magic spell in that firelit darkness. A father and mother left behind in Kentucky what seemed a lifetime ago. Good men like Ebenezer Zane and Isaac Washburn dead well before their time. Billy and Silas, and even Bud Tuttle, too, those three who had come into Bass's life, then gone to their downriver deaths. Death so sudden in this wilderness. A man's end comes so in the blink of an eye on this unspeakable frontier. Every day was to be savored and cherished and fiercely embraced for all it was worth, a fact that every last one of these few gathered at the fire understood, knowing theirs would not be a Christian burial. No, none of these was the sort of man forever to lie at rest beneath some carved stone marker where family and friends could come to visit. Instead, theirs would be anonymous graves, an unheralded passing, their only memorial the glory of their having lived out their roster of days in the utter ecstasy of freedom. "I'll soon be free of every trial, my body will sleep in the churchyard. I'll drop the cross of self-denial and enter on my great reward. I'm going there to see my brothers who've gone before me one by one. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home." To die where the winter snows would lie deep in seasons still in the womb of time, their bones gnawed by predators, scattered to bleach below endless suns. To sleep out eternity where only the wind would come to sing in whisper over this place of final rest. 4. By the time Jack Hatcher's bunch began to straggle back to their bowers and bedrolls across the creek from the grove where the company men had raised their camp, a strip of sky along the eastern horizon had begun to relinquish its lampblack, noticeably graying. Dawn was not far behind. As he stumbled along, Scratch's head throbbed, tender as a red welt. Barely able to prop his eyes open any more than snaky slits, his toes groped their way through the grass and brush. Scattered among the outfit's packs and belongings, he finally located his blankets and lone buffalo robe. Sinking to the ground, Bass rolled onto his side and dragged the old Shoshone rawhide-bound saddle toward him to prop beneath his head. As he lay back upon it, the saddle's wooden frame momentarily creaked beneath the weight of his shoulders, then suddenly split apart and collapsed, smacking his head against the hard ground and the saddle's sideboards.
"What in hell are you about over there?"
John Rowland demanded as he sat up, a disheveled sight to behold. He had come back to his blankets some time before the others. Groaning as he gently rubbed the side of his skull with 2 fingertips, Bass slowly sat up. Struggling to catch his breath against the hammer pounding inside his brain, he carefully adjusted the greasy, sweat-salted blue bandana he tied over the top of his head, not only to keep his long hair out of his eyes, but to protect that bare patch of exposed cranium where he had lost his hair to an Arapaho horse thief.
"Shit," Caleb Wood grumbled as he stretched himself out once more. "Scratch can't even lay down quiet-like."
Bass held up the chewed wooden frame pieces. "My goddamned saddle come apart on me." "Come apart?" Hatcher repeated in disbelief as he rolled onto his knees and crabbed over to Bass's blanket. "Look at it!" Titus shrieked in horror as he ran fingers over the ruin of his old saddle. "I'll be go to hell, boys," Jack cried. "Come see for your own selves."
"See what?"
Kincaid asked as he loomed over them.
Right there, Hatcher instructed. See where the damned critter's been eating at it.
Critters? Titus squalled. What critters? Hatcher's eyes narrowed, looking over their encampment.
Go see to your outfits, boys. Likely Scratch ain't the only one chewed up.
Critters? Bass repeated. Hatcher watched the others scurry off to their own belongings before he turned back to Titus.
Wolves, more'n likely.
Wolves done this? He asked, letting the ruined saddle spill from his hands.
That ain't the least of it, I'd wager, Jack replied, nodding at the rest of Bass's gear.
Damn, Scratch groaned as he turned to follow Hatcher's eyes, discovering the mauled tatters of his buffalo rawhide lariat, the scattered remnants of bridle, hackamore, and cinch, and even the remains of a leather-bound gourd canteen, all of it chewed into hardly recognizable shreds.
More'n one of 'em done this, Jack, Isaac Sims called out.
Likely so, Hatcher echoed. They come in here in a pack.
Titus shook his head as he stared at the firelit debris. Wolves dare come this close to a man?
Hell, Caleb growled. Likely was a pack don't know enough to fear a two-legged man yet, Scratch. Cale's right, Sims added. Most wolf packs ain't had enough run-ins with men to be scared off from us.
Chances be this pack hasn't run across any big guns neither, Hatcher explained.
So them damned dogs just come waltzing in here? Bass whined. Whilst we was off for supper? Rowland roared with laughter, slapping a knee.
And the critters had 'em their supper on your outfit.
Look at all they chewed, Jack,
Sims clucked, wagging his head sympathetically.
Bass ain't got him near nothing left what don't need some fixin',
Rufus Graham declared. In a bad way, too, Titus grumped as he sat there in the midst of what debris remained of his leather tack and gear. Hatcher knelt beside him.
Where's your pouch?
Jehoshaphat, Bass swore as he whirled in a crouch, lunging for the tight roll of his extra blanket where he had secured his rifle and shooting bag before they had strolled over to the supper fires, for no other reason than to guard them from a quick-moving thunderstorm while they were gone from their camp. Yanking at the edges of the blanket, he rolled the weapon free, quickly inspecting the strap and bag, the narrow thongs securing the 2 powder horns to the strap, finding no damage.
You're a lucky man, Hatcher intoned.
Ain't that the solemn truth, Kincaid whimpered. Look how they got to mine.
He held up what little remained of his bag, spare balls, and a ball screw, his bullet mold spilling from the huge, ragged hole gaping in what Matthew had left of his chewed pouch.
"My only pair of spare mocks are gone," Sims groaned as he picked through his few belongings.
Graham held up his old smoothbore, showing the others those vivid teeth marks deeply scored up and down the shrunken, translucent rawhide wrap where in a time past he had repaired the cracked, weakened wood along the wrist of the stock.
"They even tried eating on this here, just 'cause it's leather."
"Shit," Bass said as he gazed round at the wolf-pack's destruction the others held up for view.
"Maybe so this means we oughtn't have a man stay in camp all the time, Jack."
"Hell," the outfit's leader snorted. "Come rendezvous, I don't know a single man jack of these here yahoos be willing to stay a hint while the rest of us go traipsing off to have us whiskey, women, and song."
"Not me," Wood bellowed. "You ain't leaving me behind."
"Not me neither," Roland said. "You each watch over your own outfits."
Hatcher turned back to Bass.
"See? Any other time of the year, a man be willing to stay back to camp for the rest. Be it trapping time, fall, or spring, a man don't mind taking his turn hanging back at a trapping camp."
"Maybe so we oughtn't go cross the creek there," Titus said, pointing. "Go yonder there with them company boys and put our camp with them. That way we ain't got to worry about—"
"We don't have to move camp,"
Hatcher interrupted. Bass couldn't believe what he had heard. Did these lean and experienced trappers mean to tell him they were willing to take the chances of wild creatures slipping into their abandoned camp to chew on anything and everything made of leather again in the future?
So you're telling me we sit and wait for these here wolves to come back and ruin some more?"
As straight-faced as he could say it, Jack stepped up to Scratch and declared,
"No, we pee."
Titus wasn't sure he'd heard Hatcher clearly.
"Did you say
pee?"
"Pee, piss, spray, same thing, Scratch."
Pee? Bass noticed most of the others smiling, some with hands over their mouths trying to suppress their guffaws.
"Egod," Jack roared. "So I gotta show you how to pee now?"
Hatcher whirled on his heel and stepped away, raising the tail of his long cotton shirt and tugging aside the blanket breech clout as he went purposefully to the bushes at the north end of their camp. Titus stood rooted to the spot, unsure just what he was to do.
"Go on,"
Caleb instructed, flinging a hand in Jack's direction.
"Rest of us be right behind you."
Suspicious that he was having his leg pulled but good, Scratch reluctantly followed in Hatcher's steps, stopping nearby as the outfit's leader pulled out his penis and began to spray the base of the thick brush with urine as he sidestepped to his left, still spraying a thin stream in the cool dawn air.
"What the hell you peeing for?"
Hatcher inched away from Bass, doing his best to control the amount of urine he sprayed on the brush, slowly sidling in a wide arc at the far edge of their encampment.
"Keeps the wolves away."
Bass laughed with how ridiculous that sounded, but the moment he began, he noticed that no one else was laughing with him.
"How a little bit of your piss gonna keep wolves away?"
"Wolf and other dog critters piss here and there to lay out their own ground," Jack explained as he moved off a bit farther. "They tell others of their own kind what belongs to them and what don't." "That means when we spray round our camp," Sims declared, "chances are the wolves won't come in to bother our gear and truck."
Wagging his head, Bass said, "But Hatcher ain't got him enough pee to wet clear round this here camp." Jack stood shaking his penis, empty.
"Maybe not. But Caleb, come on up beside me and mark our camp from here."
Wood stepped up, pulling at the antler buttons on the front of his leather breeches to begin peeing right where Hatcher had left off. As Titus watched in amazement, the others began roaring with laughter, hopping drunkenly toward the bushes where they each took their turn at this duty, circumscribing their camp with the smell of urine, marking off their territory, staking it out as if to declare to the wolves that this was a boundary not to be crossed.
"Ain't no little bit of your piss gonna make no never mind to no wolf pack,"
Scratch snorted cynically as he watched the other 8 having themselves far too much fun for him to take this seriously.
You can go piss your liquor away anywhere you want, Scratch, Hatcher stated, or you can piss where it just might do all of us some good.
All right, you had your fun with me, Bass replied lamely. I'm certain you boys just laughing inside on my count.
I'm dead to rights serious, Jack argued.
This is one critter to another, Caleb declared. Wolf'll stay away, Solomon agreed. I seen it my own self.
Kincaid held up the ragged remains of his shooting pouch. Wished we'd done it afore we went off to supper. Where am I going to get me 'nother bag now? Even there ain't one to trade off these company fellers, Roland said. We make you a new one, Matthew. Hatcher turned to Bass as the edge of the sun broke over the nearby hills, spreading day's light into the valley.
You gonna pee, or you gonna stand there gawking at me like a idjit?
With a gust of easy laughter, Scratch stepped away toward the far bushes, pulling aside his breech clout as he said, I'll take my turn at it, Jack Hatcher. Then I'm sleeping out the day. A damned good idea that had been, to sleep out the day there in the shade of their grove after last night's drinking and raucous carousing at the brigade fire. But near midday, another of the company's brigades hoved into sight along the eastern hills, the noise and excitement electrifying the valley. Among them rode the merry Daniel Potts. It's been 2 years since last I saw you, Bass cried with joy as Potts unhorsed himself among the early arrivals.
That really you, Titus Bass?
Damn if it ain't, Daniel.
Thought you mightn't gone under, friend.
Came close, Scratch replied, tapping a finger against that taut blue cloth tied over his head.
Rapahoes raised some hair and left me for dead.
But you're standing here flapping your ugly mug just to show me you pulled through.
Damn right I pulled through, Daniel, Scratch bellowed. I've been working on me a thirst for 2 years now, but we come riding in here to hear the traders has already been out here and gone.
We-uns got our supplies back to early spring our own selves, Potts explained, his merry eyes twinkling. 'Stead of you doing without come time for the fall hunt, I'll see what I can spare you.
No, I don't want you to go short of nothing, Daniel interrupted.
I won't, Scratch, but likewise I won't see no friend of mine go short neither, not when I can help it.
Craning his neck here and there, Bass glanced over the rest of the new arrivals.
Where's that dandy goes by the name of Jim Beckwith was with you 2 years ago?
He ain't with us.
Beckwith go under? Titus asked gravely.
Nah, Potts replied. He's riding with 'nother brigade this spring. Are you here with them 3 what looked down their noses at Negra Jim?
Wagging his head, Bass explained. Them 3, they went under.
How?
Rubbed out somewheres on the Yallerstone. Potts's face went sad as he said dolefully,
Likely Sue's they were, Scratch. Maybe so Ree got 'em.
Let's pull your truck off your horse and get it over to the shade, Daniel Potts, Titus suggested, wanting nothing more than to shake off the gray cloud brought him by that remembrance of those 3. You're the child what's got 2 years of stories to catch me up on. Late that afternoon, the growing encampment of white trappers witnessed the arrival of a large band of Flathead who announced that a sizable party of Americans would likely be reaching them sometime the following morning, as they were traveling not all that far behind the migrating village. By sunset, the southwestern sky was dippled with the concentric swirls of rope-bound lodge poles over which the women had stretched their smoked buffalo hides. Bright fires glowed at twilight outside each lodge as supper was prepared, a time when the young men were the first to venture into the trapper camp.
They're a pretty people, don't you think?
Potts asked as he settled in beside Bass at a large fire.
Handsome warriors they make, that they do.
Invited to sit around the fires, the Flathead men joined the Americans for supper. Then for many cups of hot coffee and much smoking of the pipes that made the circles time and again. And finally, the old men showed up out of the darkness, 2 of them dragging a large drum between them. Setting it down within the firelight's glow, the two squatted, quickly joined by others who likewise sat cross-legged and removed sturdy drumsticks from their belts. One coarsely wrinkled man began to sing at the first thump of the huge drum, the others joining in as the songs and the celebration and the night went on. It was near dawn that second morning when Bass and some of the others dragged back to their camp across the creek. He stumbled forward to his knees on the bedding, more weary than he could remember being in a long, long time. Then he collapsed onto the blankets and let out a long sigh.
"Wolves come back and chew up anything else of urine, Titus Bass?"
Hatcher called out as his head sank back against his saddle.
"Not that I see, Jack."
Hatcher chuckled.
"Damn right they didn't."
Then Caleb said, "And they won't neither. Not with us peeing a line round our camp the way we done." "That what kept the wolves away from our plunder, eh?" Scratch asked.
"One of these days, maybe so you'll believe,"
Jack advised as he rolled onto a shoulder and let out a contented sigh.
"Right now, all I want to believe in is sleep," Bass replied. "I got cut out of my sleep yesterday and again last night, so I'm aiming to sleep right on through to sundown today."
From across their small camp, Kincaid asked,
"What about the wolves slipping in to chew on your possibles while you're napping, Scratch?" "To hell with wolves. Long as the sons of bitches don't gnaw on me, I'm sleeping right on through everything."
But undisturbed, they were not to remain.
"Blackfoot to the north!"
It was near mid-morning on that third day when the distant voice bellowing the terrible news split into Bass's hazy dreaming there in a patch of shade where the breeze rustled the brush overhead.
"Blackfoot got some of our boys pinned down!"
His mind still numbed with half-baked, interrupted sleep, Bass rolled off his hip and onto his knees, blinking against the glare of bright summer light, trying to focus on the mid-distance where two horsemen were approaching out of the north, their lathered animals racing along the eastern side of the lake as they bellowed their warning. Reluctantly, he joined the rest as they quickly splashed across the stream to stand with the company men as the two riders reined up in a shower of dust and grass clods. Both of them had stripped to the waist in the heat, tying black silk bandanas around their heads.
Some man on foot called out, "Damn if we didn't take you for Injuns at first."
One of the riders gulped, saying,
"We throwed off our clothes to look the Injun when we rode through the Blackfoots what got us surrounded."
"Who you fellers with?" Porter demanded as he lunged up to seize hold on one of the reins. Brody answered for the dry-mouthed riders.
"He's with Campbell."
Someone hollered,
"Bob Campbell's bunch?"
Brody explained to the anxious group.
"Campbell's brigade was up to Flathead country last winter."
Then he squinted into the bright light, staring right up at the breathless rider.
"You boys taken any dead or wounded?"
Wagging his head, the second rider answered,
"Don't rightly know. There was some 30 of us to start with, I suppose. Campbell sent us riding soon as we was jumped."
"You sartin they're really Blackfoot?"
a man cried out.
"Nary a man in this company don't know him Blackfoot from Digger," someone shouted angrily. "Bob Campbell says they're Blackfoot, then they're Blackfoot, by God."
"Where?"
The first rider pointed north.
15 mile, maybe?"
"That's a long ride," Porter replied. "A hard one at full out, too."
Brody nodded.
"Best we get started, boys. Let's leave back a dozen or so to stay with camp and the extra animals." "Bring in them horses and mules what we ain't riding," Porter ordered.
Brody turned, his eyes scanning the crowd until he found Mad Jack.
"Hatcher, your bunch planning on throwing in for this fight?"
"Don't see why not," Jack responded. "We ain't the kind to let Blackfoot have their way with no American. To hell with Bugs' boys."
An instant and spontaneous roar erupted from the 70-some trappers knotted around those two weary riders and played-out horses. Bass pushed through the throng to reach the knee of one of the horsemen, saying,
"Get yourself down and watered. We'll bring you up a fresh horse afore we're ready to ride out."
"You coming with us, Titus Bass?"
Turning, Scratch found Daniel Potts headed his way, followed by a handful of familiar faces.
"You boys riding out to the fight?"
No bushway gonna order me to stay back to camp and nursemaid no caviar when there's Blackfeets to fight. Damn right I'm going.
Bass cheered. I'll ride with you.
Be quick about it, Daniel ordered. I don't want the others to have the jump on us.
Splashing his way across the creek and sprinting into the meadow, Bass hurriedly freed the long halter rope from the iron picket pin he had driven into the ground near their camp, leaped atop the pony's bare back, and loped it back to his blanket shelter at an urgent trot. After dropping his shooting pouch and horns over his right shoulder, then gathering up his pistol and the full-stock Derringer rifle, Scratch vaulted onto the warm, bare backbone of his saddle horse. This time, he would ride far and hard without that second-hand Shoshone snare saddle. Without stirrups, he kicked his heels into the pony's ribs. Hip! Hip-haw! By the time the first of the trappers were streaming north along the eastern shore of Sweet Lake, Flathead warriors were mounting up at the edge of their village. Women and children darted here and there, bringing their men shields and bows and quivers filled with war arrows. Everywhere dogs were underfoot, barking and howling, somehow aware of the importance of this moment as the Flathead men quickly completed their personal medicine, got themselves painted and dressed for battle, then sprinted off to fight their ancient enemies. What a sight that determined cavalcade made that summer morning! Beneath a brilliant sun, the colors seemed all the brighter in the flash of wind-borne feathers and scalp locks and earth paint, the showy glint of old smoothbore muskets and shiny brass tomahawks and fur-wrapped stone war clubs waved high beside those long coup sticks held aloft in the mad gallop, just as any army would carry its hard-won banners before them as it rode against its foe. Mile after mile, Scratch raced at the head of a growing V of horsemen as more trappers burst out of camp, mingling with the mounted Flathead warriors, the widening parade streaming behind Bass and Potts, leading the rest at the arrow's tip. Here and there the land rose gently, then fell again until they reached the bottom of a draw, where they had to leap their horses over each narrow creek feeding the long, narrow lake from the hills beyond. After urging all they could out of their horses for more than the hour it took them to cover the 15 miles, those at the head of the cavalcade heard the first of the gunshots in the distance. And moments later, the rescuers galloping in heard the first war cries of the Blackfoot Raiders. As they reached the top of a gentle rise, the low plain spread out before them. Less than a mile away, the scene was easy to read. The Blackfoot already had possession of most of the trappers' horses and mules, having driven them to the northwest, off toward the shore of the lake where the herd was protected by a handful of their warriors. On their broad backs were still lashed the fat packs of beaver, the fruits of 2 long, lonely seasons of back-breaking labor by Robert Campbell's brigade. The rest of the attackers clearly had the white men surrounded in a small cluster of rocks. It was hard for Bass to tell just how many men were hunkered down within that tightening ring he could see was drawing closer and closer. Suddenly a lone warrior stood up in the grass, waving his arms wildly, pointing at the mid-distance. He had spotted the first few rescuers. More white men joined by Flathead horsemen. One by one, more than 100 warriors quickly bristled from the brush and grass, beginning to sprint in an effort to meet boldly the new assault showing itself on that hilltop Bass had just abandoned as he and the first riders raced down the slope toward the raiders, toward that small ring of boulders and stunted brush where Bob Campbell's men fought for their hides.
Ride right through 'em,
Potts hollered at Titus. With tears streaming from his eyes as the dry wind whipped them both in the face, Scratch glanced behind him at the dozen or so others, then nodded.
Don't you dare pull back on that rein as we shoot through, Daniel.
Woo-wee! Hey-ya! Bass hollered himself at the sudden new surge of adrenaline warming his veins, kicking the tired horse in the ribs, leaning forward as they bounded over the tall grass, heading straight for the enemy, who began to clot together to form a phalanx on foot that was inching its way toward these new targets. Scratch felt his empty stomach knot as more and more of the warriors joined the numbers already headed their way. His head pounded with more than the lack of sleep, more than a hangover from the potent grain alcohol, more than the hammering of the last hour's race to lift this siege. As he neared that wall of Blackfoot, Bass spotted the dark carcasses beyond the warriors in the tall grass, the bodies of dead horses lying here and there around those rocks where the trappers had just spotted the approach of their rescuers. Closer and closer, he and Potts sprinted for the Blackfoot line, close enough now to hear their shrill war cries, close enough to hear the whooping of the trappers, whose mouths owned in celebration as the first of them stood within their rocks, waving rifles and broad-brimmed hats. Less than 80 yards remained between Bass and the Blackfoot. A ball whined past, splitting the air between him and Potts. Then a flying covey of arrows arched out of the grass, bursting from 100 bows, speeding across the stainless blue of the summer sky, quickly reaching their zenith before they began to fall. 50 yards from the enemy. The bowmen were many, but the horsemen were quicker. They were already ahead of those first arrows, which hissed into the grass at their heels. No more than 20 yards remained as Bass leaned forward, pressing himself against the pony's withers, laying his sunburned cheek along the damp, lathered neck, his toes digging into the animal's ribs. 10 yards, a matter of 2 swift strides, and Bass was there before them, close enough to see paint and color and dark eyes beneath the greased hair tied up in a provocative challenge to raise a scalp lock. Swinging clubs and bows and an old fusee, more than 8 surged toward him as he burst into their midst. The frightened pony sidestepped, then lunged forward again as the warriors swung and leaped and cried out to frighten the animal, to scare their enemy. First one bow, then a stone club smacked his legs, raked along the horse's ribs, grazed along its bobbing neck as he shot past. Suddenly, Scratch became aware that he had plunged into the most dangerous moments of their dash through the enemy's lines. He twisted to look over his shoulder beyond the pony's flying tail. More than half of the Blackfoot had turned, stringing arrows to shoot at him and Potts and those first few Flathead warriors, to shoot them in the back at the moment they streamed through the enemy phalanx. "Watch your backside!" Bass screamed, the words ripped from his mouth as the riders closed on the rocky fortress. "Damned buggers!" Potts growled. "Gonna shoot us in the ass!" Behind them streamed more than 60 mounted trappers, both free and company men. At least that many Flathead horsemen were mixed in among them as they galloped toward the Blackfoot, who were quickly realizing that the odds were beginning to tip from their favor. In the rocks ahead, black forms became men, and faces took shape beneath the shadow of hats. Sounds became words, cries of joy and shouts of challenge flung back now at the enemy. As a handful of arrows clattered around them, Bass and Potts crossed the last few yards as 3 of the besieged trappers emerged from the rocks, hollering, reaching for the horses, eager to drag the horsemen to the ground and back to the safety of their tiny fortress. "Potts!" a tall, full-faced man bellowed as he dashed up. His left cheek was bleeding, having been grazed by the stone tip of a war arrow. "Is that really you, Potts?" "Campbell?" "Aye, it's me, lad," the brigade leader shouted, jumping forward to seize Potts in both arms and pound him soundly about the shoulders. "Good to see you standing, Bouchway." "They'd had us all eventually," Campbell said gravely as he stepped back toward the rocks. "Had all of you not shown up." Bass agreed as he stepped up. "If rendezvous wasn't close, you'd all gone under." Then Scratch knelt suddenly, peering about him at that scene within the crude oval of rocks. More than a handful of half-breed children, at least that many Indian women, all huddled next to some of the white trappers as they helped their men reload weapons, these stoic mothers preparing to sell their lives dearly come a final assault on that narrow compound. Bass's eyes stopped here and there, looking over the bodies sprawled on the ground within the fortress. 3 of the dead had a blanket, a hat, or their own leather shirt pulled over their faces. At least 3 more were having their wounds attended to by comrades who washed off blood with water dipped from the trickle of a spring that issued within the rocks. A few others firmly held bloody compresses against their bright, bleeding injuries. "Would I know?" Then Daniel took a deep breath before gesturing at the dead and continued quietly,
Do I know any of these?
With a doleful cloud passing over his face, Campbell replied,
You know every one of them, Potts.
Immediately sinking to his knees, Daniel dragged back the edge of a greasy blanket, stared a moment at the familiar face, then gently replaced the blanket. His shoulders quaking in grief and rage, he suddenly tore at the bloody grass with both hands as a guttural cry burst from his throat.
Damn these thieving bastards! He roared.
Bass stepped up to stand beside the man, placing a hand on his trembling shoulder.
Fools they were,
Daniel's voice cracked.
Just like me, Scratch. Fools just like me for coming out here where there ain't no God to watch over a man.
Damn right, Potts,
one of the wounded said in a small voice grown weak from loss of blood. He had a bandage wrapped around his head, the bloody cloth covering one eye and all but concealing half his face.
That you, Scott?
Hiram Scott nodded.
God don't dare come out this side of the Missouri, Potts.
Daniel looked up, eyes imploring as his clenched fists slowly opened, allowing the broken blades of bloody grass to spill from them.
I ain't staying here no more, Captain Campbell.
The brigade leader protested.
We get these Blackfoot run off, we're moving on to rendezvous.
I don't mean staying to rendezvous, damn it,
Potts spat to interrupt.
I ain't staying out here in this country.
Campbell started.
It's natural for a man to be bitter.
God don't look down from heaven on this country, Potts shrieked. Not for no white man, he don't.
On the ground, the wounded Scott agreed.
Not a man gonna convince me God's looking down on this land. This place fit only for the devil's kind.
Raising his face toward the sky, Potts roared in grief.
Man crosses the Missouri and leaves the settlements behind. There ain't no angels watching his back then, and there ain't no God to drive off Satan's whelps clear away out here.
Look here around you, boys. There, and there. Look, and you'll see the proof of it.
Scott winced in pain as he straightened, then continued.
No God in this sky out here. No God at all.
Bass watched the tears stream down the wounded trapper's bloody face as he went to sobbing quietly. Why some were spared and others heard their number called, Bass figured he would never know. Likely this was something only someone like his mother could answer, if not one of those circuit-riding preachers. No reason and no rhyme could he put to it. Yet one thing was for certain. Out here, he had discovered that the choices were simpler and more sharply drawn than at any time in his life. And out here in this unforgiving wilderness, the consequences became all the more sudden and stark for those who chose to chance fate beneath this seamless dome of endless sky.
Look at him,
a man shouted nearby.
Bugs Boy's turning tail.
In the mid-distance, gunfire rattled as the onrushing horsemen fired their rifles at the retreating Blackfoot raiders, white man and flathead alike, all whooping the moment they shot past the rocky fortress to the cheers of Campbell's survivors.
I see you brought us reinforcements, Titus Bass.
Bass turned at the distantly familiar drawl to the voice, finding the tall, handsome mulatto stepping up through the tall grass, gunpowder smudged across his mud-colored face, that black shoulder-length hair tightly braided and wrapped in trade ribbon. Titus asked, "Beckwith?"
"None other,"
and he held out his hand.
"Thought you was dead when we didn't see you last summer."
"Some tried," Bass roared, as he pumped the arm of that Virginia-born son of a white planter and a negress that planter eventually married before moving his family to Frontier, Missouri. "Where you been in this fight, Jim? Laying low?"
"Right out there in the grass,"
Beckwith explained and pointed.
"Didn't like the feel of these here rocks. Never felt easy about being closed up in a fight. Always figured to have me a way out." "Look at 'em!"
Campbell declared loudly as he waved both arms at the passing horsemen.
"Look at all those lovely white faces,"
Scratch reminded. "Flathead, too."
See how them devil's sons scamper? Cried another man, pointing at the retreating warriors.
At that moment, the enemy had begun their wholesale retreat from the fight, able to see they were soon to be on the losing side. Easy to realize that now was the time to get away with their stolen plunder and captured horses while they could.
Sons of bitches got their hands on more than $5,000 in beaver, Campbell fumed as he angrily dragged some fingers across the oozing cheek wound.
A clerk stepped up and added, "And 2 mules with some of our trade goods too, Cap'n."
Robert Campbell whirled on him, glowering.
How many horses they get?
"They're running off with more'n 40 head.
Damn their black hearts, Campbell cursed.
Then, as if to rally his own flagging spirits, the brigade leader quickly tore the shapeless hat from his head and waved it aloft at the last of the rescuers racing their way, those horsemen shooting past the little fortress like a spring torrent. Campbell joined the rest in clambering atop the low rocks to wave and whoop and whistle as the last of the Blackfoot hurriedly mounted and started to tear away with their booty, driving the brigade's horses and mules before them.
"When'd they hit you?" asked one of the horsemen who had circled back, bringing his horse to a halt just outside the rocks.
Not long after we put to the trail this morning, Campbell explained. All told, must have been more than 200 of 'em dogging our back trail for the last day or so.
Likely picked up your scent day before yesterday. Nearby, Hiram Scott added, "We made a run for it to get this far."
Lucky these rocks were here when we needed 'em, Campbell added. I spotted these willows and made for 'em. Then we found the spring. At least we'd have water. So I prepared the men for a long siege of it.
The rider glanced over the dead and wounded. "You kill any of 'em your own selves?"
"Maybe a half dozen," Campbell declared. "Knocked a bunch out of the saddle, but the others come in and rode off with every bastard we knocked off a pony."
Titus turned back to say, "Wouldn't have mattered to have you water in here, Bushway. Looks to be they was whittling your side down a mite fast." After a long sigh, Campbell blinked his eyes as if they smarted and said,
"When I sent the riders out, we were running low on powder and ball. Truth be, we were all preparing for the worst. If these Blackfoot had jumped us any farther from your camp, we'd been finished but good."
"Not a chance you'd hung on agin that many," the rider said as he wheeled his horse about, giving it the heels to speed away after the rest of those chasing the retreating raiders. Beckwith stepped up to Campbell. "There's another one of our dead out in the grass. I made sure none of them Blackfeet got close enough to scalp him."
"I know," the brigade leader replied. "It's Boldu. A damned good cook he was, too." He nodded toward one of the women. "His flathead wife made it in on the run, but Lewis was just too old, just too slow. I watched him drop, praying he was playing rabbit."
"His woman's got to grieve proper, in the way of her own people," Bass said, turning to Beckwith. "Why don't you take her to the man's body, Jim?" With a nod, the mulatto stepped over to the flathead woman and made sign for her to follow him. Bass watched them scramble over the rocks and hurry out through the tall grass.
"Let's get what horses we have left and see how best to get our wounded and dead into camp," Campbell ordered, directing some of the men to bring up the few horses they still possessed. He turned to Bass. "How far to camp?"
At the moment Titus opened his mouth to speak, the flathead woman raised a mournful wail from the prairie. With the hair prickling on the back of his neck, Scratch turned to see her crumple down to her knees, bending over the body of Louis Bouldeau. There she rocked back and forth as Beckwith stood nearby, his hat held in both hands. For the life of him, Bass didn't know what was a more pitiful sight: Potts mourning over the body of an old friend, or the squaw keening over the body of her man. "Not far, Bushway," Bass finally answered, tearing his eyes from the woman, yanking her knife from its scabbard, dragging it across the first clump of hair she held out in the other hand as she hacked it from her head. This she held up toward the sky, slowly opening her left hand to let that hair spill into the wind. "You ain't far from camp now." Then, as the other survivors began to pick their way out of the rocks, Scratch turned his face to gaze at the sky so immense overhead, wondering just how far a man was from God out here now.
Mind my word, boys. I ain't gonna pay these scalping prices to no man, no bushway, no goddamned company."
Scratch stepped up to the outer fringe of that gathering of free trappers who were loosely circled around a bare-headed older man intently haranguing the swelling crowd beneath a hot summer sun that late morning, 4 days after their scrap with the Blackfeet.
"Damn the mountain prices," someone called from the crowd.
"But that's just what they are," Jack Hatcher bellowed as Bass stopped at his elbow.
"These here are mountain prices, Glass, and a free man pays or a free man don't dance."
You say his name is Glass?" Scratch asked in a whisper. From the side of his mouth, Hatcher said with an admiring grin,
"Yep, Glass be that old Wolfbait's name."
Turning and taking a step closer to Mad Jack, Glass grumbled,
"I'll wager you're the kind what riggers it's fair for the traders to charge us twice or 3 times what things is worth just for 'em bringing the goods all the way out here to us, eh?"
"Every man's entitled to have hisself paid for his labor," Jack argued, "even a damned double-backed, gobble-necked trader." Glass wagged his head, sputtering.
But, you're a free man."
Bass whispered, pursuing his question. "That really Hugh Glass?"
"And I'll die a free man what don't pay no tariff to no company, and no tariff to you neither," he hollered back at Glass.
Then Hatcher quickly turned his head to look Titus square in the face. "You heard tell of that old coon?" "I do," Scratch replied in a hush. "First heard of him clear back to St. Louis. Friend of mine told me about that old feller dragging himself back to the Missouri after a sow grizzly chewed him up and he was left for dead by the bunch he was traveling with." Hatcher grinned.
"That's the man, all right. One and the same. Have him show you his scars after he steps down from preaching hellfire to this short pew of sinners."
"What's the rub he's greasing?" Scratch asked.
"Like Glass is saying, all these here men oughtn't take a stand against being dangled at the mercy of the traders. Him and a few others trailed in here with him yesterday and called all the free men together out of the camps to grouse about the tall prices we're faced with paying to Smith, Jackson, and Sublet."
"For the life of me, sounded there like you was coming down on the other side of this fight," Scratch replied.
"Nah," Jack explained with a widening grin. "Hell, Glass does have him a good point, and he's right on most every count. I'm just the nigger what likes to argufy with that old buzzard every now and then 'cause it gets him so riled, about as steamed as a unwatched tea kettle over the fire."
"So what's Glass figure we can do about what toll the traders charge us for their goods?"
"And for what they give us for our plews," Hatcher added. "Don't forget they got us 2 ways of Sunday."
"Like I told you, them 3 friends of mine got rubbed out with my furs last summer. They figured to float down river to the first post they come on to and trade there, instead of packing our plew into Rendezvous, where a trader can scalp us both top and bottom." As the heated discussion continued among the gathering, Jack wagged his head.
"You saying we should pack our furs all the way to a fort, Scratch? You know how far the closest post is nowadays?"
"Why, we ride in all the way to Rendezvous," Bass explained. "Ain't nothing more to ride our plew all the way to a fort."
"Damn, closest fort's clear over to Missouri, taking a man right through Sioux and Ree country, Scratch."
Glass shushed the crowd and stepped toward Titus and Jack.
"Did I just hear you fellers talking about taking your furs to a fort clear over on the Missouri?"
"As crazy a notion as I've ever heard," Hatcher snorted with a wry grin.
"Then again, maybe not,"
Glass declared, turning his eyes to gaze at Scratch.
"Way you're talking, friend. Must be you heard of the new post they're building at the mouth of the Yallerstone."
With a shake of his head, Titus answered, "No, I ain't heard no such a thing."
"That's old news, Glass," cried someone in the crowd.
Another man called out, "No man's had the balls to open Henry's old post in many a year." Whirling on the naysayers, Glass roared,
"You dumb digger-brained idiots! I ain't talking about Henry's old post."
"What fort at the mouth of the Yallerstone you speaking of?" Jack demanded, glaring at the old trapper.
"Mackenzie's post."
Amid the sudden noisy murmurs in the crowd, Hatcher asked, "The same Mackenzie been on the upper river for some time?"
"That's the nigger," Glass declared.
The one what runs the Upper Missouri outfit for American Fur now."
His head bobbing, Caleb Wood shouted,
"That's a man knows what he's doing."
Titus asked, "Where you hear all this news, Glass?" Glass turned back to Scratch.
"From Mackenzie's own tongue hisself."
The mumblings and murmurings grew louder among the free trappers until Glass waved his arms and got the crowd shushed.
"This last spring I run across a bunch of pork-eaters raising their stockade walls up there on some high ground just above the mouth of the Yallerstone," Glass explained after he had those curious men completely quiet. "Mackenzie his own self was there, seeing the place was built proper. Said he was naming it Fort Floyd."
"That's still a hell of a trip up to that country,"
Solomon Fish complained, scratching contemplatively at his beard of blonde ringlets.
"Then come to rendezvous year after year," Glass replied with a shrug, "and pay mountain prices."
Hatcher demanded, "Mackenzie's prices gonna be better?"
"Yeah,"
Scratch protested. "And is he gonna give us a better dollar on our plue?" Stepping back toward Titus, Glass explained,
"Mackenzie didn't say much more'n asking me to come down here to rendezvous and tell you he was open for business, even while they're building the post."
Some of the men looked at one another, almost as if calculating the journey they would have to make then and there that very summer if they chose to pack their beaver all the way north to where the Missouri River issued out of the Badlands. Matthew Kincaid stepped up to ask,
"If'n you come as a courier for this Mackenzie and the American Fur Company, what you get out of it, Glass?"
"I got me a new rifle and 100 pounds of bar lead, boys," Glass admitted, then began to tap his chest with a gnarled finger. "But more'n that, I come away from this here meeting knowing I done right by all the free men in these mountains."
Isaac Sims asked,
"So what's a man left to do who don't see going all the way to the mouth of the Yallerstone to trade with American fur?"
"Way I figure it," Glass replied, "least a man ought to have him a choice."
"If'n Mackenzie didn't tell you to guarantee he'd beat mountain prices," Hatcher began, "what's to come of us when we get all the way there and this here Mackenzie turns out to be just as much a thief as Ashley, Sublet, or any of 'em?"
Bass held up his arms for quiet, and before Glass could reply, he said,
"Maybe you oughtn't go back to Mackenzie and tell him we're interested, but he should bring his trade goods to rendezvous, where we'll have us 2 traders to sell to on the same spot."
"2 traders?
That'd keep prices down."
Then another voice bellowed,
"And plue prices up."
The roar was unanimous. Excitement energized the congregation as they babbled about the possibility of actually having competition among traders, competition in the dollar given for beaver, in those prices charged for a man's necessaries once a year. No longer would they be at the mercy of one trader who kept the price of beaver low and the cost of goods sky high.
"Is that the word what you fellers want me to carry back to Mackenzie at Fort Floyd?" Glass inquired after the crowd fell quiet once more.
The first man yelled,
"Tell the Upper Missouri outfit to come to rendezvous." "Tell Mackenzie the free men in the mountains will make it worth the trip."
And a third cheered,
"Tell him men like us ain't at the mercy of traders no more."
That summer of 1828, none of those double-riveted, iron-mounted free trappers had any idea that the invitation they were extending to Alexander Mackenzie of the American Fur Company's Upper Missouri outfit would prove to be akin to the sort of dinner invitation the inhabitants of a hen house would extend to a hungry fox in a well-known children's fable. For now, the only men truly standing between the free trappers and their being at the mercy of American Fur's total monopoly in the mountains were St. Louis traders William Ashley and Billy Sublet. In less than a decade, however, John Jacob Astor's company would be trading without competition in the far west, able to dictate what it would pay for fur, to demand what it would for supplies. In less than a decade, American Fur would be king of the mountains. But for now, for the next few glorious seasons of an all-too-brief era in the early West, the free men would rule the Rockies. As it was, things did not look all that bright for the American Fur Company that hot July. The previous fall, Joshua Pilcher and his partner, William Bent, led a party of 45 men west from Council Bluffs, their supplies and trade goods provided on contract by Astor's company. Then, somewhere on the upper North Platte, the Crow struck and drove off most of their horses. Pilcher was forced to cache most of his trade goods before proceeding over South Pass and on to the Green River, where he planned to winter his brigade. Having traded for horses from the Shoshone with the arrival of spring, Pilcher sent some of his hands back to raise their cache, only to find most everything destroyed by water seepage. With what little he could salvage, the Bouchouet didn't have much to offer those coming to rendezvous at Sweet Lake. Showing up late and hampered by his pitifully small supply of goods, Joshua Pilcher succeeded in trading the free trappers for a paltry 17 packs of beaver before the fur hunters began drifting off in all directions. As the grasses browned and the land baked late that summer, Pilcher and Bent dissolved their partnership. While Bent started back to St. Louis with their miserable take for the year, Pilcher and 9 of his trappers left rendezvous following David Jackson and Thomas Fitzpatrick on their way north to the land of the Flathead, that brigade bolstered by a good share of the trappers who had deserted Pilcher at Sweet Lake. That next morning, the brigade, led by Robert Campbell and Jim Bridger, departed for Powder River country and the home of the Crow. Company partner Jedediah Strong Smith hadn't shown up at Sweet Lake that summer. The carousing men drank toasts to him and his California brigade, hoping that Jed's boys had not bumped up against disaster. Maybe next year they would all be together once more.
"It's been a good season," cheered William Sublette as he started his caravan on its return trip to St. Louis. "We're out of debt and in control of the mountain trade."
"Let Astor have the rivers," Davy Jackson had proposed.
"Damn right," Sublette agreed. "The mountain trade is ours."
"See you on the Poposha next summer, Bill."
"See you on the Poposha."
This business was growing slow and sure, and rendezvous had proved to be the way to supply the company men, the way the partners could secure the biggest return from the trappers' dangerous labor in the mountains. That first day of August, Sublette turned east with more than 7,700 pounds of beaver that they had purchased for $3 a pound, fur that would bring them over $5 per in St. Louis. In addition, Sublette had 49 otter skins, 73 muskrat skins, and 27 pounds of castoreum aboard his pack mules. After paying off General Ashley the $20,000 they owed him for the year's supplies, the 3 partners were left with a profit of more than $16,000. It had indeed been a good year in the mountains. 5.
"Say, Mad Jack,"
the fiery-headed trapper cried as he tottered up atop one good leg, the other a wooden peg, his face rouged with the blush of strong liquor. "Tom, you old she-painter," Hatcher shouted back as he took the fiddle from beneath his chin. "Thought you'd took off with Jackson or Bridger already."
"No,"
the peg-legged trapper said as he came to a weaving halt, his bloodshot eyes glassy.
"Me and some boys are moving southwest in a few days. See for our own selves what lays between here and California."
"Your favorite tune still be Barbara Allen?"
"Damn right," Tom Smith replied. "That squeezebox feller know it good as you?"
Jack laughed. "Elbridge knows it better'n me."
"Sing it for me, boys,"
Smith said as he collapsed onto the grass, stretching out that battered wooden peg, clearly the worse for frontier wear.
"Sing it soft and purty."
"In Scarlet Town, where I was born, there was a fair maid dwellin', made every youth cry, well a day. Her name was Barbara Allen. 'Twas in the merry month of May, when green buds they were swellin', sweet William on his deathbed lay, for the love of Barbara Allen." "I ain't never seed a man stand so good, having him only one good leg," Titus whispered to Matthew Kincaid.
"Peg leg Tom?"
Scratch nodded. "How he come by it?" Isaac Sims answered, "Cut it off hisself, Scratch." "The hell you say?" Scratch replied in amazement, staring at the crude whittled peg. He sent his servant to the town, the place where she was dwellin', cried, Master bids you come to him, if your name be Barbara Allen. Well, slowly, slowly got she up, and slowly went she nigh him. But all she said as she passed his bed, Young man, I think you're dyin'.
Isaac speaks the bald-faced truth, Caleb Wood stated with one bob of his jutting chin.
Injun's rifle ball broke both bones in the leg right here, Kincaid declared as he bent over and tapped his own leg just below the knee.
Sims snorted. Figure on how much that'd pain a man. She walked out in the green fields. She heard his death bells knellin', and every stroke they seemed to say, Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. Oh, Father, Father, dig my grave, go dig it deep and narrow. Sweet William died for me today, I'll die for him tomorrow. Look at the man just sitting there easy-like, tapping the end of that old peg on the ground like it was his foot, Solomon said.
Scratch prodded. So tell me who really cut it off him.
Isaac told you. Smith done it his own self, Kincaid declared. Well, most of it anyways. First off, he got good and drunk afore starting down through the meat with his own scalping knife.
Shit, Bass whispered with a shudder.
Passed out by the time it was to cut on bone, Sims took up the story. 2 other uns had to finish the job for him. They burned the end of that stump with a red-hot fire iron to stop the bleeding, then went off and buried the leg far enough away that Smith could never go looking for it.
Go looking for it? Scratch repeated.
Damn if that ain't what I seen happen with every man lost a arm or leg, Solomon Fish stated. Like something pulling and yanking 'em to find that missing part of themselves.
They buried her in the old churchyard. Sweet William's grave was nigh her, and from his heart grew a red rose, and from her heart a briar. They grew and grew up the old church wall till they could grow no higher, until they tied a true lover's knot, the red rose and the briar.
Most every man I know of in the mountains calls Tom by the name Peg-Leg Smith now, Caleb said.
Never have I seen a man get around so good on a peg, Bass observed with fascination. As Hatcher and Gray finished the song, Smith clapped and hooted, then asked, How about something a man can get up and stomp to, Jack? Hatcher thought a moment, then suggested, Say, Tom, how about a tune writ special for all of us bachelors?
Smith asked, Bachelors? What the hell's that?
What we are, you stupid nigger,
Hatcher roared.
Any man ain't married, he's a bachelor.
Then sing it, by God,
Smith cried merrily as he struggled to rise, clambering clumsily onto his leg and peg, clapping and hobbling about in exuberance.
Sing it for all us happy bachelors.
Come all you sporting bachelors who wish to get good wives, and never be deceived as I am, for I married me a wife, makes me weary of my life. Let me strive and do all that I can. Let me strive and do all that I can. She dresses me in rags, in the very worst of rags, while she dresses like a queen so fine. She goes to the town by day and by night, where gentlemen do drink wine, where the gentlemen do drink wine. When I come home, I am just like one alone. My poor jaw is trembling with fear. She'll pout and she'll lower, she'll frown and look sour, till I dare not stir for my life, till I dare not stir for my life. When supper is done, she just tosses me a bone and swears I'm obliged to maintain her. Oh, sad the day I married, oh, that I longer tarried, till I to the altar was led, till I to the altar was led.
Hurrah, niggers!
Tom cried as he spun round and round a few times, pivoting on the peg as his axis.
Let's hear you beller for bachelors!
Hatcher guffawed.
Ain't ya a marryin' man, Peg-Leg?
You're full of vinegar and prickly juice, Mad Jack, if'n you think any mountain man is the marryin' kind.
Caleb Wood spun up, grabbing hold of Smith's left arm to do-si-do 2 spins round with him, shouting in glee.
Not too many Injun women's got 'em a hankerin' to bed theyselves down with that peg leg of your'n, eh?
Balancing on the peg for a moment, Smith gave his wooden leg a sound kick with his moccasin, declaring,
This here peg ain't the only thing on Thomas L. Smith them Injun women's know will stay stiff and hard as a tree trunk all night long. Listen to this here old firecracker head, Matthew Kincaid crowed, spouting like he was the answer to every woman's prayers.
Puffing out his chest like a prairie cock on the strut, Smith snorted,
The hell if I ain't!
I damn well know you'd have women praying all right, Hatcher said.
Praying for mercy, Smith shouted. I'm a hard user on the women's, I am.
No, Thomas, Jack replied. They're praying you'll just stay away from 'em with that lil' willer switch of your'n when a real man like me carries round a oak stump in his britches.
I swear, Mad Jack Hatcher, you go spreadin' talk like that, why, I'll sit down right here, unbuckle my wood leg, and take after you with it. Whoop you like a poor man's field hand, whoop you about the head and shoulders.
You take your peg off, Smith, you'll never stand no chance of catching a sprightly fella like me.
I can move when I wanna, Pegleg argued, then smiled hugely in that flushed face. In the robes and out. Fish roared. Ain't no way you're ever gonna catch a squaw, Tom, less'n she wants to be catched. Enough of 'em still want me to catch 'em, Smith gasped, his face red with easy laughter.
He held out the peg and bent his good leg, collapsing again to the grass, where he rolled onto his back to thrash around, screaming as if in a fit.
Oh, me! I'm dying of thirst, boys! Whoo you! I'm dying of thirst! Rum me quick! Rum me!
Hatcher scissored his legs so he stood directly over the man, his fiddle and bow tucked beneath his left arm, peering down as somber as a settlement undertaker. Maybe so you oughtn't dig poor Tom his grave, fellers. He's sure to die of thirst, don't you see?
With a small whimper, Smith asked, Why, Jack?
We ain't got us nary a drop of liquor left in our camp.
Smith bolted upright like he'd been gut-shot, his eyes gone wide. You ain't got no more liquor in camp?
Mad Jack said it true, Caleb declared.
His eyes glaring in anger mixed with disappointment, Smith sputtered, Then what the hell are you fellers so gay about?
Solomon Fish waved an arm toward the mountains, explaining,
Tomorrow we're off for the high country in our autumn hunt. That's all?
Hatcher nodded. That's all I need to make me happy.
Where are you going this year, Jack? Smith prodded, and he relaxed back on an elbow. Jack chuckled.
We ain't none of us tellin'.
Oh, come on now, Pegleg pleaded. Don't reckon to foller you anyways.
I can't be sartain of that, Hatcher grumped.
You know I'm headed to Californy, Jack.
Isaac Sims inquired,
What's way yonder in Californy, Pegleg? Dark-skinned women's.
Hell, child, Elbridge argued. They got dark-skinned women where we're headed to winter up in Taos.
Gazing at the sky, Smith got a wistful look in his eyes as he said, Not like the dark-skinned women's I heard tell of live out to Californy.
Ain't they Mexicans just like the folks down to Taos and Santa Fe? Asked John Rowland.
Wagging his head, Smith said, No, sir. Them down that way just be poor Injun and greaser half-breeds.
So tells us what sort of dark-skinned women they got in California, Hatcher demanded.
Women's there got royal Spaniard blood in 'em.
Rufus said, That so?
Pegleg nodded. The truth of it. And I hear them gals is looking to show a good time to any American rides their way.
Jack roared, Hell, the women folk down to Taos show an American a mighty fine time, Tom.
You boys go and winter up to Taos now, Smith advised. As for me and my band, we're headed for Californy to see just how hot them high-toned Spaniard gals can get when an outfit of real men come riding into their country.
Hell, the real men will be riding into Taos come this winter, Hatcher roared as he propped the fiddle under his chin.
Real men? Smith asked, cocking his head to the side and grinning as he looked around him at each of Jack's trappers. Real men would have saved a last drink for their old friend Pegleg Smith afore we all hit the trail.
Har, Jack snorted. Any man claims he has a real wood peg for a cock wouldn't come begging in my camp for no last drink. His face turning sad and downcast, Smith puffed out his lower lip and moped.
Looks like you found me out, boys. I ain't got no hardwood cock that will pleasure a gal all night long.
Then immediately he grinned as he began to boast.
But this here's one child what can still outride, outshoot, outbeller, and outhump the lot of you weak sisters. Mark my words, fellers, there's comin' a time when all the fun will be gone in these here mountains, and on the day you sorry niggers come draggin' your sorry asses into Californy, don't 'spect Thomas L. Smith, the king of Californy, to be waitin' there with open arms for any of you.
You gonna own all of Californy? John Rowland asked. He turned on Rowland, one finger jabbing at the sky.
I damn well will own it, child. When the Mexicans have everything south of the Arkansas, when Sublet's company rules the Rockies, and American Fur owns the Missouri, 'cause Hudson's Bay lays its claim to everything else west of here, then all that's left for likely fellers like me to do is plant my stake out to Californy, where the pickin's is good.
But the price of beaver ain't fallin', Tom, Hatcher argued.
I see more niggers comin' out here every year, Smith replied in a quiet, grave tone. Every summer they bring more trappers into these here mountains. One day they'll bring a train of wagons. Then they'll bring out white women's. And you boys know what comes next, don't you?
Isaac asked,
What, Tom? What comes next? Everywhere white women's go, they build churches and towns, stores and schools. They bring in the constables and the lawyers, all of 'em telling men like us, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Too damn much room out here for to worry about any of that, Titus finally spoke his piece. Smith turned to regard the stranger he did not know.
Maybe so, mister. Maybe so. But I do know there's a passel of folks back east, likely enough to fill up all of this out here, if the first ones come out and spread the word.
I figure a man can just keep moving ahead of him, Scratch observed. He hobbled toward Bass unsteadily, his eyes squinting in the bright summer light.
Stay ahead of 'em, you said?
Bass nodded. Yep, stay out front of all them what come west to raise their houses and towns. With a wag of his head, Smith said,
What kind of life is that gonna be for niggers like us, boys? What good is life for a man just to be pushed on ahead of the crowds, knowing them settlement folks is ruining everything we left behind when we moved on?
Maybe so a man don't have to turn around and see what they're doing to what he's left behind, Bass protested.
No, Smith said quietly. No, he don't. Just like he don't have to cry when he loses a good friend, neither. A man just don't have to give a damn when them farmers and white women's and towns come out here and ruin all this for the likes of us.
So that's the reason you're hauling your plunder to California, is it? Hatcher asked.
For the life of me, I don't think I can bear to watch this country get ruined, Jack. I'll go on to Californy, where there ain't too many greasers, where I can steal some horses and trap me some beaver, too.
Can't make me believe it, Titus said solemnly. Look around you. There's too damn much room out here for all this ever to get ruined on us. Smith wagged his head, a great sadness come into his eyes.
The folks are coming, boys. They always have. And I guess they damn well always will.
How long did they have? Scratch wondered. He raised his eyes to gaze at the late summer blue and wondered, how long would it be before numberless columns of smoke would smudge the skyline the way it had in St. Louis? How long before the dust of wagon wheels and plowshares and thousands of feet and hooves would clog up a man's nose and make it hard for him to breathe normal? How long before what he had found out here was no more, and he had to climb higher and higher up from these rolling prairies and plains to escape those who always came in the wake of the first to open a land? Smith was right about that. They always came. They always would. The Long Hunters had pushed over the Cumberland, down into the canebrakes, when the stalks stood twice as tall as a man, when the game was plentiful and the buffalo still haunted the eastern timber. But in the wake of those lonely individuals came men with their families following the same narrow footpaths and game trails into the virgin forests until they came to a meadow, a grove of trees by a stream, a place where those men and their women decided to set down their roots then and there. They built cabins and turned the soil, planted their seeds, and fought off the Indians there beyond the edge of the frontier. And eventually, they watched others come, leapfrogging over them to inch back the dangerous edge of that frontier a few miles, a few more days farther to the west. Season by season, year by year, farm by farm. They had always come. And there was no reason for Titus to believe that they wouldn't always continue to come. On his way west, Scratch had seen them with their toes dug in, clinging fast to the country along the Missouri River. Settlers and widows, families and farms, merchants and towns. How far would they push before they ran up against the buffalo country? And what then? That land wasn't fit for farming, he convinced himself, hopeful. That soil wasn't rich and black like the ground he had turned over with a plow back in Kentucky. The domain of the buffalo was nothing more than poor grassland, not at all fit for raising corn or tobacco, hemp or squash or potatoes. The settlers who came to raise crops would eventually discover that they couldn't grow anything in that ground and would therein refuse to venture farther. So men like Tom Smith were wrong, Bass told himself. Farmers would not dare probe very far beyond the hardwood forests. Surely the buffalo ground would serve as a buffer, as a no-man's land where the Great Plains, blanketed by those shaggy beasts, would forever protect these high prairies and tall mountains from the masses of humanity he had seen streaming across the Mississippi on their ferries, rumbling right on through the byways of St. Louis, hurrying their wagons west. It just wouldn't happen here. This simply wasn't a quiet, closed-in country like that back east of the river. This land was too damned wild, too open and unruly ever to be tamed the way that country had been. Like a horse broke to saddle or a mule to plow, like a man broke to marriage. That was the kind of country folks could tame. Not this, not here, and surely not now. This was a land no man could tame, and these were men every bit as tough to break to harness.
"We got visitors,"
Fish announced just loud enough that the others could hear. He didn't point, but the others just naturally looked left to Solomon's side of their march. Up the far side of a gentle slope, Bass caught sight of them. He had been so wrapped up in lazily musing in the hot afternoon sun that he might well have been asleep on horseback. "How many you make it?" Hatcher asked.
"Maybe a dozen," Fish replied. "But you can bet there's more we don't see." "That's for sartin," Caleb warned.
"Maybe so they're just watching," Kincaid said, faint hope in his voice. "For now, anyway," Jack stated. "They'll keep their eye on us and figure a place to make their play. If not today, then tomorrow." "What are they?" Titus asked. For a moment, they all looked at the horsemen sitting passively at the skyline atop their ponies, just far enough away that a rifle shot would not reach them, close enough to see the long, unbound hair lifting in the hot wind, some feathers and scalp locks fluttering beneath the chins of the horses. "Bannocks," Jack declared. "Likely so," Elbridge Gray agreed. "This here's Bannock country," Rufus Graham put in his vote. "They good to Americans like the Flathead?" Scratch asked. "Or they devilsome like Blackfoot?" "Man can't always calculate that," Hatcher explained. "But more times than not, Bannocks don't mind running off your horses, taking your plunder, and raising your hair if you give 'em a chance." Wood said, "You ask me, they ain't to be trusted." "Bannocks ain't as brave as Blackfoot," Hatcher explained, "and they ain't as sneaky as Crow. But this bunch is likely to make a run at us sooner or later." "Two of 'em just turned off back of the hill," Graham declared. The rest of the horsemen continued to watch as the party of white trappers and their remuda of pack animals pushed on by, plodding slowly up and down the low swales in the rumpled bedsheet of this land baking under a late summer sun. It raised the tiny hairs on the back of Scratch's neck just to look up at those motionless statues, until as one, the warriors reined their ponies to the right and disappeared from the skyline. Dusk would arrive all too soon. "We better be looking for a place to make camp and fort up," Kincaid declared.
We'll find something ahead, Hatcher said. Keep your eyes peeled for water.
That was most important in something like this. No one had to explain that fact of life and death to these men. In seeking out a place to camp most nights on their journey south from Sweet Lake, they looked for a spot that promised wood and water and some open ground all round, not only for grazing their animals until dark when they would be brought in close, but open ground any enemy would be forced to cross in pressing their attack, making themselves good targets in the bargain. A couple hours later, as the sun was sinking toward the low range of western hills, they discovered a narrow stream issuing from a ravine where a small spring bubbled up from a green and grassy haven of thick brush and saplings.
Likely this is the best we're going to find, Hatcher stated after he had halted them and dismounted alone to explore the ground nearby. Let the animals drink, then graze 'em close in. Hobble every one and tie 'em up 2 by 2.
You expectin' trouble tonight? Roland asked.
I figure they'll make a run at our horses first whack, Hatcher replied. With Injuns, the horses always come first. Whether they try for us and our plunder tonight or wait till tomorrow morning, I'll wager they try to run off the animals right after dark.
Without a word, the other 8 swung down off their ponies and went about their business. Some stepped off a ways to relieve themselves, others squatted up and down on sore, trail-worn knees, loosening up kinks and cramps. No man had to ask what needed doing. Each of them had been through this sort of preparation before, and they all knew their mutual safety depended upon the weakest link in their chain being ready to protect the rest of the group with his life. As it had turned out, Hatcher's band was the last to abandon the Sweet Lake rendezvous site. They watched one company brigade head north, the other turn east, while small outfits of free trappers drifted off to the 4 winds. Every group had its own particular medicine to try for the fall hunt. A few of the bands had even paid for a private session with a flathead shaman camped near rendezvous in hopes of ascertaining a likely spot to find a rich lode of the flat-tailed rodents that were the currency of these mountains. While the white men waited patiently, the dark-skinned diviner burned his smudge of sweetgrass, smoked his pipe, consulted his special buffalo bones tossed onto a piece of rawhide, or even peered into the gutted carcass of a badger or porcupine or rock gopher the trappers had brought in for just that purpose. There in the blood pooled at the bottom of the creature's cavity, the old man could fathom the best course for the white men to take, just as folks back east might pay to have their futures foretold by an all-wise soothsayer reading the pattern of damp tea leaves whorled at the bottom of a china cup. So, off the many groups had journeyed in just as many directions, by and large keeping their destinations to themselves, disclosing no more in their leave-taking than that fearless call, "Meet you on the Poposha." A fall, a winter, and then a spring but to come before then. Another year of travel, trapping, and hanging on to one's scalp before another rendezvous would bring them all together. Hatcher's outfit had tramped almost due south for several days before they struck the Bear River, and from there headed east on a climb around the southern end of a range of low mountains, finally dropping over the hogback into an arid bottomland where they began to angle to the southeast. Striking the Green and crossing to its east bank, they plodded south along the river's path, stopping only to rest through the short summer nights, again to eat and graze the animals briefly at midday. With the high green country beckoning to them, pulling them onward, Hatcher's men kept their noses pointed toward the west slope of the Central Rockies. South of the Uinta Mountains, they finally left the Green behind, and upon striking the ancient Strawberry Duchesne Indian Trail, the trappers turned directly east as the ground began to rise below them. In that great basin, lying at the western foot of the White River Plateau, the Bannock had found them. Scratch sat in the tall grass, some drying clumps of brush right against his back, all but hidden from any intruders until that enemy would be on top of him. He had volunteered to wait here, some distance out from their camp, as the sun disappeared and the light began to fade. When the raiders came for the horses, they would have to pass right by him. Then he would be at the enemy's back, alone when the shooting started.
The worst that could happen, Titus figured, was that he would have to grab up a horse and race back to camp if things got tight. As the air began to cool, the deer flies began to rise, buzzing and droning through the tall grass, seeking some fleshy creature to bite and bleed. As much of the spring water as he had swallowed upon reaching the spring, he found himself thirsty now, still parched from their long, dusty day. From his pouch, he pulled a twist of dark tobacco leaf, cutting from it a small knot about the size of the end of his thumb. Just enough to stimulate his salivation. Stuffing it inside his mouth, Titus returned the twist to the pouch, then suddenly slapped his right cheek. The sting, the burn, the heat of the deerfly's bite spreading through that tiny knot of flesh. Scratch seized the painful sight between a finger and thumb, pinching as hard as he could. It was about all a man could do when the devil creatures bit, squeeze for all he was worth to flush the poison back out. If he didn't, the bite would go on stinging for days. Pinching the skin until it grew numb, Bass finally swiped a finger over the site, smearing what blood he had oozed out of the tiny wound into his brown beard. He licked the blood from his fingers, and as he did, Bass remembered he hadn't eaten since early that morning, just before light when they had prepared for another long day on the trail. Back among the 2 skimpy packs he had pulled off Hannah was his share of some meat they had dried yesterday after dropping 2 antelope. He chided himself for not bringing some along to chew on, if only to remind his stomach that he wasn't forgetting to feed it. There hadn't been all that much in the way of supplies the company brigade leaders or Pilcher could lay out on blankets before those free trappers assembled there at the southern end of Sweet Lake. Only natural that they would hold back the lion's share of most everything for their own. So he and Hatcher and the rest had looked over what was offered. The powder and bar lead, spare flints and hickory ramrods, some flour, and a little coffee. No Indian trade goods here. Everything Sublette and Jackson brought out early last winter they intended their trappers to use firsthand. As it turned out, Hatcher's bunch ended up bartering with men who knew directly the value of a trapper's labor. Jack and the rest traded for a little more of everything, enough perhaps to hold them over for several more months until they put the fall hunt behind them and reached the Mexican settlements far to the south beyond the Arkansas River.
"We still got furs we ain't traded, Jack," Roland had complained.
"So we'll keep 'em," Hatcher declared. "These company men don't have anything more what we can use to trade us, so it looks like we've got us a start on next fall's hunt already." Back at their camp that last evening before they would head out, the 9 of them took serious stock of what would have to last them on this long trek to the Bayou Salade and into a longer autumn trapping season. "I can't tell a man not to smoke or chew," Hatcher began, as he stood from looking over the packs with the rest of his men. "But as for me, I'm saving my baccy for fall. Most of my coffee, too. Saving 'em both for a time when the air turns cool and I hear the first whistle of them elk in the high country." It was a damn good idea, Bass remembered thinking. A man didn't really need tobacco and coffee until then. What a treat they both would be when the Quakies began to turn gold on the hillsides of those high places, when a man finally saw his breath halo before his face, when the water began to ice up along the banks of the streams where they were laying their traps. A bird called, with a sound that just didn't belong. Then he saw the first half dozen or so of them reach the brow of the hill just beyond him. They had no idea he was there, watching them as the warriors stealthily poked their heads above the gently waving crowns of grass so they could watch the rest of Hatcher's men down in their camp far behind Scratch. Bass felt just as he had back in Kentucky a time or two when he and friends were about to pull a prank on others. He grinned. This surprise would be good. As the handful of Bannock turned and stealthily retreated back into the tall grass, Titus turned his face back to camp, cupped his hands around his lips, and whistled like a red-winged blackbird. In a heartbeat, the gentle reply of a dark-eyed junco floated back to him from below on the long, gently falling slope. Although the others went about giving the appearance of being totally unaware of danger, that bird call confirmed that the other 8 were ready. Scratch jerked around at the sudden hammer of the many hooves on the ground. As his eyes met the grassy skyline, some 24 or more horsemen bristled against the blue dome like a mirage for no more than the instant it took for them to break over the hill, spread out in a widening formation. Not a sound had burst from their mouths as they poured off the high ground, racing toward him, strung out to his right. Only after they shot past him at the gallop did they start to holler and yelp, waving pieces of leather and rawhide and blanket, all those fluttering shapes raised to dance on the wind at the ends of their arms in the rose-lit air of dusk. In another heartbeat, they had torn past him. He saw Hatcher come out from behind a tree, raising that big smoothbore to his shoulder. Kincaid was off to the left, already sighting down the long, heavy barrel of his rifle. Bass shot to his feet, feeling his heart surge into his throat. As much as he had tried to calm himself while waiting in the grass, he knew it had done no good. Fighting was fighting, and killing was killing. Any man who approached such life-and-death struggles as these with anything less than fear was a man Titus Bass failed to understand. Caleb Wood was the first to yell as he burst out of the grass halfway down the slope between Scratch and the camp. The first horseman reined aside as he bore down on the lone trapper, but Caleb blew him off the back of his pony. Titus held on the narrow, copper-skinned back, squeezed on the set trigger, then eased his finger down on the front trigger. Through the pan and muzzle smoke, he watched the warrior pitch forward, spinning slightly to the side as his legs came loose of his pony to go tumbling into the tall grass. Immediately reversing his rifle, Scratch blew hard down the muzzle to clear the breach of any remaining powder embers, a thin, faint stream of smoke jetting from the touch hole. Yanking the plug from his powder horn with his teeth, he quickly poured enough of the coarse black grains up to the right crease in his left palm, then dumped them hurriedly down the muzzle. Bringing the muzzle back to his lips, he spat one of the 4 balls squirreled in his cheek down the barrel, at the same time dragging the long wiping stick from the iron thimbles at the bottom of the full stock, which he used to ram the unpatched ball home against the powder charge. Grabbing up the small horn that hung from the strap to his shooting pouch, Bass quickly sprinkled some of the fine grains into the cupped recess of the pan and snapped the frizzen back over it. The hair bristled on the back of his neck as he heard the yelps and cries behind him. There weren't supposed to be any behind him. But suddenly, the skyline sprouted 4, 5, then 6 more, their arms raised, bows and clubs and axes in their hands as they pounded heels into their ponies' ribs and rushed toward the fight in a second wave of terror. Here he stood out in the open now, a good half of him poking above the tall grass with nowhere to run for cover. The way they swerved as they burst over the top of the rise, Scratch was sure they saw him, sure they must have realized he had been part of a trap laid for them all. Down below, along the gentle slope, 3 more rifles cracked, friends hollered, and those men hit with ball or pierced by arrow grunted and cried out. Flicking a look at his belt, he saw the big horse pistol stuffed in the side of his wide belt, reassured. That would make 2 dead niggers, he figured, as he slapped the gracefully curved rifle butt into the hollow at his shoulder. He had a tomahawk at the back of his belt, there beside the knife scabbard. That might account for 2 more when it came to the close and dirty of it. But that meant there were 2 more who might swallow him up, fill his lights with arrows, hack off the top of his skull, or pound him beneath their ponies' hooves as they rode right over him while he was busy fighting off the rest. As a big-chested warrior leaned off the side of his pony a ways, raising the arm clutching a long shaft over the top flat of his rifle barrel, Scratch spotted the 2 knife blades planted in the end of that swinging weapon. Plunging downhill at him, he raised the front blade a little higher, there at the notch where the Bannock's neck met his chest, and pulled the trigger. The Indian's cry was shrill as he was shoved off the back of his pony. Scratch took the rifle into his left hand, letting it fall at his feet as his right yanked the big-bore pistol from his belt, dragging back the hammer to full cock as it came up.
The next one bearing down on him already had his bow strung, the arrow drawn back as he leaned off the side of his animal, racing on a collision course for the white man standing alone in the grass, its onrushing eyes and nostrils wide. Using both hands to steady the pistol, Titus held high on the chest, then pulled the trigger. The weapon bucked back and upward at the end of his arms. Again, his left hand dropped the weapon as his right reached round for the small-bladed tomahawk he pulled from his belt. 3 of them were turning his way. Where was the 4th? His left hand emptied of the pistol, Bass filled it with the handle of the old skinning knife and dragged the weapon from its rawhide scabbard just at the moment his left leg burned. He looked down, feeling the gorge rise in his throat, knowing he was going to be sick from the pain of it, seeing the arrow stuck clear through the meat of his thigh. At the back of his leg, the stone tip glistened in the falling light, bright with his blood. Against the front of his legging, the shaft's 3 rows of fletching quivered as his muscles tensed and shuddered in pain. He wasn't sure how long he could continue standing before his stomach revolted and he threw up, but swallow it down he did as a warrior bore down on him. 20 feet. Then, as the bannock swung back a stone club, he was knocked sideways, the roar of a rifle surprising Scratch. Jerking to his right, putting most of his weight on the one strong leg, Bass spotted Solomon Fish hurrying through the grass as he blew down his muzzle, reloading on the move. Behind them, on down the slope, those raiders not knocked off their ponies were ascending the far side of the shallow bowl, scattered and demoralized that their surprise had not succeeded. "Bass, behind you!" Scratch whirled at the thunder of hooves. A pure wonder, Bass thought. The son of a bitch boldly sat straight up atop his pony, drawing back the bow's rawhide string with one hand, a cluster of arrows in the other that gripped the center of the horn bow. All he could do now was wait and anticipate when the bastard would release that arrow. When he saw the string snap, Bass lunged to the right, landing in the grass, tumbling over onto the wounded leg, crying out as the shaft broke at the back of the thigh and splintered at the front in his clumsy roll. It hurt so damn bad, he wanted nothing more than to get up and yank the rest of the shaft from his flesh. Struggling to his knees, then raising himself on that good leg, Scratch heard one of them yell again. And the hoofbeats. He only had time to get his arms up to catch the warrior flinging himself off his pony as the animal raced on by the trapper. Together, Bass and the bowman pitched into the grass, tumbling over one another, grunting and groaning as the warrior struggled to dig fingers into his windpipe and gouge his eyes while Titus flailed away with his weapons. The thick-chested warrior stuffed a thumb into the side of Scratch's mouth and started to rip downward against the cheek and jaw. To his tongue, that thumb tasted like smoke and dirt as Titus bit down hard, grinding the back of his teeth against the sharp pain as the enemy worked at ripping his jaw off. Striking out with his clenched fist, the bannock knocked the tomahawk out of Bass's hand, then seized the white man's upper arm in his grip. Unable for the moment to make use of his knife, Scratch flung both arms around the powerful chest, locking his free hand around the other wrist, starting to squeeze as he bit down all the harder on the thumb. With a shrill wail of agony, the bannock popped his head forward savagely, smacking his broad forehead against Titus's brow. Bits of shattered glass and fractured mirrored light spun outward from his eyes as he jabbed a knee into his enemy again and then a third time, hearing the man grunt with each blow, feeling each strike shudder through that bare, sweaty chest he gripped within his arms. As the bannock cocked his head back, Titus released his grip, the fingers on his free hand shooting past the bannock's hair, immediately snatching hold in time to yank back as the warrior tried again to smack his forehead. At the same instant, he felt the Indian's fingers close around his ear, digging, tearing with almost as much pain as there was in that quivering thigh of his as Scratch lumbered onto his knees, sweeping the knife in a huge arc toward his enemy's back. He sensed the blade drag along a rib for a moment before it plunged on through the top muscle there in the lower back.
Scratch yanked it free, then drove the knife downward again, this time fighting to drag it to the side as the warrior stiffened, his whole body gone rigid, while Titus struggled to turn the weapon this way, then that, twisting the blade through the soft tissue below that hard strap muscle. The enemy pitched to the side suddenly, stared up at the white man with glazed eyes as he took 3 quick gasps of air, then breathed no more. It was quiet for a heartbeat. Then Bass became aware of the fading hoofbeats, the raucous shouts of the others as they trudged his way up the slope. Off to his right, he watched Isaac Sims rise out of the tall grass, lift an arm with a tomahawk in his hand, then swing it down savagely.
"Ain't none of these alive now, Jack," Sims called when he finally stood fully. Fish and Wood were the first to reach Scratch. Who else hurt?" he asked. Solomon dragged up one of Bass's arms, and together with Caleb, they lifted Titus out of the grass. "No one. You're the only nigger got enough stupids to wait out here for 'em to surprise you the way they done." "Everyone all right?" Wood replied this time. "Maybe a scratch or two." "The horses?" Titus asked. "And my mule?" "They didn't get a damn thing for their trouble," Fish growled. Bass tried to turn partway around in their arms. "Get my guns."
"We'll get your guns,"
Hatcher snapped as he came up out of the deepening gloom.
"Get him down to the fire, boys."
"Damn if I ain't the ailin' one again, Jack."
"That's right," Hatcher said quietly. "But this time we ain't got time to sit around waiting for you to heal up."
Solomon asked, "What you aimin' to do, Jack?"
"We'll build us a big fire and cut that arrow out in his leg, so we can be long gone afore morning light."
6. 2 of them brought all their stock right into camp and began to load the pack animals in the bright glare of that roaring fire Bass was certain would mean the death of them all, backlighting the white men as some went about preparing for the trail, others busy with heating a little water in a kettle to use in Jack's surgery.
"Hold him down, boys,"
Hatcher ordered when he finally dragged his thin-bladed skinner from the edge of the coals. Bass struggled for a moment as 5 of them seized him, shoved him back onto the grass there beside the fire pit. He knew what was coming.
"Sorry we gotta do it this way, friend,"
Hatcher explained, his merry green eyes gone dark with concern.
"We ain't got time to soften your brain on whiskey."
"Hell, you ain't got no whiskey left anyway," Scratch said between gritted teeth, struggling slightly against the others as his eyes narrowed on the blade headed for his leg. Then he quickly glanced at the other faces hovering near his, knowing there wasn't a lick of sense in fighting them all. Hell, he realized he'd do the same for any of them, whatever it took to save a friend's life.
"Get that legging off in his belt,"
Hatcher commanded, his lean face gone taut and gray in the firelight, eyes narrowing on the job at hand. It all went so slowly after that, brutally slow. With the legging straps unknotted and the tube of deerskin tugged down around his knee, it was clear to see the ends of the splintered arrow poking from the 2 blackened, bloody holes. Hatcher dragged the back of his hand across his dry lips and murmured, "Give me your ramrod puller, Caleb." In a moment, Wood returned with the small pair of anvil-forged pliers a trapper used to give himself leverage on his hickory ramrod in pulling a ball back out of the long-barreled flintlocks that were the constant companions to these men far beyond the frontier. With the fingers of his left hand, Jack pressed down on the bloodied skin around the hole on the front of the thigh, spreading the edges of the wound a little, and began digging into the torn flesh with the narrow, open jaws of the puller. Each time he squeezed down on the handles, thinking he had a bite on the shaft, all he dragged out was reddened splinters.
"Damn it,"
he grumbled quietly.
"Roll him over for me."
Bass gritted his teeth as they twisted him onto his belly and sat back down on his shoulders and legs. Jack tapped Roland on the arm.
"Get out of my light, Johnny."
Roland shifted his weight on the wounded leg.
"That's better," Hatcher said.
"You're a lucky nigger, Titus Bass."
This don't feel like lucky."
Then he twitched with a sudden flare of pain.
Didn't hit that big bone, Hatcher explained as he leaned over the wound, pressed down on the flesh around the hole with his weight, and dug in with the puller. Scratch ground his teeth together as the pain continued to swell, rising to a feverish red heat, glowing in overlapping waves that rose right up through his buttock and into the pit of him, spreading deep through his belly. Again and again Hatcher dug, yanking and swearing with each attempt, only to dig again, each time coming up empty-handed. "Some bitch," Jack grumbled, the bags under his eyes going liver-colored with frustration. "Caleb Wood, get me my pouch yonder." When the shooting bag was laid on the ground next to Scratch, Hatcher began digging through it all the way to the bottom as Bass raggedly caught his breath while the sharp pain slowly subsided. He watched Hatcher drag a short ball starter out of the pouch. "Roll him on his right side, fellas," Hatcher said, of a sudden his voice much calmer than it had been since this operation had begun. While they gently rolled him onto his right hip, Titus stared at that ball starter, a short 6-inch length of hickory ramrod embedded in a small hardwood ball that fit comfortably in a man's palm. What you gonna do now with that?" "I can't pull that arrow out of you," Jack explained, holding the starter in the light. "So I figure to hammer it out." Hammer?" Titus squeaked. "Hold him down," Hatcher said, refusing to answer the question. "This is gonna hurt him, bad." As much as he tried to keep his muscles relaxed, Scratch felt them tense as Hatcher set the brass-tipped end of that short ramrod into the hole on the front of his leg. He didn't like the idea of what he knew was about to happen, watching Hatcher take his knife from its sheath, grip the blade, and prepare to swing the weapon's handle at the round ball. He figured Hatcher was right about this, if nothing else. It was gonna hurt. The last thing Bass remembered was hearing the antler knife handle whack hollow against the hickory ball, then sensed his stomach rise, twisting itself into a fiery knot that hurled against his tonsils before he lost all sensation, the searing red flames of pain mercifully dissipating in a cool blue rush of blessed unconsciousness. Slipping down, scolding himself for ever having thought the pain was going to be unbearable, that it was going to be so bad he'd wet himself there in front of his friends, because right where he was at that moment, Scratch didn't feel a goddamned thing. It wasn't until the following morning that he learned how the others had hoisted him up on the back of a horse behind the muscular Matthew Kincaid, then tied the two of them together before setting off in the dark, riding south and east at a good clip toward the foothills lying tangled at the base of the western slope of the Rockies. The sun had felt good that morning, despite the fever he was running. Its touch was warm and reassuring there on the back of his neck as he awoke slowly, bouncing gently against Kincaid's broad shoulders, gradually sensing the rub of the thick hemp rope wound across his ribs and back, slowly realizing what they had done because he didn't have the strength to cling to the back of a horse by himself, much less hang on to consciousness during their perilous starlit ride. "Seen any sign of him?" he whispered in a hoarse croak that sunup, his words mumbled against Matthew's back. "Nothing," Kincaid replied wearily. That one word was spoken loud enough to alert the others that Bass had come to. Hatcher eased his horse up on the offhand side, the direction Bass faced with his cheek rubbing Matthew's shoulder blade. "Morning to you, old coon." Where are we?" Then realized his mouth was terribly dry. "Where we headed?" Jack finished. "To Bayou Salade, Scratch, right where we've been heading since we pulled away from Sweet Lake Rendezvous." "Morning, Glory." Caleb came up on Jack's offside, smiling hugely as he leaned forward so Bass could see him. "How's he doing, Jack?" "Don't look to be bleeding no more," Hatcher said. "About all I know is the nigger's awake and thirsty as the burning pits of hell itself. Let's see if we can find us a cool drink for him up ahead at that line of green yonder." "Likely a crick there," Wood said, urging his horse into a lope so he could take the lead. "This time of year," Kincaid declared. "I hope it ain't a crick what's dried up already." "Nah," Jack said, his eyes smiling at Bass's pasty face. There's bound to be water for this here arrow catcher, even if we have to scratch for it."
What there was had been a trickle. Still, enough for the men to water the animals downstream after they untied Bass and eased him down into a patch of shade among the trees where the buzz and drone of summer's insects accompanied the rustle of the leaves brushed by an intermittent breeze. They brought him the cool water a cup at a time. No matter that it was a little gritty, what with flowing so close over the sandy bottom of the creek bed, it tasted better than he could remember water tasting on his tongue in a long time. They bathed his face and neck, washed off some of the dried blood around the crusty strip of cloth binding up his wounds, and some of the men dozed as the sun rose. After a couple hours of fitful sleep, Scratch awoke to hear Hatcher rustling the men into motion. They had been off the trail long enough, he told them. They'd get a chance to sleep more that night if they put a few more miles, a few more hours behind them. Back onto the horse went Kincaid. Up they hoisted Scratch again, two of them, a third cradling the leg as gently as he could, raising him to his rocking chair behind the saddle, where they retied him to Matthew. Then all went to their horses and drove the pack animals away from that narrow little stream. Not until sundown did Hatcher select a secure place for a cold camp. No fire that night, but not one of them grumbled. They were either too tired to complain, or they damn well understood the stupidity of lighting a beacon that might well call down a reinforced Bannock raiding party on them again. That night, Bass grew cold not long after moonrise.
"We're climbing a bit,"
Solomon Fish explained as he knelt and laid another blanket over Titus.
"Natural for you to get yourself a chill."
They kept on climbing the next morning, and for every day across the next 2 weeks as they tramped through the long hours of sunlight winding into the high country. From time to time, one of the group would point out a recognized landmark to the others. By the 4th day after the scrap with the Bannock, Scratch was staying awake longer as he rocked against Kincaid's back. And by the end of that first week, he was finally able to move about on the leg, finding he could stuff his left foot into a stirrup and hoist himself onto the back of his horse without the muscles in that leg crumpling, collapsing, spilling him onto the ground. This matter of getting himself forked astride a horse was something a mountain trapper quickly learned was an affair of life or death. To ride was not a luxury, not some mere convenience. Having an animal and the ability to ride meant survival. To be without a horse or to find that one could not stay in the saddle might well be a death sentence. So again, from somewhere deep inside this determined man came the strength and dogged resolve to mend himself. Mule-headed stubbornness, even more than pride, drove Titus to test the leg, to swallow down the pain and push beyond what he had known before as his limits of endurance. At each night's camp, Bass found himself almost too weary to eat as the fire was kindled and meat set to broil at the end of long green sticks driven into the earth around the fire. The ride, that work it took pushing up into the high country, picking a trail along the mountainsides, up and down, then up and down again, it all took its toll day after day. At night he slept so soundly he rarely rolled over, slept until someone nudged him with a toe, announcing it was time to water the stock, pack, and move out again.
"How far now to this Salade of your'n?" he asked Hatcher of a morning when they were both throwing bundles onto the sawbucks strapped onto the backs of their pack animals.
"Ain't far now."
"Take a guess for me."
"Don't know for sure,"
Jack replied, his eyes back to being merry sparkles of green light.
"Can't say. Soon, though."
By that time, they had climbed east into the heart of the southern Rockies, following the tortuous path of a winding river ever higher as the late summer days continued to shorten by a matter of heartbeats every evening, the air cooling more quickly at twilight, the streams and freshets colder than they had been since spring, fed by those snowfields suspended just overhead above timberline where the marmots squeaked and the golden eagles drifted upon the warm updrafts, searching for another meal.
Up, up as the hooves of their animals crushed the dried golden grasses, having cured beneath the late summer sun, on across the slopes as they picked their way through stands of rustling aspen, past the wide, bristling boughs of blue spruce, mile after shadow-striped mile of lodgepole forests. Finally, near timberline, they turned almost due south, climbing from the headwaters of that westbound river, crossing over to the slopes where a new river system was given birth.
"This here where the Arkansas has its start," Jack explained late of an afternoon as they topped out on the brow beneath a jagged series of hoary granite peaks scratching at the clouds on both left and right. Here, they let the horses have a blow.
"The Arkansas what flows into the Mississippi way down south?"
"The same, friend."
Bass wagged his head, unable to comprehend it. "Why, I'll be go to hell and et for the devil's own tater, Jack."
"You been on the Arkansas, I take it?"
"Never. Just by it once," Bass explained. "Never did I figure that water come all the way from these here mountains."
"Snow from the shining mountains, Scratch, 'cause they allays got snow on 'em. Every little flake, every damned drop of rain falls up here, makes its own long, long trip till it reaches the sea."
"We must be getting close to that valley now, ain't we?" Pointing east with his left arm, Hatcher replied,
"Right over them high peaks."
"You figure we'll climb over them?"
"Nah," Caleb finally spoke. "Too much work on the animals."
Hatcher pointed south, down the long, narrow valley crimped between the two ranges.
"We follow the Arkansas down till we reach the foot of the hills on our left, ride right around 'em, and we're in the south end of the Bayou Salade." "Some of the best trapping a man can do him,"
Isaac Sims said as he patted the neck of his horse.
"Best trapping anywhere in all the Rockies," Rufus Graham added.
Scratch asked, "Even good as the Three Forks country?"
Nodding, Hatcher said, "I'll put this country up agin that in any day, Titus Bass. You ain't been where we're going, so I'll how you're just plain ignorant about the bayou. But the beaver you'll pull out of the streams yonder, right over them peaks, those beaver some of the best a man can trap hisself anywhere south of English country or north of Mexico." "They shine, that's the bald-faced truth," gushed Elbridge Gray.
"Worth the trip, are they?"
"The trip?" Hatcher echoed Bass. "This bunch gonna winter down to Rancho Taos, so South Park is right on our way."
Caleb declared, "And South Park gonna be right on our way north come spring green-up."
"When the flattails be some, so seal fat and sleek," John Rowland crowed.
Hatcher said, "Come spring, them big water rats gonna have 'em a winter plew knock your eyes out, Titus Bass."
"Swear on my own heart, way you niggers are talking," Scratch observed, "makes a fellow want to lift his tail up and get high behind to ride on over there right now."
"Titus is right, boys," Hatcher said. "Let's cover ground while we still got light."
Perhaps it was only the air's tingle hinting at the arrival of autumn, but his skin goosebumped as they all whooped, hollered, and cheered, urging the animals south down slope along those headwaters of the Arkansas, no more than a matter of days now from their goal. Up here, so close to the sun, Bass found himself in awe once more how warm were the rays caressing his bare skin, how cool was every breeze that whispered out of the thick timber. His anticipation grew over the next week, what with the way the others talked every night of the park, glorying on the promise of its beaver, on the herds of buffalo, elk, and deer said to blanket the valley floor. Just to sense the rising excitement within the other men as they crossed to the east bank of the Arkansas, each day hoping to reach the end of the mountain range where they could finally sweep around the foot of the hills and drop into the Bayou Salade. Of one golden afternoon, with the high sunlight gently kissing each early autumn breeze, Bass slipped away into that place a man goes with his thoughts when he really isn't thinking of a thing. They had been pushing hard since the first gray light of pre-dawn, squeezing every mile they could out of the day. While all of them had been quiet for the most part, each man off in his own thoughts that afternoon like so many gone before, Scratch suddenly became aware of a change coming over the others. Gradually, the men appeared to grow restless, shifting in the saddle, unsettled and anxious. Eventually, some of them began to murmur to one another, tugging at their sweaty clothing, resettling their shapeless old hats atop their heads. It reminded him of a bunch of Kentucky schoolboys in those last few moments before the schoolmaster called for midday recess, or in those last breathless heartbeats every afternoon before the entire schoolhouse was freed at the end of the day.
"Looky yonder, Scratch! This be the end of the hills," Hatcher exclaimed, pointing as they eased up the side of the slope toward a low saddle fringed with dark emerald timber. "Other side lays the Bayou Salade."
Feathers suddenly took swirling flight within his belly like the flapping beat of huge wings. Sudden whoops startled him as John Rowland and Matthew Kincaid burst past him, hooves hammering by on either side as they drove their horses the last few yards to the top of the saddle there between stands of blue spruce, shot over the rise, then were gone from sight. Only their exultant voices reverberated off the hills. Then Isaac Sims shot by, and Rufus Graham careened past Hatcher and Bass until Jack had time only to remind Solomon and Gray that some of them needed to stay back momentarily and see to the caviard of horses and mules. At that reminder, Scratch tightened his grip on Hannah's lead rope, pulling the mare closer to his saddle mount. They were about to enter a special place by all accounts. Such magic was to be shared with all of a man's friends. "That it?" he asked Hatcher almost breathlessly as they crowned the saddle, pulling Hannah's rope so the mule came up right alongside him. Below the crest, down the smooth, treeless hillside, he watched the others race, zigging and zagging, waving hats and standing tall in the stirrups, passing one another in curving swoops, signaling back at those yet to come down the slope. Beyond them, on the valley floor, lay the slowly undulating clots of buffalo milling, grazing, lowing among the belly-high, mineral-rich grasses. "This is it," Jack said quietly, his eyes twinkling with a peaceful contentment. "The Bayou Salade," spoken almost like a prayer of thanksgiving. Hatcher reached over and touched Scratch's arm. "Way you said it, I can tell you feel the place already." Tugging at the back of the blue silk bandana he had knotted over his skull, Titus replied, "I can't remember seeing a valley near so purty, Jack. Not in all my days out here. Strange as it may sound to folks what ain't never come to this here place, looking up to see such sculpturin's as these all around 'em, I doubt their kind would ever understand if I tried to explain just how I feel right here and now." "How's that, Scratch?" Hatcher asked with a smile as wide as South Park itself. "You told me yourself the other night, Jack." "Told you what?" He rubbed the back of the bandana over his missing scalp and hair, saying with a quiet but keen anticipation, "You told me I'd feel like this here's one of them few places where a man can know just why it was he ever come out here to the Rocky Mountains." It was the marrow of the world. Scratch realized at last that this was the bone and sinew to which everything else in his known universe had always been attached. From these tall peaks where the snow never fully melted flowed the lifeblood of a whole continent. This truly was a place where a man found confirmation in the reason he ever dared to venture on past those folks back east, not willing to risk all they ever had, continuing on by those not willing to dare enough in placing their very lives on the line. Here suddenly, to sense the close kinship a man could feel with a patch of ground, with a stretch of open country, with an entire virgin land that had embraced him, welcoming him home. Into a small protected bowl the rest had taken their pack animals, stopping only when they had reached a secluded meadow ringed by thick timber and outcroppings of granite dotting the hillsides. A place big enough to afford enough pasturage for their remuda over the next 2 months or more, yet a place small enough to afford them ample security from chance discovery of their fires and shelters by roaming bands of raiders. More than enough wood, a litter of deadfall back in the thick groves, and water, too, a narrow stream gurgling along its mossy bed right through the middle of the bowl. The stock would want for nothing as the last days of summer waned and the seasons turned. Here they would be sheltered by the timber on the surrounding hills and the rock outcroppings. The stone faces of the granite would reflect the heat of their small fires on the nippy mornings to come, again each cold evening that autumn was bound to bring anyone venturing this high. As well, these rocky faces would serve to better hide the entrance to their small bowl from any who might pass through the valley itself.
"We used this here same place a couple seasons back," Isaac Sims explained. "Ought to be real safe here."
"Off the beaten road," Hatcher added. "Not on any trails the tribes use when they crisscross the park, coming and going as they please."
"Fella should keep his eye peeled for brown skins?" Scratch inquired.
"Just look down there," Jack advised. "See all the buffler? Then you tell me if you figure this be a place where the Injuns'll come to hunt."
Titus nodded. And with every day that followed, it made him marvel all the more just how alive was this valley. The variety of wildlife were drawn here for the natural salt licks. They came for the abundance of grass, itself rich with natural minerals. And, too, the creatures came for the cold, crystalline waters tumbling down from the high, treeless places like streamers of sunlit glitter itself. From time immemorial, man had followed the four-legged creatures into this valley. Where the game went, so followed the hunters after meat and hides, after tongues and survival. From one end of the valley floor to the other ran the boggy salt marsh that had led the French trappers and voyagers to first give their name to this place, a sparkling series of ponds where beaver had dammed the creeks and streams into a necklace of quiet water. With the arrival of autumn, an untold variety of ducks appeared overhead every day, sweeping in from the north across the autumnal blue skies to join the great long-necked geese in a brief migrational layover in this magical place. Their first morning in South Park, they had moved away from their breakfast fire into the stands of lodgepole to select and fell a number of long, thin trees they dragged back to camp, where they trimmed off branch and stub, then cut each pole to length. One by one, the shelters took shape, most no more than lean-tos made from bowers laid across their lodgepole frames, finally covered with pack canvas and old blankets. More than a dozen were there. Some men pairing up, a few of them preferring to sleep on their own, along with 4 large shelters built to protect the outfit's supplies. That night, well after dark when they completed their camp-making chores, Hatcher joined the weary men at the fire to run over the well-worn sequence of trapping in hostile country.
"Caleb, I want you and Rufus to hang back the first day." Jack waited until the pair nodded. "Next day, gonna be Scratch and Matthew." He went on and on, pairing the men, then waiting while each pair nodded to one another in recognition. "That just leaves you again," Elbridge stated. "Ain't no different than it was after Little went under to the ticks last spring," Jack explained. "With him gone after that bad scrape with the Blackfoot, we had us one odd man out."
"I remember that," Fish replied.
"So, boys, I'll be the one what will hang back on my lonesome when it's my day to stay in camp."
It was not the practice of all Mad Jack Hatcher's brigade to depart every morning to set traps along the streams and slides down at the valley ponds. With the exception of their solitary leader, in rotation, 2 men took their turns lying back to camp for 1 day out of every 5, using their time to repair tack and saddles, doctor the sores and saddle ulcers on riding and pack animals, trim hooves and mend bite wounds that a man had to expect among half-wild horses. From hides traded off the Flathead back at Sweet Lake, some spent their camp day, even nights, around the fire, cutting and sewing additional pairs of moccasins. On occasion, a man would tinker with a trap he found not working properly, or he might fashion himself a rawhide sheath for a knife, perhaps add some brass tacks to a belt or the stock of his rifle. Never was there any end to the lot of a camp keeper. When more interesting work was finished, there was always more than enough to do tending the plues, fleshing the freshest beaver hides scratched with each man's distinctive mark, cutting, trimming, and tying willow limbs into a wide hoop, finally lashing the day's pelts onto the willow hoops, stretching, tightening, then stretching some more.
With each new day, these huge, round red dollars of Rocky Mountain currency dotted the campsite, stacked against every tree trunk, sapling, and clump of brush. More were brought in every afternoon by the 7 who took their turn at the streams and slides and pools. As the weeks passed, even Scratch grew astounded by their take. Rich as some previous seasons had been for him, he had never seen anything quite as bountiful as this. Large beaver, thick fur, not one empty trap any day, and nary a sign of brownskins about. Most mornings he had thrown the much-worn, oft-repaired Shoshone saddle onto Hannah's back, tied his 2 greasy trap sacks on either side of the horn where they would hang at his knees, and move out with the other 6 who would be trapping that day with him. On those mornings when it was Bass's turn to hang back to tend to camp duties, the mule had proved just as restless and out of sorts as he was when not allowed to venture into the pristine beauty of the valley. If she wasn't picketed on those days, Hannah came right into camp even before the rest pulled out, seeming to know that the other animals were being saddled and prepared for departure while she was not. Until he eventually trained her better, having to swat at the mule with a switch and scold her, driving her out of camp, Hannah would turn over kettles and coffee pots with her nose, braying loudly to show her deep displeasure. Many were the times on those chilly mornings when he'd grab the mule by her ears, yanking her head down so he could glare into one of her defiant eyes and growl an endless rash of words strung together to convince her just how angry he was with her impish antics. Later that day, she'd slip up behind Titus as he was concentrating on one chore or another, suddenly shoving her muzzle right against his shoulder blades to knock him off balance, sprawling on the ground. "You're a she-devil, all right," he growled. "Times are I've thought to strangle you, but I can't bring myself to it. Not when I recall how you saved my life. Twice already." Seemed as if she somehow knew what he was saying at those times, for Hannah would eventually come up to stand over him, lowering her nose right against him softly, her big eyes half closed, twitching those peaked ears of hers as if in apology for her childish stunts. Lord, if she didn't know just how to get herself back on his good side again. As if he could ever be angry enough with Hannah to kill her. Maybe a man like Silas Cooper could have shot her easy as spitting, but not Titus Bass. The days continued their march into autumn, each one imperceptibly shorter than the one before it. The mornings grew colder, a film of ice forming in the kettles and at the edges of the creeks, until enough of the high, glorious light warmed them each day. Even a blind man would know that summer was over, that the seasons had turned, that they were beginning their headlong tumble toward winter. A man with a good nose would surely know. Autumn mornings had their own unmistakable fragrance, that sharp, crisp tang to the air. The smell of this high country dying, or its life already dead for another cycle of the year. Grasses and brush had grown dry and brittle beneath the increasing bite to every breeze that knifed its way down from the high and hoary places. It smelled of winter on its way. Autumn advanced with an amazing swiftness above their camp on every mountain slope. Each morning, he found the descending line of gold-smitten aspens had inched a little farther down the hillsides toward the valley floor, as if autumn were creeping down upon them from above, a few yards more every night. No more were there any of the hardy wildflowers tucked back in the protected meadows, swept away by the falling temperatures and the harshness of the winds, joining the summer-browned grasses in parched oblivion. Each day brought the deer and elk farther down the forested slopes toward the safety of their winter pasture in the valley. And these days of waning light brought the constant accompaniment of whistling elk calling other bulls to combat, or the slapping crack of bucks' antlers locking, twisting, slashing in an ages-old combat. Males battling for the right to the harem, that struggle played out on the nearby slopes of dark pine green and sun-splotched gold quakey. Farther below, in the valley itself, the cottonwood and willow would be the last to give way before the mysterious forces of nature and time and season. But ultimately, their leaves began to shrivel with age, dried with the passage of time and the invisible hands of nature's clock. Trees stood bare, stark and skeletal against the golden, browning backdrop of the hills. Autumn's breath was seizing hold of this land. And so much of the rhythm of life appeared to grind slowly to a halt, like a miller's wheel brought rumbling to a stop by an unseen hand. Yet as suddenly as life seemed to breathe its last, the Bayou Salade burst into frenetic activity across a week or more. Swarms of migratory birds blackened the skies now. Over the lower peaks and passes, formation after formation of the spear-headed migrations paraded across the crystal-clear autumnal blue. Each formation transformed itself from black specks spotted far off in the sky to become a low swooping V of geese and ducks, angling in to settle across the ponds and still water of the valley with a thunderous concert of honking and splashes. First, the longnecks circled, their heads craning, searching for a landing spot, before making their long, graceful figure-8 loop across an open spot of marsh water. Then the huge geese slanted down in formation, banking sharply before they hit the skylit water, kicking up rooster tails of spray, squawking to one another, to the ones they were joining, or to those still descending from the sky above. On those mornings that Bass found himself out in the autumn chill to set his traps, he would stand and stare for long periods of time at the pageant of sky and water and wing. There were so many of the ducks and geese that there could not possibly be room for any more out on the huge marshes and icy bogs. Yet still they came, as if spewed out of the sky. From this direction and that, the smoothbores echoed from the far hills, his fellow trappers out hunting, their guns loaded with shot instead of a huge round ball. And every night, the men roasted the rich, fat meat over their fires, this a welcome change from a diet of elk and venison and buffalo. Other, smaller songbirds feasted before the coming onslaught of winter on those insects, locusts, and beetles clinging cooled and torpid on those grasses dried by the slash of autumn winds. Time hung in the balance here, and fall was clearly a time when it was decided just what creatures survived, what creatures would not. Each species was making ready for the coming change in its own ages-old dance of the seasons, each life form readying itself for the time of cold and death that was winter in this high country. True, the coming winter would decide just what would live and what would not. This intricate rhythm that hummed around him each new and glorious day was a rhythm begun so long ago that eons had still rested in the womb of time. The first storm came and went, not yet cold enough for the snow to stay longer than a couple of days. Then the second and third storms rolled through the valley, each snowfall lasting a little longer before it finally melted, soaking into the soggy ground, dripping off the thick spruce boughs, feeding every creek, stream, and freshet a sudden final burst of life before winter would squeeze down hard. "When you figure for us to pull out?" Elbridge Gray asked one evening around their fire as the wind came up, beginning to blow off the high slopes with a wolfish howl. Standing to stretch, Hatcher said, "Trapping's been so damned good, I'd like to stay right to the last day afore the passes close up." Caleb Wood declared, "Trouble is, a man can't never tell when he's going to stay a day too long, till he tries and finds the passes are all snowed in." "You saying it's time to go south?" Jack asked. With a shrug, Caleb replied, "I dunno. Last week or so I've been thinking real hard on Taos." "Ain't a one of us ain't been thinking real hard on Taos," Matthew Kincaid interrupted. Hatcher stepped over and laid a hand on Kincaid's shoulder. "You'll be there afore the hard cold sets in." Matthew's eyes softened, and with a hound dog expression crossing his jowly face, he sobbed, "Want to see my Rosa?" John Rowland looked up and asked, "You ever get the feeling she might one day figure you for dead, Matthew? That you been gone so long from her, she goes out and gets herself another husband?" Slowly wagging his big, shaggy bear head, Kincaid gave that considerable thought, then answered, "I don't figure her the kind to do anything of the sort. Not till one of you boys rode into Taos and told her your own self I gone under."
And even then, Rosa's the sort of woman what just might expect one of us to bring her something special of urine, Matthew, Hatcher explained as he knelt by the coffee pot. Something what would show her you was really gone.
Isaac Sims asked, "What would that be, Kincaid?" "Yeah," echoed Solomon Fish. "What would be the one thing we'd have to show your Rosa to prove to her you've been rubbed out?" He scratched his big onion bulb of a nose with a dirty, charcoal-crusted finger, deep in thought. Then he said, "I suppose it'd be this here kerchief I wear round my neck." Using a couple of fingers, Kincaid lifted the soiled black cloth emblazoned with a multitude of painted red roses in full bloom. "Rosa give you that, didn't she?" Titus asked. He nodded, looking down at it a moment. "Winter afore last, when this bunch was all in Taos, afore we come north last 2 year. She and me, we bought this here kerchief down to a poor woman's blanket she had spread out in a warm spot there in the sun, over to the Taos Square." "I remember that old brown Injun gal," Roland crowed with excitement. "I seed that same kerchief my own self that morning and was coming back to buy it." Kincaid nodded, grinning. "Yep, that were the first time I met this here skinny son of a bitch." And he pointed at the rail-thin Roland. "We got to talking," John began. Then Kincaid continued, "And you said you was done with that bunch you'd been trapping with for more'n a year." "Some folks just ain't meant to run together," Roland agreed. Matthew said, "You told me your outfit was breaking up that winter, picking sides then and there in Taos." "Yep, some fellers following Ewing Young, and some others saying they was gonna tag along behind Antoine Robidoux. Only me and McCafferty didn't take no side when the outfit tore apart."
"McCafferty?" Hatcher inquired. "That when you two come and hooked up with us?"
With a nod, Roland looked up at their brigade leader and answered, "Damn, but that nigger never was the same since he killed that Ree medicine man. He started to get strange after that. Strange and downright spooky." "Damn if he didn't after he killed that medicine man," Fish replied. "Just the fall afore we run all the way south to Taos 2 year ago now."
"All the way from Ree country. That was a far piece to travel just to winter up," Graham observed.
McCafferty, he was a nigger what wasn't going to stay in that country where he'd just killed the old rattleshaker, Roland recalled. Hell, he told us it wasn't healthy for a man's hide to be caught in country anywhere close to where the Ree stomped around.
Scratch found that long trek hard to believe. Just for him killing a Ree medicine man, you tramped all the way down to Taos?
Don't you see?
Roland tried to explain in a quiet voice that hushed the others.
This here McCafferty had him dark hair, shiny like a new-oiled trap and near black as the gut of hell itself, afore the night he had to kill that Ree medicine man.
Bass asked, "What you mean, had to kill the Ree?" For a moment, Roland pursed his lips as if he were trying to pull out the particulars of that memory.
Something to do with what feller had the strongest medicine, to do with that medicine man fixin' to steal McCafferty's Bible.
He carry a Bible hisself? Scratch inquired.
Yup, John answered. The man left us with hair black as charred hickory, and he come back with it turned.
No shit? Titus asked. So that's when his hair become white? Turning to Bass, Roland explained,
McCafferty's hair is as white as new snow.
What turned his hair? Titus inquired. John stared into the fire for long moments before answering.
Maybe so the hoodoos.
Hoodoos! Shrieked Rufus Graham with a gust of sudden laughter.
That's right, John said, nonplussed. Like I said, McCafferty left our bunch with black hair and come back with it and his beard turned white.
Rufus declared,
Like the man seed a ghost.
With a shrug, Roland continued,
The man never told any of the rest of us what scared him so, said he wouldn't talk about it. Claimed that he'd always counted on God to watch his backside agin the devil.
Not a word of what hoodoo spooked him, eh? Caleb asked.
Nary a peep did we pull out of him,
John explained dolefully. All the way down to Taos that fall, I don't recall the nigger sleeping much at all.
How's a man get by without any sleep? Scratch asked with a yawn.
All I can tell you is on our trip south, that white-headed nigger was awake when I closed my eyes every night, and he was awake when I opened my eyes again come morning.
Skeptically, Scratch asked, Awake doing what?
Just looking up at the sky near all the time, moving his lips like he was talking to somebody, keeping a tight hold on his Bible.
That's spooky right there, Hatcher declared.
He packed that old Bible along in his possibles ever since I knowed him. Never saw him pull it out much, Roland explained. But after that night when he come back with his head turned white, McCafferty was one to keep that saddle-worn Bible right in his hand or laying by his side ever since.
McCafferty sounds to me like a man what got hisself spooked but good, Bass observed.
Hatcher agreed.
Right from the very first time I laid eyes on him down to Taos, I knowed in my bones there was something a mite odd about that child.
Yup, echoed Solomon. Young as he was, to have his hair turn like it did.
Don't matter how young a feller is when hoodoos reach out and grab hold, Roland protested, stretching out his arm, making a claw of his fingers. Hoodoo's gonna leave their mark on you.
Bass snorted. Sounds to me like you believe in ghosts your own self, Johnny. How about it, boys? Any of you seed any of McCafferty's hoodoos your own selves when you was with him? Hatcher added.
Shaking his head, Wood said,
I ain't never seen none for myself, but I rode many a mile and many a moon with Asa McCafferty. I saw what become of a man who did see a hoodoo, a man what seed a re-Injun rattleshaker's hoodoo.
Damn, if that don't give me goosebumps the way Johnny's talking, exclaimed Isaac Sims, rubbing both of his forearms as if he had just suffered a sudden chill.
Shit, roared Elbridge Gray. Johnny's got you jumping at shadows now, too.
Hatcher turned to Roland, asking, Whatever come of McCafferty that winter we rode back to Taos, John? At that moment in the timber above their protected valley, a wolf raised its voice to the clear, starlit autumn sky. All 9 of them turned and listened as the morose howl drifted away slowly, the sound swallowed by the utter black immensity of that night. After a bit of reflection, Roland answered,
Like I said, he didn't figure to join up with Young or with Robidoo's outfit. Hell, truth was, both of 'em made it real plain that they didn't want him along come spring.
So he go north with another outfit? Scratch inquired.
No, Roland answered. Near as I know, he never looked for a bunch to trap with after that. Like he knowed others down that way was talking about his hoodoos that winter, like he knowed there wouldn't be a man wanted to trap with him.
Rufus asked, What happened to him?
Dunno, John stated. I heard tell he up and pulled out of Taos late 2 winters ago. There in Mexico one day, gone the next.
Wood asked,
By hisself?
Yup, I heard he was all on his lonesome.
Damn, Hatcher grumbled. Here I was first thinking he become a strange goat, and now I'm feeling a mite sorry for this McCafferty. Feel sorry for a man what no one wants around.
How about you, Johnny? Elbridge asked. Would you want to trap with McCafferty now?
Shaking his head emphatically, Roland answered,
Not a whore's chance in Sunday meeting I'd ever travel the same trail with that one. Something about him killing that rattleshaker, something about that old rattleshaker's hoodoo medicine made McCafferty go real soft in the head.
Then, with a sudden, uncontrollable shudder of his body, John added,
This coon'll stay as far away from that crazy bastard as I can.
He's trouble, Rufus added.
Nah, not like he's a bad sort, Roland explained. Just that, well, let's say trouble follers on his back trail ever since the rattleshaker's hoodoos come after him. Way I see it, McCafferty's gonna have trouble dogging him the rest of his days for here on out.
Man's got enough to worry about in Injun country, Solomon declared. He don't have to take on a partner what's been turned soft in the head.
So how about you, Hatcher? Bass inquired with a grin.
You ain't gonna get soft in the head and keep us here till all the passes out of this valley are closed in, are you?"
"Nah," Jack replied. "I figure we each have us one more turn at Camp Keeper. 5 days more, and we'll get on out of here."
"To Taos," Kincaid roared with renewed enthusiasm. "Damn right," Hatcher answered. "We push on over the high side and make for the mud-house Mexican settlements."
"Ah, women got skin the color of smoked leather,"
Isaac Sims growled, a hunger glistening in his eyes. Rufus Graham agreed.
"And workman's liquor, clear as a summer sky and as strong as the kick of a mule."
"I'm half froze for corn and beans," Caleb Wood said wistfully, then licked his lips. "Don't make me no never mind that their bread is flat as it can be. It's still bread to this here starvin' nigger."
"I ain't had me no greaser bread since we put Taos at our rumps," Roland grumbled.
"This here nigger can't wait to get me some of that greaser tobacco," explained Elbridge Gray. "How about you, Jack? What you want to get when we shine in Taos?"
Music. Music I don't have to make for everyone else," Hatcher explained, looking up at the cold sky dreamily.
"I want to listen and dance to such music them greasers play, whilst holding my arm round the waist of a thin gal or a plump one. Hell, it don't make no matter to me. My, how I look forward just to spin a woman to some music and look down at her purty face, seeing right there and then in those eyes that she wants this here child to plant his wiping stick atween her legs."
"Stand back, you damned greasers," Roland shouted to the heavens. "Bow your brown heads to American free men come riding in from the mountains. Get back, you damned pelados, and make way for free mountaineers come to shine in Taos."
7. With each shrinking day, Hatcher's brigade pushed man and beast alike from the first gray stain of pre-dawn until past the coming of slap dark, putting behind them every mile they could, every man jack anxious for Taos. Halting at midday only to water the animals, the trappers doggedly pressed on as the winds grew stronger and the snows fell deeper, like mules with the scent of a home stall strong in their nostrils. Grown restless around their night fires, where they began to talk more and more of the Taos Valley, more and more of the spicy food and heady liquor and that strong native tobacco. And as the men pulled their blankets and robes about them with the dropping temperatures, they spoke each night of the dusky women and that particular fragrance of Mexican skin.
"Not like no Injun woman I ever knowed," Caleb Wood advised Titus Bass.
Hatcher snorted.
"And sure as hell like no white farmer's gal back to the settlements."
Wasn't Amy Whistler a white farmer's wife by now? Likely she had her a brood of her own, tugging at her skirt, the newest tucked in her arm, suckling at its mama's breast. He remembered those breasts at times, how they broke the surface of that swimming hole back to Boone County, Kentucky. Firm and high, slicked with summer cool water, just begging him to fondle, to excite, to kiss each one. How about Marissa Guthrie? Had she given Abel Guthrie a grandchild yet? Why, the way that girl threw herself into the coupling, Titus was dead certain she was the sort could end up with a man of her own, not long after he had pulled himself free and run off for St. Louis that autumn of 1815. Slipping away by the skin of his teeth, for he had fallen in love for the first time in his life, and if he hadn't escaped, he'd be there still, working the land, planting seed, tilling the ground, and raising walls around them, just like Abel Guthrie, like his own pap, Thaddeus. How much better could those greaser gals be than was Fawn, the Ute widow he bedded that first winter in the Rockies? His first Indian, so warm and fragrant with the smells of grease and smoke, bear oil and old soot had she been. Very much like Pretty Water, the Shoshone woman who had cared for his wounds and sated his hungers that third winter before it came time to leave as the high country began its spring thaw. In their own way, each one of them hard to leave behind.
"Just be careful you don't end up like Roland or Kincaid," Elbridge Gray warned.
Scratch would grin every time one of the others chivied him about the Mex gals. "Don't you worry none about me, fellas. I ain't the marryin' kind." "I wasn't neither," Matthew protested. Hatcher would always roar, "Kincaid wasn't till he met up with Rosa," at which Kincaid would nod in affirmation and agree, "That's the solemn truth." Moving south over the low ridge of the Bayou Salade, the outfit dropped west to strike the Arkansas once more, following it downstream for 2 days until they left the river behind to climb south slowly toward the lowest pass compressed among those mountains surrounding the narrow northern reaches of a valley that eventually widened its funnel into a fertile, verdant floor carpeted with autumn crisp grass crunching beneath the icy remnants of winter's recent snow.
"You're in Mexico now,"
Rufus Graham explained as he brought his horse alongside Bass's saddle mount. "Don't look no different to me." Solomon Fish explained, "Been in Mexico since we come across the Arkansas." "How far north the greasers ever come?" Scratch asked. With a spill of raw laughter, Hatcher declared, "Never would they come this far north, Titus Bass. This still be the land of the mountaineer and the Injun. Ain't many a greaser gonna venture far out of their villages." Down, down through the heart of that high valley they hurried against the lowering storms that gray-shouldered the peaks on their left and right. Finally, they struck the river flowing into the valley in a tangle of streams given birth in that high ground to the west. "A blind man could foller this all the way from here clear down to Taos," Caleb instructed Bass that afternoon as they began winding their way along a dim trail some distance back from the brushy banks. Hatcher said, "The worst of the ride's over now, Scratch." Then he sniffed the cold air deep into his lungs. "Ye God, boys! Why, I swear I can smell tortillas and beans already." 2 days later, Bass spotted his first herd of wild horses racing along the bench a short distance above them. None of the creatures appeared to be the least bit concerned about men capturing them, often loping along the outfit's line of march for hours at a time. On those occasions, the trappers had to be very wary that none of their pack animals broke loose to follow the wild herd. The farther south they pushed, the more of those mustangs they encountered crossing their trail day after day. This had to be a horse thief's paradise, Scratch thought. "Injuns in these parts?" he asked of the others one night at their fire as the men unfurled their robes and blankets, settling in for a few hours of sleep. "Not many what a man might worry about," Jack replied. Then Elbridge added, "Lessen the Comanche ride down on the town." Hatcher nodded. "The Comanche been known to cause considerable trouble for the Mexicans." Throwing his arm in a wide arc, Bass inquired, "This here Comanche country?" "Not rightly," Jack declared. "They just come here to raid the poor pelados, to carry away everything they can. Horses, cows, mules, anything they take a shine to." "That means they'll carry off Mex young'uns, too," Solomon stated. "What the hell they want with the young'uns?" Scratch asked. "Turn 'em into good Comanche," Caleb said. "The boys they make into warriors, and the girls, well, down the line the girls gonna start having Comanche babies." Rufus wagged his head sadly. "The greasers ain't all that good at putting up a good fight of it." "Ain't they got any soldiers?" "They got soldiers, Scratch," Isaac said, "but they ain't always the sort to be any help." "What these soldiers good for?" "Sometimes they dare ride out on the Sandy Fee Trail what takes a man back to Missouri," Hatcher said. "But there's Comanche out there in that water scrape hell, so most times them yellow-backed polecats are hanging round where they can be safe when they stare real hard at traders come in from the States, making sure they're always somewhere they don't have to worry about no Comanche." "Mostly them soldados gonna be where they find lots of women and pass brandy and some fandango to take in," Caleb said. "Fandango?" Scratch asked. "Mexican for dance," Rufus said with a generous grin. "A real hurrah and stomp, with plenty liquor and women's." Turning back to Hatcher, Titus asked, "So how bad these Comanche be?" Jack's merry eyes darkened.
The Blackfoot be the devil's some bitches up north, and down here the wust a man run up against be the Comanche. Ain't no red nigger any finer on the back of a horse."
That night it snowed right on into the pale, murky dawn as the sky continued to lower off those craggy mountain slopes rising on either side of them as they flung the fat, icy flakes off their robes and blankets, quickly rolling up the bedding and lashing it atop the packs they hung across the backs of their animals. The wind stirred just before sunrise, hurling itself at their backs all that day, whining and whimpering around them on into that night when they made camp, just as the sky muddied and the snow finally let up.
"How far now, Jack?"
Hatcher ruminated on that a moment, then said to Scratch,
"Less'n a week, give or take."
5 days, I'll wager,"
Solomon declared.
"You're up to making a bet?"
Jack asked.
5 days,
Fish repeated.
and I said I'd wager."
"A week," Hatcher stated. "No less."
"Anyone else?"
Solomon asked, gazing around at the others huddled shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the flames as he shook Hatcher's lean hand.
"Can't be soon enough for me," Kincaid groaned, "no matter how many days."
It began to snow again the following morning as the 9 of them rolled out and stomped around to stir up some warmth in their limbs. Bass, Kincaid, and Fish went out to take the horses down to water, finding the narrow creek beginning to ice up along the banks. Using a dead limb he found beneath an old cottonwood, Scratch hammered away at a thin crust, breaking a large hole where the animals could drink before taking to the trail. As he stood there shivering slightly, huddled within his soot-smudged, grease-stained red blanket, Bass watched the frosty halo over the herd slowly change from a misty gray to a delicate rose as the sun climbed briefly until swallowed by a thickening boil of snow clouds. As he watched, that tint of crimson gradually faded to pewter as the sun continued to rise, hidden once more behind the lowering of the heavens.
"Come on, Scratch,"
Caleb hollered as he and the others drove the horses back toward their camp.
"We only got us 5 days till we reach Taos."
7 days,
Hatcher bellowed like a calf hamstrung by a pack of prairie wolves as he struggled past, huffing as he hefted a pack onto the back of a horse. Wood waited a moment, then leaned toward Bass.
5 days,
he whispered, and held up all the fingers on one bare hand.
5.
It didn't matter to Titus. This close, those 2 days they argued over truly didn't matter. They were drawing nigh, near enough that Scratch could sense the keen edge to the anticipation building in the others, an anticipation that ignited an excitement of his own. As long as he had been out here already, in the last few days, Bass was coming to realize that everything would be brand new in this country south of the Arkansas. Not just the peoples, both Mexican and Indian, but their food and drink as well, along with another new and foreign language bound to fall about his ears. As much as he had been swallowed up in the varied cultures and races at the international port of New Orleans back in his youth, or lived at the St. Louis crossroads of a nation busy with its westward expansion, Bass was surprised to find himself growing as anxious to reach this Mexican village as he had been to enter his first Indian village back in 25. But more than anything else, he was finding the country itself different from what lay to the north. This mountain southwest was truly a land of extreme contrasts. While spring would give birth to richly flowered valleys, so too did high, snow-capped peaks rise well above the desert floor. Green rolling meadows carpeted the slopes of hills all the way down to sun-hardened desert wastes speckled with octillo and barrel cactus, mesquite trees, and frequent reminders of an even more ancient time in the sharp-edged black lava fields that occasionally cluttered the landscape. Always the land of the lizard, horned toad, prairie dog, and rattlesnake, this was also a country where he found cottonwood and willow bordering the infrequent gypsum-tainted streams where that gyp water might well cause most unaccustomed travelers to grow sick, stricken with a paralyzing bowel distress. These vast, yawning valley plains stretched upward toward the purple bulk of hills, from there up to brick-red mountainsides timbered with the ever-emerald green of pinyon pine and second-growth cedar. At sunrise, a man would find the treeless ridges staring back at him like some swollen, puffy, fight-ravaged eye. But by the time the sun rose high, that same vista would be painted a hazy blue, eventually turning to a deep purple as the sun finally sank to its rest. In such a land, there was sure to come the summer heat of hell, the bitter cold of an unexpected and uncompromising blizzard in winter. For much of the last few weeks, the 9 and their animals had threaded their way through this high land of brilliant color and startling contrast by following the Rio Grande itself as it flowed due south. Eventually, of an early afternoon, they stopped to water the animals for midday at the mouth of a narrow river that flowed out of the hills to the east to mingle its snowmelt with the Rio Grande.
"That there be the little Fernandez," Caleb Wood instructed as he pointed toward the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Come evening, with the sun setting across the valley, those hills themselves would take on a crimson hue so realistic that it had reminded the early Spanish explorers of the blood Christ himself had shed on the cross. Isaac stepped up as their horses drank at the icy stream. "There be a pass up there a feller comes over. Just follow the crick down into this here valley, turn south yonder there, and you'll run onto the village called Taos." Overhead, the last of a winter storm was spending itself among the high places, while on the valley floor, where they put their animals back on the trail, the snow fell gently. Here a man might find refuge from winter's harsh fury that battered the northern plains and Rockies. From spring until well into the fall here, green pastures welcomed the heat-jaded prairie traveler who stumbled in from the dry and dusty Santa Fe Trail. Here, the shadows of the Sangre de Cristos offered a man respite from the harshest weather meted out by both summer and winter. The valley had long been a refuge to weary sojourners. As early as the 1300s, the Indians had begun building the massive, multi-storied Pueblo de Taos, raising the thick mud walls near Taos Mountain at the northernmost end of the valley. Successive pueblos had been added over the centuries. Finally, after the threat of frequent and deadly attacks by roving bands of Comanche raiders had diminished, a new Spanish settlement was given birth. Named after a 17th-century Spanish pioneer who settled in the valley and made it his home, the tiny village came to be known as Don Fernando de Taos. Up ahead in the lengthening shadows of late afternoon raced Kincaid and Roland, kicking their horses into a gallop to shoot past Rufus and Isaac. At the top of the bluish twilight rise, covered with snow, the two yanked back on their reins, settled their horses, and pounded one another on the back. As Hatcher led the others up this last gentle slope, Bass heard the excitement in how Johnny and Matthew yelled back and forth with childlike eagerness, pointing this way and that, pulling their caps from their heads to signal the others to hurry, their long hair tormented with each gust of wind. Bass stopped at last, gazing south, staring down into the valley for the first time. What with all the snow and those whitewashed adobe walls, it was hard for him at first to make out the village. Soon enough, his eyes spotted the faint glow of candles and lamps brightening more and more windows as afternoon light oozed from the early winter sky. "That there's Taos, Scratch," Hatcher said quietly.
"Welcome," Kincaid added, his eyes beaming. "My roses yonder."
Jack turned and asked, "You'll keep your head down tonight, Matthew? You too, Johnny?" They glanced quickly at one another and nodded. Kincaid declared,
"We're going our own ways, Jack. This first night I'm laying low with Rose's folks."
"How about you, Roland?"
"Me too, Jack," he answered, his happy face gone serious. "Don't want to dance with no trouble. Not after 2 years."
Hatcher nodded. "That's the chalk of it, boys. Slip into town quiet-like, and don't let many folks see you. We'll catch up to you down to the square in a day or two."
"You'll see to our animals and plunder, won't you, boys?" Matthew asked the group.
"Go on now," Jack coaxed the two.
You got wives waiting for you down the hill in Taos. Get your gullet shined with lightning and your stinger dipped in sweet, warm honey tonight."
Roland turned to gaze at Kincaid.
"Jack don't have to ask me twice."
They started to whoop like wild men as they kicked their horses into motion, but Hatcher hollered at them to be quiet. Instead, the two men raced down the snowy slope toward the distant village without another sound out of them but the hammer of the hooves and the pounding of their excited hearts.
"Look at them two, won't you?" Caleb asked as the others sat in silence. "Like a pair of bulls in the spring."
"You'd be bellerin' like a scalded alley cat if you had a woman tucked away down there,"
Rufus scolded Wood. Caleb wheeled on him.
"Who says I don't have me a woman tucked away down there?"
"They really got wives down in that town?" Titus asked. "Mexican wives?"
"Yup,"
Jack replied, then winked wickedly.
"So what we gonna do when we get down there tonight? Find us some women and whiskey?"
Bass inquired, the tip of his tongue licking his cracked lower lip.
"We ain't going to Taos tonight," Jack explained as he raised his face to the sky, peering this way and that at the onrushing darkness.
Down in the valley, the distant peal of a solitary bell drifted up the slope. After 2 rings, a second bell took up the faint chorus. Back and forth the two rang for the space of a half-dozen heartbeats, then faded off into the cold as silence replaced their joyous song.
"What was that?"
Scratch asked.
"Church down there," Isaac said. "Got 2 towers, a bell in each tower. They ring 'em at break of day, then at noon, and again at eventide."
"Bells," Bass repeated. "I'll be goda," Caleb said.
"Looks like we got here about the right time of the day."
"Right time of the day for what?" Scratch proclaimed.
"To get ourselves round to the far side of town without the Mexicans seeing us come in,"
Hatcher declared, raising his right arm and pointing with his rifle to the hills west of the village. "Them greasers cause us trouble?"
"Not the plain folks," Isaac said. "Just the greasers what run everything. The soldiers and the tax fellers what don't want Americans to trap no Mexican waters."
"How the hell they gonna know if we pulled our beaver out of Mexican streams?"
"They don't," Jack said with a shrug. "So they tax all the beaver we got, no matter where it come from."
This was startling news. Titus continued, "How's a man supposed to pay a tax when he ain't got no money to begin with?"
"Them tax collectors and the soldiers what ride around with 'em take the government's cut from your beaver."
"My beaver?" Bass shrieked. "They ain't gonna take any of my beaver, not after I lost those last packs when Bud, Silas, and Billy went under."
"That's just what we're trying to explain to you, Scratch," Hatcher said. "Them greasers working for the governor ain't gonna have a chance to take none of our beaver."
"Not a plue,"
Caleb echoed. "How we keep 'em from it?"
"By taking our asses on over yonder there to the west now that it's dark," Jack explained.
"What's over there?"
"Workmen's caves," Caleb answered. "That child makes good corn whiskey."
Whiskey?" Bass stammered.
"Taos lightning," Hatcher said. "Take the top of your head off cleaner than a Blackfoot tomahawk."
"Let me at it," Bass croaked, his dry throat constricting in excitement.
"Ooh-hoo, looks like Titus here got him a thirst, fellas," Elbridge barked. "Time we got down off this hill anyway," Jack advised. "A cold night like this, best thing a man can do is to find him a warm place where the wind won't blow."
"Like workmen's caves," Caleb interrupted.
"Damn right," Hatcher continued. "A warm place where he and his compañeros can pour some whiskey down their gullets."
"Como la va?" The loud voice came booming out of the night, echoing and re-echoing off the narrow canyon walls. It was enough to cause Scratch's skin to prickle with cold, despite his layers of clothing.
"Workmen?"
Hatcher called out after he had thrown his hand up and stopped them all as they were slowly picking their way along the dry creek bed in the inky darkness.
"That you, Workman?"
"Who the hell's asking?"
"Jack Hatcher."
They heard sounds from the night, above and to their left, stones clunking together, pebbles ground underfoot.
Mad Jack Hatcher, is it? Suddenly a figure emerged out of the gloom here at the bottom of the deep, dry creek bed. Jack sang,
"So there you are, Willie."
"You don't smell like no ghosts," the stranger said as he stepped to within a rifle's length of the muzzles of their horses. "And for sartin you don't look to be Mexican soldiers neither."
With a shrug, Hatcher explained,
"Just a bunch of fellers need a place to spread out our robes and hide away our packs for the season, Willie."
"Done for the winter, are you, Jack?" the man asked. "If'n that be so, kick off there and give me a proper greetin'."
Quickly dismounting, Hatcher stomped up, and the two of them embraced, pounding shoulders and backs as Bass strained to get himself a better look at this William Workman. With nothing better than dim starshine, it was hard to tell more than the fact that the man kept his face shaved and his hair cropped short, looking no different from a settlement storekeeper back in the States. Across his arm lay a rifle. In the wide belt that encircled his blanket coat were stuffed a pair of pistols. He wore no hat despite the cold, his pale face smiling as he turned from Hatcher to look up at the others.
"Who all's with you, Jack?"
"You know 'em, Willie," Hatcher explained. "All here with me 'cept Kincaid and Roland."
Workman moved up another 2 steps, peering over the group.
"Where's Joe?"
"Little's gone," Caleb replied.
"That you, Wood?" Workman asked. "You still throwing in with this bastard Hatcher?"
He turned to Jack.
"How'd Little go under? You run onto some Blackfoot way up there where you was going?"
"He went sick, Willie. Got him the ticks last spring."
Then Isaac added,
"Just afore the Blackfoot jumped us."
With a raw snort of humorless laughter, Workman said,
"I warned you sons of bitches not to go up there to Blackfoot country when you lit out of here more'n a year ago, but would Mad Jack Hatcher listen to any sane man?"
"Hell no,"
Hatcher answered, slapping Workman on the shoulders.
"What good would it do me ever to listen to a sane man?"
Workman brought up the muzzle of his rifle, pointing it in Bass's direction.
"So who's the new man?"
"Come on down here, Scratch."
"Scratch, is it?" Workman echoed as Bass kicked out of the saddle. "This new hand got him a real name?"
"Titus Bass," Scratch said, pulling off a mitten to hold out his hand.
"Good to make your acquaintance, Titus. Whoa, your grip feels cold. Mayhaps we oughtn't get you boys on inside to warm up."
"You got lightning? That'll warm me quick,"
Hatcher declared as he and Workman turned and started off into the dark.
"You'll dang well play that fiddle of yourn for every drop, Jack," the whiskey maker warned. "There ain't no free drink at Workman's Still."
"You gone and wounded me, Willie. No man can't never say Jack Hatcher don't pay his own way."
"What's to eat, Willie?" Elbridge asked, trotting up right behind the two.
"Got me most of a small cinnamon I shot up in the foothills 2 days back," Workman answered. "That sow was young enough to still be tender."
Isaac asked,
"Bet you've got some corn, too." "We can rustle you up some corn cakes to go along with that bear meat."
Workman stopped and turned as the others came to a halt in a broad semicircle around him.
"You boys go on with Jack here and get your packs off them horses afore we draw too much attention standing round here in the dark of night. You know where you can corral your animals after you've got your beaver underground in the cave. Then you come on over to the mill house where I got the fire going, and we'll catch up on what all you fellers seed since last you was in Taos."
That bear meat was superb, kept cool hanging back in the cavern across the dry creek bed from the hut and mill house William Workman had built himself out of all the loose stone found underfoot in this broken countryside west of Taos. Some 2 years previous, he and John Rowland had discovered the narrow entrance to the cave just big enough for a dismounted rider to bring his horse through if the need arose. Once through the portal, however, the cavern opened up. Several smaller rooms jutted off that large main room. After dropping their packs and possibles just outside the cave entrance, Scratch helped Isaac and Elbridge wrangle the horses and mules up the creek bottom another 60 yards to a bend in the canyon, where Workman had constructed a post corral big enough to contain the animals a large trapping party would bring in. Against one side of the fence, they found a pair of hayricks filled with cut grass, which the 3 trappers pitched into the corral for their trail-weary stock after removing all the bits and rope halters, draping them over the top fence rail. By the time they stepped through the rough-hewn door into the low-roofed mill house, the fragrance of boiling corn and frying hoe cakes instantly set Bass's mouth to watering. "I ain't had no corn since I put the Missouri River at my back in 25, he stated as Caleb Wood handed him a flat-tinned plate. Titus brought the Johnny cakes right under his nose and drank in their heavenly fragrance, conjuring up memories of a warm hearth, memories of a long-ago home slowly bubbling to the surface within him like a hearty rabbit stew. "You ain't been out here long," Workman commented. "Wondered if I'd ever get away from there," Titus replied, as he propped his rifle against a stone wall, pulled the strap from his shoulder so his shooting pouch draped from the long weapon's muzzle. "Settlers moving out toward the Santa Fe Trail at Franklin," the man said. "But I don't think they'll ever put down roots on the prairies, not anywhere near that God-forsook country a man goes through 'tween here and there. Ain't worth the trouble to plow that ground." "Too damn hot, that country," Elbridge garbled around a hunk of bare, corn soppings dripping into his chin whiskers. "What fool dare try to grow something in that desert, I'll never know." As he speared a slab of the dark, lean bear loin onto Bass's tin, Workman continued. "I ain't been here much longer'n you, truth be. Got here 1st of July that year. Me and Matthew," he said, pointing his butcher knife off in the general direction of town. "The 2 of us and a 3rd one named Chambers was going to start us our own still." "You see just how far Matt got being a whiskey maker," Hatcher said. "Door's still open for him," Workman said. "You tell him I can always use a partner around here again." "You tell him yourself, Willie," Jack declared. "I figure he'll be looking for something to do now that he's give up on the mountain trade for a while." "He don't figure to trap anymore?" Hatcher replied, "What he's been saying since spring." Turning back to the fire to stab another slice of bear from the huge iron skillet suspended on a trivet over the glowing coals, Workman said, "I'll lay that he's off seeing his Rosa." "Missed her something fierce," Solomon said. "Don't doubt it," Workman agreed. "My eyes landed on a purty Mex-gal my own self." "Marion kind?" "Enough of the Marion kind that I went out and got myself baptized in the Mexican church last June," their host explained. "Baptized?" Hatcher stammered, spewing a mouthful of his meat onto the pounded clay floor. "By Padre Antonio Jose Martinez," he said, laying a slice of bear on Caleb's plate. "In town, the folks all call me Julian." "Who?" "Julian," Workman repeated the name for them. "S'pose that's William in their tongue, eh?" My, Hatcher exclaimed, then whistled low and long. "To think of another American getting hisself baptized just so he can get hitched up to a Mex-gal." "I don't figure you can ever understand that, Jack, because none of you are the kind ever to settle down in one spot long enough to have a wife, raise some kids, maybe so even have a job that means you don't have to look back over your shoulder for Injuns." "I like my life just the way it is, Willie," Hatcher said, then corrected himself. "I mean, Julian." "Man ought to be happy with the way he's living his life," Workman declared as he scooted back from the fry skillet and got to his feet. "If he ain't happy, then he oughtn't change something so's he can be happy. Like this new fella here. 'Pears he left everything behind and come west to the mountains to find what wasn't back there." "Happy? I'll tell you what makes that nigger happy," Jack snorted, pointing his knife at Scratch. "Bass is the sort what ain't happy lessen he's making life hard on me." Titus chuckled, saying, "It's for sartin no woman ever want you around long enough to get yourself baptized so you could marry up to her, Hatcher." "See what I mean, Willie? This nigger's nothing more'n a pain in the ass to me." Rufus Graham dragged the back of his hand across his lips, belched, then stood to stretch. "When you gonna bring us some lightning?" "Thirsty?" "Save for rendezvous last 2 year," Graham explained. "I been thirsty near all the time, Willie."
I'll fetch us up some, their host stated, dusting his hands together eagerly. By the time Workman was back with a clay jug in each hand, the rest had finished the last of their supper and had sopped up all the corn juice and bear grease. Some of the men even tipped up their tinware and licked their plates clean, eyes half closed, savoring the last of the corn. "Ain't gonna be the last meal you have, fellers," Workman said as he came back into the fire's light. "Never know when you're riding with Jack Hatcher," Caleb grumbled. "Every meal might be a man's last, 'cause you sure as hell don't always know when you're gonna get the next one." They laughed together as the jugs clunked to the surface of a thick plank table before their host pulled small, crudely formed clay cups from the two big patch pockets on his short blanket coat. Bass watched as the man began to pour a clear liquid into each cup, filling them about halfway to the top. When they all had a cup in hand, Workman passed the last to Titus and raised his own. "A toast to the new mountaineer," Workman said, "and his first trip to Taos."
"Hurrah for Scratch!"
Hatcher bawled, slapping Bass on the back of his shoulders. For a moment, he watched the others stuff their clay cups to their hairy mouths, tossing back the cups and their heads at the same time. Then he brought his cup to his lips and tasted. Damn if it didn't have the sting of distilled corn itself. "What you think?" Workman asked.
"Go on, drink up and tell the man what you think of his lightning," Hatcher demanded.
Scratch brought the cup from his lips, licking them a moment. "Tastes like John Barleycorn to me." "Drink it down and tell me if you like it," Workman suggested, crossing his arms. He had to admit that he did. Having found that first sip quite to his liking, Bass threw back the cup, letting the rest of the clear, potent liquid tumble back over his tongue, right on down his gullet where it scorched a wide, fiery path all the way to his belly. Impatient, Hatcher brought his face close, asking, "Well?" More," Bass stuttered, his voice as raspy as a coarse file dragged over crude cast iron, a bare, whispery ghost of its former strength. "I think he likes it," Caleb declared. "Look at his eyes," Isaac said as he leaned in an inch from Bass's nose. "This man's gonna be drunk on his ass afore he knows it, ain't he, Jack?"
"If that hoss don't take the circle, Willie," Hatcher bellowed. "Looks like you found another nigger what took to your liquor right off."
More, I said, Scratch repeated, his voice a little less raspy this time. Already he was sensing the heat rise in his throat, his face and forehead feeling flushed and feverish. Workman complied, pouring a full cup this time. Then the others held out their cups as their host made the rounds of that tight circle, dispensing more of the heady grain spirits he had distilled from wheat and corn grown nearby in the Taos Valley. "Now, s'pose you boys tell me all about them scalps I see you have hanging from your belts and pouches," Workman declared. "And don't forget to tell me how you come to ride back into Taos with this here whiskey-lovin' Titus Bass." He didn't remember much about that night, just crumbs of recollection scattered across the empty plate of his consciousness, no more than scraps slowly tumbling round in his aching head as he forced himself out of the blankets before he peed all over himself right then and there. Someone had put him to bed and covered him up. As he stood unsteadily, Scratch watched the slow spinning of a half-dozen points of light. The flames of low candles reflected against the walls, their pale light fluttering against the dark void surrounding the cave entrance where an ashy grayness told him dawn was coming soon. How his head swam as he struggled to stay upright, wobbled, then almost went down, catching himself with a hand against the cold cavern wall. The others lay here and there, all 6 of them dead for all he could tell. But they weren't, because somehow they had gotten him back to the cavern from the mill house and stretched him out beneath his blankets. This lathering his tonsils with whiskey wasn't as much fun as it used to be. For an anxious moment, he worried that he might have puked on himself while he'd lain there passed out. Sickened with the throbbing of a dull drum in his head, he stopped, braced himself against the wall just beneath one of the low, sputtering candles, and inspected the front of his shirt.
Wiping a dirty hand down his chest, across his belly, and then lifting his breechclout to give it a quick inspection, Bass was satisfied he hadn't made a mess of himself. The air grew chillier the closer he inched to the mouth of the cavern. A stiff breeze drifted down the riverbed the moment he stepped out into the morning air, nudging his wild, tangled hair. As he stood watering the ground, Bass realized the hangovers were beginning to hurt more than they ever had before. Maybe so the older he got, the more his body rebelled at the way he abused it. Tucking the breechclout back over himself, Scratch fought the dizzying headache, doing its best to blind him, then swallowed down a little of the bile revolting from his stomach. How his head pounded, reverberating with the dull echo of distant gunshots. Then, his stomach had finally had enough of his standing upright. What he had left from last night's bear and corn mush flung itself against the back of his tongue violently. Folding at the waist, Titus spilled it onto the ground until he gagged nothing but a burning bile. Slowly he straightened, distressed that his head still echoed with the hammering of those distant gunshots.
"Get them others rousted, goddammit!"
Turning, Bass strained valiantly to focus his bloodshot eyes on where the voice had come from, finding workmen coming out of the gloom of that cold gray dawn. The man took shape out of the dizzying rocks, that rifle across his arm.
"Get Hatcher!"
the whiskey maker shouted, his voice shrill, ringing off the narrow canyon walls.
"Roll him out!"
Behind him, Scratch could hear others stirring, muttering inside the cave. Groggy, he grumbled,
"What?"
Workmen came to a stop before him there at the entrance to the cavern.
"There's trouble in the village and we gotta go."
"Trouble?" Elbridge Gray asked as he emerged from the dark, swiping a big hand over his face several times.
"Gunfire,"
Workman said, starting to push past Gray.
"Where's Jack?"
"I'm coming,"
Hatcher's voice was heard. Then he stood in the cold, with the rest of them shoving up behind him.
"Hush! Listen!"
Rufus demanded. They did, for the space of a few heartbeats, until Workman spoke.
"Grab your guns, boys, and follow me."
"We gonna saddle up, Willie?" Caleb Wood asked.
"Ain't got the time," he ordered. "We gotta go now."
They had led their horses out of the pole corral and were on the cold, bare backs, crossing that dark bottom ground between the cavern entrance and the stone mill house, urging their mounts up the trail cut along the gentle side of the canyon onto the high ground, where Workman led them out at a stiff lope. The wind at their back, the 8 rode toward the graying horizon, toward the gunshots, toward the rising screams of the women. This was something totally new to Bass, this mix of rifle fire and those cries, the shrieks, the fear and horror of women. Never before had there been any womenfolk mixed in with the times he had been forced to spill blood. But of a sudden he remembered Annie Christmas's gunboat on the Mississippi River. Moored up to the pier, both bow and stern, what was once a Kentucky flatboat had been converted by its madam into a floating saloon and brothel. Just the sort of place where a man who drank too much might well never wake up. He recalled how Hames Kingsbury ended up having to gut the whore who came for him with blood in her eye. On Annie's boat, the whores were every bit as treacherous as were the river pirates themselves. Leaving dead men and women behind, they had fled Natchez by the skin of their teeth, praising the fates for sparing their lives. One of those big iron bells began to ring in the chill gray air, not 2, as there had been at dusk last night. Just one bell, its tolling both a shrill warning and a plaintive call for aid and succor. When the hair prickled on the back of his neck, Scratch tugged the coyote fur cap down a little farther on his wild, unruly hair, hoping to make it more secure over the blue bandana as they raced toward the outer buildings that gradually took form out of the gloom. Someone was blowing a horn now, its clear brassy notes shrill on the air between each resounding peal from the cathedral bell. But by now, the gunfire was fading quickly, falling off to a few scattered shots, then a final volley by the time the horsemen tore into the western outskirts of the village. Down a narrow street they clattered across the icy, rutted ground, pressed between two rows of low-roofed dirt buildings, the dawn-gray walls like skulls pocked with black-doored nose rectangles and empty eye sockets of lightless windows. Dodging a dog here and there, reining aside for a crude wood-wheeled carreta shoved up against its owner's house, the 8 kept on, stringing themselves out into a long file as workmen led them toward the center of town, where the screaming grew louder, wails and shrieks of horror and distress swelling like a massive wave rumbling toward them, about to engulf the horsemen, when Bass saw the crowd take shape out of the dark.
"Pray it ain't one of our boys,"
Isaac Sims growled beside him. "One of our—" Sims interrupted.
"Gone under, Scratch, gone under."
As the crowd congealed, become an organic, growing, wild thing filling the street's entrance to the town square, that cathedral bell continued clanging its call of danger. The brass horn kept raising its stuttering clarion call from somewhere else in the village. Perhaps a rooftop, its braying alarm coming from on high, Scratch figured. They brought their guns up about the time Workman and Hatcher each threw up an arm to signal a halt. For another breathless heartbeat, it appeared the crowd was turning to rush them, whirling away from the village square with murderous intent. "It's the women's!" Jack bellowed as he yanked back on the reins, sawing them savagely to the left to spin his horse aside as the women surged toward the horsemen, screaming in utter chaos. In a swirl of shawl and dress, they poured around the riders, every arm held up to the horsemen, every hand imploring the Americans, eyes wide and fear-filled, tears streaming down their faces, mouths chattering a wild, confusing, ear-taunting cacophony of a foreign tongue. "What are they saying?" Jack shouted at Workman as their horses wheeled about, jostling, bumping into one another as the rest of the riders came to an abrupt halt, trapped in the narrow confines of the icy, rutted street. "You make it out?"
"Comanche!"
Workman barked the single word the rest of the horsemen could understand.
"Hatcher!"
Out of the milling mass of frightened women emerged the huge figure holding a rifle overhead at the end of his arm.
"Kincaid!"
Jack bellowed. It took several moments for the big man to force his way through the stream of women who flooded round him and that tiny woman who dared not leave the safety of that shelter right beneath his left arm. They pulled at Matthew's clothing, touched his face with their fingers, stumbled backward in front of him as they screamed and cried out their warnings, their pleas, their prayers.
"Your Rosa all right?"
Hatcher asked as Kincaid and the woman reached the side of his horse. He pulled her closer beneath his bulk.
"Rosa ain't hurt. She came along, helped reload my guns."
Hatcher managed to get his horse close.
"Willie says it was Comanche."
With a nod, Kincaid replied,
"They hit us in the dark, Jack. Come in on the south side of the village."
Rufus asked,
"Where's Roland?"
"I ain't seed him," Matthew declared, "but I heard him hollerin' for me during the fight."
"Heard him?"
Jack inquired.
"His gun heard it," Kincaid explained, "and I thought I heard him yellin' for me, too."
"Maybe so the Comanche got him?"
With a shrug, Kincaid said,
"Could have, Jack. I know he was staying the night on the far side of the village, near where the Comanche rode out when they was finished with us."
"What did they get?" Workman demanded, trying to settle his nervous horse as the women shoved against the riders, filling every space between the Americans like water seeping between the boulders on a summer-dry creek bed. Looking down at Rosa, Kincaid had to shout to be heard. She appeared to listen a minute, then asked first one of the shrieking women, then another, before she stood on her toes and spoke into his ear. Matthew gazed up at Workman and Hatcher as they jostled before him in the frightened crowd, his face gray with concern.
"They got some women, Jack, and a few of the niños. Cheerin', too."
"Women? Some growed women?"
Kincaid nodded, swallowing.
"Sounds like they got Roland's woman, his wife."
Hatcher's eyes narrowed.
"It don't look good for Johnny, does it?"
Staring at the ground a moment, Kincaid said,
"Roland ain't the sort to let the Comanche take his wife if he were still alive." Let's go find Johnny before we go after the red bellies, Workman hollered.
Hatcher whirled on him. You fixin' to go running after them, Comanche?
Damn right. We can't let 'em get too far ahead.
Jack turned to the others in a blur, asking his men above the dying tumult of screams that had become more a sobbing, wailing, whimpering mob of mourners, We goin' after them Injuns?
If Roland's wife is took by 'em, Elbridge answered for the rest, we're going after every last one of the bastards.
Jack's eyes bounced off the hairy faces, each pair of bloodshot eyes like sunset-streaked portals into their tortured, hung-over souls. He asked,
Elbridge speak for the rest of you?
Feeling the fear of it rise in a knot from the gut of him, Bass watched them all nod, some of the men growling their agreement like the distant coming of black-bellied thunder. Hatcher turned toward him.
How about you, Scratch?
He felt the eyes on him, not just of the men who had saved his hash after he'd been left for dead, but of these 100 or more women who looked up at him with their pooling eyes. His belly was empty of everything but the fear now that he had puked back at the cave. A cold, gut-wrenching fear, and the hot, rising flush of adrenaline giving fire to his veins.
Ain't nothing could keep me from going.
8.
Ain't a man worth his salt gonna stand for Injuns stealing women and young'uns, Bass told them as they nudged their horses into motion, slowly parting the crowd of wailing women. I remember my grandpap telling me about the Shawnee and others what come down on the canebrake settlers way back, not just to kill and burn them folks out, but to steal the women folk and the young'uns too.
This is different,
Hatcher groaned as he studied the scene side to side.
There'd be too damned many of them Comanche for us to take on from the looks of things here.
Solomon hollered,
But them red bellies gotta pay.
Too damned many of 'em,
Jack repeated, working to convince them.
There's just a handful of us.
We ain't gonna give it a try, Bass shouted.
And get ourselves kilt in the bargain?
Caleb protested. Titus sighed, his eyes imploring Hatcher. All right, Jack. We find John Rowland first, then go out there on their trail and see if we figure out how many we're up against by the looks of the tracks. For a long moment, their leader considered that.
So be it. I don't cotton to no Injun carrying off no woman or child neither, boys. We'll go find Johnny, then we'll see what the trail's got to tell us about what we'd be up against.
There erupted a spontaneous, raw cheer among these men yanked from their blankets, heads throbbing with a long overdue hangover, men grouchy, out of sorts, and damned well ready to do battle.
Get you your horse, Matthew,
Hatcher shouted, turning to fling his words behind him as the Americans moved their animals slowly into the noisy crowd filling the village square.
We gotta find Johnny.
I'll catch up to you, Kincaid said, clutching his Rosa tight. Go on past Roland's hut off yonder. I figure we'll cut the trail out by his place. On all sides of them, the devastation increased as they pushed for a narrow street on the far side of the village square. There at the corner squatted an old woman, a filthy shawl hanging half on her head, each of her hands resting on the body of a dead man crumpled at her knees. Beneath her fingers lay a bloodied face dotted with a gray stubble, the old man's skull cracked open. At her feet sprawled the body of a younger man, perhaps a son. At least 4 arrows were stuck deep in his bare brown back. A dog slinked close, cautiously, its feral nose twitching at the smell of blood and gore seeping from the bodies. Bass gave heels to his horse, reining straight for the cur. The dog's neck ruff bristled as Scratch leaned over, swinging his rifle butt for the canine, smacking it in the ribs. Rolling over and over with a pitiful yelp, the dog picked itself up from the icy ruts and scurried away down the street, tail tucked between its legs. Here and there in the village around them, some of the squat adobe houses smoldered, wisps of ghostly smoke seeping from the rawhide-covered windows, curling up in twisted columns from the portals where the doors hung akimbo on broken hinges. Overturned carretas,
a dead goat or dog, a pig or some chickens, the refuse of animal carcasses strewn about to mark the Comanches' path through town. Villagers suddenly converged on the path the Americans were taking, appearing from behind them in the narrow street, flowing in from both left and right to form a noisy mob. Weepy-eyed women and angry men shuffled into that open ground where a handful of squat, sapling and mud wattle huts stood leaning against the cold dawn sky. There on the snowy trampled ground, 3 women were hunched over their prey, pummeling the enemy again and again with short pieces of firewood, one wailing hag swinging a long wrought iron fireplace poker. More of the mob surged forward, eager to join in, shrieking, swinging, and kicking.
"Get back!"
Hatcher bellowed above them as he steered his horse into their midst.
"God damn you, get back!"
The crowd may not have understood his words, but there was no mistaking the gringo's meaning. Slowly, the villagers stepped back, and back some more, until the trappers recognized the bloody, battered body of an Indian. He didn't look to be too tall a man, dressed only in a shirt and breechclout above his moccasins. A blanket had been torn from his waist. Bare-legged, his hair disheveled, the Indian had a face almost unrecognizable as such. Someone had even begun to decapitate the body. A woman nearby shook with rage, a huge knife trembling in her bloody hand.
"He dead?"
Solomon asked as he halted his horse with the others.
"Damn well better be," Caleb growled. "Let 'em work the son of a bitch over, Jack. That dead Comanche is the only thing they can take it out on now."
"First whack, it's my turn,"
Hatcher said as he kicked his right leg up and to the left, sliding off the bare back of his horse. The crowd inched back even farther, muttering in unrequited fury as he strode up without hesitation, yanking his skinning knife from the sheath hung at his hip. Without a word, he knelt, whizzed the sharp blade around the head, then wiped the knife off on the Indian's shirt before he stuffed it away. Placing a foot on the warrior's face, Hatcher leaned back against the Comanche's thick hair until the scalp peeled away, complete with the tops of the ears. This moist, limp trophy he held up for all to see at the end of his outstretched arm. Slowly he turned, the blood dripping in the dirty snow. Suddenly, Hatcher opened his mouth and let out a long, primal scream. Nothing close to being a word, only a frightening sound, some guttural, wild, and feral noise the people in that crowd understood.
"Wah!"
With that ear-shattering cry of the grizzly boar preparing for battle against one of its own, Jack pushed on through the crowd, walking up to a wooden door where he looped the long black hair over the top hinge, took a quick step back, then spit on the scalp. As others, mostly old men and young boys at first, shoved out of the throng to imitate the trapper by spitting on the scalp themselves, Hatcher turned and pushed his way back through the crowd. At that moment, some of the infuriated Mexican women threw themselves back onto the body, resuming their brutal, passionate dismembering of the dead enemy. Jack grabbed a handful of his horse's mane and flung himself onto its back. Taking up the reins, he brought the animal around and began to part the growing crowd that clamored for vengeance upon the raiders. One by one, the Americans slipped their horses through that narrow gap in the mob. Alarmed by sudden and wild shrieks from the Tauseños, Bass turned to look over his shoulder, seeing the Indian's head appear above the throng. In the next moment, it was hoisted far above the Mexicans at the end of a long, sturdy pike, the people swirling about on their heels like a throbbing mass below this gory, eyeless trophy they began to carry back toward the square. As the mob washed away, a group of young boys led by a pair of old women stayed behind to tie lariats to the wrists and ankles of the headless body. As the last rope was knotted, the youngsters took off on foot, wildly screaming together as the beaten, bloodied, pummeled body bounced, tumbled, and flopped crazily behind the racing boys. Hobbling along behind the torso came the teetering old women, both of them striking what was left of the enemy again and again with firewood switches. While the clamor of the mob faded toward the square, From a side street came the sudden clatter of boot heels echoing off the cold whitewashed walls of the village. Suddenly, more than 50 Mexican soldiers burst around a corner. The trappers brought up their long weapons. For a terrifying instant, both groups stared at one another provocatively, ready for the other side to open fire. Every bit as disheveled as the Americans, the soldiers looked as if they too had just been pulled from their beds. Very few of them wore a complete uniform, and those who had managed to pull on their coats hadn't taken the time to button them in the morning's cold. Red-eyed, pasty-faced, these were men rousted from their barracks with the toe of a boot or the point of a bayonet.
"Señores!"
The thin-faced officer at the head of the formation finally yelled as he took 2 steps toward the trappers, slapping a sword against his tall boot.
"Americanos!"
With his eyes locked on the officer, Hatcher quietly spoke from the side of his mouth.
"Willie, you know their talk better'n I do. Tell 'em to get out of our way so we can find our friend."
After a quick dialogue, Workman said,
"This one, he's the ensign."
"What's that?"
Hatcher demanded.
"The big soldier chief hereabouts," the whiskey maker replied. "Name's Don Francisco Guerrero. These here are his soldiers 'cause he's senior justice and war captain of San Geronimo de los Taos."
A smirk crossed Jack's bony face.
"This bastard's got too damned many names for me, boys. Willie, tell him to get his ass out of our way."
Wagging his head emphatically, Workman protested,
"But they ain't fixin' to stop us."
"Damn right these greasers won't stop us,"
Isaac bellowed as he came up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hatcher. Workman continued,
"But this here Guerrero says they found the Injun's trail."
"Where?"
"Heading north out of town," Workman said to Hatcher, pointing.
"With them red niggers gone, we go find Johnny."
"They want us to help 'em go after the Comanche."
Hatcher turned to look at Workman now.
"Why they want our help trailing after a bunch of Injuns?"
"Guerrero here, he says the Comanche took some women and children with him."
"We know that,"
Jack snapped.
"One of them women is the wife of the governor," Workman explained quietly. "And they run off with his little girl, too."
"Why us?"
Hatcher demanded, eyeing the soldiers suspiciously. Licking his lips, Workman sighed.
"They figure the only chance they got of trailing the Comanche is using us gringos as trackers."
"Why use us gringos?"
Workman grinned.
"These Mex think we're damned close to being about as bad as Injuns anyway, Jack."
"So we work for the Mexican army as trackers?"
Jack squeaked in protest.
"'Cause we're the only ones can foller Injuns?" "To hell with them," Caleb snarled. "They can track the Comanche on their own." "There's Johnny!"
At Isaac's wild cry, Scratch jerked around. His forehead smeared with blood, Roland suddenly emerged from a thick veil of smoke that clung close to the snowy ground like the bushy tail of a black cat switching back and forth as it waited patiently for a mouse to come within pouncing distance. Soot smeared his face in broad, grotesque patches.
"They got my Maria,"
John sobbed, his eyes pooling, tears spilling down his cheeks, tracking the black soot as he stood before the smoking ruin of the hovel that was his Taos home. Hatcher held down his hand, grasping Roland's in sympathy.
"We been told they got away with some women, and young'uns, too."
John nodded, choking on his sobs.
"When I come out of the house, I seed they had the governor's wife and his little girl with them," Roland explained.
He turned away suddenly, looking to the north, swiping a hand first beneath his nose, then dragging it beneath both eyes, smearing soot.
"The red bellies knocked me in the head and left me for dead, I suppose. Afore they took 'em all, that means."
"We're going after your Maria now, Johnny,"
Rufus said as Roland looked away, a man clearly uncomfortable with his grief.
"We'll bring her back to you."
Roland whirled back around on them, his wild eyes darting between his friends and the soldiers, his lips moving wordlessly for a moment before his voice crackled in its growing rage the moment he lunged forward and seized hold of Hatcher's reins.
"I'm going after her with you."
You're
hurt right now, Jack explained, rubbing his fingers across his own forehead there below the front of his badger fur cap. Better you stay behind. As if he had been unaware of the wound, John touched his bloody brow where the gaping skin had been split with a club of some sort. Roland said, Ain't nothing can keep me from killing my share of those red sons of bitches. It's gonna be a long ride. You ain't leaving me, he shrieked, balling up a fist and daring to shake it right under Hatcher's chin. I can find my own way just as good as I can ride with the rest of you. Hatcher dropped his reins and with that empty hand gripped Roland's defiant fist. You ain't going on your own, Johnny. You're gonna ride with your friends. We aim to all go after your Maria with you. Together. Bass watched those simple words shake that wounded, grieving man right down to the soles of his moccasins. He stood there trembling, tears gushing from his eyes as he tried to control the sobbing, tried his best not to show his grief in front of these hardened, bloodied veterans of mountain winters and Indian warfare. It's all right, Johnny, Solomon reminded him quietly as the wild shrieks of the mob faded behind them. A man what lost his wife got him a right to get broke up just like you. Jack reminded, Ain't a one of us wouldn't cry too. Been you got rubbed out, Johnny? Isaac admitted. I'd be broke up like that my own self. Roland suddenly dragged in a deep breath, slowly pulling his fist from Hatcher's grip as he gathered himself together with a trembling shudder of emotion. Biting his lower lip a moment, the trapper blinked his eyes clear, swallowed hard, and said, Let me find a horse. Just give me a chance to find me a horse. They got mine. Run off with mine. Get you a horse, Jack agreed. We'll fetch us up some saddles and food out in the houses here first whack, something for the trail. We'll set off after you've got a horse. How about the soldiers here? Workman asked. What we tell them? Tell 'em go get their horses pronto, Willie. Tell Guerrero we're gonna lead 'em to them Comanche. Sun's coming up, Graham pointed out as Workman turned aside to speak to the Mexican officer. The trappers turned to gaze east just as that loud cathedral bell pealed its last and the brassy horn's final note drifted into the cold dawn. The top edge of the bright orb was just emerging over the Sangre de Cristos, every bit as red as blood. The blood of Christ, Scratch was reminded, as some of them gasped at this vivid portent written there between the mountaintops and the early winter skies, the underbellies of the cold bluish clouds suddenly aflame with savage streaks of crimson. That's a sign, by God, Isaac whispered, while the soldiers turned on their heels and double-timed it back down the rutted street toward their stables. Damn right, Elbridge grumbled in agreement. Gonna be a bloody day for them Comanche. Bass figured it would be a long and bloody day for them all. That first night, the Comanche didn't stop. Neither did the Americans and the Mexican soldiers strung out behind them on the back trail. Scratch thought Hatcher's bunch was about as prepared for this endurance ride as they could have been, even if they had been given an hour to make ready. The only thing that might have been better was to have themselves some more guns. The villagers dug up enough blankets and saddles for the Americans, a few gourd canteens, and some poor cloth bags filled with meager offerings of food. It touched Bass's heart to see how these simple people, who had so little, expressed their gratitude for what risk the trappers were about to take. As it was, the Americans made good time that day, stopping for a few minutes every couple of hours as the afternoon aged and the winter light waned and night was sucked down out of the eternal sky all around them. Then they were alone with the land and the black gut of night, alone with one another once more. Somewhere behind them in the dark, the Mexican officer and his men were struggling to force their tired horses into the cold night. They were making a lot of noise, every clatter and voice sounding all the louder here in the dark. At first, their clumsy bumbling had angered Titus, but over the long, cold hours in the saddle, he gradually figured that they just might have a chance to turn that bumbling into an advantage, one that might somehow pay off in a big way. If the Comanche believed they were being followed by soldiers who had no real chance to catch up to them, and even if the Mexicans did catch up, there would be no way in hell Guerrero's men could beat the warriors, then the trappers might just have a shot at rigging a surprise for the raiders. There wasn't a whole hell of a lot said among Hatcher's men as they loped their horses north toward the foot of the hills that winter dawn, then found the wide trail of Indian ponies driving along stolen horses, cattle, and a noisy, bleating herd of sheep sweeping around to the south against the upland. The Comanche were doubling back toward the high country, turning east into the difficult terrain of the Sangre de Cristos, striking the narrow valley of Fernandez Creek itself. Near mid-morning, Hatcher had called a short halt, turned around, and faced the rest of them, discovering Kincaid catching up to them on their back trail, the Mexicans strung out down the slope behind him.
"Yonder comes Matthew," Jack quietly told the rest as they came out of their saddles. "We'll let the ponies blow till he gets up, then we'll go on."
Scratch asked, "You figure them greasers gonna stay up with us? We keep humping like this, Jack?"
"They'll stay up."
Then Workman added, "Any soldiers what bring in the governor's wife and daughter, they'll be heroes, don't you know? That Guerrero's gonna damn well make sure his men stay up the best they can, even if he's gotta stick 'em with that fancy sword of his." For a moment, they all fell quiet as the horses snorted and blew, some tearing noisily at the dry grass. A few of the men watched Kincaid approaching, others stared higher into the foothills rumpled against the high mountains.
"Those red sons of bitches going up there, ain't they, Jack?"
Caleb said it more than he asked it, for it was as plain as pewter where the Comanche were heading. "It's for damned sure they ain't tried one lick to blind their trail," Bass declared.
Elbridge agreed. "Not with all them cows and sheep they've been driving with them."
"Red bastards," Hatcher growled almost under his breath.
"They don't figure no one to try following 'em."
"Leastways no white man," Roland said as he eyed the ragtag formation of more than 50 soldiers struggling up the slope behind them. Hatcher nodded in agreement as Kincaid came up, hauling back on his reins and letting out a long sigh himself. His eyes landed on Roland, and he urged his horse over, holding out his hand. "Johnny? Matthew?" Kincaid dragged a hand under his nose. "Damn, but it's good to see your face." "The others," Roland started, his voice already cracking with emotion once more. "They told me you figured me for dead." Kincaid touched his own brow below the blanket cap he had pulled down over his bushy hair. "Half dead anyway from the looks of you. We oughtn't sew that up." Maybe later," Roland argued. After. Kincaid's eyes moistened. "I'm glad you're with us to go get your Maria." Hatcher watched Roland turn away, blinking his eyes. Clearing his throat, Jack used his rifle to point up the creek into the timber and rugged slopes that stood over them.
"Looks like they're run off for the highlands, Matthew."
Kincaid squinted, peering into the hazy distance that softened the clarity of those high peaks. "A good escape."
"Them dram-it Injuns know just how to make a good getaway, wasn't they?"
Isaac said. "Damn right," Caleb agreed, glancing back at the distant soldiers. "They knew no greaser was going to follow 'em up there." "Not when most of them greasers sore afraid of a ambush," Solomon declared.
"But we ain't greasers," Bass argued.
"And we ain't afraid of them Comanche neither," Caleb stated. Jack nodded.
"Them some bitches ain't counting on no one coming after 'em once they make it into the tough going, do they, boys?"
They all grumbled in solidarity. Hatcher continued.
"Way I see it, only men who can stand any chance at all going after 'em is a bunch of plue niggers like us what can ride the ass end out of Comanche pony in mountain country any day of the week, any season of the year."
The way he said it made Bass shudder. They hadn't brought along bedrolls, only what poor blankets the villagers had pulled from their mud hovels, donating what little they possessed to the gringos. Then he consoled himself. Wasn't a one of Hatcher's men didn't really figure on this chase lasting all that long to begin with. And right then, he had the feeling they really wouldn't be sleeping much at all until it was over, one way or the other. For a fleeting moment, Scratch felt the whimper well up inside him, feeling sorry for himself over the sleep he had lost last night by staying up to drink so damned much of Workman's brew. That, and the sleep he was bound to lose until this chase was settled, one way or the other. But then a man could always catch up on his sleep, he figured, still as young as he was, what with closing in on his 35th winter. Besides, if he was given a choice, going without any shut-eye for a few days was far preferable to sleeping out eternity like the dead. Like the men he himself had rubbed out were sleeping right then. Men who did their best to put him under. These 10 were alone with their thoughts while that day grew old and the light began to muddy, then to fade beneath the bony fingers of lengthening shadows. The Mexicans were struggling along behind them, still out of sight behind the last ridge or back beyond that last bend in the canyon. And the Comanche were still somewhere ahead of them, above, where they could likely look down and see the Americans dogging their back trail. Titus figured the chances were better than good they were watched from time to time throughout that cold day as the clouds hovered among the peaks overhead. Black cherry eyes peering back now and again to survey the distant snaking movement of 10 horsemen leading those 100 soldiers. No telling what might happen to those white women and children once the Comanche believed their pursuers had halted for the night, no longer pushing the chase, when those raiders were free to halt, light their fires, and take a good, close look at the women they'd thrown up on horses and whipped out of the village. Women like Roland's wife. It made Scratch shudder.
"We ain't stopping here for long, you understand," Hatcher declared brusquely at twilight when the sun had receded from the flat land far below them, gone beyond the western hills on the far side of the Taos Valley. "Ain't we gonna rest none?" Graham asked wearily, his face liver-colored with fatigue like the rest of them. Then Rufus noticed at the way the sudden pinch of pain crossed Roland's face and said, "Hell, forget it, Jack. I suppose we oughtn't keep on long as we can see far enough in front of us for the horses." "Just what I was figuring myself, Rufus," Jack replied. "It's for damn sure them Injuns gonna be stopping somewhere up ahead once it gets dark enough, but they'll keep on climbing long as they can."
"I'll wager them bastards got a mite spooked in these here mountains at night," Caleb observed.
Isaac said, "For sartin the Comanche ain't used to no mountains, that's for sure."
"They're flatlanders by whip," Solomon agreed.
"Maybe so we can turn that back on 'em," Bass declared.
"What you mean?" Jack asked, his eyes narrowing in interest.
"Like you boys said, they ain't on their own ground," Scratch explained. "Even if they ain't spooked by the mountains or the night, leastwise we know they ain't on their home ground where they're used to fighting."
"Bass is right," Workman said enthusiastically. "This is home ground for you fellers. That's gotta count for something."
Hatcher nodded, thoughts clearly spinning round in his head, and he growled,
"We'll make it count for something, boys. Willie, turn back down trail and go talk to that Guerrero soldier. Get him to hurry up his men now that it's getting dark."
"I'll bet they're the sort to stop for the night," Sims grumbled.
"They can't this night," Hatcher argued. "Tell 'em in Mexican that we gotta use these hours of darkness to close the gap on the Comanche the most we can."
"Right,"
and Workman began to turn his horse around. Jack continued,
"You stay with 'em, Willie, till I send one of the boys back for you."
The whiskey maker sawed back on his reins.
"Stay with them soldiers?"
"Yep," Jack advised. "Till tomorrow sometime."
Concern knitted Workman's brow.
"Why tomorrow I gotta wait to join back up with you?"
"We eat up enough of the ground between us and the Comanche tonight," Hatcher explained. "We'll have us a chance to lay a trap for them some bitches afore tomorrow night."
The whiskey maker nodded.
"You want me to tell Guerrero you're gonna lay a trap for the Comanche?"
"You tell 'em we got a chance at getting the women back only if them soldiers ain't afraid to keep on coming."
"All right, Jack. I'll wait back with them. Wait till you send one of the boys to come fetch me up."
"When I do," Hatcher said quietly, "it'll be time to bring them soldiers up on the run. Time for us to open up the dance on them Comanche."
Workman didn't utter another word, only nodding at two of the men as he reined his horse about and set it off down their back trail into the mountain twilight. In moments he was gone from view, engulfed by the growing gloom, along with the fading muffle of his horse's hooves, that last vestige of him swallowed by the trees and the boulders, become a part of the night coming down around them.
"Caleb, I want you and Bass to hang back behind the rest of us." Hatcher waited till the two of them nodded. "Keep your eyes on the downslope so them red sumbitches don't double back and pull a grizz on us. Let's move out."
They followed him into the dark, across the open ground and past the stands of tall evergreen and spruce, where the shadows seemed to loom all the larger for the coming of night as the stars winked into view overhead. Right then, it didn't feel all that much colder than it had been during the day, Bass thought. Odds were good it would be before morning, before sunrise, before the earth ever started to warm once more. Jack stopped them not long after moonrise, some 4 hours later. He slid from his Spanish saddle, only motioning with an arm that he wanted the other 8 to do the same. Gripping their reins, the bone-weary men stepped in close.
"Solomon, you and Isaac good at a sneak," he began in a low voice. "What with the moon coming up and it being dark for some time now, I figure them Comanche gonna be ready to hold up for what's left of the night so they can get 'em some sleep. You two keep going ahead of us. Find out where and when they stop for camp and some sleep."
Bass looked over at Roland. He knew that the man damned well knew better. If the raiders stopped for the rest of the night, sleep might not be all they stopped for. That brand of cruel worry had already been at work at the man all day, carving deep lines in Roland's grayish face. If the warriors had no more than 3 or 4 hours head start on them at the most, then what hours remained between now and daybreak could hold the key to freeing the women. Staying on the trail of those ponies and cattle and sheep here in the cold and the dark might well be their only chance of catching up to the raiders before they got over the mountains and down onto the plains. Down onto the flat, where they would again be on their home ground, where they and their ponies would again have the advantage of numbers and knowing the terrain. But up here, across the next few hours, the Americans would have the advantage to use or lose. Either they would succeed because of how they used the time and the terrain, or they would lose because they had recklessly squandered both.
"Johnny,"
Hatcher said as Solomon Fish and Isaac Sims disappeared on up the hoof-chewed trail left by the raiders.
"Want you stay near me?"
"Sure, Jack."
"See to your cinches, boys," the leader reminded the rest. "We'll give them two fellers a little bit more rope till we follow along."
In something less than an hour, with the moon climbing above the plains to the east, Hatcher suddenly threw up his hand and whispered harshly for a halt. Out of the dark limbed 2 horsemen riding low along the withers until they made out their companions. Solomon Fish straightened.
"Figured it had to be you."
"You run onto him?"
Sims nodded as the rest of the bunch came to a halt on Hatcher's tail root.
"Looks to be about half of 'em sleepin', other half up watchin'." "They got a fire?"
Shaking his head, Fish said,
"No, not a damned one. They ain't taking no chances, Jack."
"Damn," Hatcher grumbled, scratching at his chin in reflection.
"I don't think we're gonna jump 'em this way, fellas."
Between that gap of the missing 4 front teeth, Rufus asked,
"If'n it ain't in the dark, how the hell you 'spect us to sprise them red niggers?"
"Look at the moon," Jack ordered them. Caleb asked,
"What you sayin'?"
"This is a cagey bunch of niggers they are," Hatcher told them. "Don't you figure they're the sort to be up and on down the trail soon as it gets light enough to see?"
"Damn right,"
Roland protested, spewing his words.
"That's why we oughtn't go on in there now."
Hatcher put his hand out dramatically, grabbing the front of Roland's blanket coat.
"We do that, Johnny, not knowing where them women are, where your Maria is in that bunch? They'll kill all them prisoners in the dark afore we can get in there to know who to shoot, who to save."
"She's Maria. Damn."
"I know,"
Hatcher said, turning to look at the others again. "So how much time you boys figured we got till it gets light enough for them Comanche to go riding off?"
"Not much,"
Rufus said.
"Tell me how long."
Bass had been studying at the position of the moon hung there a little south of west in the sky, slowly laying one hand lengthwise right above the horizon, then laying the other horizontally atop it, then the other hand on top of that one, until he had a count of distance from the horizon. In that heavy silence, Titus said, "We got less than 4 hours left."
"Then we gotta get our traps set in 3 hours," Hatcher said. "I don't want to take the chance we'll get caught moving, so we'll figure they'll be up and on the trail afore first light."
3 hours, Roland repeated. Then what?
"Then we'll kill the sumbitches."
"How are we going to do that?" Solomon asked.
"Let's get moving," Jack suggested. "We'll sort the rest out once I find us a good place to spring the trap."
Bass didn't know what Hatcher had in mind. Then again, he figured he did know. Simple enough what they had to do. They were going to be waiting somewhere ahead for the Comanche.
"But before we set off again," Jack said, "Scratch, I want you to ride back to tell Workman what we're planning."
"Us to get ahead of 'em?"
"Have Willie tell the soldiers to keep on coming, no stops now. That goddamned noisy bunch gotta be coming close enough for to scare the Comanche into moving out of their camp."
"And us," Scratch replied, "we'll be waiting on down the trail for them Injuns to come running right smack into us, right?"
"Right on one count. We want them soldiers to flush them Injuns into us."
But Bass was confused. "What do you say I'm wrong on?"
"You and Workman can't come catching up to us."
"Why not?"
"Someone's got to keep them soldiers up and humping, high behind, or this plan ain't gonna work," Hatcher advised.
"So you want me to stay behind with Workman and the soldiers?"
"You two just make sure them greasers are close enough behind the Comanche that you can jump on in the fight when me and the rest of the boys here start up the band."
"When's that gonna be?"
Roland asked impatiently. Hatcher turned to him.
"I hope we can wait till sometime after we got enough light to see Injun from greaser from American."
"God pray that we have enough light," Kincaid mumbled.
"That's the plan?" Bass asked, not sure if he had it all square in his mind.
"You just have them soldiers ready to run up on the back ass of them Injuns soon as you hear us lay down the first shots into their faces," Hatcher explained.
"Merciful heavens, we'll have 'em in crossfire," Caleb declared.
"That's a touchy place to put us," Rufus argued. "Out front like that."
Jack fumed a moment, then growled,
"Any of you got a better idea what to do here and now?"
As he glared at them one by one, most of the rest turned their faces away. Finally, Hatcher said,
"All right. Since none of you got an idea what's better in mine, we'll go with my plan. Scratch, you take off now."
Holding out his hand, he shook with Jack, Kincaid, and 3 more before he said, "See you boys afore sunrise. Keep your goddamned eyes peeled and don't shoot anything that looks like me, you hear?" Some of them grinned nervously as Scratch mounted up and reined the horse around, adjusting his position in the Spanish saddle. Its seat was a bit too small, even for his bony butt, but with its stirrups, the saddle was better for making a long ride than having nothing at all. "See you, boys," he said once more.
"We'll find us a hollow piece of ground," Hatcher explained as Bass was bringing his horse around, "where we can hold out if we have to hunker down and make a stand."
"A hollow?" Bass asked, reining up a moment.
"Low place, not no high ground. We'll wait up the hill from that hollow and open fire when the Comanche are under our guns."
Scratch grinned. "You boys just remember my purty face and don't shoot at it when the time comes." He pulled hard on the reins, tapped heels into the horse's ribs, and quickly pulled away from them, engulfed by the brooding dark of the night forest.
"This ain't nothing new,"
William Workman quietly explained in something just above a whisper as they rode along ahead of the Mexican officer and his mounted soldiers. Scratch asked, "The Comanche been raiding the greasers for a few years now, eh?"
"Not no few years. They've been raiding that poor town even before there was a town."
The whiskey maker went on to explain how the Comanche, even the Navajo far to the west, both had raided the ancient pueblos for food, plunder, and prisoners far back into the telling of any of the ancient stories.
"It's something that's always been, always will be, I suppose," Workman declared. The Injuns come in and steal and kill, so the Mexicans work up enough nerve to go find a camp of Injuns and kill them. So the Injuns come in and steal again, which means the Mexicans gonna work up a bunch to go kill Injuns again.
So it never stops?
Ain't never stopped, Workman replied dolefully. And right now, it don't appear it's gonna stop any time soon.
Leastways not near soon enough to leave off this here fight, Bass grumbled.
Like Jack wanted, we'll just have these damned soldiers ready when the rest of Hatcher's boys open up on them Comanche.
The two of them talked quietly from time to time as they rode along, able to hear the murmur of the soldiers whispering behind them each time the cold wind died in the trees. Bass began to grow edgy when he found the moon near to setting at their backs. Minutes later, he thought he smelled something different in the air as the chill breeze drifted toward them. Then he was sure as they came into a small clearing.
"Hold him up here, Willie," he commanded as he kicked down from the saddle.
Holding on to the reins, Bass led his horse toward the far line of trees. He let his nose lead him until he was sure, bending down finally when he could smell that unmistakable spoor, horse dung. Using one bare finger, he probed its surface, just starting to dry and cold as could be. With the way the temperature had dropped through the night, it wouldn't take long at all for a steaming pile of dung to cool off completely. Then his nose caught wind of something else, a little different sort of smell. He followed his nose here, then there, the way old Tink would have stayed locked on the scent of a coon back in Boone County. Going to his hands and knees to get closer to the ground as he inched his way back among the trees, Scratch found it. Another pile of dung, but this was left by a human. Damn, he thought. Now I'm sniffing the snow for Comanche shit. But just as he turned away, his nose caught the scent of something new, yet something recognizable. He had smelled this before, and instantly he knew. Nothing else quite like that sweetish tang on the air, an odor going old and rancid. Crouching low once more, Bass moved another 2 steps, sniffed, then a second 2 steps. Again he sniffed, moved to his right, and the smell hit him all the stronger. In 5 steps he was standing over it in the dark. Whatever it was had attracted him, he was no longer so sure he was right as he knelt over the clump now, the odor growing stronger than ever. Giving it a good sniff, Bass assured himself he was right about the smell, but remained uncertain what the clump was. He poked a finger at it, then a second time to confirm it. Cloth. A pile of some greasy cloth, soaked in blood. It was plain from the looks of the area right around the clump of bloody rags that someone had lain here. With the flat of his bare palm, he found the snowy ground as cold as the air. He heard the saddle horse snort quietly behind him, a sound that yanked him back to the urgency of the moment. Rising, Scratch hurried back to Workman and the soldiers. "What did you find?" "They been here," Bass disclosed. "I expect this is where they waited out the night. Moved on not too long ago." Both of them glanced at the eastern horizon far away, far out on the eastern plains beyond the top of the ridge they were nearing. Workman said, "We ain't got long. If them Comanche pulled out, they'll be bumping into Hatcher and the boys real soon." "Get them soldiers moving with us," Scratch suggested as he rose to the saddle. Once the rest were moving up in tight order behind the 2 Americans, Bass leaned close and whispered, "I found where one of 'em was bleeding real bad." "They leave a body behind?" Shaking his head, he spoke low. "No, just some bloody rags." "You look close at them rags?" "No. Why?" For a minute, Workman didn't answer. "I was just wondering if they was someone's clothes, is all. Some woman's dress, maybe so a child's, a lil—" "I don't even want to think about it," Scratch snapped, cutting him off. They rode on in silence. Intently listening, they were both anxious to give that long-delayed signal to the soldiers, the strings inside each man strung so tight they were stretched to the point of popping. Both of them listened to the darkness ahead as it slowly converted itself into that inky gray of dawn coming. As the light grew, so did the muttering of the nervous soldiers riding on their tails. Bass realized their fear must be mounting with each passing moment as they pressed on toward the break of that day. These Mexicans who had grown up learning to fear a raid by the Comanche as early in life as they had learned their own language. Hadn't it been that way for his grandpap? Titus pondered. For those innocent folks settling at the ragged edge of a dangerous frontier, whether in the valley of the Ohio River or in that Taos Valley he and the others had left down below, a person simply came to accept the raw odds of life versus death. Some men just naturally figured they would be brave enough to stare their enemy in the eye if that time ever arose, while others prayed they would never have to find out. He couldn't blame these soldiers for doubting what they had gotten themselves into. The more ground they put between them and their homes, the farther they climbed into the mountains, the colder and darker became the smother of night. Just as he couldn't really blame folks back in America for figuring they could push against the frontier without having to pay the price in blood and lives. It had always been that way, Bass figured. Back to the time of his grandpap, down through the days of his own father. Here in his 35th winter, Titus realized he could no longer blame his father for trying to give his son what he figured his son would want from life. Even though it turned out that Thaddeus's life of peace and quiet and security was about as far away as anything could be from what Titus wanted for himself. If that man hadn't been the sort to go forth, to push against the starry veil of the frontier, to dare dance on the winds of fate, then at least Thaddeus must be the sort of man who could summon up the courage to defend his family, those dear to him, to defend his own kind against those who came to steal from him, like these Comanche. He hoped these soldiers would be brave enough for what stared them in the eye this cold morning. With that first distant shot echoing through the timber ahead, down in his marrow, Bass wondered if any of them, American or Mexican, had any idea what they had bitten off. 9.
Ándale! Ándale!
Workman was shouting, waving for all he was worth, already a horse length behind Bass, doing his best to goad the Mexicans into hurrying their stubborn horses into motion. It was like dragging a reluctant, harness-sore mule out of its stall to plow a field. In a matter of moments, the air on the other side of a low rise dotted with pine and spruce was cluttered with more gunshots, the yelps of warriors, and shrieks of women and children. One of the women kept screaming so long and so loud, Bass wondered if she would ever take another breath. But as long as she was hollering, he figured she was still alive. At the top of the knoll, he burst out of the timber, the clatter of the Mexican brigade coming up behind him, the noise of the fight rising from below him. But for their straight black hair and the feathers tied in it, the warriors didn't look any different from the trappers, except that the white men stood back at the edge of the trees and rocks, jamming more powder and ball down the long barrels of their rifles. The Comanche threw tomahawks and knives, fighting to control their frightened ponies so they could rush their enemy as they wildly swung long-handled clubs or dashed toward a target with one of their buffalo lances. Others fought dismounted in the swirl of horses and bodies, seeking a target for their small, strong bows of Osage orangewood, firing their rosewood arrows.
"Save the women! Watch for you don't shoot the women!"
On that far side of the meadow, he heard his friends yelling to one another, each of the 8 fighting his own battle against more than 4 or 5 bandy-legged raiders against every white man. Already the ground was littered with more than a dozen Comanche bodies. With a mournful anguish, Roland darted from the trees, shouting, "Maria! Maria!" Where were the women and children? Then Scratch saw them as the horses jostled and sidestepped. There, in the middle of some 10 or so Indians, the women struggled against the enemy, who clamped on to wrists, yanking them off their horses, dragging them brutally away from the fight. Children clawed and kicked at the warriors, crying out for their mothers. He shot one last glance over his shoulder as he jabbed heels into the horse's ribs, seeing the whiskey maker working everything he could out of his animal, the Mexican officer and about 10 of them right behind him. Down the gentle slope, Bass raced, beginning to yell. All the fear, all the goddamned paralyzing fear, just yelling always got rid of most of it as he reined right for those horsemen in the middle of the pack who had charge of the prisoners. Somewhere among them would be Roland's Maria. The hillside behind him suddenly filled with the garbled commands in a foreign tongue, the depression in front of him a torrent of war cries, gunshots, and the screams of utter terror. "Bass!" He was too late in turning, finding the Comanche already driving the sharp blade of a short cutlass down into the top of a woman's skull, part of her head peeling away from the blow like a thick layer of onion. Too late to save her, he brought the rifle up anyway as the warrior whirled about in sheer ecstasy, bellowing full-mouthed, shaking that bloody blade at the end of his arm. The ball caught him high in the chest, knocking him back the distance of 2 full steps, his legs churning before his feet touched the ground again and he collapsed beneath one of the milling, stamping ponies. Roland was struggling to fight his way into the open, grassy depression, screaming her name as if it were a battle cry. "Maria!" There were at least 4 rushing John in that next moment, closing in on him as he fired his pistol, then jammed it into his belt to begin reloading the rifle. Scratch knew the man wouldn't have a chance. Looking up the slope to where the Mexicans had fanned out behind their leader to charge into the fray, Bass sawed the reins to the right before he stuffed them into his mouth so he could pull the big pistol from the wide belt around his blanket coat. Dragging the hammer back, Scratch chose the one who would reach Roland first. The warrior heard him coming at the last moment, whirling suddenly, his face pinched with surprise as Scratch brought the pistol across his body, held it steady on his target that lone moment as he raced past, pulling the trigger to watch the oak-brown face explode into a bright crimson crescent in that cold mountain sunrise. As his horse carried him on by, Titus watched Roland turn in his direction, the trapper now seeing the twisted body of the Comanche only steps from his back. For a heartbeat, John gazed up at the horseman, attempting to mouth something, only his eyes able to convey the gratitude. With shouts and screams of their own, the Mexicans flooded into the clearing with a noisy crash of arms. Their crude smoothbores barked, great mushrooms of gray smoke coughing from the muzzles as their horses balked, many spinning to attempt fleeing the melee. For a narrow sliver of time, the Indians burst in all directions at once, like a covey of quail exploding from their hiding place among the tall grass. But in the next heartbeat, the Comanche must have realized they still had the advantage of numbers and whipped back to hurl themselves onto the soldiers. Those tortured moments allowed the trappers to emerge from the trees and rocks where they had awaited the Comanche, where the Americans had slapped shut their trap, where they had fired the first shots of this battle, likely spilling as many riders as there were American guns trained on the raiders. As he clumsily poured a palmful of powder down the muzzle of his rifle, Bass turned to watch the warriors who mingled with the women and children. The Comanche were forcing their captives slowly back toward the center of the clearing, the first of the children being wrenched from the arms of their mothers and thrown onto the back of a pony. Another warrior savagely kicked a woman, at the same time pulling from her arms a small child he handed up to another warrior already on the back of a horse. "Maria!" Roland screeched. There came no answer that Bass could hear above the roar of guns, the slap of lead among the trees and rocks, the neighing of the horses, and the shrieking of the prisoners. Another woman went down, her skull crushed with a stone club as a Comanche stood over her, swinging the club's handle back in a graceful, deadly arc, preparing to make another blow. Her brown, naked body twitched in the grass convulsively from that first wound. "Maria!" Out of the corner of his eye, Bass saw Roland inching toward the captives, swinging his rifle this way, then that, his eyes just as wide with fear as were every woman's. Spilling a few grains of priming powder into the pan, Bass dragged the frizzen down and brought the rifle up to his hip, yanking back on the trigger without consciously aiming just as the warrior began the deadly downward arc of that club. The ball caught the Comanche in the lower belly, doubling him over in half as he was knocked off his feet, spinning to the side, tumbling over the naked captive. Roland collapsed at the woman's side, turned her crushed, bloody skull so he could stare into her face, then stood suddenly, his face one of horror as he peered into the blurry torrent of bodies.
"Maria!"
Bass knew the body wasn't hers, but where was she? His eyes raced over the naked prisoners herded within a shrinking compound of horses and warriors. Very few left. Women struggling to pull their children out of the arms of a few horsemen attempting to escape, women seeking to shelter their little ones with nothing more than their bare brown bodies.
"One!"
As Scratch held the muzzle to his lips and blew down the barrel to clear it of embers, he heard the woman's shrill voice above the rest of the screeching and war cries and rifle fire. She was so close. Closer to Bass than she was to Roland as she fell to her hands and knees, then rolled under the dancing legs of a pony to scramble back to her feet. Scratch could see she was already bloodied, could see her wrists still bound by loops of crude hemp, 2 sections of rope still wrapped around her ankles to show how her legs had been tied beneath the belly of a pony that carried her out of the Taos Valley, her mouth and chin smeared with blood where they had struck her in anger, perhaps to silence her screams, to quiet her sobbing. Jamming the plug between his teeth, Bass pulled it from the end of the powder horn, spilling the coarse black grains straight down the muzzle, racing to reload. She was struggling back into motion, stumbling toward Roland, raising in the air those hands still tied together, begging.
"Maria!"
John bellowed, focusing his overwhelming relief on the woman. Titus dropped the powder horn so that it hung suspended there above his shooting pouch as he tongued another ball from the inside of his cheek, pushing it forward with the tip of his tongue. From his left, Bass saw the movement of one of the horsemen as the warrior whipped his pony around, the 14-foot-long buffalo lance coming up halfway between earth and sky like a crude splinter against the winter blue. His black, hate-filled eyes followed the escape of the woman, spotting the white man rushing toward her. Spitting the wet lead ball from his lips with a noisy "port," Scratch yanked the ramrod free of its thimbles under the big octagonal barrel, ramming the ball home against the powder and the breech. How Bass wished he would have enough time to finish reloading, then knew he wouldn't. Just as Roland was reaching out for her, the warrior cocked the huge lance beneath his arm, his horse leaping into motion as the arm snapped back, then slingshotted forward. Both Bass and Roland watched it hit the naked woman stumbling toward her husband, piercing her body more than 6 feet of its length, suddenly erupting from her chest, red and glistening as she stumbled 2 more steps, staring down at the lance that impaled her, imprisoned her there on the point of death. She seized hold of the lance with her 2 grimy hands becoming slicked with her own blood. Fluid gushed from her mouth, spilling off her chin and onto her small brown breasts as she collapsed forward.
"One!"
It was more of a gurgle than a scream of pain or anguish. With a terrifying scream, the Comanche flung the long lance forward, releasing it. Roland was a few feet shy of catching Maria as she collapsed onto the long point of the lance, teetering there a moment as if in the hovering flight of a nectar-robbing hummingbird, then keeled off the 6 feet of lance to fall to the side with more than 8 feet of the shaft slapping the icy snow behind her as she thrashed on the ground, gurgling. Lustily screaming in victory, the horseman was pulling an axe from the back of his belt as Roland spun to his knees over his wife, shrieking in horror. Kicking his pony and yanking savagely on the horsehair rein, struggling to get his animal slowed and turned around, the Comanche came about and started to dash toward the grieving white man at the instant Scratch jammed the rifle into his shoulder. At the very moment he realized he'd forgotten to remove the ramrod from the barrel, Bass raked back on the trigger. Both ball and hickory wiping stick exploded from the rifle as the muzzle spat a bright torch of yellow flame. While the lead sphere smashed through the warrior's breastbone, the long ramrod embedded itself deeply at the base of his throat. There it quivered for a moment before the warrior released his big-headed axe, seizing the wiping stick with both hands as his legs lost their grip on the pony. He slid over onto the snow. Roland hunched over the naked, bloody body, sobbing as Scratch skidded to a stop beside him. "Give me your pistol!" Roland looked up dumbly, his eyes at once filled with rage, wild and feral at the very moment they pooled with tears of unfathomable grief.
Maria.
"Give me your pistol!" Bass shouted again, then crouched and grabbed for the weapon stuffed in Roland's belt like a goat's hoof. Dropping his rifle at his feet as he started to rise, Scratch dragged back the huge hammer on the pistol and whirled at the shrill war cry ringing in his ears. Nearly upon them was a warrior whose skin was more mahogany than oak brown, racing toward the trappers on foot. His finger twitched on the trigger, but he held, spotting a second warrior sprinting right on the heels of the first headed their way. Scratch waited, his whole body tensing as he struggled against the instinct to shoot, then fired the big horse pistol, its huge ball cutting a swath through the first Indian and smacking into the second, dropping them both within spitting distance of Roland. As the two Comanche tumbled out of the way onto the icy snow, behind them a mounted warrior charged up to skewer a Mexican horseman with his buffalo lance. With so much power behind the impact, the warrior was able to pick the Mexican out of his saddle, dangling the helpless soldier aloft momentarily on the end of that terrible spear, then fling the dead man off into an icy patch of pine needles before the trembling carcass could break the lance. Realizing that now he was without a loaded firearm, Scratch dropped the pistol beside Roland at the same time he snagged hold of John's collar and pulled his head back so he could stare into the trapper's eyes. "Get your goddamned pistol loaded, or you're going to end up like her!" Wagging his head slightly, Roland let the tears pour out. It was plain to see the man didn't care if he ended up like his Maria then and there. Bass let go of John's shirt, leaving the man to collapse over the bare, bloody body, his own chest racked with silent sobs. From the back of Roland's belt, he pulled free the throwing tomahawk and leaped to his feet, exploding into a sprint. The Comanche lancer who had speared the soldier was turning his horse, bringing that huge, blood-slickened weapon around to find another target. The closest was another of the naked women stumbling away, tripping and pitching into the snow to crawl on her knees and hands across the frozen ground. Her feet must be as leaden as adobe bricks, Bass thought, as he lowered his head, his eyes locked on the horseman, flying across the crusty snow. At the instant the Comanche loped past, Scratch flung himself onto the pony's rear flanks, his left arm locking around the warrior's chest as he swung out sideways with the tomahawk, hurling it back in savagely as the warrior twisted and jerked, trying to free himself from the white man he suddenly found clinging to him like a buffalo tick. The tomahawk sank into soft tissue. Only his gut. Bass swung out again, this time bringing it against some bone. Ribs. Again and again, hacking the blade higher and higher as the man coughed and gurgled and thrashed until the Comanche went completely limp. Scratch yanked the warrior and his lance off the horse. He hopped forward just as the pony leaped aside, snatching hold of the reins in his left hand, spinning the animal around in a tight circle. Some of the Comanche were already spurring their horses into the trees out of the depression where Hatcher's men had sprung their attack. Nearly half of the horsemen bolted right past the trappers. Those warriors who were left to fight were either the very brave or the very dead. In his own most private duel, Ensign Guerrero slashed and jabbed and parried with his sword against two Comanche who swung at him with their clubs and tomahawks, all three of them still on horseback, spinning about and bumping, throwing the weight of their animal against the others, kicking out with their legs at the enemy. Suddenly the officer froze, his face gone pasty as day-old bread dough the instant a third Indian behind the Mexican pierced him with a long lance. The Mexican gazed down at the bloody lance protruding from his chest, vainly pulling at the slick wood with his empty left hand as he began to slip to the side from the saddle, spilling to the ground. Sprawling there, kicking his legs futilely, Don Francisco Guerrero finally dropped his engraved sword so he could clutch the thick, bloody wood with both hands as his eyes glazed over, staring sightless at the lowering sky. Bass drew back the tomahawk and hurled it at the closest of the three horsemen, watching it crack into the warrior's back. The other two wheeled around immediately as Bass pulled his own tomahawk from his belt, ready for the charge they were sure to make. One of them yelled at the other, then both put heels to their horses and raced toward the white man. He set himself, ready to spring to either side, ready even to pitch onto the ground when they reached him. But to his surprise, neither one leaned off to swing at him with their club or tomahawk. Rather, they burst on past, kicking their ponies furiously. Right on the heels of the rest of those already fleeing the battle with wild shouts. "Hatcher!" It was Kincaid's voice he heard as he turned. Matthew was pointing back into the timber where the Comanche had disappeared. They could still hear the hoofbeats, but instead of that hammering growing fainter, it was becoming louder. "They're coming back!" Hatcher exploded out of the dawn shadows, hollering and waving. All the rest were looking back over their shoulders as the war cries and captive shrieks grew louder. "Get the women!" Bass spun to glance back toward the middle of the meadow, where he found three of the captives miraculously still on their feet, naked and shivering, trembling from fear and the cold, huddling and clutching one another. "Where's the children?" Bass screamed at Solomon Fish as the trapper sprinted up beside him. The stocky man's face went blank as he swallowed hard and replied, "Ain't none of the little ones left." In disbelief, Titus groaned, "They kill 'em all?" Lumbering up, Graham shouted, "What ones they didn't already get off with?" "Watch out," Hatcher warned. The three of them whirled around with Jack as a dozen horsemen exploded from the shadows at tree line, horses snorting frosty jets of steam from their nostrils, bearing their riders toward the men on foot who set themselves for that charge. Behind the trappers arose the shrieks of the three naked captives as they saw the Comanche returning. Behind the women, the soldiers themselves screamed in terror of being overrun and immediately turned on their heels, abandoning the women just behind that last stand being formed by those 9 Americans. Scratch quickly searched for Roland on either side of him as the horsemen urged more speed from their ponies, coming all the faster across that trampled ground. There, off to the side, he finally saw him, where Johnny was as good as dead, collapsed over the body of his dead wife. "Stand steady and look 'em in the eye," Hatcher bellowed. "Take one of 'em with you when you go down, boys," Isaac Sims shouted, that tobacco-stained whitish beard of his quivering with rage. Bass barely had time to take another breath before the horsemen crashed into them with a deafening tangle of shouts and cries, screams and groans. In that clamor, the trappers ducked and dived out of the way, some spinning about to reach up, immediately yanking horsemen down from their ponies as the warriors twisted to this side, then that, on the backs of their horses, attempting to slash at the whites with tomahawks, jabbing with knives of Mexican steel, and swinging stone-crowned clubs or stout bows at their enemies. Only 5 of the 12 made it past the desperate trappers. No more than a handful reached that undefended patch of snowy ground where the 3 terrified women suddenly whirled and sprinted off, with the horsemen right on their heels, scampering like rabbits surprised far from their burrow. Hatcher pulled out his huge knife and in one motion brought it back, then flung it forward with such force that its impact knocked a warrior off his pony. As if a keg of powder exploded beneath them, the 9 Americans sprinted after the Comanche, screeching like demons with the coming of that crimson dawning of the day. A black-haired horseman reined up beside one of the fleeing women, slamming his horse into her, knocking the shrieking woman off balance. As she staggered to her feet, he leaned from his horse, reached over, and looped a dark arm around her naked body, wrenching the woman against the side of the pony. She kicked and thrashed her bare brown feet as they left the ground, struggling with what strength she had left in her, pummeling the man with her fists as he yanked the horse around, intending to escape with his prize still dangling off the side of his pony. As the other trappers swarmed toward the rest of the enemy, Bass shot away at an angle. Dropping his rifle behind him in that headlong dash, he pulled out his knife a breath before he leaped against the warrior, wrapping an arm around the Comanche's dark neck. With the woman struggling on one side and the trapper yanking him down on the other, the horseman freed his prisoner and smashed his open right hand into the white man's face, his fingers clawing and tearing, searching for the eye sockets. The Comanche swiftly found Scratch's left eye with a thumb he jabbed savagely into the soft tissue. At the same moment, one of the grimy, char-smudged fingers found the corner of Bass's mouth where it began ripping at softer flesh. Jerking his head to the side, Scratch almost pulled that finger free. Grunting in exertion, the warrior clawed his enemy's face with renewed strength as Bass filled his hands with coarse black hair. Bass knotted the hair around his fingers, pulling that face closer, closer to his while he worked to free his right hand and the knife it held. With a roar, the Comanche smashed his head against the white man's temple, stunning Titus. He began to blink his eyes clear as the warrior snapped his head forward again. But this time, Bass was ready. Opening wide, he clenched his teeth around the bony, grease-painted nose like the jaws of a trap. Screaming in pain, the Comanche rammed his thumb all the farther into the white man's eye. Now the agony in that one eye became so great, Scratch could no longer keep the other open. He squeezed them shut. With his teeth locked around that big nose, Bass flung his weight this way and that, blindly yanking and tugging, trying to unhorse his enemy. Grinding his teeth ever tighter as he twisted about, he felt the grimy, war-painted skin tear loose across hard cartilage, tasted the sticky blood as it oozed from the torn flesh, warm and thick on his tongue as the hard tissue continued to crackle beneath Bass's powerful jaws. Twisting, jerking, yanking backward, Titus finally felt his top teeth grind down onto his bottom teeth and snapped backward from the enemy's face. With the warrior's shrill scream, the smelly claw flew back from Scratch's face. No more did those fingers spear his eye, no more did they rip at the side of his mouth. With blood gushing from the middle of his face, the Comanche screamed in even greater pain. With the severed nose still in his mouth, Scratch gave one final heave, leaping again as he yanked savagely on the warrior's hair. Dragging the man's head to the side with an audible snap, Bass felt the warrior's muscles relax, freeing the woman and the pony at the same time. Spilling backward, Bass fell to the ground, his fingers still tangled in the warrior's long hair as the Comanche lumbered to his knees, grunting and huffing from that sudden hole in his face where blood streamed and air bubbled. With one hand he touched the terrible wound, looked at his fingers, then reached for his own knife. Lunging out, Scratch slashed his blade across the warrior's blood-splattered buckskin shirt, bright crimson spurting from the wound opened beneath the garment. He raked the knife back again, higher still across the chest, as the warrior clumsily brought his knife out. Then a third time, now across the side of the Comanche's neck, severing the thick vein and artery in a brilliant spray of blood. The warrior gasped as he fell forward in the throes of a last convulsion, the knife still clutched in that hand held out before him. As the Comanche plunged toward him, attempting to kill his killer, Scratch twisted aside. The warrior's knife pierced the flap of Bass's blanket coat before it plunged on into the icy ground, buried up to the guard. His eyes already dead, the Indian brushed past Titus, collapsing upon the handle of his own knife, those last terrible spurts of blood splattering across the long tail of Scratch's coat as the body collapsed against his legs. Shocked to find himself slammed into the snow, Bass tried to roll away, discovering that his legs and one arm were pinned beneath the dead man. He twisted and yanked desperately, trying to free himself, when a shadow flitted over him. From the corner of his eye, Bass watched arms drag the body back so he could roll away. He rose onto his hip and elbow, turning back, prepared to thank one of his friends, but his mouth froze open in surprise. Scratch found his rescuer a woman in her mid-40s, naked and blue-lipped, her arms, back, and face bloodied and tracked with swollen welts. Embarrassed for her, Scratch was on his feet and yanking at the buckle to his belt before he was conscious of dropping the wide leather belt and its knife scabbard on the ground. Quickly, he tugged the blanket coat from his shoulders and swept it behind the naked woman. After stuffing her arms down the sleeves, she wrapped it securely around her and looked up at him, muttering something in Spanish as her red, puffy eyes began to seep again. It took only a moment before her voice faded to a shrill, tiny squeak of unutterable pain, and the woman collapsed to her knees, pitching slowly forward until her brow pressed against the ground as she wailed inconsolably. Not until that moment, when the woman began to wail, did he become conscious of the sudden quiet in the narrow depression where Hatcher's men had sprung their trap. Nothing more on the cold wind but the soft noise of horses snuffling, the whimpers of the wounded, the soft crunch of footsteps across the icy ground. And with the next gust of breeze, the quiet was gone. More of the Mexicans were strutting down the slope toward the battleground now, yelling and screaming of a sudden. A few of them loped through the pack on horseback, carrying their own spears. These riders roamed the ground like a pack of dogs, searching out any of the enemy still alive. Once found, a wounded Comanche was pierced with 2, 3, or 4 of the Mexican spears, while those on foot rejoiced and shouted, rushing in to hack at the body until it was dismembered, even before the enemy's heart had beaten its last. Going to his knees, Scratch scooted close to the woman, then laid an arm across her shoulders. She raised her head, looked into his face, then nestled her cheek against the hollow of his neck and began to quake. Some 40 yards away, Isaac Sims had wrapped a large horse blanket around a small woman, and Kincaid was talking with the third captive in her native tongue as he clutched a large Mexican blanket around her trembling shoulders. Suddenly, the small woman with Sims turned, crying out in anguished Spanish, causing the woman Bass was comforting to lift her face, holding out her arms and screeching for the small woman who was rushing her way. Bass helped her stand, then steadied the woman as she hobbled forward on bare, frozen feet. Closer and closer sprinted the small woman, closer still until Scratch could plainly see she was not a woman at all, but a young girl, barely on the threshold of her teen years. Kincaid and some of the others stepped over dead bodies of Indians and a soldier, following the girl and the other woman toward the oldest of the 3, who continued to clutch Bass. "Mi Yakova!" she shouted at the girl. "Mama! Mama! Mama!" How they embraced, forgetting their wounds. They kissed and kissed again, hugging and squeezing their arms around one another as the trappers came up. "That's the governor's wife," Kincaid said. "Her name's Manuela." "And that's her girl?" "Yes, Scratch," Matthew replied. "Her name's Yakova. For all her papa's treasures, she's his prize. He'll be some pumpkins to see they both come back alive." At that moment, Bass felt a tug to turn, finding Hatcher at his elbow. He pointed. Roland lay across the body of his dead wife, wailing. "Get me a blanket," Jack told Isaac. Sims understood and nodded, turning away toward the battlefield where he knelt beside a dead Comanche wearing a blood-stained blanket tied around his waist. With it, Isaac met Bass at Roland's side. Hatcher helped Bass lift the grieving husband off the woman so Sims could spread the blanket over the naked body. Then Scratch slowly turned the woman over, dragging the blanket up to cover her face. "Isaac, get her ready to travel," Hatcher requested in a whisper. "Pull some rope off one of them dead horses." As Roland sat sobbing between Bass and Hatcher, Sims prepared the body for their journey back to Taos. Lashing the rope around and around the blanket-wrapped shroud, Isaac tied his last knot just as one of the soldiers strode up to Kincaid. The Mexican spoke in the clipped tones of a man who clearly thought he was talking to someone occupying a lower station in life. Caleb hobbled up, a leg bleeding, to ask, "Who the shit is this nigger?"
"Sergeant of this here outfit," Kincaid grumbled. "Name of Ramirez, Sergeant Jorge Ramirez."
"What's he saying to you, Matthew?"
"Says it's time for him to take the women and the girl back to the governor in Taos."
"Take 'em back," Elbridge Gray echoed. "Why, them damned soldados didn't do nothing to save 'em."
Hatcher nodded, giving his order.
"Tell him that, Matthew."
Behind the sergeant, what others weren't tending to their own wounded or their dead continued to mutilate and dismember the enemy dead. Matthew brought himself up to his full height, casting a shadow over Ramirez as he repeated the declaration. Then Kincaid told the other Americans,
"Says he demands the women, especially the woman and her daughter, so he can turn 'em over to the governor when they get back to Taos."
Hatcher stood.
"Didn't you tell him we figure these soldiers didn't save the women folk, so we don't figure they got any right taking the women folk back?"
"Just what I told him."
"Tell the sumbitch again," Jack growled. "Then tell him we're taking the women back on our own. They can come along, or they can stay here and tear these here bodies apart like they was the ones what won the fight."
When Matthew's words struck the Mexicans' ears, more of the soldiers stopped their butchery and moved over to join the sergeant arguing with Kincaid.
"He says they have more guns than we do."
"This bastard brung it right down to the nut cutting, didn't he, boys?" Jack snorted. "All right, Matthew, tell him he sure enough does have him more guns right now, but we got more balls, and these yellow-backed greasers ain't going to back down no American."
With that answer to his bold demands, the sergeant's eyes darkened in fury. Suddenly he shouted at the other Mexicans, silencing their angry murmurs. In the uneasy quiet, Ramirez glared at Kincaid as he spoke.
"This one says he's asking us one last time to turn over the women afore he orders the men to kill us all."
At that challenge, several of the Americans pulled back the hammers on their firearms as they stepped backward around Roland and his wife, slowly ringing the 3 freed captives. Those who did not have loaded weapons pulled knives or reached down and scooped a tomahawk or club from the ground. In a moment, all 8 had their backs together, the women and Roland at the center of that tiny circle. Close to shaking with rage, Hatcher growled,
"Matthew, you tell this sick dog, sad-assed, whimpering greaser that I want to know what right they got to take the women back for themselves, when these here yellow-livered cowards wasn't even brave enough to jump foot first into the fight to save these here women."
As Kincaid translated, the eyes of nearly all the Mexicans glowed with even more hatred, but not a one of them dared initiate an assault on the trappers. Their spokesman trembled with rage as he spat out his words. Matthew said,
"He says they're not cowards."
"Like hell they ain't," Bass interrupted with a snort of derision. Sputtering in anger one moment, Ramirez fell to wheedling the next, attempting to explain the lack of action and courage of his men during the fight. Kincaid translated,
"Says he wasn't able to get the rest to keep fighting after Guerrero was killed. The rest were, but I don't think he can find a nice word for them being scared."
Hatcher shook his head in disgust.
"Then tell that sumbitch to have his men either start this fight right now or get back out of our way and make it quick."
With that said to the Mexican, he waved his men back a few yards, then turned once more to growl at Kincaid.
"Just who the hell is this greaser to take on these high airs?" Bass inquired. Matthew explained, "Now that Guerrero's dead, this one takes over, I suppose."
Watching the soldiers inch back a short distance, Hatcher repeated,
"That give this Ramirez nigger the due to rub up against us the way he is?"
As the soldiers closed in around their leader once more, Matthew said,
"They don't figure these here women any safer with us than they was with the Comanche."
Most of the Americans laughed at that declaration, a few even jabbing one another with elbows, some wagging their heads in amused disbelief. But while the others guffawed, Caleb Wood stepped up to demand,
"Merciful heavens, why the hell aren't these here women safe with the men who saved them?"
"Because he don't figure us for Christians," Kincaid said. "Leastwise, none of the rest of you." "How you so special?" Sims grumbled, pulling at a blonde ringlet in his beard with a grubby finger.
"Remember how I got myself baptized in the Mexican church some time back," Kincaid explained.
"Don't mean to stomp on your Rose's church, Matthew," Hatcher began, "but the way we see it, you tell this son of a lily-livered bitch that I don't give a damn if he's Christian or not. Tell him his bunch wasn't in this fight enough for me to call 'em brave men."
When Kincaid turned back to Hatcher after delivering those inflammatory words, he said, "Seems you're dishonoring not just him, but the other soldiers who died here this morning if you don't let 'em take the prisoners back to their families in Taos."
"Ye God! Honor? That what this is all about?" Hatcher spat. "How the hell can this here greaser talk to me about honor when he and his men didn't have the honor to fight like men, to fight like their dead leader fought? Maybe so to die like a man instead of standing right here in front of real men and whining like alley cats about their goddamned honor."
It was plain to see how those words slapped the sergeant across the face like a sudden, unexpected challenge. His eyes glared like black coals, his lips curled, stretching taut over his front teeth as he struggled for words. "When we get back to Taos, he says he'll let you tell the governor what all we done to help his men in this fight." Jack whirled on Kincaid in utter disbelief.
"That what he said, Matthew? That we only helped in this fight?"
"Yep. Says we just helped his men." Flecks of spittle crusted the corners of Hatcher's lips as he sputtered,
"Tell that sumbitch Ramirez to step out of my way or I'm going to cut him up into pieces small enough that the jays can eat what's left of him."
"Jack," Kincaid said with a soothing tone, his words almost whispered, "maybe you oughtn't figure us a way to do this without anyone else getting killed. They got us near surrounded now."
"I'll gut my share of 'em afore—"
"Looky there, Jack," Caleb interrupted Hatcher as his eyes flicked about of a sudden. "The greasers sure as Katie do got us circled."
"Goddamn Mex," Isaac growled. "Only time they've figured a fight is when they got the enemy outnumbered."
Scratch added, "And when they got the drop on us."
"Listen up," Jack told them. "What say we leave it up to the women here?"
"You mean let the women decide who they ride back to Taos with?" Elbridge asked.
"That's right," Jack replied. "Matthew, tell this greaser we're going to let the women decide."
After a minute of coaxing from Kincaid, the sergeant nodded in agreement, a smug look of victory already apparent on his face. "He says he'll let the women decide."
"I'll wager he thinks the women's will pick him," Jack declared.
"He's probably right," Kincaid replied. "After all, the women's are Mexican like these here soldiers."
"So ask 'em, Matthew," Hatcher ordered. "Ask 'em who they're riding back home with."
Scratch watched Kincaid pose that question. Instead of answering immediately, the daughter clutched her mother, burying her face against Bass's coat. And the younger woman looked at the governor's wife a moment, then stared at the ground before she muttered something. Finally, the older woman held her chin high and in a soft voice gave her answer. Her words visibly caused a dark cloud to cross the soldier's face.
"What'd she say?"
Hatcher demanded in a harsh whisper. Kincaid cleared his throat and said, "Says she's been listening in on everything we've been saying, Jack."
"So what's her answer?"
"She's telling Ramirez that they all three agreed the same together," Matthew began. "Says they are going to ride back to their homes with the men who had risked their lives to save them, the Americans."
"I'll be go to hell,"
Rufus whispered in shock.
"Then maybe we better get the bodies of these here other women wrapped up and ready to ride back," Jack said as he turned away from the sergeant.
Ramirez held out his beefy hands, saying something quietly to the women, his tone imploring, but instantly the oldest woman snapped at him angrily, one of her brown arms poking from the capote sleeve, pointing at the bodies of the other captives lying across the battlefield, both women and children. Hostages and prisoners dragged from their homes only to be brutally murdered in this attempt to save them all. She just told him that she had her no doubt he and his soldiers wouldn't never come along on this ride if it wasn't for the Americans leading the bunch,
Matthew translated as the soldiers turned away, shamed by the woman's strong words.
Said she's sure there wasn't no chance for any of them to come out alive if only the soldiers come along, because the coward soldiers likely wouldn't come to rescue them at all.
As he and the others watched the haughty Mexicans shambling away, grumbling among themselves as they caught up their horses and shouted orders among their numbers to mount their wounded and load up their dead, Scratch asked, "That what finally made them soldiers back off from us?"
"No," Matthew answered quietly. "It's what she told them there at the last."
"What was that?" Hatcher asked.
Kincaid said, "The woman told them she figured it would be far better for any woman to live the rest of her life being a slave to the Comanche. Better that than to live as the wife to a coward dog what wasn't ready to fight and die to save his woman."
It took the rest of that day and on through the long, cold night when they camped on their way back over the mountains and down to the Taos Valley for Bass to begin to forget that pitiful, solitary wail that escaped from John Rowland at the moment Kincaid translated the Mexican woman's declaration, how a courageous man would fight and die to rescue his wife. Better to live as a slave to the savage, heathen Comanche than to live ashamed and married to a coward who wasn't prepared to give his life to save his own woman. That afternoon, as they recrossed the divide and began their descent toward the valley, storm clouds clotted along the western horizon. Thick as a blood soup, they made for an early sunset as the procession continued east, clouds drawing closer with every hour, dragging down the temperature, giving the wind a cruel bite. Both Rufus Graham and Solomon Fish each managed to kill an elk close to twilight. Food for them all, and in as good a place as any to hunker down for the rest of that night they would have to endure. As darkness sank around them, Hatcher had Kincaid instruct the sergeant that his men must put out a night guard not only around their camp, but around the horse herd too. While the Comanche might be too wary to attack the trappers and Mexicans in the dark, they wouldn't be at all skittish about rushing in and riding off with some or all of the enemy's horses. There were 4 fires that night, 3 of them placed close together where the Mexican soldiers gathered to fight off the cold and gloom. And the 4th fire where the 9 Americans huddled with the 3 Taos captives. Clear enough was it that the line had been drawn. Just as clear enough that were it not for the wife and daughter of the governor, Ramirez's soldiers might well have tried to wipe out the upstart trappers. For the longest time that night, as the cold deepened, young Yakova Mirabal kept her eyes fixed on the American who had rescued her mother, watching Bass move from place to place as he brought in wood, or stirred up the fire, or cut and cooked slices of the meat for the women, or even helped them with the cold, damp horse blankets, all that the Americans had to offer as protection from the terrible temperatures as dawn approached. That storm rushing out of the west was at hand. Winter's clouds hovered just overhead as the sky paled enough to travel. "Matthew," Hatcher called across the fire to the big man with his back propped against a tree, dozing fitfully. "Get them greasers up and moving. We're lighting out soon." A little rest and the chance to sit around a warming fire wasn't near enough to improve the disposition of the soldiers. Sullen and bleary-eyed as they slowly dragged themselves out of their blankets on the snowy ground, the Mexicans glared at the trappers with even more hate than they had the day before. A very sinister loathing was reserved for Scratch when young Yakova chose to ride alongside him again that cold dawn as they continued their descent down the western slope of the Sangre de Cristos, smoke from the distant villages already visible on the far horizon below the approaching storm clouds. As the sun rose against the peaks at their backs, it spread a soft light into the Taos Valley below, brushing its rosy tint across the gray smudge of morning cook fires that would be warming every home, hut, and hovel. But all too soon, that cheery glow was gone, as the sun continued to rise behind the thickening clouds, swallowed by the oncoming storm as the riders made their way toward the valley floor. By the time the party reached the first of the northernmost ranchos, word began to spread of the rescuers' return. Riding at the head of the cavalcade were Ramirez's soldiers, each of them triumphantly waving their weapons, lances or swords or muskets, as they drove ahead of them what cattle and sheep they had managed to recapture after the ambush. Some distance behind the Mexicans trailed the Americans, the 10 of them led by the trio of captives who, by choosing to ride with the trappers, made it apparent to the growing throngs who gathered to watch their procession that they would rather ride among the gringos than with their own countrymen. Field workers and wranglers from those first ranchos streamed onto the road, joining the procession on its way toward Taos itself, more and more people joining in to scurry along both sides of the march, shouting and cheering, waving hats and shawls and scarves over their heads, singing praises for the deliverance of the 3 still alive. Others wailed and sobbed, crying piteously for the captives brutally butchered by the Comanche, an eerie, discordant cacophony that loudly battered Scratch's ears, one that suddenly swelled in volume and intensity when they drew within sight of the walls of the village itself. Suddenly, the cathedral bells began to toll wildly. On rooftops stood young boys holding aloft thick streamers of colorful cloth billowing on the cold wind. Girls of all ages pushed forward on either side of the procession to hold up offerings of bread, fruit, and even a live chicken to the victors. The soldiers eagerly snatched up all that was given. Life in the army was not far from abject poverty. Bass himself took a loaf of warm bread, then passed it back to Yakova, who thanked him with that sad smile on her lovely brown face smudged with soot and grime and blood. Some of the villagers rushed up to Yakova and her mother, bowing their heads respectfully while lifting a corner of the blanket each held around them, these impoverished people kissing the dirty wool with such reverence, such gratitude, that both mother and daughter had been spared. No more than 50 yards ahead lay the town square, and at its center waited Padre Jose Martinez. Beside him stood the governor, Don Federico de Jesus Mirabal. How stoic the man is, Titus thought, as he watched this official calmly gaze at his loved ones returning. Were these his own wife and daughter, Bass was certain he would be shoving his way through the gauntlet himself, unable to wait patiently on the cathedral's low steps as the bells continued their joyous peal. Here and there among the crowd were those already dressed in black. A rebozo that fully covered a woman's head and shoulders for some was no more than a poor shawl for others. These were the mourners, crying and wailing as they searched among the survivors and did not find a loved one, abruptly realizing that one of the blanket shrouds covered a family member or friend. The shrill keening grew all the louder as the procession drew closer and closer still to the church, then stopped, when all fell quiet but for the muffled sobs of so many mourners, the uneasy snuffles of the weary, hungry horses. In a loud voice that rocked from the sides of the tiny square, Governor Mirabal spoke. "Welcome back, my family," Kincaid translated as the governor moved off the steps and hurried to his wife's side. Holding up his arms, Mirabal pulled his wife down from the horse, kissing both her cheeks, her forehead, enthusiastically before he embraced her savagely and wheeled about to do the same in helping his daughter from her mount. With his wife, Manuela, beneath one arm, Yakova under the other, the governor climbed back to stand atop the steps of the small cathedral where he spoke to the murmuring crowd. In a whisper, Matthew repeated, "He says he wants everyone to be quiet while the padre gives a prayer." For long minutes, the brown-robed priest droned on, his eyes closed and his face turned heavenward as he gestured first with one arm, then the other, and eventually made the sign of the cross, bowed his head, and kissed the crucifix around his neck, at which point all the crowd raised their heads. Again the governor spoke in his loud, stentorian voice. "He says he wants to do something important to show his gratitude to the soldiers who returned his family to him." But Kincaid interrupted his translation as Bass and the others watched Manuela turn to her husband, raise her face to his ear, and whisper to him as he bent toward her. The moment she began speaking to him, the governor's gaze shifted to stare at the party of gloating soldiers. Then he straightened, and his eyes darted farther back in the square to find the small party of Americans. Mirabal bent slightly and spoke in hushed tones to his wife. Both she and Yakova whispered something to him before he pulled them against him all the more fiercely and began to speak to the throng. Matthew said, "Now he says he wants to do something very, very special for the men who his wife and daughter say put up their lives to save his family. He wants to what, Kincaid?" Hatcher demanded as Matthew fell silent. With his chin quivering, his eyes moistening, and a big smile splitting his bear-like beard, Matthew answered, "The governor wants to give the Americanos a very special baile." Solomon Fish asked, "A baile?" "A dance," Kincaid roared, then went to laughing lustily, sweeping up his Rosa and swinging her around and around while she giggled like a young girl. "A dance?" Rufus asked. Matthew joyously cried, "The governor his own self is going to thank us niggers for saving his family by holding a dance in our honor."
10.
Gee, Jehoshaphat, if that liquor didn't taste good.
Despite the remembrance of how this evil brew had lopped off the top of his head the last time he had settled down to put on nothing more than a nice rosy glow. It had been that first night at Workman's when he'd ended up waking the next morning, feeling as if his head were clamped in the jaws of a huge trap, his mouth tasting as if Ramirez's soldados had marched across his tongue in muddy boots.
"Best you go at it slow this time, Scratch," Kincaid warned.
He stood before Titus like a jolly monolith, his arm wrapped securely around Rosa's shoulder.
"This here stuff is pure D magic, Matthew," Bass replied, licking his lips as he refilled his clay cup with the ladle. "I'll be go to hell if it don't beat that Monongahela rum I was broke in on back to the Ohio country.
Bet this here wheat brew of Workman's does pack a bigger wallop, too," Hatcher declared, as he stepped up to get himself a refill at the table placed astraddle the corner of the long sala, the parlor where valley folks had begun to arrive, and all was gaiety beneath the huge fluttering candles and smaller mirrored lanterns. Besides that fermented grain beverage manufactured by William Workman at his new distillery west of the village, Governor Mirabal and his wife Manuela were serving what was variously known among the American trappers as pass brandy or pass wine, given that name from the fact that this grape product was routinely brought up from Chihuahua through the pass in the mountains, those fine spirits transported as far north as Santa Fe and Taos in oaken kegs and earthen jars. "Scratch, just you be careful that Taos lightning don't whack you in the back of the head when you ain't looking," Caleb cried as he held out his cup for another ladle of the heady concoction.
"Aguardiente, I hear it's called," Bass declared with an expert roll of his R.
"Aguardiente? Listen to this here nigger spit that out so smooth," Hatcher snorted. "Picking up on the Mex talk, he is."
"Only a little," Scratch admitted.
"Maybe so, just enough to get yourself hunkered between the legs of some purty senorita,"
said Solomon Fish as his eyes studied those comely maids moving about the room. Quickly gazing over the small knots of dark-eyed, rosy-cheeked young women, Scratch wagged his head and replied, "Maybe so this child's going to learn enough of their Mex talk to dig hisself down into one hell of a lot of trouble." Slipping his knife from its scabbard hung at the back of his belt, Titus plunged the narrow tip of it into the open clay crock sitting on the table among stacks of clay cups, huge basket-wrapped jugs, and crystal bowls. Spearing some clumps of coarse brown sugar on the flat of his blade, Scratch dumped the grains into his cup, stirring a bit before he licked both sides of the knife and returned it to the scabbard, then took himself a long drink he let lay on his tongue, savoring the hearty burn. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! If that Mex way to drink this here liquor didn't make his sweet tooth shine. Back at Workman's place that first night in the valley, more than 2 weeks before, Rufus Graham had introduced him to the way many Tauseños sweetened and softened the locals' favorite potion. As strong black Mississippi River coffee became a dessert with heapings of cane sugar, this Mexican aguardiente went down all the smoother after a man sweetened it with a coarse brown sugar transported all the way north from Mexico's southernmost provinces. As new as these villages in northern Mexico might be to gringo traders from the States, the Taos Valley had been settled well before the arrival of the first English to the eastern shores of North America. From the time the Spanish first ventured north to the Rio Grande country, the simple people of this valley had celebrated the annual tradition of the Taos Fair in late July or early August. Drawn by the prospect of riches, traders of many colors flocked to this high land locked beneath the dark snow-capped peaks of the Sangre de Cristos. To Taos came merchants from the Spanish provinces far to the south, their poor carretas piled high with the treasures of Chihuahua and beyond. Other traders laid out wares brought on tall-masted schooners to the coastal cities of Mexico, all the way from Spain. Cutlery of the finest Toledo steel, butter-soft leather goods, perhaps bright tin objects to dazzle the eye, or those large silver coins so valued as ornaments by visiting Indians who bejeweled themselves in grand fashion. From all those remote provinces of New Spain came hundreds of traders who sought the riches to be bartered at these fairs. While some might bring Spanish barb horses to trade, others brought the handiwork of faraway native craftsmen, everything from earthenware and furniture to saddles, harness, and tack. Upon their trade blankets, many displayed the shiniest of finger rings, bracelets, and objects to enhance the slender throat of any woman. And when those traders came to this land of the Pueblo dweller every summer, so came the more nomadic tribes from the surrounding region. Arapaho, Kiowa, and Navajo, Pawnee, and Ute, even the more warlike Apache and Comanche bands. Perhaps it was the presence of the other tribes, perhaps even the desire not to be counted out in this annual fair that kept a secure lid on the powder keg, suspicion and hostilities suspended for a few days of merriment and bartering. Instead of raising scalps and seizing captives, the warriors had to content themselves with growling and trading, blustering and bartering. By a long-standing tradition, each of them held to a temporary truce, despite the bloodiest of intertribal wars, despite their uninterrupted depredations on these same Mexican villages. But for that brief time at the height of summer, the tribes brought their hides, huge, glossy buffalo robes, the silk-like chamois of antelope and mountain goat, the luxurious pelts of wolf, badger, and fox. And they brought slaves. Human misery, so it seemed, had become a staple of this annual trade with the Indian bands at the Taos Fair. With their prisoners stolen in raids made on rival tribes, the visitors traded their captives for trinkets, blankets, kettles, beads, and weapons. And always the Indians traded for their share of the Mexicans' alcohol. For more than 200 years they had come here like bees to the hive, both the suspicious Mexican from Chihuahua and the wary warrior from the Llano Estacado, forging an uneasy truce while they took what they needed most from the other. Everyone knew the warrior bands would return to the killing soon enough, would return to Taos for the sheep and horses, for the women and children soon enough. Although Don Fernando de Taos was the village's proper name, some of the Mexicans themselves had come to call this sprinkling of whitewashed adobe huts and walled compounds by the name Don Fernandez de Taos. Still others corrupted it further to San Fernandez or San Fernando de Taos. No matter what expensive $2 name the Mexicans chose to hang on it, to the mountain trappers who learned of its existence, the breed who flocked here come the brutal winters raging farther north in the Rocky Mountains, this place was known simply as Taos. Here, the residents were far more willing to trade with the Norte Americanos who brought their wares from back east in Missouri all the way down the Santa Fe Trail than they were to trade with the trappers for their pelts. After all, the trade goods came from elsewhere, items that could not be had anywhere in Mexico. But those beaver hides, now those might well have been pulled right out of Mexican waters. So though most Tauseños enthusiastically tolerated the American traders who came with their wares, traded them off for specie and mules, then turned around for the States without lingering, these trappers were something quite different altogether. They arrived late in the autumn and stayed on until winter itself was retreating from the high country. Which meant that most of this reckless breed of unwashed, crude characters were underfoot and causing trouble for the natives of this sleepy village until the prospect of trapping prime beaver plues eventually lured the foreign interlopers from the valley once more. It was a clash of two distinct cultures, in so many ways no different a story from when the trapper confronted the Indians' way of life. Yet here in northern Mexico, there was one essential ingredient added to the volatile mix that wasn't thrown in when the beaver men met Stone Age Indian in those early days of the Mountain West: liquor. To the Americans, their beloved Taos Lightning greased the wheels of international commerce, while the Mexicans found any trapper in his cups more likely than not a quarrelsome and overbearing creature, all too often quick to pick a fight. In short, it didn't take too much of the potent aguardiente stirred in with all those months of pent-up deprivation before many minor conflicts were aggravated into potentially deadly clashes. In the 2 weeks following their rescue of the captives, Hatcher's Americans made Workman's Caverns their base camp. From time to time, they would mosey into town with a handful of the pesos they had bartered off the whiskey maker for a few of their plues. With that hard money warming their pouches, the trappers looked over the rich variety of goods offered by the cart vendors and blanket traders who cluttered the open-air verandas surrounding the village square every day from dawn until just after dusk. More than any American-made goods, the gringos coveted such items as thick Navajo blankets, almost impervious to water, to fine hand-painted scarves, from sturdy saddles and tack to crops harvested just that very autumn, from select cuts of beef, pork, and lamb to the slimy organ meats hung from open-air racks, from coarse Mexican tobacco to the natives' fine linen shirts, pantaloons, and stockings. Why, Titus hadn't been around such a place with so many pungent odors and curious sights since he'd floated to New Orleans 18 long years gone now. The narrow, sometimes off-kilter and maze-like streets laid out in their tiny grid were more often than not teeming with roaming dogs, burros shuffling past beneath their loads of firewood, bleating sheep and goats being driven to a new patch of grass, and the ever-present gaggles of chickens and roosters wandering aimlessly about, feeding where they could on that refuse pitched from every door into the rutted, stinking byways. Occasionally, a yoke of oxen or a brace of Missouri mules were herded past by American traders, more often by some young boys or very old men, all of the pelados dressed alike in their loose peasant clothing, a blanket serape for their only warmth. While most of the squat adobe buildings strung out from the town square would never impress a traveler from the old French Dominion of St. Louis, the municipal building and the towering cathedral nonetheless stood as two of the most recognized landmarks in the tiny town. Hand in hand, these institutions of church and state alone ruled the daily lives of this valley's simple people as each was born, baptized, raised, married, sired their young, then died and were laid to mortal rest within the church cemetery. More and more it struck Bass that these were a people accustomed to accepting, a people who had learned not to ask for much from each day. To lead their simple lives, that might well be enough to ask of the divine. Behind each low-roofed hut sat the domed beehive of a baking oven, where each day the peasant women made their loaves of bread, where on cold winter nights the family dogs slept among the warm embers. While the poorer mud and wattle homes were no more than a single small room with blankets hung to section off a tiny sleeping area, most of the adobe dwellings in this village were a bit more spacious, some even built large enough to encompass a small central patio where narrow plank doors led the inhabitants to each of the few rooms. In a corner of every room sat a squat mud fireplace, filling the house with the pungent fragrance of burning cedar or piñón. From the poorest pelado to the richest landowner, no Tauseño laid down plank flooring in his home. Instead, hard-packed earth sufficed, over which the woman of the house would throw a series of coarse woven mats, since the thick Navajo wool rugs served only as blankets at night, rolled up each morning and used in the place of chairs during the day. In these mud houses, each small window was paned with a sheet of translucent mica and frequently barred with wrought iron or carved wooden bars. On the sills of many windows this winter sat empty flower boxes that come spring would display a bevy of colorful red geraniums, clearly the favorite flower of the Tauseños. Kincaid had explained that the villages in this valley were not always painted in such drab, dreary colors of winter. With the arrival of spring, the tiny towns would burst with vibrant colors just about the time the trappers were seeing to their final preparations in departing for the mountains. Looking about now, Titus found that hard to believe, what with the pale and pasty colors this season brought to Taos, the grayish-white of dirty snow smearing sun-washed adobe, the monotonous pastels of ochre and sienna earth, along with the ever-present black buckskin pantaloons and jackets favored by the caballeros in from the ranchos for a spree, or those black rebozo shawls most women pulled over their heads for warmth whenever they ventured from their homes. Isaac walked up to the table, pouring himself some more aguardiente. He asked, "Scratch, you want to come see the cockfight Mirabal's getting started back out to the stables?" "I've seed cockfights afore," Bass replied, sipping his drink as he continued to peer around the room over the rim of his cup. "Ain't you a gambling man?" Sims inquired. "Scratch got better things to take a look-see at than no stupid cockfight," Hatcher advised, wagging his eyebrows knowingly at Sims, nodding his head toward a small group of comely young women who were coyly studying the Americans from behind their lace fans. "Hell," Isaac admitted as soon as he sorted out his priorities, "I suppose a man can allays find hisself a cockfightin' Taos, but there ain't allays senoritas to gander at." "Scratch, don't want you to feel bad now if most of these here gals don't give you the time of day," Kincaid declared. "Their papas and mamas don't want their daughters having nothing to do with no gringos." "I knowed their kind back in St. Lou," Titus replied. "Snooty stuff shirts. Look down their noses on the rest of us." "Here it's the ones with all the money mostly what look down on us," Matthew replied. "My Rosa's folks, now they're better off than most, but they're the sort who understood she fell in love with me, so it weren't going to make no never mind to Rosa that I was a gringo." "Bet it helped a whole bunch you getting yourself baptized in their church," Bass commented. Kincaid nodded that massive head of his, smiling. "You want to marry a Mexican gal? You want to live your life down here in Mexico? Why, a man best figure on doing things the Taos way." "You're happy, ain't you, Matthew?" Titus asked. "Damn right I am," he answered, then went solemn as he whispered, "I thank God in heaven Rosa wasn't took by them Comanche like Roland's woman." At that very moment, Scratch was reminded that John Roland had elected not to join them for the evening's fandango. Caleb Wood finally cleared his throat and turned to Matthew, asking, "How's he doing these days?" "Has him better times, and he has him some low times, when he's down in his mind over losing her," Kincaid replied. "Ever since we got back, Rosa and me had him stay over to our little house so he won't have to lay up in no place gonna remind him of his Maria." "Damn fine of you, Matthew," Scratch said. "Keep a friend under your wing till his heart heals up." Kincaid responded, "No more'n what every man does for them he cares for."
"When you figure a man gets over grieving for a woman?" Rufus asked quietly after a few moments of quiet and contemplation. It was a question that struck the others dumb, many of them staring at the floor or into their cups, reluctant to let their eyes meet another's. Finally, Hatcher whispered, his voice clogged with sentiment, "I figure the only way a man gets better is with time. After all what his friends can do, and a lot of time."
Bass had come to this celebration bent on having himself a good time, to drink until he was numb and to pound his moccasins on the floor until he could no longer stand. To hop and whirl and bounce wildly to the music the others explained was a major part of these gatherings. But now, the Comanche raid and the kidnapping and that final bloody, all-too-quick fight of it came flooding back over him. Maybe it was Roland's own damned fault, he brooded as he turned from the others and moseyed toward the other side of the room where a knot of young, doe-eyed women had been watching him over their lace fans. No two ways of Sunday about that. It was a man's own damned fault when he let a woman get down under his skin, and something terrible. Long as he didn't let that happen to him, Scratch figured he'd never have to go through all what he knew John Roland was suffering. From time to time, he stole a glance at one or the other of those 5 women who whispered to one another behind their fans, nodding their heads slightly as they spoke, the mantillas on top of their heads swaying gently, the long lace scarves brushing bare brown shoulders. He finally had to admit he wasn't all that good at sneaking a look without being caught. Reluctantly, Titus moved away a few feet, sipping from his cup and trying desperately not to turn around and gaze at the senoritas again. Better to study what was hung on every wall completely encircling the long sala. Joining the many portraits of the governor's family ancestors were those customary portraits of famous religious figures and dramatic biblical scenes. From a large central chandelier and just overhead on all the walls blazed a dizzying assortment of colorful candles, their light fluttering gently as the guests moved about the room, stirring currents of air that caused the soft light to dance. Titus turned back, recrossing the room to his friends, doing his best to keep his eyes from climbing to the wall right over the table bearing the liquid refreshments. It was enough to give serious pause to any drinking man bent on having himself a real spree, for right there, above the clay jugs and crystal bowls, hung the biggest wooden crucifix Scratch had ever seen outside of a church. On it hung the naked Christ, his side and forehead vivid with the red paint of his final tortures, his head hung in the final release of death. Indeed, the sacred holiday celebrating the birth of the baby Jesus was fast approaching, little more than a week away now. Festive decorations were already hung at the front of most shops, and carts in the village square where traders sold their wares and vendors offered a warm tortilla made from blue Indian corn filled with a ladle of frijoles spiced with green chilies. More than anything else here in Mexico, it had been the food that Bass took an instant liking to, far different from anything he had ever known back east, even since reaching the Rocky Mountain West. Never was it dull to the palate. Scratch had yet to find anything handed him on a plate that he didn't care for, all of it either spicy or sweet. Truth be, as the minutes rolled past and the room grew all the more crowded, Titus wondered if he might be wearing down a groove in the earthen floor between the table bearing the Taos Lightning and another table weighed down with trays of sugar-coated treats. "Here comes the music, boys," Caleb suddenly yelled. Hatcher slapped Scratch on the back of the shoulders as Bass whirled in surprise. Jack hollered, "Time coming to let the wolf howl." "You dance, Titus," Elbridge Gray spoke up for the first time since they had arrived. Jack snorted, wagging his head. "Hell, don't you remember this here nigger didn't want to dance with us for his last birthday?" "Ain't never felt like dancing when I got me a hangover," Bass grumbled. "And you boys just wouldn't leave a man alone to sleep off his case of the shakes." "You fixin' to tie on a case of the shakes this night?" Solomon asked. "I'm due, don't you think?" Scratch replied. "Hell, I ain't had me a good drunk since a few nights back when we first rode into Workman's place," Caleb roared. Jack turned to him and said, "There be your dancing music, Scratch." Down at the center of the huge sala, 6 musicians were taking their places on a low wooden bandstand the servants had set in place on the earthen floor just for the baile. Right in the center at the back of the plank platform, the first player seated himself, cradling a huge Indian drum called a tombe between his legs. On either side of him sat a pair of chairs, where 2 others settled in with their oversized guitars known as heacas. Beside each one of them sat a man who played a violin, while in the middle stood a musician holding a mandolin across his left arm as he wiped his entire face with a bright white kerchief he stuffed back into the left wrist of his jacket.
"Maybe so there'll be trouble tonight, boys," Hatcher warned a few moments later as the musicians were tuning their instruments.
"I see 'em," Solomon grumbled. "Damned Pilatos!"
All 8 of them and Rosa turned to look across the long room at the doorway where at least a dozen men had come in, stopping to stand at the elbow of Sergeant Jorge Ramirez. 7 of them wore uniforms freshly brushed for this evening. As many as a half dozen were clearly civilians. Young men all talking among themselves as they first spied the Americans at the end of the sala. Dark eyes glowered below dark brows as tension instantly charged the room. Between the buck-skinned gringos and the Mexican dandies stood the prize, those handsome young women who first looked in one direction, then in the other, their seductive glances bestowed upon all rivals.
"Don't they look to be fancy niggers tonight," Bass declared. "That head soldier got him a new uniform, too."
"That's right," Kincaid agreed. "He ain't a sergeant no more. I heard Mirabal made him a lieutenant. Ramirez is going to be head dog here till they send up a new ensign from Santa Fe to take over for Guerrero."
Scratch watched how Ramirez and the men with him began to strut, puffing out their chests like prairie cocks. In a whisper, he asked, "They gonna cause trouble, Matthew?"
Kincaid shook his head. "Nah, but those greasers gonna be right there when we start the trouble."
"We?"
Matthew smiled. "Hatcher and the rest ain't about to let them Pilatos buffalo 'em and keep them senoritas all to themselves."
"Trouble comes, we'll be ready," Jack declared confidently, "because we'll be the ones getting the first licks." "Don't go get yourself too drunk, Bass," Graham warned. "Need to have you ready to kick and gouge soon enough."
"Damn," Scratch muttered. "Here I come to this here baile to have myself a hoot and a headache come morning. Then you niggers tell me you're going to get me in a fight and all my fun's over." "Plenty of time for fun afore the fighting starts," Caleb explained. Bass inquired, "Why there gotta be any fighting anyways?"
"That soldier bunch been wanting to trim our feathers ever since we caught up to them Comanche," Hatcher declared. "Ain't no stopping what's been coming ever since that morning up in the mountains."
"Sides, Scratch," Elbridge said. "It ain't a real fandango lessen there's some headbanging on them greasers."
"Man can't come and have himself a drink and a dance?" Caleb shook his head, grinning. "Not when there's more fellers here than there is women's."
"You figure on dancing with their women?" Hatcher explained. "You best be ready to put your fists to work."
"They don't like me dancing with their gals, eh?"
"You'll get a whirl or two in," Kincaid stated, "but they don't put up with us dancing with their women for long at all."
"I was looking forward to some liquor and a dance with a soft-feeling gal or two," Bass grumped. "Might as well be spending this night in some Injun camp since I can't enjoy my liquor and my dancing neither, without some Mex soldiers wanting to put their thumbs in my eyes or stomp on my shins."
"Matthew, go take you a look around the room," Jack instructed as he put a fraternal hand on Bass's shoulder. "See if you can spot a likely gal for Titus to dance with afore the fighting starts."
"And once the fighting starts," Scratch kept on muttering with deep disappointment, "then all the rest of my funds run dry too." "I'll be back straightway," Kincaid declared as he steered Rosa away into the bustling room. As he sipped on his clay cup of liquor, Bass looked over the growing crowd, beginning to notice how the men and women openly flirted with one another. While the more demure and younger women stayed behind their wide fans kept fluttering before their eyes, most of the older females boldly began conversations with the men passing by them. Much the same with the rougher sex, anxious and unsure young men scrunched up against a wall, perhaps talking only with male friends as they furtively eyed the young women, mortally afraid to chance striking up a chat with one of the black-eyed beauties. As his eyes bounced over this group and that, Scratch groaned, "What you goin' do that for, Jack?" Hatcher asked,
"Do what?"
"Send Kincaid off to go find me a gal."
"Ain't you gonna dance tonight?"
He finally turned to look at Hatcher. I am?
Egod, won't it feel good to have your arms round one of 'em for that dancing? Jack inquired.
Damn fine, Bass replied.
Then it's settled. We'll find you a likely gal for dancing, Jack explained. And maybe so, a little courtin' too when the night grows old.
Courtin'? I ain't in no mood for courtin' one of these here women, Scratch bellowed a little too loudly. Then, realizing his transgression, more quietly he said to the others, I ain't like Matthew there. I don't aim to get married off to no gal, Injun or Mex. Dancin', even courtin' don't mean you're gettin' yourself married, Scratch, Caleb guffawed.
And Isaac declared, But some sweet courtin' talk just might get you bedded down with some soft-skinned gal.
Just like you got yourself a warm one to sleep with while you was healing up with the snakes, Solomon declared.
Hush, Jack declared, waving his arms suddenly. At the center of the long room, Governor Mirabal stepped atop the low platform in front of the musicians, bowed gracefully in his velvet uniform trimmed with silver braid, the crowded room applauding politely, then began to speak. As Kincaid hurried back to the group, Hatcher asked him to translate.
He's saying he's proud to have everyone as a guest in his home, Matthew explained, as the governor turned, holding out his arm. Says that this is a special night for celebration. His wife and oldest daughter are back under their roof, not again to have to worry about Comanches.
That's them?
Rufus Graham asked as the woman and her daughter glided up to the low platform in their wide-hooped dresses, both of vivid color, the long lace of their mantillas spilling from the tall bone combs fastened at their crowns, hair ironed into tight ringlets around both faces.
Damn if them women don't shine, Hatcher exclaimed.
Caleb declared,
I can't believe it's the same two we brung back from the mountains.
Can't be, Scratch agreed. They don't look a thing like the two what Matthew here said was relations of that governor.
It's them, Kincaid testified. You niggers don't recollect them two been yanked out in their homes afore sunup by the Comanche, and now you see 'em in all their finest glory.
Damn if them women don't shine, Hatcher marveled again. You said that already once, Wood cried.
Then, as he peered over at Hatcher, he added,
Looky there, boys. Mad Jack's got him pup dog eyes for them gals.
Shut that bunghole of your'n,
Hatcher snapped, then turned to Kincaid.
What else is he saying now, Matthew?
Just then, the governor motioned off to the far side of the room, waving up the sergeant of that detail of soldiers who had followed the trappers along the Comanche trail.
Telling everyone how much a hero they were to ride after the Injuns what took the cattle and sheep, what took the women and children of our valley, Kincaid translated.
The new lieutenant stood on the floor just in front of the governor as the official continued speaking.
He wants the rest of the soldiers to come up so everyone can know who were heroes after their captain was killed in the fight with the Injuns.
The 7 uniformed soldiers came out of the crowd, joined by at least a dozen more men dressed in their finest civilian clothing, resplendent in braid, silver conchos, and ornamental buttons from ankle clear up to collarbone.
That ain't all of 'em, is it?
Isaac asked in a whisper.
I figure some of 'em still coverin' guard watch, maybe, Jack replied. They ain't all here.
Hold on,
Kincaid blurted, waving both his arms in a downward motion to quiet the others.
Hatcher asked, What's he saying?
I'd tell you if I could hear.
Then Matthew moved forward a step, cocking his ear as the governor's eyes scanned the crowd.
Jack, he's saying he wants you and me to come up there with them soldiers.
Me?
Kincaid nodded, starting off with Rosa beneath one arm, his huge hand snatching hold of Hatcher's sleeve and tugging him along.
Governor wants all of us.
Why, goddammit?
Matthew grinned.
He says we're the heroes what brung his family back to him. We're the heroes he says kept the soldiers from getting all killed by the Injuns.
Come on,
Hatcher growled with a sharp gesture of his head.
If I'm going up there, rest of you are too.
Likely he's got that right, Solomon said.
Got what right? Bass asked.
Fish replied, When he says them soldiers get killed if and we hadn't come along.
The group shyly followed Matthew and Rosa to the front of the low platform, where Rosa slipped out from beneath her husband's arm and joined the front row of spectators who were applauding with their approval. Most everyone in the room smiled enthusiastically as the 8 Americans strung themselves out at one side of the platform. Everyone but the soldiers and those in attendance who hated every gringo, no matter what they had done to rescue the governor's family. As Bass shoved in between the shoulders of Isaac Sims and Rufus Graham, his palms began to sweat something fierce, especially when he looked up from the toes of his muddy moccasins to find the soldiers glowering at him and the others beneath their dark eyebrows. Quickly he turned away, glancing over the rest of the room, finding hate flickering in the eyes of so many males, adoration glittering in the eyes of so many of the females, old and young. Especially the young, who held hands and fans at their breasts, that rounded, dusky flesh half exposed in their blood-red, black, sunset blue, or buttermilk yellow gowns that barely clung to their bodies. At that moment, he couldn't remember ever seeing a woman out in public in so provocative a manner, her clothing exposing so much of her neck, her shoulders and arms, even unto the top half of her breasts. Swallowing hard, Titus wondered how the dresses stayed up. But then he figured those firm, soft-skinned mounds were what held everything in place. So much of those breasts exposed that it wouldn't take much at all for a man to just reach his hand right in there and...
Titus Bass, step up there, nigger!
Matthew just called your name, Rufus said in a harsh whisper.
He's calling out our names for this here party to clap for us.
Glancing quickly to his left, he found Isaac Sims and the others beyond him grinning sheepishly, motioning him up with them. He immediately took a step to join the others as he heard Matthew call out Graham's name. Rufus was there at his right shoulder a heartbeat later, so that all 8 of the Americans stood before the group as the governor, his wife, and daughter stepped off the platform and right up to Rufus Graham. There, the governor held out his hand, shaking it before he moved on to Bass. As Titus released Mirabal's grip, he had but a moment before the governor's wife stepped up to him, her hand suspended between them.
"What am I to do?"
he whispered to Isaac, frantic.
"Bow your damned head, nigger,"
Sims said in a husky whisper. Nervously shoving his hairy chin against his chest, Scratch watched Manuela Mirabal give a short curtsy before releasing his hand and stepping on to do the same with Isaac. But the moment the woman moved on and relief began to wash over him, he discovered the pretty, cherry-eyed daughter stopping right in front of him, toe to toe, staring up at him as soft-eyed and wet-lipped as a young fawn.
"Bow again, goddammit,"
Rufus reminded him with a growl. As Manuela Mirabal moved by Isaac, he nudged Bass with an elbow.
"This'n sweet on you, Titus, old boy. Better give her hand a kiss, too."
On the other side, Graham chuckled softly.
"Just like them proper Frenchmen do in St. Louis."
"Kiss her hand?"
"Do it,"
Isaac ordered. As instructed, Titus bowed his head and brought the small, smooth hand to his lips obediently, brushing it with his parched lips, embarrassed that his entire mouth and throat had just gone dry. Raising his head, he found Yakova's eyes brazenly locked on his. Instead of immediately removing her hand from his once he had completed his bow, the girl held on to his hand as he straightened. Her mother reached out and gently nudged her young daughter, as if to remind Yakova she was to continue down the receiving line. Just as she was about to step aside, the young woman squeezed Bass's hand, lingering for a heartbeat longer. While she turned to present her hand to Isaac, Bass felt both ears growing hot beneath his long curls. Barely able to breathe, Scratch found he couldn't take his eyes off her, helpless as he studied the way Yakova held out her delicate fingers to Sims, how she curtsied politely, the way she spoke to Isaac as she furtively glanced at Titus. He suddenly realized just how quickly she pushed her limp hand into Isaac's, allowed Sims to bow, then immediately yanked her hand away while she had let it linger in Bass's grip. Was he crazy? Or had she really sought to hang on to Bass until the very last moment they might have to share, the last moment they would have to touch, to gaze into one another's eyes? As he watched Yakova float back across the front of the room to rejoin her parents, Titus suddenly became aware of the hateful glare in the eyes of all those young soldiers arrayed just behind the governor, his wife, and daughter as the Miraballs stopped before Matthew. Mirabal motioned for Rosa to join her husband. While she shyly stepped to Kincaid's side at the center of the sala, Bass noticed the governor's daughter looking at him from beneath her long eyelashes.
"Maybe so that youngin's got the idea to make herself your wife," Rufus whispered, leaning into Bass's shoulder.
With a reflex jerk, Titus jabbed back with his elbow, planting it deep into Graham's belly. Giving a noisy oomph, Rufus stumbled back a step, snorting with laughter.
"What's he saying now, Matthew?" Gray asked.
Kincaid translated in a whisper.
"Says they're gonna bring in the lamb and the calf now. I don't figure there's gonna be an empty belly in the whole house."
At the far end of the room, the crowd parted as 4 men stepped through the cordon, on their shoulders a large pewter platter, atop which lay the roasted carcass of an entire lamb. Right behind them came 4 others, these carrying a roasted calf. Whistles of approval and cheers arose as the fragrance of the steaming meats washed over the room. With his mouth already watering, Scratch had his knife halfway out of its scabbard before Kincaid locked his hand around Bass's wrist.
"You'll get your turn, Pilgrim," Matthew warned. "Let the women get their meat first."
Suddenly shamed and remembering the long-ago social manners his mother had worked so hard to teach him, Bass dropped the knife back into its sheath.
"I'm sorry, Matthew."
With a wink, the big man replied,
"Don't you need feel sorry, Titus. Folks like us, we ain't got much call to show our proper manners, what with the life we have in the mountains."
When, if ever, had he gone and bowed to a gal, much less kissed a woman's hand? But in the last few minutes, here in a foreign land, he had just done both. Right in front of a whole room filled with gawking folks watching him as his face grew hot and his eyes smarted with embarrassment. This was all something so different, so completely new to him. Oh, to be sure, many of the women he'd known could be brazen in their own way, usually when he found himself alone with them. Amy Whistler, even Abigail, the Ohio River whore. And Marissa wasn't shy at all about letting him know exactly what she had on her mind when she came sneaking out to where he had his blankets laid in her father's barn. Now, those Injun gals, Fawn and Pretty Water, they had never appeared to worry about the niceties of preliminaries nor concerned themselves with social appearances. Behind the dropped door of their lodges, neither had a problem showing Titus just what they wanted from him of a sexual nature. There was no clutter of polite manners to get in the way of man and woman taking what they needed most from one another. So it struck him as all the more flattering that this young woman had made her thoughts abundantly clear through nothing more than that steamy look in her eyes and the way she gripped his hand until her mother demanded she move on down the line. Through the early part of the evening, Bass had danced one lively jota after another with a succession of young women brought up and introduced to him by Matthew and Rosa. There had been a Carmelita, a Maria, and a Linda, those 3 somehow rememberable among all the faceless others who came to sway at the end of his arms in that Mexican dance, so reminding him of a country reel, each of those perfumed females smiling politely through their song, then turning away before he could escort them back to their side of the room.
"Don't you know Yakova's mama is going to keep a close eye on that girl now, Scratch?" Kincaid warned hours later, after the lamb and calf were no more than greasy platters heaped with bones, long after the musicians were beginning to tire and the room had grown unbearably warm from all the heated bodies pulsing to those most ancient rhythms of the courtship ritual. Bass turned to Matthew. "Whose mama?" "Yakova's mama," Kincaid chided. "The governor's wife? It's his daughter you gone and got all moon-eyed over."
"I ain't moon-eyed," he snapped.
"Well, she sure as hell is," Matthew snorted with a wink. "Best you just forget that girl afore she spells trouble for you."
"I ain't about to do a thing to make for trouble."
Go on and set your eye on one of them others, Kincaid suggested. Like Hatcher there.
Jack ain't about to sit out a dance, Caleb gushed as he came up, a clay cup in one hand, a rib he was tearing meat from in the other.
See how I got him a good woman to take a whirl with and he's a happy man, Titus? Matthew boasted. Now why don't you do the same and forget that Yakova Mirabal?
I ain't thinking 'bout Yakova.
Kincaid jabbed an elbow in Caleb's side. Looks to me you gone all soft-brained over her.
Then bring me 'nother girl to dance with or leave me be, Bass grumbled, his forehead hot as all-night coals, already sensing the long evening's potent liquor.
To hell with what's right and what's wrong with these here Mex folks. Can't think of nothing better to do than drink till my own feet don't hold me up no more.
You're damned near that now, Rufus said as he came back to the group at the end of a song.
That Hatcher, Bass said, watching Jack standing near the center of the floor, holding both hands with a comely maid until the next song started. Just beyond them stood at least a dozen young Mexican men glaring at the lone American.
Tell me, Matthew, she a gal gonna get Jack in trouble?
Nah, she's the sort gonna get us all in trouble, Kincaid replied. That's Consuela Guerrero.
Bass licked his lips, thinking how lucky Hatcher was to be getting all that attention from such an alluring woman arrayed in black lace stretched tight against her dark brown skin.
She's a purty one. Matthew clucked. Her husband was the officer what got hisself killed by the Comanche when we brung back the women.
That's her?
Kincaid nodded. The widow Guerrero her own self.
What's she doing here after her husband got hisself killed? Caleb asked.
Why, look at there. The widder is wearing black, Elbridge said, patting the beginnings of a potbelly slipping over his belt.
Wonder if she's going to be wearing black all night, Bass snorted with a grin, or if she's going to shuck herself out of them widder's weeds for Mad Jack Hatcher. In a flurry the following moment, Kincaid pushed away from the rest of them, leaving his Rosa behind as he warned,
Jack ain't never gonna know now.
Their eyes followed Matthew into the crowd, finding the dancers at the center of the floor suddenly shoving backward, getting themselves as far as possible from the spot where Hatcher stood, imprisoned by two large Mexican soldiers, as Lieutenant Jorge Ramirez yanked the widow away from the American, whirling her back by her arm. She screamed, swinging out with her flat hand, but the lieutenant caught it, held it prisoner while he shouted at her, and the room grew hushed, the music ending in discordant notes.
What's he saying to her, Kincaid?
Hatcher bellowed, twisting this way and that, trying to free himself from the two men who had him stymied.
Telling her she ain't got no business dancing with you, not when her husband is in his grave because of us gringos.
Every set of American eyes snapped to Ramirez as the trappers came to a stop, arrayed on either side of Matthew Kincaid. His eyes narrowing into a feral wildness, Jack echoed,
He said her husband's dead 'cause of us?
Shit, Caleb growled. The rest of them lil wooden soldiers be nothing more'n buzzard bait right now, if'n it weren't for the likes of us. Jack tried again to twist away from his handlers.
Tell these some bitches let me go.
Matthew spat some of the foreign tongue at the soldiers, being joined by young men in civilian clothing. In their sashes were jammed pistols, and from their wide belts hung stiletto knives and short swords. The lieutenant howled with a derisive laugh, then snarled something in reply.
Caleb, get these greasers off'n me.
Speaking low, Caleb said, Elbridge, you and Scratch come with me to get Hatcher free.
That'll start the dance, Gray said.
Fight now or fight later, Caleb snapped. We damn well ain't gonna show the white feather to these here greasers tonight. With those words still in the air, the trio descended upon the two soldiers so suddenly the Mexicans let go of their prisoner on reflex to reach for their weapons. Hatcher whirled on one of them like a wild blur, his bony fist cracking into the soldier's jaw like a 20-pound sledge colliding with solid hickory. Bass was right behind Hatcher as Elbridge and Caleb leaped into the second soldier. In the next heartbeat, Matthew and the others surged past Titus in a blur, lunging toward bystanders on all sides the moment the Mexican males jumped out of the crowd to resist the gringo attack.
Women screeched. Furniture was overturned and crumbled. Clay and glass shattered against walls and the hard earth floor. Men grunted as bodies slammed together. Isaac was suddenly there beside Bass, grabbing Scratch's hand, shoving into it a thick piece of a broken chair that felt as big as a horse's leg. An instant later, the stocky Sims turned aside, slapping another chair leg into Rufus's hand. That done, Isaac began swinging 2 chair legs over his own head as he hurtled toward the worst of the fighting. First one and a second, then more heads cracked loudly in that noisy room as the 3 of them cleared a swath right into the soldiers and their civilian friends. Joining Hatcher and the rest, they kept swinging their crude weapons as they retreated to the center of the room, eyes quickly darting this way and that. The trappers crowded back together, each of them facing out like herd bulls protectively surrounding the cows and calves against a pack of wolves, snarling, yapping, dodging in to slash at a hamstring. "No guns!" the governor bellowed in English from the platform. His futile warning was hardly heard above the frightening clamor as the soldiers warily inched toward the ring of 8 Americans, their pistols and knives, swords and shards of broken glass held before them as they closed the noose. "No guns, senores!" Mirabal warned again, louder still, as the Mexicans came within striking distance. "Get ready for the nut-cutting, boys," Hatcher bawled, his arm slowly waving his own knife back and forth as he went into a crouch, preparing for the coming clash. He took a quick feint toward the closest adversary, getting the soldier to leap back, then Jack rocked onto the balls of his feet, body swaying side to side as he laughed. Bass knew Hatcher was laughing at death. Hell, he could smell that stinking odor of death all around them in this room. Suddenly certain he was about to die. Instead of making a life for himself within the bosom of the high and lonely places, he was going to shed his life's blood here on this clay floor in a foreign land, cut to ribbons by greasers, perhaps with a Mexican bullet in his heart. Where was his mother's God now? Why would any God leave him to die after he'd somehow survived those long years rotting in St. Louis, lasted long enough to make it to the Rocky Mountains on his own hook? Why would a God that ruled from the heavens above abandon him now after the Arapaho had tried twice to kill him? Blackfeet done their best too. So he was to die among these Christian people whose eyes were filled with such hate. 11. As Mirabal's daughter rushed onto the platform, lunging across the last 2 steps to clutch her father's arm, screaming at him, the governor shoved Yakova behind him and continued yelling into the pandemonium. Suddenly, Mirabal drew his own pistol from the wide red sash there beneath the short-waisted chaqueta. At that instant, the screaming women were falling back toward the walls, leaving the 2 rings of antagonists alone in the middle of the long sala. That small knot of outnumbered Americans at the center, a thick ring of Mexican rivals surrounding them. Firing his weapon into one of the thick wooden beams above their heads, Mirabal instantly silenced the entire room. The soldiers spun with a jerk, and the trappers looked up in alarm. Bass wondered, was this the signal for the killing to begin? When he had their attention, the governor began to speak again in his loud, certain voice. "He just ordered them soldados to put their pistols away," Kincaid translated breathlessly. For a moment, no one moved. Then the first of the soldiers began to comply, as if they had weighed the odds of disobeying not only their governor, but their gracious host. The haughty Mexicans stuffed their pistols back into the colorful sashes tied around their waists, still brandishing their knives and short swords with unmasked glee. "If one of us falls," Hatcher growled, "the rest get round him. Don't let them greasers drag him off." "How many you figure we can take on?" Caleb asked. Elbridge was the first to answer. "Many as they want to throw agin us." Just as the soldiers took another cautious step toward their rivals, Mirabal hollered again. Jack demanded, "What's he saying?" "Something about the knives," Kincaid declared. "He don't want no killing here." The governor hollered to some older men at the foot of the platform. Reluctantly, 2 of them handed up their pistols to Mirabal. He immediately held them right over the heads of those standing below him on the clay floor, pointing the weapons directly at Ramirez. Matthew swallowed hard, saying, "Mirabal just told him he'd be the first to die. If there's going to be blood, then Ramirez's blood's going to be the first on this floor." He's really pulling them soldiers back? Fish asked in that hushed room. Kincaid nodded. Says he won't let the lieutenant and his men dishonor him twice. It was plain as sun how the governor's words slapped the officer and his men every bit as hard as if he would strike them across the cheek. Says them soldiers dishonored him when they didn't fight hard enough to save all the prisoners, Matthew explained to his stunned companions.
Weren't their fault the bastards was yeller polecats,
Isaac grumbled. Continuing, Kincaid declared, he won't stand for the soldiers dishonoring him again by killing in his house. Bass listened to the way Kincaid's voice dropped off. What is it, Matthew? He said there won't be no killing in his house, especially no killing the men what brung his wife and daughter back to him safe. The lieutenant whirled on the governor, red-faced as he spat out his words, gripping the huge butt of that pistol stuffed into his sash. The officer's whole body trembled with rage. He says that's twice Mirabal's shamed him and his men, Matthew warned gravely. Says they're due the right to wipe off that shame, or there is no honor in this house. Slowly, the governor lowered one of the pistols, pointing the other directly at the lieutenant's head. If there's gonna be killing, that Ramirez gonna be the first to die here. Mirabal ain't gonna let them soldiers disobey him. Even though the room was as quiet as a convent at dusk, the governor bellowed like a bull, flushed with anger from the neck up. Told him to put away everything, Kincaid translated. Knives too.
Why?
Hatcher asked. Pausing before he answered, Matthew eventually explained, told Ramirez if they wanted to show they was honorable men, then they could fight like real men, without no guns or no knives.
No knives?
Sims repeated. For a long time, no one moved. Then suddenly, the lieutenant turned away from his men and stepped right to the foot of the platform, where he passed both his pistol and his long stiletto to Yakova. The governor's daughter took the weapons as the rest of the Mexican males reluctantly handed over their weapons to women lining the adobe walls where candles flickered in the still air. Mirabal hurled his voice over the heads of the others, speaking to the trappers. Matthew translated, says it's our turn to put our guns away.
Cash our guns? Hatcher replied in disbelief. Ain't no way in hell I'm letting go of this pistol of mine, not when these sumbitches got us outnumbered the way they do.
Silence fell heavy about them once more, and finally Mirabal spoke, filled with apparent regret. Governor says we ain't the honorable men he thought we was when we brung his family back, not if we don't put our guns and knives away like his soldiers done. If we do, Wood demanded, then what? Matthew drew himself up hugely. Then we'll have us our fight.
Us agin all of them?
Isaac inquired. Just our fists, boys, Kincaid cheered as he turned and passed his weapons to Rosa.
Who's gonna hold the rest what we got? Hatcher demanded.
Graham said,
Yeah, I ain't trusting no one with my gun and my knife.
Lay 'em on that table by you, a voice cried out in plain English from somewhere beyond the thick ring of Mexicans. They be safe right there. Damn, Bass muttered as the slight figure poked his way through the last layer of soldiers and stepped into the open between the two groups of rivals.
Johnny,
Hatcher bellowed with glee.
Come to Fandango with your friends?
Roland's eyes bounced over the crowd a moment before he answered, I suppose you might say I come to Fandango, Jack. We was bout to have us a do-si-do with these here greasers, Caleb explained. That's what I was told, John replied. My Maria's mama, she come to get me over to Matthew's place. She come for you? With a nod, Roland answered bravely. Told me there was trouble aplenty between the soldiers and my compañeros. Said I should come help my friends,
since they was such good boys to go help me get my Maria back from the Comanche. My Maria."
At Roland's pained words, a flame burned gently in Scratch's chest, a sharp warmth lodged just behind his breastbone. He felt the salty sting at his eyes.
"You gonna fight with us?"
Elbridge asked, tugging manfully at his leather breeches.
"I didn't come to dance with the likes of you, you ugly nigger."
Then Roland moved past the trappers, laying his 2 pistols on the long table. He didn't turn until he had taken his knife from its scabbard and propped it between the 2 pistols shoved in among the clay jugs of lightning and crystal bowls of sweet brandy. Johnny turned back to the Americans, his eyes damp.
"Yeah, boys, I come to fight alongside my friends."
Hatcher suddenly raised his chin and let loose a shrill wolf howl. The rest instantly followed suit, clearly unnerving the soldiers as John Roland stepped up and squeezed in between Hatcher and Kincaid, both men making room for him in their tight circle.
Matthew ordered, "Rest of you, put your guns and knives away, fellers, just like Johnny done. Because, by God, we're going to give these here greasers the thrubbing they've been needin' ever since we come back from fighting the Comanche for 'em."
One by one, wary and watchful, the trappers stepped over to the table, laid their weapons down, then quickly resumed their place in the tiny ring. Now there were 9 of them, 9 against many times their number. But as the last of the Americans, Jack Hatcher himself, stepped back to that circle of defenders, the lieutenant growled a command of his own, and the soldiers started forward. But this time, there were only the 7 in uniform, and no more than 9 in civilian clothing. Realizing he no longer had the great numbers behind him, the lieutenant halted right in his tracks, whirling around on his heel to glare back at those who no longer joined him. Hatcher turned to Kincaid as Ramirez began shouting. Matthew said,
"The rest of 'em he's calling cowards."
"I figure 'em for smart fellers," Bass declared.
"How you figure on that?"
Solomon asked beneath that sharp hatchet of a nose dotted with huge pores forever darkened with fire soot and ground-in dirt. Titus explained, "They're smart enough to know that they ain't got near as good a chance taking us on when they don't have all them guns and knives."
"Give 'em the thrubbing they deserve,"
Caleb bellowed as the lieutenant turned around to face Hatcher. With a sudden screech of rage, Ramirez lunged forward, his arms raised, both hands stiffened like claws over his head. Jack was the first to swing his chair leg as the others rushed in behind the lieutenant. Scratch didn't see when his friends got into the melee. He was already swinging the thick chair leg he clutched in his sweaty hands at the first of 2 soldiers rushing him. That burly Mexican reached up, seizing the chair leg in mid-arc as he leaped up toe-to-toe. Bass brought up his knee in that instant the soldier was setting himself to strike, savagely driving it into the Mexican's groin. But he had little time to enjoy watching the man crumple before him, clutching his genitals, his dark face gone pasty in pain. For the second soldier had grabbed the end of the chair leg and rocked back with a jerk, then made a second attempt to loosen it from Bass's grip. Instead, Scratch drove his heel down onto the Mexican's shin, stabbing the man's instep with all his weight. As the soldier lunged back, releasing the chair leg, Bass was already swinging it behind his shoulder, just when he felt a huge fist slam into his lower back. The pain was so immediate, so severe, that he sensed the breath rush out of his lungs, sensed his knees turning to water. Then came a second blow to his back, harder than the first. His legs went out right under him as if they weren't there. As Scratch went down, he heard the women's screams for the first time. They almost drowned out the grunts of men colliding, bone and muscle and sinew crashing together, might against might. So loud was the screaming and that thunder of bone striking bone that he almost didn't hear the sharp gust of wind rush from his lips as he struck the hard clay of the earthen floor. Gasping for breath, he twisted about to look up, finding that shadow looming over him become the first soldier he had kneed as the Mexicans rushed them. While Scratch drew himself into a ball, the soldier drove his cowhide boot into Bass's ribs again and again. With each blow, great bubbles of air exploded from Titus's lungs, replaced by searing pain. Moccasins and boots scuffed around his head as he fought to curl himself tighter, struggling not only against the Mexican's boot, but fighting down the frightening remembrance of that brutal beating at the hands of Silas Cooper. Suddenly, the Mexican's foul breath was in his face as the soldier grabbed a handful of Bass's shirt, raising the American slightly, then driving his fist into Titus's face. A second time, the man pulled Bass halfway up off the floor, only to slam his jaw back down with another blow. He was going to kill him, just as Cooper tried. But this time, Scratch vowed he would not lie there and take a beating like a whipped dog. From somewhere at the marrow of him, Titus found the strength to seize the Mexican's left wrist in both of his hands. He jerked it up at the same moment he opened his mouth, instantly clamping down with his teeth on that soft web of skin between the thumb and forefinger, grinding, sawing, chewing on the hard thumb bone and musky tissue that tasted of days-old dirt and spilled aguardiente. The Mexican smashed his other fist into the side of his head again as the man cried out in pain. Bass bit down harder. Again, the soldier hammered a fist into Scratch's cheek, but not near as hard as before. Through every blow, Titus locked down harder on the skin, feeling that single bone grind beneath his teeth, feeling the flesh tearing away and the gushes of warm blood oozing over his tongue, thick and salty. Of a sudden, the fist opened and clawed at Scratch's neck, a thumb pressed against his larynx so hard Bass wasn't sure he would breathe again. Freeing his right hand from the Mexican's wrist, Bass lashed out clumsily, finding his enemy's face. Seizing the fleshy jowl, his fingers crawled up the whiskered cheek until he found the eye socket. Remembering his struggle with the Comanche, Titus plunged his thumb past the edge of bone, stabbing into the soft, pliant tissue. Above him, the man flinched, yanking his head to the side, unable to free himself of Bass's terrible thumb. Instead, all the Mexican could do was tighten on the gringo's neck. As Scratch watched the first sharp pricks of light shoot from the center of his head with that convulsive pain crushing his throat, he flexed his thumb spastically, digging deeper and deeper into the eye socket. Each time he did, he sensed the Mexican relax that iron vise on his throat just a little before the man clamped down once more. His decision was made, knowing he would either die without drawing another breath, or he would have to disable the Mexican and possibly kill the soldier outright. With another sharp jab of his thumb, Scratch felt the bony rim of the socket, realizing he had reached the corner of the man's eye. As he struggled to draw a breath into his tortured, quaking lungs, Bass scooped his thumb to the side with what little resolve he had left. Beneath his thumb, soft membranes tore away from the socket. A sudden gush of warmth spilled over his thumb and hand. The Mexican's unearthly cry stung his ears as the soldier jerked backward, releasing that mortal grip on the American's throat. Scratch was unable to focus at first. All the movement around him was a watery blur, like that deafening cacophony of noise, unable to pick out any one sound, any single voice. He struggled to breathe. For him, every gasp was filled with such exquisite pain. Air! How it hurt to suck it in, but it was air. Then his vision cleared enough that he saw the Mexican stumbling backward against other soldiers, both hands held at his face, his mouth open, screaming in agony. That black hole within a black mustache and beard, with a sound so shrill it reminded Bass of a wild animal. Blood slicked down the Mexican's cheek as two soldiers rushed to him. Then someone grabbed Scratch, snatching hold of the back of his collar, dragging him backward. On instinct, Scratch whirled clumsily, still fighting for breath, locking his hands around the arm that yanked him across the trampled floor. "Easy, goddammit," Elbridge bellowed. It was Gray's face, and his arm pulling Titus back toward the others, who were again drawing into a tight circle. Their faces and heads and knuckles bloodied, two of them still holding their heavy chair legs. "Bass put his goddamned eye out," Kincaid yelled with glee. Jerking back around the moment Elbridge got him to the others, Titus looked for the soldier, found him. Someone had a white handkerchief out and was pressing it against the man's cheek, where a wide ribbon of crimson shimmered in the candlelight. Above that bloody handkerchief, the eyelid fluttered loosely over the socket. Empty was it, like a grave yet unfilled, black as night. Several women burst out of the crowd to join the two soldiers helping their own stumble away toward the door. The sound the blinded man made was one of excruciating agony, a shrieking warble slowly dying in that suddenly hushed room. Mingled with the muted murmurs of the crowd were the gasps for air and grunts of newfound pain from nearly all the fighters taking stock of their own injuries. Suddenly, the ring of Mexicans around the gringos appeared to shrink.
"You done good, Scratch,"
Hatcher cheered, slapping him on the shoulders.
I really put his eye out?" "Ain't nothing but a hole there now," Caleb answered. "I seed that a few times afore. Leastways, he's lucky you didn't kill."
Kincaid shushed them as the governor began speaking again. "He's asking them soldiers if they had 'em enough." Their only answer was a sudden shriek from the lieutenant and those left standing with him as they rushed the Americans again. Both forces met with a mighty noise, the wooden sound of hard bone meeting hard bone. Men grunting and cursing in both languages, bodies slammed to the floor. Scratch saw the lights again, felt himself sinking to his knees, watched figures swimming before him in an inky pool. Like the summer night he first laid between Amy's soft thighs beside that old swimming hole, this was just as black, just as liquid as that. He caught himself with one arm, starting to blink as he looked up, turning to gaze back over his shoulder, finding the Mexican lunging over him with most of what had been a huge chair still in both his hands. Bass tasted blood, wondering if it was the eyeless soldier's blood or if it was his own. It was dripping down his neck, along his jaw and cheek, through his beard and onto his lips. Must have opened up the back of my head, he thought in a blur as he blinked again, trying to focus on the Mexican bringing down the chair against his head and shoulders a second time. That blow sounded exactly like one of his mother's heavy churns dropped onto their puncheon floor back in Kentucky. Hollow, ringing, and with the same dull echo as he felt the cool earthen floor smack against his cheek. He shivered so hard, he thought his teeth were going to rattle out of his mouth. Clacking so loud, they sounded almost like those bone dice in that ivory cup of Ebenezer Zane's, the way the old river boatman shook them whenever he gambled with his flatboat crew on its float down to New Orleans that autumn of 1810. Bass was certain his cheek still lay against the clay floor in Mirabal's sala, so cold it felt, and he wondered how long he had been out as he attempted to open his puffy eyes.
"Looky there,"
Jack's voice sang beyond the foggy black curtain.
"The nigger's coming too, boys."
Then he felt a cool, damp rag brush his forehead, down his cheeks, as he struggled to pry open his eyes again. They remained so heavy.
"Maybe not, Jack. His eye's jumping, that's all."
That sounded like Elbridge.
"Likely had all the mortal sense knocked out of him clear back to the Wind River, I'd wager."
Caleb.
"What with that wallop he took, I don't reckon the child's gonna wake up for a week."
Bass tried to say the name.
Rufus?
"Egod! You hear that, fellers?" Hatcher said. "He called for Rufus."
The damp cloth brushed his face again as he forced his eyes open into slits. There were people before him. At least he took the milky forms to be people. It hurt to move his eyes. Not that there was any real pain right in his eyes, just the dull throb everywhere in his head. Moving his eyes hurt about as bad as anything. Then he suddenly smelled something strange, different, sweet and alluring. It damn sure wasn't the odors of those men he had ridden miles and months with. This was the smell of a woman. Slowly prying open an eye a bit farther, Bass rolled it so he could peer first in one direction, then in the other. His eyes fluttered open as soon as he saw her. Recognizing that small, smooth face with its high cheekbones, the large, dark eyes, the lips she had rouged with crimson alegria juice. The lips moved, She was talking to him, speaking with that gentle voice of hers so like a soft breeze. Trying to speak himself, all Bass could do was get his dry lips open and a few strange sounds past them. Nothing that made any sense.
Matthew, tell the man what she's saying to him.
Scratch, the governor's daughter here come to see how you was after the fight last night. Sure felt like he'd been down in the black a lot longer than that. Morning? He croaked.
It's near evening now,
Hatcher replied, coming up beside Kincaid to peer directly down into Bass's face. The girl come out here special with her servant and her driver, too, Kincaid explained. She was afraid you was dead, what with the way we dragged you out of there last night. Elbridge Gray was chuckling, then said,
The way we tied you over the backbone of your horse like you was gone under for sure.
Water? Someone gave the young woman a half-gourd of water into which she dipped her fingers, then laid them against Bass's parched lips. Time and again his tongue licked the droplets off as she continued to brush water there until his throat no longer felt so dry. Filled with a sickening pain, Scratch knew his throat was bruised severely, yet he was relieved to find he nonetheless could speak with a raspy harshness. My head.
Likely gonna hurt for some time to come, too, Hatcher warned. Solomon here sewed you up.
My head? Sewed? Fish answered, Yup. Ain't never sewed so many stitches afore neither, Scratch. You was a awful mess. Then Hatcher and the rest began to laugh. Jack declared,
Nigger, was you ever a tolerable mess, just layin' there on that floor, out colder'n a preacher's wife on her wedding night. But soon as I had Solomon here get down to take a look at you, he pulled that blue bandana off'n your noodle, and that's when the whole room got scared.
Scared? Hell yes, Kincaid replied as he came up to stand beside Yakova. All them soldiers and guests thought somehow you'd had your hair knocked right off with that chair the nigger hit you with. My hair? He asked, none of it making sense right then.
You stupid idiot, Hatcher roared. Solomon scalped you again, right where you was scalped by them Arapaho.
Unable to contain his amusement, Caleb gushed, Them Mexicans was all worried you'd been hit hard enough to knock off a big knot of your hair. So we brung you on out here, Kincaid continued. You been sleep till now. Scratch inquired, What come of the greaser's eye? I suppose one of their own got the feller fixed up best they could, Kincaid answered. But he was bound to lose the eye for good, no two ways of it. Rufus clucked,
Made all of 'em mad as a spit-on hen.
I suppose that's why that soldier hit you so damned hard with the chair, Elbridge explained.
He swallowed a gob of saliva, finding it hurt terribly. When he opened his eyes again after that wave of pain had passed, Titus found Yakova hovering over his face. How long's she been here? Matthew said, Soon as she could get dressed at sunup, she come on out to see 'bout you.
Told you, Hatcher said. This'n's sweet on you.
Too damn sweet on you for my notion, Kincaid replied sternly in that solemn way of his. With a squeak, Scratch protested, I ain't done nothing to make her sweet on me, Matthew. Hell, I know that, Titus, he responded. S'pose she just don't know no better'n to fall for a wuthless gringo. Rosa got herself a good gringo, Bass replied. Kincaid was visibly touched, his lower lip quivering slightly. And you been a good friend to Rosa's gringo. Maybe so tell the girl go on back home now, Scratch said, his eyelids falling. Tell her I'm going to be fine now, but I want to get me some more sleep. Eyes closed, he listened as Kincaid spoke low to the young woman. Then, without a single word from her, Bass felt soft fingers lightly touch his swollen cheek before they briefly squeezed his hand. And she was gone. It grew quiet as he heard the voices of the others move off. Bass shivered once in the growing cold, then quickly slipped off to sleep. When next he awoke, Scratch found himself ravenous. Opening his eyes, he found the cavern still lit with a number of thick candles, the gray of dawn at the entrance to the cave no more than a thin sliver from where he lay. But he also discovered that the back of his head still throbbed mercilessly, worse even than when he had been scalped. Just beyond the room where they had placed him, he heard low voices. It hurt too much to try raising his head, what with the way his neck and shoulder muscles protested, that wide band of painful stricture wrapping itself around his head like the jaws of a huge iron trap. Bass closed his eyes and welcomed the sleep that allowed him to leave the pain behind. Sometime later, the voices grew louder. He awoke with a start, irritated at first that they weren't letting him sleep any longer. Then he concentrated, slowly discerning the different voices, able to tell that they were angry. "Hatcher!" Oh, how it hurt to call out. Those angry voices fell quiet as he shut his eyes, trying to squeeze off the throb in his head. Feet shuffled into the cavern. "Scratch? You call me Scratch?" Looking up, Bass saw most of the faces around his bed. "Why you so all-fired mad?" At first, no one answered. Then Hatcher glanced at the others and eventually looked at Bass. "Goddamn Mexicans want to come throw us out of the country." "But they ain't," Workman asserted. "Willie here just come from town with Matthew," Hatcher continued. "He heard from Padre Martinez that the soldiers and most of the folks in town was talking about coming out here to try flushing us out." "Flush us out?" Bass echoed. "They figure to kill us?" "Sounds like it," Matthew said. "But Mirabal and the Padre wasn't about to let him. Fire's out for now." "Then, everything's fine." "No," Workman answered sadly. "None of you fellers can trade off your plues in town. Fact be, the governor wanted the Padre to tell us that he could do all in his power to make sure no mob come out to kill us, but he couldn't have us coming into Taos no more this winter." "Means we gotta stay out here," Caleb grumbled. "That ain't so bad, I suppose," Bass figured, relieved. Solomon snorted. "What the hell use of a man coming to Taos if he can't drink till he's shit-faced drunk?" "Or dance with the gals," Graham shouted. Elbridge roared, "and get his pecker soaked with poontang." Slamming a fist into an open palm, Hatcher growled, "Maybe so, we just should have kilt our share of them greasers when we had us a chance and been done with it." Workman wagged his head. "From the sounds of things, you'd never got out of Mirabal's house, you gone and done that." "What's so bad 'bout them not letting us go into Taos no more this winter?" Scratch asked. Caleb said, "We don't go in, we can't get all our plue traded off for supplies." It was quiet a moment before Workman replied, "Maybe you don't need to trade all them plues." Hatcher guffawed. "With what we gonna get our truck and plunder for spring?" "What you need?" the whiskey maker asked. "Powder and lead," Caleb answered. "I know we need that." "All right, see just how much you need," Workman declared, something clearly going on between his ears. "I'll see what I got here, see what I can get my hands on, too." "We better have us some of that Mex coffee afore we head out," Hatcher demanded, skepticism still on his face. "What else?" Workman asked with growing intensity, and when the others began to suggest flints and wiping sticks, blankets and awls, the whiskey maker suddenly shushed them all and said, "I'll tell you what, Jack, you boys figure all what you're needin' to get you through the spring hunt till rendezvous up north. Maybe we can see you're outfitted when you take off come the break of winter." Solomon knelt close to Bass and said, "They keep us out of town? Looks like you ain't gonna see that lil' senorita what's sweet on you." Kincaid looked down at them. "I figure Scratch here's part of our trouble, too." "Bass?" He started to raise his head to protest, but it hurt too damned much. From his pillow, he demanded, "How I'm to blame for all this?" "That were a fair fight, Matthew," Hatcher suddenly leaped into the argument. "That's right, Matthew," Elbridge said. "I seed lots of men lose a eye." "Had to be that man's eye," Kincaid explained. "Hell, he was a Montoya, one of the richest families down the valley." "So tell me what a man's supposed to do when a nigger's trying to kill him," Scratch asked.
Bass here ain't to blame for our troubles, Caleb protested.
Course he ain't, Kincaid agreed, laying his big paw of a hand on Scratch's shoulder. But it's for certain Mirabal hisself knows his daughter's sweet on an American gringo, and that makes for a bad case of things no matter what.
Rufus asked, Thort the governor liked us after we got his wife and daughter back from those Comanche.
He likes gringos when they help him out, all right, Kincaid declared. Then he slowly moved his eyes down to look at Bass. But he don't want no gringo in his family. Suddenly Hatcher burst out in laughter and finally bowed elegantly.
Here he is, his own self, boys, he roared, then straightened and saluted. This here's Governor Mirabal's new son-in-law.
I ain't no such a thing. Elbridge got into the ribbing. You're sure enough caused us a heap of trouble, going off to court that man's little girl.
Ain't been courting nobody. Maybe you just better leave the women's alone, Graham joked.
I told you, stupid niggers.
Speaking of women,
Hatcher said suddenly, quieting the rest. He turned quickly to Workman.
What the hell we gonna do for the rest of the winter here without women?
Glory thunder,
Caleb roared as it struck him like a load of adobe bricks.
No women to dip my stinger in?
Isaac grumbled.
See, Scratch, all your damned fault.
Hold it, Workman hushed them, waving his arms. Maybe I can get Louisa to bring some of her girls out here every now and then.
Sure,
Caleb cheered. We got the liquor here. Then Solomon joined in.
And Willie'll bring the women's.
Workman says he's gonna round us up some plunder for the spring hunt, too, Hatcher added. Maybe so, we'll make a winter of it after all, Elbridge agreed.
But ain't none of this my fault, Bass protested. Ain't done nothing to make that Mex-gal go sweet on me.
Hell, Titus Bass, Hatcher said, laying a hand on Scratch's shoulder. I might be mad as a swarm of wasps at you for making eyes at that woman. I didn't make no eyes at her.
With a loud laugh, Hatcher nodded.
Simmer down, Scratch. I know you ain't done a damned thing to put us in this fix. Truth is, you're too damned mud-homely for any but a blind woman to fall in love with.
Just like Caleb Wood and his saddlebag filled with notched sticks, William Workman kept track of such things. Keeping count, knowing what year it was, even what month it was. Hell, the whiskey maker was as hard about such things as was the padre and his church. Ciphering such things as if they really mattered, marking off days on some calendar. When all a man had to do was watch the sky, feel the change in the air. Maybe even see how the sun was pushing a little more toward the north in its trek now that it didn't snow near as hard or as often as it used to. One might even believe the days were getting longer too, if a man believed in such superstition. But the whiskey maker told them it was drawing close to the end of February in the year of 1829. With the coming of that spring, Bass realized he had been gone from St. Louis 4 years. In those quiet moments of remembrance and reflection, Scratch looked around the cavern at what any of them had to show for their seasons in the high country, especially him. Nearly wiped out more'n twice, but at least he still had the rifle he'd come west with, and he had Hannah, too. She'd grown seal fat and sleek over a winter of leisure. Their saddle horses and pack animals all healed up, too. Those niggling sores and bites and skin ulcers gone the way of the Mexicans' holiday celebration in Taos. Gone the way of the New Year, too. Another raucous, liquor-soaked, wenching New Year of it they had with Mama Louisa's whores and William Workman's finest squeezings to welcome in 18 and 29. Which meant he was 35 now. Nowhere near as young as most of those he had watched head upriver from St. Louis. Not near as young as he hoped he could have always stayed. But he figured, if a man had him only a certain number of winters, if the years were indeed allotted out to each man, then a man must surely choose on his own hook just how to spend what was given him. Indeed, over time, Scratch had made peace with that. A man who asked too much out of life was clearly an unhappy sort. But a man who discovered the richness in every new day he was granted, the sort of man who gave thanks at every sunset,
Now, to Scratch's way of thinking, that was a man who was doubly blessed. They weren't in all that bad a shape when they got down to going through all their plunder right after the turn of the year. Not that they couldn't use a little more of this and some of that, but with what Workman already had, and what he could buy either in Taos or on down the road to Santa Fe, where most of the merchants didn't know word one of the troublesome Americans up at Taos, Hatcher's bunch laid in all of what they figured they would need to get them through to rendezvous slated to gather that year on the Poposha. Lead and powder, a lot of coffee, and a little of that Mexican sugar, 60-weight sacks of salt from the Chihuahua mines, flints and wiping sticks, and assortments of screws for their guns, along with some repairs Bass made to all the aging and broken traps the outfit packed along from season to season. Sure did keep himself warm sweating over Workman's forge through winter's coldest days while the others repaired pack saddles and tack, sending the whiskey maker out to buy what he could of Spanish horse gear for the coming trip. Returning from the nearby pueblo, Workman brought back his mule loaded high with the colorful wool blankets traded from the Navajo who lived far to the west, woven so thick they were all but impervious to water. And with some 24 woolly skins, the whiskey maker bartered off sheep ranchers hides that the trappers could stretch and tan to a supple softness. Hatcher's men now had ideal pads to place beneath their pack saddles. Over the long winter, Kincaid hadn't changed his mind about staying, no matter what any of them said, no matter the growing excitement as the time to depart drew nigh. Matthew was staying behind this trip out, perhaps for good. His narrow brush with the Blackfeet had only made him pine for his Rosa all the more. Kincaid was determined to stay behind and do what he could to support his wife right there in Taos. Workman explained that it was likely time to be breaking for the north, it being the second week of March, when Hatcher rushed into the cavern one fine afternoon and demanded they all come outside and take themselves a whiff of the air. "If it don't smell like spring's comin'," Hatcher gushed as they all hurried out into the sun, a chill breeze wending its way down the creek bottom. "If it ain't time to light out, then I'll eat Caleb Wood's long handles." "That sure as hell is a safe bet," Elbridge assured. "Can't doubt it's spring." Rufus agreed. "And a man sure don't want to take a chance on losing that bet, having to eat that man's long handles." "Really time to go, Jack?" Bass inquired. "Damn right it is." Solomon asked, "When you figure?" Hatcher turned and looked them over. "How long it take you boys to be ready?" Caleb asked the others, "Day after tomorrow?" They all nodded. "Then it's settled. Day after tomorrow," Hatcher affirmed. Then he looked at Workman. "Anything you need us to do here for you afore we pull out?" "Can't think of anything needs doing. Nothing needs fixin' neither. 'Bout time you niggers got out from being under my feet," the whiskey maker said with a hint of sadness. "Gonna miss you, Willie," Hatcher said, slapping Workman on the shoulder. "Been good having you boys here, too," Workman admitted quietly. Solomon asked, "Even what with all the trouble we caused you?" "What trouble?" he repeated. "What trouble was that?" "The trouble Titus Bass brewed up for us at the governor's," Elbridge roared. "Wasn't no trouble," Workman replied, turning to look at Scratch. "The girl stayed away, just like her father warned her to, and likely things be all settled down come next winter when you boys come back." "Likely won't be back till winter after next," Hatcher explained, seeing the disappointment it brought Workman. "We'll stay north, trap long as we can, Willie." The whiskey maker nodded a little sadly. "All right, then. You all got work to do, I'm sure of that, and I have me some kegs to fill for you." "Some liquor for us?" Rufus asked. "Ain't gonna let you boys go without nothing for your trip." Early the next morning, they began work on their saddles and tack, assuring themselves that all their equipment was trail-ready. That done, they all gathered in a circle with their firearms, each man to show the others that his weapons were cleaned, locks tight, and everything in top order. This was no drill without life-and-death necessity. The entire outfit might well depend upon the weapon of a single man.
From there, they broke out the powder and lead, coffee, salt, and sugar, along with what other heavy items they would be carrying, placing it all into small packs that could be divided among the animals following them north. That finished, just past sunset, Workman called them in for supper and some lightning, along with some sugar and cinnamon-coated treats he had purchased in town. As Hatcher's men settled on the floor with their cups of aguardiente and their mugs of steaming coffee, Workman went to the corner and returned with 8 bags, each the size of a man's thigh. The first was accepted by Jack.
"What's this, Willie?"
"Look inside your own self, nigger," Workman replied, handing out the lightweight burlap bags.
"Tobacco!"
Hatcher roared with loud approval. He pulled out a dark, fragrant twist of rolled and dried tobacco leaf, sniffing it hungrily. "How much all this cost you?" Caleb asked as he accepted his sack. "Not that much down in Santa Fe." "This much Mexican tobacco had to cost you some," Solomon declared. "I already got my due out from your plews," Workman explained. Jack asked,
"You saying we're even?"
The whiskey maker looked at Hatcher. "We're even, boys. I got more'n enough plews from you to cover everything else and this tobacco."
"You done a lot for us this winter, Willie," Scratch said.
"Whiskey and women and now some smoke," Caleb cheered.
"It ain't only the things you traded for us," Hatcher explained. "You and Matthew saw to it them greaser soldiers didn't come try rubbing us out." "Where is Matthew, anyways?" Rufus asked.
"Here it is, our going off hoot, and Matthew ain't here," Isaac said. Workman replied, "Kincaid said to tell you he'd be here afore first light. Said he knows how Jack hates to burn daylight, so he'll be here afore you pull out." Matthew Kincaid was good at his word, always had been, and that cold mid-March morning was another painful tearing away for Titus Bass. They had fought Blackfeet together, covered more miles than any man back east might imagine, slept and ate and talked around countless fires in what had been more than a year of scuttling across trackless wastes and climbing over never-ending mountain ranges. But now, Matthew was staying behind with his Rosa. Titus knew he would miss the big bear of a man as much as he had ever missed anyone in his life of wandering. "You listen up to what Mad Jack Hatcher tells you," Kincaid instructed as he released Bass from a terrible squeeze.
"That's right, you best listen to me,"
Hatcher echoed as he took up the reins to his saddle horse. But Matthew continued as if he hadn't heard Jack say a thing. "You listen to Hatcher, and then you damn well go do just the opposite." They all laughed together, but this time it wasn't the easy laughter that comes from camaraderie on the trail. This was the strained laughter of men parting from good companions, longtime friends, compatriots in battle, men who had survived long, harsh winters together. Slowly, Matthew made the rounds of those riders gathered in what was a long oval of horses and pack animals. Then he finally stepped back to join the whiskey maker at the stone threshold to Workman's hut.
"We got miles to go, pilgrims,"
Hatcher cried as he turned back to his horse, his voice cracking with sentiment.
"And you sumbitches are burning my daylight."
"Let's ride," another cried. A voice called, "Hip, hip, haw, you trail niggers!" "To the shining mountains," Matthew Kincaid cried, dragging a hand beneath his big bulb of a nose and raising his arm overhead as the others filed out of the creek bottom up the wide trail to the prairie land above. "To the shining mountains," Bass roared, his throat clogging as he leaned far out of his saddle to quickly shake Kincaid's and Workman's hands while he moved past.
"There's Beaver waiting,"
Hatcher sang out from the head of their column. Caleb hollered, "Here's to liquor-loving coons like us." "Billy Sublet better hide his whiskey," Isaac bellowed.
"Injun bucks better hide their daughters,"
Rufus cheered. As they went on and on like that, their loud voices careening off the stone walls of the creekside, Bass turned in his new Spanish saddle with a groan of stiff leather, gazing back at Workman and Kincaid. He pulled off his blanket mitten and raised a bare hand in the shocking cold of that dawn. Saw them both wave to him one last time as the trail took him around a bend and they fell out of sight. Farewell's never got any easier. No matter how old he got, Farewell's damn well never got any easier. 12.
Are you now?
Bass and Elbridge Gray turned at the sudden call of that strange voice, their hands gone to their pistols. Out of the Quakies emerged a horseman in gaily ornamented buckskins, pulling behind him 2 more ponies, their packs gently swaying from side to side as they were brought to a halt near the 2 trappers on the grassy creek bank. Mexican conchos dotted the outer seam of his leggings, dyed with red earth paint, the same color as the sleeves on his war shirt. Over the fringed shirt, he wore a faded, soot-stained waistcoat complete with pewter buttons. With the way this stranger had his stirrups buckled real short and high along the ribs of his horse, he appeared to be perched atop a saddle far too small for his long, bony legs. From both ears dangled large sky-blue rocks of turquoise suspended on narrow wires that bobbed and jiggled as the man turned this way and that, looking first at Gray, then at Bass.
"Har yourself," Scratch replied as he relaxed the grip on his pistol. "You ain't no Injun now, are you?"
You took me for Injun, did you?
Elbridge pointed to his cheek with a finger, saying,
"Why's a white nigger wear Injun war paint?"
The stranger's narrow, slitted eyes suddenly came to life, twinkling within a tanned face of well-soaped saddle leather as he studied the pair for what seemed like the longest time. Then he spoke.
"Been livin' with Injuns for a lot of moons."
"You paint up like 'em?"
Gray asked.
"I paint up like 'em, yeah,"
the stranger replied matter-of-factly as he pulled his massive wolfskin cap off and pointed to the bright purple of the vermilion pigment he had rubbed along the part in his hair.
"You're sure a purty Injun for a white man," Scratch declared.
He turned to Bass.
"I hain't seed a real honest-to-God white man in just shy of a year, boys. Where you hail from?" "The Illinois,"
Gray answered, taking a step closer to the horseman.
"By way of Taos this past winter."
He nodded, his eyes quickly coming back to rest on Bass while he spit a thin stream of brown into the grass beside his saddle horse.
"And you?"
"Kentucky, by way of St. Louis, and a winter in Taos."
"Taos a good place for winter doin's," the stranger agreed. "What's your names?"
"Titus Bass," Scratch answered as he stepped up beside the horse and held a hand up to the rider. "And this here is Elbridge Gray."
"You on your own hook, you two?" asked the stranger.
"No," Bass replied, sensing his guard hairs bristle as he glanced past the horseman to the timbered hillside, wary. "S'pose you tell us your name."
"Williams. William Shirley Williams," he answered, innocently smiling.
"Sweet Marie," Elbridge exclaimed. "That there's a whole passel of Williams in that goddamned name."
The smile faded as the horseman turned his straight-faced, expressionless stare back to Gray. Then, with a droll purse to his lips, he replied,
"That be my name, but my friends call me Bill. I figure any white man up here got a good chance to be my friend, so why don't you two call me Bill?"
"Be pleased to call you Bill," Bass replied, already liking the cut of the tall, skinny trapper. "My friends hail me as Scratch." Craning his neck to look up the aspen-choked hillside, Gray asked,
"More niggers with you?" "Nope, I ride alone nowadays."
"Leg on down here," Bass proposed, stepping back. "We're bound to finish setting our last 2 traps straight away, then you can ride on up to camp with us. Make a night of it."
Elbridge declared, "One of the t'others dropped a elk cow this morning. Some mighty fine eating."
They both watched Williams visibly shudder, his whole body trembling, his face pinched. With a wag of his head, the rider said, "Good it weren't no bull elk." "Bull ain't near as good eating," Bass stated.
"Don't you fellers never go kill a bull with one antler broke off and a hanging like so," he said,
a sudden sharp and warning edge come to his voice as he balanced his long full-stock rifle across the tops of his bony thighs and raised both his arms to their full length on either side of his head, spreading his fingers as if they were antler points. Then he crooked the left arm at the elbow, swaying it crazily.
"Why?" Elbridge asked, cocking his head slightly. "He a bull in these parts what you got your own sights on?"
"No," Williams said evenly, his eyebrows lowered meaningfully. "One of these days I'll go under my own self, boys, and spirits already showed me how I'm coming back."
In utter disbelief, Gray squeaked,
"Coming back?"
"My medicine showed me in a vision I had this past winter," Williams declared. "Coming back as a bull elk."
Gray glanced over at Bass with a wink and a wry twist to his smile.
"A bull elk, you say?"
"With his left antler growed crooked, just like I showed you," Williams explained. "What's wrong with you two? Don't tell me you don't believe in Injun medicine."
"Damn well don't," Bass declared, "but that don't mean you can't, William Shirley Williams." For a moment, the older man regarded Titus before a smile eventually came to that well-tanned, leathery face.
"So tell me, Scratch, how long you been out here to these mountains?"
"Since summer of 25.
"I come out west the year afore that and laid in my first winter up near Salish Flouse in Hudson Bay country," Williams explained as he rocked out of the saddle and landed on the ground. "You both been out in these hills for any time at all, boys. A shame you hain't learned much from the Injuns hereabouts."
Gray demanded,
"What you mean we ain't learned from the Injuns?"
"'Bout life and dying and all the magic what lives all round us," Williams said, his voice quieting, gesturing his right arm in a full half circle. Then he went to rubbing a sore knee as he continued. "There's more for a man to learn hisself and understand than most folks can ever start to know. But it takes a smart man to own up to not knowing about all the magic what lives around him."
Titus scratched at his beard a moment. "Don't reckon I savvy what sort of magic you're talking about."
"He's telling us about the sort what makes a coin disappear from a man's hand," Elbridge explained. "Magic what pulls that coin from behind a man's ear."
Stroking his horse's muzzle, then bending to pick up a front hoof to inspect it, Williams replied,
"Ain't that kind of magic at all, boys. Magic like the spirits all round us, the ghosts of them what gone afore, powerful beings, warriors and such, hoodoos what we can't see 'cause we ain't got our own magic strong enough yet."
"And when we get our own magic strong enough," Bass inquired skeptically, "you're saying we can see them hoodoos? See them spirits you talk about?" With a wide smile, Williams set the second forehoof on the ground and straightened, stretching his back.
"Man makes his own magic strong, Scratch. Then that man don't just hear them spirits talking to him, he can see 'em too."
"Shit," Elbridge groused in total disbelief.
You been sipping at the cider jug far too long, Williams.
The old horseman calmly turned from Elbridge without showing the slightest contempt for the man's disbelief.
The spirits are around us all the time, Scratch. They show theyselves to me. They palaver at me, and I listen. I hain't ashamed to tell you listening to 'em has saved this nigger's hash a time or two.
Elbridge snorted.
How them hoodoos save your hash?
Without acknowledging Gray in the slightest, Williams continued.
Like it's no more'n a curtain, Scratch. There's nothing more'n a breath of air atween us and the world of them hoodoos.
So you hear them spirits all the time, do you? Titus asked, amazed that he sensed something more than sheer lunacy in the older man.
No, don't hear 'em not all the time, he answered, gazing up at the clear blue of springtime's fading light. It's like there's that spirit world and there's our world right here. They're two different places, but there ain't nothing more'n a curtain up between us and the other world, atween us and all what we don't understand.
Wagging his head, Titus asked, So how's a man ever hear or see these hoodoos?
Only when there's a rip in that curtain between our world and the rest of what is.
Only then?
When there's a tear in that curtain I told you about. Maybe so think of it like a crack, he declared, waving that arm of his at the horizon, describing a jagged line rising from the earth and ascending toward the darkening dome overhead. A crack that goes all the way from here, where folks like us walk, clear to heaven.
A crack in the sky? Elbridge chortled.
Now at last Williams turned to Gray and nodded emphatically.
That's right, nigger. A man what opens hisself up to hearing the real world all round him, then that's the man what can see right on into the world of spirits and hoodoos by looking through that old ragged crack in the sky.
For the moment, Bass wasn't sure just how he felt about this ghosty horseman as he and Elbridge went about setting the last two of their traps here along a stretch of a new stream they hadn't visited during last autumn's stay in the Bayou Salade. But one thing was for sure, Williams had given him something to think about, something with some real heft to it. Titus figured the talk around the campfire that night wasn't destined to be the usual fare of senoritas and Taos lightning and how big a carouse they would have come rendezvous on the Poposha. If no one else got this William Shirley Williams to talking about his magic and his hoodoos and that crack in the sky, then Scratch vowed he sure as hell would. More than 3 weeks of hard riding out of Taos had brought them into the southern end of the bayou once more. How different the high, narrow mountain valley appeared this time. Last year they had reached South Park from the north near the tail end of summer when the grasses were burned and curing beneath a relentless and high summer sun just before the turning of the leaves. Here in early spring, the snows were only beginning to retreat up the mountainsides. The trees only starting to bud, the willow and alder giving no more than a hint of what would soon be their green glory. The streams were just opening up after a long winter's rest beneath thick blankets of ice, every tiny freshet beginning to throb with snow melt as the days lengthened, their narrow threads meandering through every meadow, adding their strength to the creeks that spilled from the snowfields overhead, continuing through the darkened stands of spruce and fir and lodgepole as they descended toward the great long valley where the beasts gathered and took their nourishment. Come this, the season of prime plew. Early spring when the beaver possessed its finest coat, when the flat-tails were their busiest, warily emerging from the security of their winter lodges to labor through the short daylight hours constructing new slides and dams in every meadow. After 3 spring seasons stalking this high country, Bass knew down at the very marrow of him just how important was the spring hunt to a trapper. When beaver were easiest to spook and hardest to bring to bait, spring was the time a man discovered if he had what it took to be a master trapper. During the fall was another matter entirely. The animals had been out of their lodges and active since the melting of the high snowpacks. They were less guarded and careful in the autumn, when their activities were nudged into an even higher intensity than they had been during the summer. With the cooling of the days and the chilling of the nights, the beaver became more animated, roaming farther, extending their territory with the arrival of fall. But for now, this season of rebirth, the buck-toothed rodents were extremely wary, watchful, and suspicious of the caster set out to lure them to their deaths. "I come out of Boone County on the Ohio River, northern Kentucky," Bass answered the newcomer's question. "Where are you from back east?" Brushing the hair back from his shoulder, so long it oft tangled in the beard that fell halfway down his chest, Williams said, "Born in a cabin on Horse Creek, tucked up under Skyuka Mountain." Hatcher asked, "Where's that, Bill?" "Rutherford County, in northern Carolina." "How long ago was that?" Isaac inquired. "I'm 42 this last January." Scratch commented eagerly, "I'm born in January. When's your day?" "The 3rd. Bass nodded. "Mine's the 1st. "New Year's, eh? 2 of us start the year off right, don't we?" He held out his cup as Caleb Wood started around the fire with a blackened coffee kettle. "Scratch says you travel alone," Hatcher declared.
Last time I rode with others, I come north out of Taos with Pratt and Savory. He sipped at the steaming coffee a moment, then continued. Pratt died that trip out, and Savory took over. We went on trapping and wintered up in Park Kayak afore we come back to Taos the spring of 28. After that, I swored I'd never ride with a outfit again.
Ain't so bad, Scratch explained, when you ride with the right outfit.
Said you come west in 24? Gray repeated.
Up to Blackfoot country, where the Englishers play, Williams snorted.
God blamed Blackfoot, grumbled Rufus Graham. Too many good men gone under at their hands.
I quit that country come spring. Damn them Blackfoot, Williams growled. Got my carcass back to live with the Osages, where I run onto the surveyors gonna mark the road from the Missouri clear down to Santa Fe. They needed a feller what knew how to talk sign, so I was took along.
When you get back to trappin'? Solomon asked.
That fall. Pulled out in Taos and headed down the Rio del Norte, then moseyed on over to the Healy. Plew down in that country weren't near prime as they was up where them Blackfoot roam.
Plew is prime in Blackfoot country, Caleb agreed.
I fight me more'n my share of Blackfoot, Williams said with clear disgust. They deviled me for a time the next year when I set off on my lonesome. Niggered me clear down to the Wind River Mountains. Did get shed of Bugs boys till I made it far up the Bighorn.
Hatcher asked,
So you stay in these parts now?
With a wag of his head, Williams replied,
Hain't been healthy for this coon up north there in Blackfoot country, and the Apaches caught me flat-footed of a time down on the Healy. Apache? Asked Roland. That's right. When I tried the Healy a second go-round, bastards stripped me, stole my guns, my horse and mule, everything. Then they pointed me out to the desert and laughed as I took off barefoot.
How'd you pull yourself out of that fix? Bass inquired.
Pointed my nose torst the Spanish country, only place I could reckon on. Way I lays the set, it were just shy of 200 miles afore I run onto some Zunies. They took me in like I was some special kin. I spent some time with them folks healing up, then went on over and stayed with some Navajos.
Elbridge said,
Eventual you come back Santa Fe?
Taos. That's when I hooked up with Pratt and Savory, Williams said dolefully. This nigger's had him good fortune to pull out in the thick of it a time or two, so I figure my luck runs high enough I don't dare travel with no brigade no more.
You fixin' on trappin' the bayou now? Scratch asked. He stared at the fire a moment, then answered,
Nah, I'll mosey on. You fellers busy here this side of the park. If I take a shine to it, I'll lay some traps on the far side. It don't pay to crowd another man.
Enough beaver in the mountains for us all, Isaac cheered.
Damn right there is, William said. If we don't trap 'em out, the Englishers do.
Trap 'em out? Bass echoed. How we ever trap out all the beaver? Of a sudden, Williams grew animated, his eyes alive with the loathing and hatred he felt for the huge Hudson's Bay Company.
Them Frenchy brigades the Englishers put out up north go right on into a stretch of country and trap ever livin' flat-tail there is. Strip that country clean. Ever stream, ever beaver too. Not matter that they catch some kits while they're at it. Sons of bitches, Roland grumbled. They hain't got no business in our country, Williams declared. I plan to stay north of the Greasers and south of the Englishers and all their Frenchy parlez-vous. Sides, I've come to be partial to the Utes, but watch your har when there's Rapahos about.
The hell you say, Bass growled. Last time I run onto a Rapaho my own self, I damn near went under. Williams grinned in the fire's light.
You're a lucky man. Them Rapahos can be bad as Bugs boys when it comes to a white man. They'll kill you flat out and run off with all you had. They leave you without an outfit?
They took that, except for the rifle they didn't find, run off with all my animals but for my dear mule, Scratch explained.
Leastways you come out of it with your har, Williams observed, his leathery brow wrinkling in remembrance. Live to fight another day, just like I done a time or two. Did you lay up in some rocks a-hidin' till the red niggers quit the country?"
"Weren't so lucky as you, Bill," Scratch replied, reaching for the knot at the back of the bandana he tied over the top of his head. "One of the Blackhearts took part of me with him." Slowly nudging the large knot upward, Bass removed the bandana and a circular scrap of beaver fur in one smooth motion, turning his head. As he did so, Williams could see the results of the scalping that had removed a crude circle some 6 inches in diameter from the crown of his head late in the summer of 27. Setting his coffee tin down and wiping a forearm across his lips, Williams scrambled to his feet and stepped right up to loom over Bass. He took Scratch's head in both hands and turned it gently toward the firelight, peering at the skull plate from all angles, then inspected the wound so closely he was almost rubbing the end of his nose against the yellowed bone.
"It pain you any?"
"Not after I learnt to keep it covered."
"With that patch of beaver plume?"
"Found this here fur is the trick," Bass replied. "Sun does a powerful evil to my skull if I don't keep it covered."
"'Magine it would, Scratch."
He continued to study the bone closely.
"Back east where I was raised up from a kit, I heard me a time or two of fellers getting scalped and living to tell the tale of it."
"They done their best to kill this nigger off," Hatcher said, "but I figure Scratch here just born under a good star."
Williams gently patted the bare bone, then shambled back to his place at the fire and settled down with his cup.
"Way I figure it, Bass, you been told plain as sun that there be a heap more livin' in store for any man what lost his har but wasn't put under by the niggers what took that scalp from him."
"Maybe so," Gray replied with a cynical wag of his head as he quickly tallied the befuddled reactions of the others around the fire and began to grin widely.
"But only if you're a coon what believes there's hoodoos hiding behind every tree." "Hoodoos, is it?" Hatcher asked with a snort, animated once again.
Elbridge gushed.
"Don't that beat all, Jack? Williams here says after he's dead, he's coming back as a bull elk what got it one bad antler."
And he showed them, mimicking what the old trapper had told the two of them near sundown.
"If that ain't the kicker, he says the Injuns are the ones show us how to talk to ghosts."
But instead of laughing right off, Jack appeared to study Williams, then finally brought his gaze back to Gray and said,
"Sounds to me like Bill Williams here savvies things same way as Asa McCafferty."
"Oh, that name just give me the tremblin' willies," Isaac shrieked.
"Me too,"
Rufus agreed with a shudder.
"That crazy coon gone and rubbed out a Rickera medicine man."
"Damn!"
Williams exclaimed, leaping to his feet so suddenly he startled all of them into stunned silence.
"You really know a nigger what kilt a medicine man?"
In amazement, they all watched the skinny man shuffle-footing it there by the fire, restless as a bull in spring, very much like a man walking over a bed of coals, trembling uncontrollably every few moments as if he had come down with the ague.
"Like Jack said,"
Caleb was the first to dare speak.
"Feller's name is Asa McCafferty."
"He really kill a medicine man?"
Hatcher nodded.
"His hair turned white after rubbing out that ree."
Another convulsion shot through Williams's body as he attempted to hold his arms and hands still over the fire like a man in dire need of its warmth.
"You sure it weren't just a warrior?"
"Medicine man,"
Hatcher agreed. And Solomon added,
"A real rattle shaker."
Rubbing his hands together over the flames, Williams asked,
"And his har turned white?"
"McCafferty's did." Williams looked straight at Bass.
"Just as I told you, Scratch. Mark these words. I'll lay that McCafferty these boys talking about is the sort what don't just hear the hoodoos through that crack in the sky yonder. He's gone and seed them spirits, too."
Graham asked,
"Say, Bill, you figure that's what turned McCafferty's hair white?"
Slowly, Williams turned so his rump faced the flames. As he rubbed the breech clout covering his bony posterior, Williams said,
"Only thing I ever heerd of turning a soul's har white is coming eye to eye with a hoodoo."
Caleb whispered solemnly,
"Don't say?"
Williams pursed his lips in reflection for a moment, then said,
That McCafferty must be a nigger with some strong magic.
Leaning toward Hatcher's ear, Gray whispered,
Here he goes with his magic talk now.
If and the rest of you don't want to hear what Bill's got to say, Titus snapped at Elbridge, suppose you go on and have your own talk on your side of the fire. Elbridge started to rise suddenly.
You ain't gonna tell me where I oughtn't go.
Hatcher suddenly put his hand out and grabbed hold of Gray's arm.
Maybe you oughtn't go fetch your squeeze box, and bring me my fiddle, too.
You figure on some music tonight?
Rufus asked as Gray reluctantly nodded and moved off, glaring back at Williams.
Music's better'n my men squabbling over hoodoos like some puffed-up prairie cocks.
Didn't mean to cause no trouble here, Williams said.
Still edgy, Bass watched Elbridge as he grumbled,
Ain't your doing, Bill.
With a wag of his head, Bill declared,
This here's why I travel alone now, boys. Can't allays count on folks caring to listen to what another man's got to say, even after they gone and asked me to tell 'em what I think.
Elbridge just be the sort don't want you to know he's unnatural scairt of ghosts and such, even the talk of it,
Hatcher whispered, glancing over his shoulder to be sure he wasn't heard.
Scratch, I want you to know he didn't mean nothing by what he said.
No harm done, Williams volunteered.
Yeah, Bass agreed, nodding. No harm done. Didn't know he was scared of such.
Elbridge allays makes fun of everything he's afraid of,
Hatcher explained.
Your friend's all right being afraid, Williams declared. Something wrong with a man what ain't afraid of nothing.
Jack nodded, staring at the flames for a moment more before he admitted,
Truth be, I ain't so sure I want to have any more talk of ghosts around me, too.
Williams said,
Ain't nothing you be scared of with a little talk, Hatcher.
That's right, Jack, Bass replied confidently as he laid the beaver fur back over his skull and tugged on the blue bandana. Only things a man should be scared of are them what a man can see, like Injuns or Grizz, even a whiteout blizzard.
To hell with fearing what I can see, Hatcher declared sourly, staring into the fire. Only things this child's ever been afraid of are what I can't see.
Spring was all but done warming the earth in advance of summer, carpeting the hillsides with a new color every day, as wildflowers of bewildering hues raised their heads to sway in the breezes drifting along the slopes where snowmelt raced toward the valley floor. More than a moon had passed since Bill Williams had departed as he said he would. Leaving at sunup the next morning, the old man had crossed to the far side of the bayou where he disappeared into the shadowy timber and was gone. Better than a month of hard work trapping first one creek then another, trying every stream that showed some promise by its beaver dams, slides, and lodges. As diligently as the beaver labored to fell the young saplings that forested their watery meadows, the trappers worked all the harder still. Time enough for a man to fit in a little sleep here and there after setting the traps at sundown, rising early to check the line at sunrise the next day. After dragging the pelts and traps back to camp, scraping and fleshing and lashing them onto willow hoops, a man might catch a little shut-eye before the sun began to fall and it was time to haul the traps back out as twilight brought a delicate rose-colored alpenglow to this high valley.
Billy Sublet damned well better get his ass to the Poposha this summer, Rufus Graham often grumbled, reminding them how the trader had distributed supplies to company men well before last July's rendezvous.
Hatcher agreed. All this prime beaver gonna stake us to one big hurrah.
If Sublet brings out the liquor,
Isaac argued in that overly solemn way of his, scratching aimlessly at his whitish beard stained with dark yellowish-brown streaks that characterized the man's careless tobacco chewing. Was that all a man worked for? Bass wondered. Did a man force himself through endless hours standing up to his crotch in the icy streams only to earn himself some 2 weeks of revelry with whiskey and women and wildness? Was there nothing more to what days were granted a man? Such brooding thoughts troubled his head as Titus chopped down aspen saplings for float sticks, peeling each before sharpening one end, then lashing them together in a bundle for the next day's sets. These were matters rarely considered by most men adrift here early in the far west. By and large, they were of a breed who existed in the here and now, and that was all that concerned any of their kind. That day, perhaps the next, maybe even those thoughts of how fast the summer rendezvous was approaching, those were the only concerns of most trappers. Survival and that which lay on the immediate horizon for a man, what to eat the next time their bellies rumbled, where to lay their blankets and robes the next time they grew weary, where to find water and grazing for their stock. But never, never, never did any of the rest want to talk again about what Bill Williams had stirred up within Titus Bass. And as the days rolled past in slow, easy succession, Scratch was beginning to believe the others refused to talk about those uncertain, frightening matters because such talk stirred up feelings better left untouched within each of Hatcher's men. Simple men, iron-hard, hand-forged men. The sort not easily given to ruminations on life and death and what might exist beyond one's grasp. A man lived, then a man died. So be it. Yet, as many times as Bass tried to convince himself he should put such notions out of his mind, those notions grew more troublesome. After all, he spent so damned much time alone every day. Hours alone with only his thoughts, with matters that deeply pricked a man who had begun to fear he hadn't spent near enough time listening to the stories his mother read her children from her Bible. Did a man's life tally up for no more than dumb luck? How else could he account for one man going under to nothing more than ticks when he himself had been shot, scalped, and left for dead? Was it a roll of the dice or a lay of the cards that determined who lived and who died? Or was it something more? Was it as Williams explained it, that Titus Bass had been told plain as sun that there was a heap more living in store for the sort of man who survived a scalping by those intent on killing him? For some reason unfathomable to a simple man, had Titus Bass been chosen not to die? Had he been somehow plucked from the grasping claws of death itself? Why had he been spared a fate that befell other men? Who were these capricious and fickle spirits deciding such things? Who had yanked him from the gaping maw of death? Were they at his shoulder then and there? And if he listened hard enough, would he hear them? Climbing down off the bank, he waded upstream with the trap, float, and bait sticks. So many questions. Quickly scraping out a shelf for the trap a few inches below the surface of the stream, Scratch positioned the trap and strung out the chain, driving the long, pointed sapling into the graveled creek bottom. Returning the small axe to the back of his belt beside the knife scabbard, he moved downstream toward his rifle and pouch. At the sharp-sided bank, he hoisted himself onto the grass and sat there dripping, finally settling back against the tree trunk where his rifle leaned. Too many questions. He would try listening. Williams had claimed a man might just hear the other side if he listened hard enough. The breeze stirred the leaves around him a moment. Then the Quakies settled. In that momentary silence, he strained to listen, then felt the air move around him unexpectedly, almost as if it were something of substance, someone touching his shoulder. Scratch turned, expecting to find, but there was nothing. He sighed and went back to listening. The breeze came up again, rustling through the aspen leaves overhead, stirring all the trees around him as he gazed out upon the floor of the valley. When his eyes began to droop, the wind chuttered among the leaves, murmuring, almost whispering. Bass. Alert anew, eyes open, Scratch turned this way then that, listening. The breeze stirred again. Bass. Slowly he raised his face to peer overhead into the branches cluttered with tiny, trembling green leaves. Bass. Only the breeze nudging the leaves just gently enough that he had imagined they were murmuring his name. When he brought his gaze back down, Scratch spotted them. 2 riders across the valley floor, not where he would expect to see any of the rest of Hatcher's outfit. And the 2 were close enough, for him to see their long, loose hair and the feathers tossing on the breeze that had whispered his name through the branches overhead. Bass. The hair bristled at the back of his neck with that next chutter of the leaves. For a moment he studied the sky above the two horsemen, on either side of them, the very air between them. Hopeful he would actually be able to see the ragged tear rent in that filmy curtain between the other world and his. Wondering if he would indeed be able to see for himself that crack in the sky through which these riders had suddenly appeared. As the riders slowly approached the far bank of the stream, Titus leaned to the side and brought the rifle into his lap, snapping the frizzen forward to assure himself that the pan was loaded. Next, he saw to the charge in his pistol, then stuffed its barrel back in his belt. The pair of horsemen stopped when he rose from the ground, holding the full-stock rifle at his right hip, his finger gently nudging back the rear set trigger until he felt the sear engage. Titus stared at them for what seemed like a long time, waiting for the two warriors to declare themselves as friend or foe, ready for when they would plunge off the far bank into the stream and rush him. Then, as one of the horses began to paw and bob its head impatiently, a rider spoke, gesturing with his bow. Bass let him finish what he had to say, then tried to explain, "I don't know your tongue." Scratch put the fingers of his left hand to his lips, moving them directly out toward the warriors as he shook his head vigorously. Passing the bow over his head, the horseman stuffed it within a quiver half filled by arrows. With his hands freed, the Indian began to sign. But those gestures weren't making any sense, their being this far apart. Bass shook his head. Apparently frustrated, the sign-talker said something to the other, and they both nudged their ponies into motion. Bass took a step forward, planting his feet as they entered the stream. He brought the rifle up, the cheek piece braced between his bottom ribs and arm. "Stop right there!" Yanking back on their reins, both horsemen halted their ponies near the middle of the stream. Down the creek, Titus heard the warning slap of a single beaver near that dam the creatures had been building over the last few days. More tails slapped the surface of the water, then it gradually grew quiet again. So quiet, he heard the air nuzzle the quaky leaves above him. Bass! Again the sign-talker tried, but now that he was closer, Scratch could see just what the warrior had to say in sign. With only the first two fingers of his right hand extended, the others closed in the palm, the Indian held the hand momentarily in front of his chin, the extended fingers pointing at the sky. Then he slowly moved the hand up until it was about level with the top of his head, slowly bringing them down to point at the white man. Several times he repeated the same gesture, while Titus stared quizzically at the two. "Oh, damn," he gushed, suddenly remembering. "Friend! Why, you're saying friend!" Bracing the rifle against his hip, Scratch mimicked the sign with his left hand. Then he tapped the rifle with his hand, pointing to himself and making the sign for friend again. Finally, the warrior nodded. "That's right, fellers," Bass murmured to himself. "This here gun's my friend." Scratch formed a fist with his left hand, extending only the index finger, and held it out in front of his body, finger pointing upward. People. "What people are you?" he asked aloud. The two looked at one another and shook their heads. They weren't understanding. Perhaps he had it wrong. Then he thought of asking it another way. Again, the hand with only the index finger went up, pointing at the sky, but now he brought it downward in a graceful arc, in the path taken by an arrow shot straight into the sky. "What band are you?" Through it all, he studied the way the riders wore their hair, the feathers, their clothing and horse trappings, anything that might give him a clue. Here in South Park, he realized this pair could be anything from wandering Comanche or Kiowa or Southern Cheyenne come a distance to hunt. But then he realized if they had come from so far away, chances were good more warriors were somewhere close at hand. They didn't look all that much like Ute, he decided, regarding their hair and the elaborate face painting. Painted. Maybe so they were from a warrior band foreign to this part of the mountains, come here with a large raiding party painted for battle. Not some local fellas out hunting for their families to take meat and hides back for their village. Painted. Locking his eyes on them, Scratch intently studied their faces for any betrayal as to their intentions. Again he signed slowly, saying aloud the words, "What band are you?" One of them wagged his head, and the second horseman repeated the sign for friend. Again they talked low to one another, both of them gazing this way and that, upstream and down. It began to make him more than a mite nervous, what with the way they peered all around more than look at him, as if they were assuring themselves he truly was alone. Tapping their heels against the ribs of their ponies, both warriors eased toward the bank, where Bass stood some 20 feet back from the water's edge. He licked his lips, feeling his right palm begin to sweat, anxious to put his trigger finger inside the guard. But with the trigger now set to go off at a touch, he knew he must hold the finger there against the trigger guard. The animals lunged onto the bank, and their riders brought the dripping ponies to a halt less than 15 feet from the white man. One made the sign for friend again, then both peered upstream and down, their eyes quickly darting into the trees behind the trapper, able to see his saddle horse and the pack mule. Again he signed friend too, his gaze darting back and forth between the two copper-skinned horsemen, making mental pictures of their loose hair, the handful of feathers tied at the crowns of their head. One had his coup feathers arrayed in a cock's spray at the back of his head. The other tied his so they descended down the side of his hair as it spilled over his shoulder. Metal conchos were riveted on the belt of one, a stone war club hung from the front of a snare saddle, a big metal axe swung by a rawhide thong from the other saddle. One of the horsemen signed something new and baffling. He made a fist of his right hand, only the index finger extended upward, held along the right side of his nose. In this position, the warrior moved the hand up and down slightly there next to the nose. Bewildered, Bass shook his head, gesturing helplessly with his left hand briefly before he returned it to grip the forestock of his rifle. Once again the warriors glanced about them. One grinned wickedly and nodded to the other. Their eyes flicked past the trapper to those two animals grazing in the trees, then returned to the white man. Now one of them made another new sign. This time he formed a claw out of his right hand, fingers and thumb held apart, bent and cupped, which he brought a few inches away from his heart at the left side of his chest, where he repeatedly tapped the claw-like fingertips against his breast. Bass had never seen that sign ever before. Once more he shook his head and wagged his left hand in that gesture of non-understanding. The warrior who had done the lion's share of the signing nudged his pony closer, his lips pursed in frustration, giving a minute gesture of his own for the other warrior to advance beside him. "Hold it, fellers!" He immediately took a step back so that he would still be able to make a wide arc with the rifle if they suddenly rushed him. For the first time, he realized his heart was hammering beneath his breastbone, his mouth gone dry and pasty. He watched the ponies come to a halt, dripping, wishing he had a drink from that stream right then. The warrior repeated his sign of that right hand cupped and tapping the left side of his breast, but he did so as he urged his pony to the right a little, separating himself from the other rider. At the same time, the second horseman inched to his left a little, and they both came to a halt. Now they waited some 10 feet apart, the sort of gesture that did nothing to inspire his confidence in their good intentions. His hand grew sweaty there on the wrist and forearm of the rifle, his heart thundering in his ears as the warrior on his left finished tapping his breast. Bass shook his head, and from the right corner of his eye saw the other warrior inching his pony more to the left. The niggers get far enough apart, they can rush me from two sides, put me under. No more than 20 feet now. Taking another step backward, Bass wheeled the rifle to his right, aiming it at the second Indian. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed as they locked on that wide strip of porcupine quill work sewn along the man's legging. His gaze slowly climbed up the legging, then dropped back down to that moccasin. Rocking onto the balls of his feet, Scratch felt everything inside him go cold. Glaring up at the face, quickly looking over the war paint, the way the man tied the feathers in his long, free hair. Then Bass's darkened eyes ran back down the wide strip of porcupine quillwork sewn along the outside seam of the legging, once more to that moccasin stitched with the same central rosette, sewn with quills of the same colors. And he was sure. After the better part of 2 long years, he was sure. The burning gall rose like a flood, flinging itself through that cold core of him in a rage. "You red son of a bitch!" he roared, as his left hand flung up the barrel of that full-stock rifle, finger stabbing inside the trigger guard, jerking back in a burst of blinding fury. Even as the huge .54 caliber ball smashed the warrior in his face, spraying a corona of blood that haloed his head, Bass was already bellowing. "Raised this child's hair, you brown bastard!" Through the gauzy veil of powder smoke, Titus watched the warrior spill backward onto the rear flank of his pony, pitching off as the animal bolted, sidestepping and spinning away on its rear legs. With his next heartbeat, Titus heard the loud, shrill screech of the second horseman as the Indian savagely kicked his pony into action. Pounding his heels into the animal's ribs, the warrior charged the lone trapper, swinging up the long-handled axe from where it hung just in front of his right leg. Bass dropped his rifle at his feet, rocking forward to brace himself, bending at the waist the instant he yanked that huge pistol from his wide leather belt, his left palm dragging back the big hammer. Without consciously aiming, he brought the muzzle up just as the warrior crossed those few yards, firing at the black blur leaning off the side of the pony, at that shadow swinging his axe in a great hissing arc. When the bullet struck the horseman in the upper arm, the axe spun loose from his grip. Already on its way, the heavy bladed weapon began to tumble, careening crazily toward the trapper. Too close, and no time to duck now. The handle slapped him on the front of his right shoulder as he started to twist aside, knocking Bass off balance, spinning him violently, pitching him on around to the side like one of his sister's stocking dolls no more than a breath before the warrior leaned completely off the side of the horse, arms outstretched, his legs releasing their grip on the pony as he collided into the white man. With his weight, the Indian speared Bass into the ground, driving the air from Scratch's chest in a great explosion. The man immediately jerked back, sweeping a leg over him to straddle the trapper as Titus fought for breath, blinking to clear the star shower from his eyes, realizing the warrior had a knife in his hand and was starting his lunge forward with a cry of bloodlust. Seizing that thick brown forearm slashing the huge knife downward, Titus braced himself, trying to squirm free beneath the warrior's weight and those muscular legs pinning him to the slit grass. As he twisted this way and that, Bass suddenly felt the fingers seize his throat like a claw closing down his air supply. Remembering how death had loomed at the hands of the Mexican soldier, a hot pain spread down across his chest where the Indian squeezed with his knees, where Scratch realized he wasn't able to draw in another breath, no chance of air getting past the searing agony of that claw shutting down his throat. Drops of the Arapahoe's sweat mixed with greasy earth paint plopped onto Scratch's face as he flung his head back and forth, trying desperately to free himself from the warrior's grip on his neck right below the jaw. As he arched his back violently, one leg suddenly broke free and he flung himself up against the warrior. Scratch drove the knee into his enemy, then a second and a third time, feeling the warrior's grip on his throat weaken with each blow. At the same moment he drove his knee up, Bass relaxed his own grip on that brown wrist, fooling the warrior. Reacting immediately, the Indian yanked back the arm clutching the knife. Already, Scratch was driving the arm back with his own weight and with the might in his two arms, hurling the top of the handle right into the Arapahoe's temple with a resounding thunk. The large round base of the elk antler used for the handle split the flesh, instantly spraying blood over the trapper. When the warrior jerked in surprise and pain, Titus yanked the brown arm forward, then hurtled it backward again, this time into the corner of the eye socket. At that moment, the strong legs began to loosen from their spider lock around his middle. He savagely drove the knife handle into the bloody face a third time, smashing the forehead just above the eye. The skin opened up, oozing at first, then blood gushed from the ragged wound. Weaving a moment, the Indian gurgled something as his head bobbed back loosely as if it hung by disconnected wires. Scratch twisted to the side, tearing himself free of the claw at his throat, spinning himself loose, releasing the knife arm before he rolled away across the grass. Tumbling onto his knees, he vaulted forward, leaping onto the warrior's back just as the bloody face spun around. Bass seized the wrist of that hand holding the knife, squeezing, struggling from behind the Indian to jab the weapon back into the enemy's belly, to rake it across his chest, spear it deep between the ribs. With every attempt, the Indian fought to control the blade, yanking it upward, his own undoing. With a sharp blow, the knife handle smashed against the warrior's jaw, and all fight went out of him. Like a wet sack of oats, he spilled to the side, his eyes rolling back, out cold. Rocking to his knees, Bass grabbed a handful of the black hair, jerked the face toward him, and drove his fist into the sharp nose. Again. Then a final blow of fury as he tasted the sting of bile that had been at the back of his throat all along. Standing at last over his enemy, the trapper kicked the warrior in the ribs, then the gut, and finally drove his moccasin into the man's jaw. The Indian gurgled on his blood, his jaw moving slightly as if trying to speak. The breeze murmured through the leaves. Alarmed, Scratch immediately knelt, prying the knife from the warrior's hand, and whirled in a fighting crouch, expecting the approach of another. But he found himself alone on the creek bank. Save for the two fallen warriors, Bass was alone. The only sounds around him were the chuffing of the animals, the hammer of his heart against his ribs, and that breeze slipping through the aspen overhead, calling out his name, whispering it in celebration, carrying his name forth in victory. 13. Ol' Make-em-Come had done its work slick as scum on blood soup. That much was plain to see when Bass hurried over to the warrior he had blown off the back of the pony. Not all that much left of the man's face, what with the way the soft lead ball had flattened as it smashed right on through the bottom of the jaw. Nearly all of the lower half of the Arapahoe's face was gone in a shredded, bloody pulp. Only a small part of the jawbone and some slivers of flesh still hung from the front of the skull below the hole where most of his nose had been. Little wonder, Scratch thought. The bastard was sitting no more than 5 times the length of his full stock from him when he pulled the trigger. The wonder of it was slowly beginning to soak in. His eyes crawled on down the muscular frame of the younger man, perhaps somewhere in his mid-20s, no older than 30 for certain. Bits of dried grass and dust furred his dark and sweaty body, fuzzing what bloody smears were left of his war paint. A strong man. Suddenly, Titus thought how outsized he would have been if he had been conscious enough to make a fight of it that day after being wounded and knocked from his horse. Instead, the warrior had figured him for dead, taken the prized topknot, and left the white man where he lay beside the river. Funny how things worked out. Cautiously, Titus looked around him, turning this way, then that, his eyes roaming, carefully scanning the horizon for any movement, any life, any crack in the veil between this world and that. Maybe so there was some spirit, some power, some being watching over and protecting him back then, watching over him even now. He tore his eyes away from the tree line behind him, listening to the hush of the wind creeping through the Quakies, and stared back at the Arapaho he had killed, the man who had left him as good as dead. Something decorated with fringe and beads lay partially hidden by the warrior's body. Bass planted the toe of his moccasin under a hip and gave a shove. There at the waist hung a long bag looped through the side of the man's belt. Something on the order of 8 or so inches wide, it lay there twisted in the fall of the body. Bass knelt, turning it over, feeling the large brass beads and the strands of thick hair as he pulled it free. Brown hair. Loose, wavy curls. A white man's. There was no mistaking that. With the bag draped over one hand, he brought his fingers up and touched the curls hanging at the side of his head, then rubbed the scalp and his own hair at the same time. This was his hair. Those brown, wavy locks, more than a foot long, clinging to that shriveled circle of a topknot, were crudely stitched to the front of that belt bag. Like some of the fringe, many strands of the hair had been gathered and decorated with tarnished brass beads. He shoved aside 2 strands of animal sinew, loosely stitching the scalp to the bag, and slipped a single finger beneath the dried flesh. It was hardened to a rawhide stiffness with age. Nothing much left of his topknot now but this coup of a dead warrior. He gently caressed those long waves of brown hair lying across his palm. This scalp had nearly cost him his life, and it might well have saved his life, too. So Bass stared at the dead man for a long time before he flipped the body over with his foot. With the warrior resting on his stomach, Scratch carefully laid the long, fringed bag across the dusty small of the bare back. He squatted beside the Indian's shoulder, picking up that big knife he had wrestled off the second warrior. Looping his fingers through the long black hair, Scratch tugged back on the head, laying the big blade against the bare flesh of the forehead an inch below the hairline. There, his hand froze a matter of heartbeats, his breath coming quicker. Suddenly, he decided to lay the Indian's knife aside, placing it atop the buckskin bag. Instead, Titus pulled the head back again and slipped his old skinning knife from its scabbard at the back of his belt. Only fitting, he figured. What he clutched in his hand was the only knife left him back when this warrior took nearly everything from him. Its curved skinning blade had been sharpened so much by old Gut Washburn that the metal had gradually been worn down over years of use until it was no more than an inch in width. Laying his right index finger along the top flat of the blade, Bass again pressed the sharpened edge on the warrior's brow. Slicing through that thin layer of flesh, he quickly dragged the old skinning knife back toward the temple, right on through the middle of the right ear, and after tugging aside the warrior's long hair, Bass finished that first cut just below the hairline at the nape of the neck. Yanking the long hair aside, he pulled the head over so it rested on the right cheek. Again, he dragged the knife from the brow, down across the middle of the left ear, and on back to the incision he had left at the base of the skull. This would be a full scalp, complete with the tops of his dead enemy's ears. No mere topknot as this warrior had taken from him. This day was clearly the doing of strong medicine. Bracing his knee at the back of the Arapahoe's neck, Bass gathered the hair in both hands and started pulling from the brow back. Slowly, the scalp began to give way, peeling from the skull with a crickling sound as it tore loose, tops of the ears and all, until there wasn't much flesh left on the bloody cranium, nothing much left on the dead man's head at all. Standing again, Scratch stared down at the scalp hanging limp from his hand, then gazed at his own scalp sewn to that belt bag while the warriors dripped the last of its blood and sticky gore across the toes of his moccasins. With the flush of a sudden impulse, he began to whirl the fresh scalp vigorously round and round at the end of his arm, slinging off the last of the thick fluid and blood from the drying flesh. Remembering how he had awakened in that thick, hot fog, how he had watched the Indian scraping his scalp with the edge of his knife through the blood oozing into his eyes. There and then, Bass knelt beside the Arapahoe's body, just as the warrior had knelt beside him on that riverbank so long ago. Laying the whole scalp, flesh side up, atop one of his thighs, Titus began to carefully drag the side of the skinning knife's sharp blade back and forth across the flesh, scraping it clean the way he fleshed an animal's hide. Twilight continued to deepen as he worked at his task, the air cooling until he finally stood again, turned, and looked in the direction where he had left the second Arapahoe. Unable to see the warrior, Bass narrowed his eyes, fingers tightening on the scalp.
and he listened. The son of a bitch was trying to crawl away through the grass, slipping into the buckbrush bordering the creek. Quiet as the engine was, Bass still heard him. Swapping the scalp to his left hand, taking the knife into his right, Titus moved along the creek bank, finding the warrior's horse grazing on the far side of some bramble. Then he saw him. "You fixin' to make it to your pony?" In the middle of pushing himself across the grass, the warrior jerked his head around, discovering the trapper coming up behind him. His eyes instantly filled with a dangerous mix of fear and hatred, the Arapaho tried to lunge forward in escape, grunting in pain as he dragged his broken ribs across the ground. "Come back here, nigger," Bass growled, slamming his moccasin down on the warrior's ankle. Clearly in agony, the Arapaho attempted to twist back far enough to grab hold of the trapper's foot to swat it off his leg. Amused at that effort, Titus cocked his foot back and slammed it under the Indian's jaw. The warrior crumpled back on the grass, groaning low as blood oozed from his lips. "Easy now. I ain't gonna kill you," Titus said quietly as he knelt, realizing how much it hurt where the axe had smacked his shoulder minutes ago. "That'd be too damned easy, don't you see?" He leaned down and rolled the warrior onto his back. The eyes fluttered a little as if the man was struggling to stay conscious. "I want you alive, you red bastard. Just enough alive so you can earn your miserable life back." With that, he raised his right foot into the air, momentarily suspending it directly over the warrior's lower leg, then slammed the foot down with savage force halfway between knee and ankle, shattering both bones. The sudden, excruciating pain wrenched the warrior off the ground in an arch of agony, screeching. Half-coagulated blood spewed from his mouth as he sputtered some garbled oaths, whimpering in pain and spitting out pieces of his teeth and blood to clear his mouth. "Good," Scratch muttered as he knelt beside the warrior's head. "I want you wide awake for what comes next." As the Arapaho writhed, Bass held the scalp inches above his face and shoved the bloody skinning knife right under the man's nose, pressing up, up, up as crimson drops beaded along the blade. The warrior quickly stopped writhing. "That's better," he said as he got to his feet. "Now, you're coming with me." Laying the skinning knife in his left hand with the scalp, Bass filled his right with the warrior's hair, dragging up the man's head and slowly bringing the body around in a wide circle to begin slowly, foot by foot, tugging the Arapaho's dead weight through the grass, towing him back toward the dead scalper. Each time he tugged the warrior forward with a lunge, the Indian grunted low in his throat, a guttural sound of deep pain that always ended with a quiet, shrill whimper. Then Bass would drag him another 3 or 4 feet through the tangle of grass, the man's head suspended by his long hair, and he would groan in pain again. On and on until they crossed better than 60 feet of creek bank to stop at the outflung arm of the dead warrior. "This here's the son of a bitch what scalped me," Scratch told him, releasing the man's hair. Then he knelt where the wounded warrior could watch his pantomime of removing the Indian's scalp. That done, Bass reached up and took the blue bandana from his head, turning slightly to point to his own bare skull, tapping the bare bone to be certain the wounded man understood. Next, he pointed his gnarled finger to that brown hair stitched to the dead warrior's belt bag. Back to his skull his finger went a second time, then once more to the bag. Over and over that blood-crusted finger moved slowly as he continued to gaze straight into the Arapaho's hate-filled eyes. At last, he saw something register there, some understanding, perhaps a recognition that only increased the pain and fury in the eyes. After tugging on his bandana, Bass held up 2 fingers. Then he positioned both hands in front of him at waist level, palms and fingers pointed up, fingers waving gently as he raised them slowly. Again he signaled 2. And once more he made the grass sign for summer. The Indian's eyes came away from Scratch's hands to meet the trapper's eyes.
Sure enough sign the warrior understood. That's right, 2 summers ago. Then he tapped the end of his finger on the dead Indian's chest, and when the wounded man's eyes came back to his, Bass said, "This nigger. That's right, 2 summers ago, this here red nigger." As before, he used both hands to sign. Extending only the forefinger on the right hand, Titus held out his left arm, the first 2 fingers on that hand pointing down, symbolizing the legs of a man. Now he struck that man repeatedly with the right forefinger. Coup. Good. This friend of yourn counted coup on me 2 summers ago. You savvy that, you bastard? He signed all of it over again. 2 summers. Counted coup. Then he ripped off the bandana a second time, pointing to the bare skull bone, and finally to that patch of long, wavy brown hair loosely sewn to the buckskin bag. When those black, luminous eyes locked back on his, Bass resumed signing. He tapped his own breast with his right hand, then placed the back of that hand against his forehead, the first 2 fingers extended and held apart, slightly curved. He raised the hand slowly, moving it round and round in a simulated rise of smoke from a fire. "My medicine," he spoke softly as the breeze nuzzled the leaves overhead. Making a fist of that right hand, Titus slapped it against his chest, right over his heart, then brought the fist down to almost waist level with a bold, confident gesture. "It is strong. My medicine's strong." Now Scratch opened his hand and placed it near the right side of his forehead, fingers open, separated, and slightly curved into a cup as he twirled the hand back and forth in a tight spin to resemble mental instability. "That's right. I'm crazy," he explained, the volume of his voice rising. "A damn fool crazy. You go tell your people they best not mess with me. I'm a crazy nigger." The eyes glared back at him, unflinching. "Now I'm gonna prove to you just how crazy I am, you son of a bitch," Titus growled. "When you get back to your people, you be sure to tell 'em all what you seed here today." Leaning to the side, Bass quickly laid the belt bag and the dead man's knife where they would be safe, more than an arm's length away, then took out his own skinning knife. It made a faint crackling noise as he drove the narrow blade deep into the base of the dead man's throat, blood seeping out as he dragged the blade along the flesh and muscle stretched over the breastbone. At the bottom of the sternum, he plunged the knife into the abdomen all the way to the handle. Sawing through the thick rawhide belt that held up the leggings, Titus flung aside the front of the leather breechclout and continued down in a ragged line, drawing the full length of the blade through the gush of blood and spill of purple intestines until the knife struck hard bone just above the warrior's penis. After wiping the blood from the blade on the dead Indian's legging, Scratch drove the weapon into the ground beside the body. He rocked forward, rising onto his knees over the warrior. Giving the wounded Arapaho one last long look of devilish insanity, the trapper stuffed both hands into that wide, grisly incision. Again and again he ripped apart the gaping slash, pulling out long lengths of that purplish-white intestinal coil, heaving it to the far side of the body until no more remained. Then he retrieved the knife from the ground and went to work on the rest. Bladder and both kidneys he hacked loose, flinging them onto the growing gut pile. The stomach and liver, then the gallbladder, chopping it all free with savage slashes of the knife, splattering himself with the Indian's blood, painting himself in crimson, reveling in the warmth of his victim's body like some wild, feral beast gorging itself up to the snout in its prey. He growled, grunted, whooped, and shrieked in shrill exultation every time he pulled some new organ free and hurled it onto the expanding gut pile there in the grass near the body. Chopping and jabbing, hacking and sawing with the knife, Scratch repeatedly stuffed his arms past the elbows into the chest cavity, tearing free the lobes of lung from the connective tissue on the interior of the chest wall, ripping them from their last grip on the windpipe's branching forks.
With all those warm, quivering organs lying beside the sundered carcass, empty from downstream anus to upstream voice box, there remained but one last organ for him to cut free from that bloody hollow. Seizing the soft, sticky, warm globe in his left hand, Scratch slipped his knife under the rib cage and hacked it free. Bringing it out from beneath those last lower ribs, he gazed at the heart, turned it over and over, thick blood continuing to ooze from those butchered vessels. So small and weak and defenseless, he thought as he studied it. Then, for the first time during his mad, crazed orgy over the body, Bass turned to look at the wounded man. And when he saw how transfixed the warrior's eyes had been on him throughout it all, Bass knew what he must now do. Cradling the quivering heart in his left hand, he scrambled over to where he could squat right beside the wounded Arapaho. Rolling the organ over in his hands, Bass suddenly shoved it forward until he held it suspended no more than 2 inches from the warrior's face, blood still dripping onto the brown skin stretched taut across the Indian's frozen, grim countenance.
"You tell your people what you seed here today,"
Bass grunted, realizing his anger fired his every vein with hot surges of adrenaline, his voice little more than the sound an animal would make after making its kill. His eyes never leaving the wounded man's, Scratch slowly turned the heart over and over in his hands, slowly bringing the slimy organ closer and closer to his opening mouth. Then he shoved the heart between his teeth, clamped down, and savagely tore off a symbolic hunk of his enemy's power. How warm the soft, elastic tissue felt between his teeth against his tongue, yet no different from the elk liver or buffalo heart he had been eating for years. So strong was the muscle, he knew as soon as he began to grind it between his back teeth that he wasn't about to chew it up fine enough. Instead, he swallowed hard, gagging at first, then tried again, this time sensing the hunk of raw flesh glide past the back of his tongue. He swallowed once more to make sure it would stay down. And stood, grinning madly, staring wild-eyed at the wounded man, then suddenly cocked back his arm and flung the heart across the creek. It landed with a bounce on the open and grassy bank the horsemen had come down to make their crossing. Quickly pointing at the dead Indian, Bass made the sign for medicine in front of his forehead, bloody, slimy fingers rising slowly in that symbolic spiral of smoke. He concluded by slapping his own chest with that crimson hand, painting himself with that red handprint. "His medicine," he uttered the words now as he repeated the signs. "It's now my medicine." Swiping the back of his red hand over his mouth, Bass made the signs one last time, not taking his eyes off the enemy who lay there in pain, breathing in short gusts, watching the crazed trapper. "You're gonna live to tell him," Titus growled as he turned back toward the mutilated carcass. Dropping to one knee near the dead man's hip, Bass swiftly made 2 slashing arcs with the skinning blade, freeing both penis and scrotum together in one ragged trophy. "Here's all this bastard's got left for power now," he said, shaking the warrior's manhood. Then he violently stuffed it into what was left of the dead man's face. He adjusted it there ceremonially, not having the lower jaw to clamp it in place. Bass stood to admire his handiwork, how he had carefully laid his enemy's manhood across what was left of the bloody face, how he had gutted the warrior. All of it would speak a powerful message to any man who happened across this scene, that is, before the predators came and finished what he had begun. After wiping off the knife and stuffing it back into its sheath, Scratch retrieved the buckskin bag from the ground and stuffed it under his own belt. Then he stopped and studied the dead warrior one more time. Those leggings weren't all that bloodied, and the moccasins might be serviceable. He knelt and dragged the cut ends of the rawhide belt thong from the knotted loops at the top of the leggings, then scooted himself down to the dead man's feet, where he grabbed the heel of the moccasins and yanked them off the dirty brown feet. One at a time, he urged the soft buckskin sheaths down the legs until they were both free and slung over his shoulder.
He got back to his feet, stuffing the decorated moccasins inside his shirt. Go on back to your people now. Holding his arm out toward the distance, pointing across the creek in the direction the riders had come, Bass sensed the hot fire in his veins beginning to subside. Moving over to stand above the wounded man, he watched those black eyes a moment longer, then looked down at the blood smearing the warrior's legging where he had crushed the lower leg. Gonna have to drag yourself from here on out, he said quietly, a strange calm come over him now. Go back and tell your people what happened here. Show 'em that busted leg of your'n. Tell 'em I got the bastard what took my hair. You tell him his medicine's mine now.
Damn, but would you look at Scratch?
Elbridge Gray said as he slowly rose from their circle of downed timber where they had spread their sleeping robes. Titus slowly came into the fire's light and reined his saddle horse to a halt. Hatcher scrambled to his feet too, his eyes narrowing in concern.
You all right, nigger?
He looks hurt, Jack, Caleb declared, stepping closer. Look at the blood all over him.
Ain't mine, Scratch explained. Ain't none of it mine. Isaac craned his neck to look back at the pack mule.
Hannah ain't carrying no game. How you come to have so much blood on you?
I had me a scrap, Bass answered, as he leaned back and peeled the moist scalp off the saddle horn where he had placed it for his ride back to their camp. Placing his fist inside it, he raised the long, glossy hair into the firelight.
What the hell is that?
Solomon asked, the farthest away at the other side of the fire.
Whose the hell is it?
Hatcher corrected. Kicking his left leg to the right to clear the saddle horn, Bass dropped to the ground. The bastard what scalped me. He watched the sets of eyes flick to the blue bandana, then come back to rest on his face.
You made some mess of yourself,
Jack advised as he stepped closer, reaching out to brush the hair with his fingers. Wood was next, moving up just before the rest crowded in.
How you so dad-blamed sure this was the one what got your scalp?
Yeah,
Rufus agreed.
That's coming on 2 years ago.
I know, Titus reassured them as he pushed through the group and settled onto a downed log at the fire's edge. A man just knows.
I be damned. Scratch got him back the warrior what got him,
Caleb declared as he came up to sit beside Bass. I knowed one day I'd kill the bastard what took my hair.
All right, Scratch, Hatcher said sympathetically. We're your friends. We'll believe you when you say you know it was the one.
It was the one, he snapped. Yanking the leggings from his shoulder, Bass flung them to the ground at his feet. There, see for your own damn selves. Graham asked,
You took the red nigger's leggings?
There. And Titus pointed at the quillwork illuminated by the flickering firelight as the last of twilight seeped to black of night. That's just the way I've been remembering them colors every night since the son of a bitch cut my hair off my head. Every last blessed night I see that strip of quills in my sleep. See them colors sewed up just like that.
Warrior wears his colors,
Hatcher agreed thoughtfully, nodding.
Every red nigger has his own design, too.
Solomon looked askance at the legging.
That really come off the one what took your top knot?
Many a time I told you boys since you found me in that Buffler Valley, I was knocked out to the world, but I come to while the son of a bitch was scraping off my scalp. I saw with my own damned eyes the colors on them leggings. He was hunkered right by my head. Titus reached inside his shirt, tore out the moccasins, and hurled them onto the leggings by his feet. I saw the nigger's moccasins, too.
I remember you telling us,
Hatcher assented. Every damn night since, I seen that nigger's leggings, seen his moccasins in my head, and nary of it would go away and leave me be.
Now we know why,
Fish replied.
You was bound to get your chance at the nigger.
Solomon is right, Jack agreed. Every man should have him his chance at those that done him wrong. Just one chance to even the score.
Caleb snorted.
Looks to me like Titus done better'n just even up the score. I'd say Titus gone and got the better of it all.
Where'd you leave him? Rufus asked.
Right where he and Nother jumped me.
Notherin'?
Hatcher asked.
How many red niggers did you lay into?
And as Elbridge brought him a scalding cup of coffee, Bass told them of the horseman's approach, how they attempted to outflank him and run him down about the time he noticed the warrior's leggings and moccasins. He told it all, everything from breaking the second man's leg to gutting and butchering the scalp taker.
Then you just up and left that other'n to crawl off?
Bass nodded. He ain't going anywhere very fast. I don't figure that brownskin's gonna drag hisself out of the bayou afore we set off ourselves for the Paposha.
Rendezvous ain't long now,
Rufus cried.
What you gonna do with that scalp? Caleb asked. Make you some hangy-downs, some scalp locks to sew to your shirt, maybe along your shoulder and down the arms?
Dunno, he said. Ain't thought that far. Hatcher handed the scalp back to Bass as Scratch tugged nervously at the blue bandana. Wagging his head, Titus said, Lost my patch of beaver fur, boys. Can't for the life of me. I took off the bandana to show the one nigger where his compañero scalped me. Must have lost it then.
You want me to see to cutting you nother from a poor plew, Scratch? Asked Solomon.
No, Hatcher responded instead, as the others turned to regard him with curiosity.
Bass won't be needin' no more beaver fur to wear over that little skull spot on his noodle no more.
He studied Jack cautiously. I won't?
That's right,
Jack replied, kneeling at Bass's knee, using one finger to describe a circle around the Arapahoe's scalp.
You won't need that plew no more because you got exactly what you need to make a new scalp lock for yourself.
Scratch gazed down at the glossy hair and the drying flesh he held in his lap. For myself? Hatcher reached out and seized the trophy.
Take off that goddamned bandana for me.
Why you want me to?
Take it off so I can have me a good look at that head bone of your'n. Go on, do it.
Quickly glancing at a few of the others, Bass's eyes eventually landed on John Rowland, who sat alone at the side of the fire, staring morosely into the flames, totally without interest in what the others were doing. John looked up at Scratch for a long moment, then went back to gazing at the fire. All right, Titus agreed quietly, standing as he started to drag off the dirty bandana.
Sit back down right where you are,
Hatcher commanded, stepping right to Bass's side where he could peer down at the bare bone. With one hand, he gently turned the back of Scratch's head toward the fire's light. Bass started to look up a moment, but Jack locked Scratch's head in his hands and turned it back to the side so he could examine the patch of bone while holding the Arapahoe's scalp beside it.
Egod, there it is, boys, Hatcher declared eventually. Bass can wear this nigger's hair for his own. How he gonna do that when we know the bastard's scalp gonna dry up? Rufus asked. This here scalp ain't gonna dry up, Hatcher said. Not if Bass takes care of it.
Just how am I gonna take care of it? Bass inquired.
First whack, you're gonna salt it,
Jack explained. Titus wagged his head. All right, then what?
You're gonna tan it just like the squaws do all their hides.
Scratch had to grin, what with the way the others were beginning to smile as if Jack had lost a few of his pebbles. I'm gonna tan this nigger's scalp.
Injuns do it all the time, Hatcher declared. Take you some brains and water, get that worked down into the scalp. In no time at all, it's gonna be every bit as soft as them skins a squaw used for your leggings last winter.
He stared at his leggings for a long moment, rubbing the brain-tanned, fire-smoked hide between a thumb and forefinger. You really s'pose it'd work?
Mad Jack Hatcher says it'll work, Caleb Wood cheered. It's gonna work.
Jack himself boasted,
Less'n a week from now, you'll be wearing this nigger's hair for urine.
The whole thing?
Solomon asked.
Hell no,
Hatcher growled.
We're gonna cut that scalp down, so after it's cured, it'll be just a little bigger than that bone on the back of Bass's head.
Fit right over it? Scratch inquired.
Like it was made to be there, Jack said enthusiastically.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, Bass roared, slapping his knee as he stood. I'll wear the nigger's hair what got mine, boys. Gonna look a little strange to me, Isaac said. Bass whirled on him. What the hell's gonna look so strange about it? Ain't same color as urine. He peered down at the scalp, a disappointment sucking the wind right out of him. Damn if you ain't right. It don't look like— It don't have to, Jack interrupted, shouldering Sims aside. The nigger's hair is urine, no matter that it don't look like yours. It's the medicine what counts. With Hatcher's contagious enthusiasm, he felt cheered anew. Damn right, Jack. It's the medicine what counts. But Scratch's hair is brown, Solomon grumped, and that there's black as night. Scratch's ain't gonna be brown much longer anyways, Caleb declared. Bass cocked his head, asking, What you mean by that? You ever look at your hair since we moseyed down to Taos last winter? Wood tried to explain. Ever give that beard of your'n a good look too? This child sure is getting gray already, ain't he? Rufus said. Grabbing a hank of hair at the side of his head, Titus held it out before his eyes in the firelight. This here ain't gray. That ain't where you're going gray right now, Scratch, Hatcher bellowed. Up there on top of your head, down there on your beard, here. And he grabbed some of the silver-flecked hair hanging right there at the temple. Looky there. Sure enough, if those strands didn't radiate some gray in the firelight. Get me a mirror, you sons of bitches, he grumbled at them. I want to see this for my own self. Hatcher turned to the rest. Get the man a mirror, boys. He deserves to see just how he's getting on in years. But I ain't a old man, Bass whimpered as he sank down upon the log with the scalp in hand. Hatcher took the scalp from him and handed it back to Caleb. Here, get that salted down real good for me. Roll it up like you'd do a skin and tie a wang around it till we can start on it in a couple of days. Caleb turned away as Isaac returned with a small mirror the size of a large man's palms put side by side. Bass shifted on the log so he could look into the mirror with enough light to inspect his graying hair. Still, his eyes always came back to his mustache and beard. In a stripe of gray that ran down the middle of the brown mustache, on below his lower lip, and down the extent of his brown beard, the hair stood out like that white band running down a skunk's back. Damn if I didn't notice, he confessed, as he studied the gray hairs spreading back from his temples, the graying of that hair hanging from his brow. Ain't getting old, Hatcher declared. Just getting gray earlier'n most, Titus. Sometimes it feels like old, Bass explained, as he peered at himself in the mirror, examining his first wrinkles, the spread of those deeply furrowed crow's feet. Chirk up, friend, Jack cheered. Why, you got plenty to bark about this night. Isaac leaped in front of Bass, there between Scratch and Hatcher, grinning wildly. Don't you figure it's about time to punch some holes in Titus's ears? A damned fine idea, Hatcher roared. Punch some holes in my ears? Hang some purties from 'em, Rufus said, leaning in to tap his earrings with a fingertip. You said a hole? Get me my awl, Hatcher bellowed, ignoring Titus completely. Scratch nearly came off the log as Rufus whirled away. Your awl? I could do it with a needle, Scratch, Hatcher said, stepping right up beside Bass to grab hold of Bass's earlobes, tugging on them to turn Titus toward the light. But a needle makes it a round hole, you see? Which means it takes longer to heal, Caleb explained. Hatcher nodded. We'll get some Glover's needles from the trader this summer. They got 3 sides filed on 'em like a awl. All right, Titus replied with no small measure of relief. Let's just wait till we got the proper needle. But don't you want to have it done on the night you killed that red nigger what took your hair 2 years back? Jack asked. Everyone came to an immediate stop around him, turning to look his way, expectantly awaiting his answer. Clearing his throat nervously, Scratch explained, It's a mighty fine thing, you wanting to celebrate with me. Solomon hollered, Birthdays, too. But I ain't so sure about putting holes in my ears. Nothing to it, Jack assured. Why, you had bigger holes shot in you with Galena lead, bigger holes poked in your hide by Injuns. Hell, don't you remember? By jam, Isaac said. We can hang some wires in 'em.
Maybe so, Scratch don't wanna, Caleb came up to say, patting a hand on Bass's shoulder protectively. "It's all right. We can just wait till rendezvous and do it."
"No," Titus answered of a sudden. "By Jehoshaphat's drawers, let's punch them 2 holes." As if a horn of powder had gone off, there was a flurry of frantic motion as Rufus returned with the awl held aloft triumphantly. Hatcher began giving instructions while he stuffed the awl's point down in the hot coals for a few minutes. Elbridge brought over a scrap of oiling rag to lay over the shoulder while they punched through Bass's flesh, and Solomon went off to fetch a small coil of brass wire out of his plunder.
"Cut me 2 pieces, Jack explained to Solomon as he returned. "Not too long, neither."
In minutes, the others were ready, all of them crowding in on either side of Hatcher to get themselves a first-hand look at the operation on one of the ears.
"Turn this way,"
Hatcher instructed, tugging on the right ear to turn Bass's head. Elbridge draped that old piece of oiling cloth over the right shoulder beneath the ear where Hatcher was pinching the lobe tightly between thumb and forefinger.
"Damn, how much you gonna hurt me like that?"
Scratch growled, rolling his eyes back to try peering at Jack's hand.
"I don't pinch it like this," Hatcher explained. "It's gonna hurt worse when I punch the hole."
He looked up at Isaac.
"Got that chunk of pine from the woodpile for me?"
Sims handed him a small sliver of kindling wood about 6 inches long and some 2 inches wide. Jack held it near the tip of Bass's nose momentarily.
"This here pine's good and soft, Scratch."
His brow knitted suspiciously. "What you use it for?"
"Gonna put it behind your ear like this," he answered, slipping the flat piece of kindling behind the lobe. "I do this so your hide don't tear on the backside. Keeps that skin flat when I'm punching through."
You ain't gonna tear my skin, are you?"
"God, I done this more times than I can remember." Hatcher turned to Sims. "Time to make some blood, boys. Give me the awl, Isaac."
Sims bent and retrieved the awl from the glowing coals. He swiped it free of ash across his long-handle sleeve, then blew on it for good measure.
"Them ashes don't hurt nothing," Caleb declared. "They're cleaner'n most anything."
Hatcher took the awl from Isaac.
"Gonna punch the hole now, Scratch."
"All right, go right on ahead." Looking at Fish to see that he held the 2 short sections of wire, Jack delicately placed the awl's sharp point at the center of Bass's earlobe. Only then did he move the fingers he had been using to pinch the lobe and numb all feeling from the tissue. Although he did feel the awl's point penetrate the lobe, Scratch heard the sound of the piercing more than he felt it.
"You hit it center, Jack," Caleb said with approval.
"Damn if I don't always hit center," Hatcher replied. "Here, give me a wire."
Jack passed the awl off to Isaac and took from Solomon a short length of thick brass wire the trappers employed for making a variety of repairs around camp, all the way from wrapping about cracked wrists and forestocks on their rifles to making strong, long-lasting repairs to saddles and other tack where sinew would likely break down and unravel.
"Isaac, set that awl back to the coals for me," Hatcher instructed as he seized the short piece of wire near its end.
After wiping off a little blood that oozed from the new hole, Hatcher carefully poked the wire through to the back side. Quickly, he bent the wire into a crude hoop without tugging on the lobe too much, then looped and twisted the ends back on themselves so that the hoop wouldn't be falling out by any accidental rubbing.
"How's that feel?"
Jack asked as he began to pinch the left ear, nudging Bass's head in the opposite direction toward the firelight. "Don't feel much of a thing," Bass confessed, surprised.
"All,"
Hatcher said as Elbridge dragged the cloth off the right shoulder and draped it over the left.
"He's sure gonna be one pretty nigger," Gray declared.
Hatcher placed the awl tip against the earlobe right where he wanted to make the hole.
"Shit, ain't no pair of goddamned brass ear wires gonna make this mud-ugly son of a bitch into a pretty nigger."
He rolled his eyes up at Jack.
"Who you callin' mud-ugly?"
Hatcher punched the awl through the lobe into the soft pinewood stop, yanked the awl out, and when he had handed it off, took the second piece of wire and slipped it through to loop it off.
Then he stepped back, cocking his head from this side to that, back and forth, first inspecting one ear, then the other.
A right fine job, even if I do say so my own self. Get scratch that mirror again.
He gently touched the brass wires that dangled from both ears while Rufus brought up the mirror. Turning it toward the light while he twisted about the log, Bass gazed at one ear in astonishment, then turned aside to inspect the other ear, his grin beginning to grow within that gray-striped beard.
"Well, Mad Jack Hatcher," he declared, showing nearly all his teeth in glee, "you said you couldn't, but you sure did make this mud-ugly nigger one purty feller."
Through the heads and shoulders of the other trappers, Bass again spotted Roland squatting at the far side of the fire, scuffing up small clouds of dirt with a peeled stick he used to dig at the ground near his feet.
"Say, Johnny," Scratch said, "don't you think I look real purty now?"
"I suppose," Roland mumbled so quietly his words almost went unheard against the sough of the wind in the trees and the crackle of their fire. The others moved aside as Titus clambered to his feet and stepped through them. He stopped at Roland's elbow.
"Something eating a hole in your belly, ain't it, John?"
Without looking up, the man answered,
"Nothing wrong."
"He's been like this last few days," Caleb explained, coming up at Scratch's shoulder.
"Man can act any way he wants to,"
Roland snapped.
We been friends long enough for me to know that something's kicking around inside you and it won't give you no rest,
Hatcher said when he came to a stop on the other side of Titus. Suddenly, Roland looked at the three of them. Then he blurted out his confession.
"I want to go back to Taos."
"Go back?"
Rufus repeated as he knelt nearby.
"I done decided it," John declared. "Don't want to be up here right now."
Jack inquired,
"What's pulling you to give up on these here mountains?"
"You got me wrong," Roland protested. "I ain't saying I've give up on the mountains from here on out, Jack."
Jack settled on a log next to Roland.
"You and me, we fought more'n our share of red bellies, Johnny. I figure you can tell me what's on your mind."
I really dunno what this is all about," Roland admitted. "I ain't never had me a feeling like this, Jack."
"You had a hole cut out of your heart," Bass explained quietly, sympathy flooding up inside him. "When you lost your Maria, it cut out a big hole from your heart." When Titus said it, Roland looked up. Wagging his head, he said,
"Ain't none of this the same no more, Scratch. Not like it was before, when I didn't have me no woman. Not like it was when I had Maria waiting for me back in Taos."
"You turn back for the South? What you aim to do?" Solomon asked. With a shrug, Roland admitted,
"Don't rightly know for now. Something'll come by that I can do."
"Sure of that," Hatcher agreed. "A likely man such as you can do most anything he puts his mind to."
"Maybe I can watch some sheep, do some hunting for other folks too," John replied. "Pay for my keep till I get all this sorted through."
"Maybe you figure you ain't done with the mountains?" Bass inquired.
"No,"
and John shook his head.
"I don't figure I'll stay out of the mountains for the rest of my days, just that, for now, I ain't a damn bit of good to none of you."
Hatcher clamped a hand on Roland's knee.
"Johnny, you damn well know we'll ride with you come what may. Not a man here gonna say you gotta go out and trap when you're nursing that hole in your heart. Don't make me no never mind if you stay back to camp and watch over our plunder and the stock while the rest of us go set traps. You just do what you can till things get better, and we'll stay together till they—"
"I don't know when things'll get better, Jack," he interrupted. "Don't know if they'll ever get better."
Hatcher glanced up at the others when Roland went back to staring at the fire.
"All right, Johnny. All I'm gonna ask of you is you leave us your license."
"Sure," Roland said. "I'm the only one of us with a license to trap in these parts, since Matthew ain't along this time out. Might be you could use it when you bring some fur back to Taos."
"Won't be till winter after next, I expect," Jack declared.
"One of you gonna have to be me," Roland explained, rubbing his palms down the tops of his thighs in that manner of a man who has come to a difficult decision. "Now that I be a Mexican citizen, they call me Juan Roles. Who's gonna be me?"
"I will,"
Rufus volunteered as he squatted near Roland.
"You'll do,"
John replied, trying out a weak smile, then gazed at the flames. After a long, uneasy silence, Hatcher asked, "Tomorrow, Johnny?"
"Don't see me no reason to hang on when I've made up my mind to go."
Caleb said, "Want some whiskey for saying our fare-thee-wells tonight?"
"You fellers go right on," Roland answered. "I don't much feel like drinking. I found out whiskey just don't kill this hurt no more."
"Come a time," Bass said, "you'll be back in these hills with us, back to skinning beaver and fighting Injuns. Come a time when you're ready to get on with the living."
"Right now it don't feel like I'll ever want to do much of anything ever again," Roland declared. "Thing of it is, a man what don't care much if he goes on living, that man sure as hell gonna end up dead lot sooner'n he should."
14. The sun was content to hide its rise the following morning as the 7 of them bid their melancholy farewell to John Roland. Clouds had gathered through the night, blotting out the last shimmer of starshine as they stirred in the cold gloom, kicked life back into the fire, and went about seeing off one of their own. No longer were there 10. Joseph Little lay in a shallow grave scraped from the forest floor high in the Wind River Mountains. Matthew Kincaid had stayed behind, vowing he'd had him enough of the wandering and the womanlessness, choosing instead a life among his Rose's people in Taos. And now Roland, turning back himself, unable to salve his grief among these good friends in these mountains. His final hope might be to find a healing to those deep wounds of his heart among Maria's people. That was just what Bass wished for him when it was Scratch's turn to step up and fling his arms around another old friend in farewell. Quickly he whispered, "Johnny, I pray your feet'll take you back where you can be happy once more." Roland inched back in their embrace and looked into Bass's eyes.
"I find me what makes me happy again, I'll be back to these here mountains. Lay your set on that."
"Just make sure our trails cross afore too long," Titus replied, slapping John on the shoulder and stepping back.
"Count on it, Scratch."
By the fire's light in the last hour before dawn, that murky gray morning, they had seen to it that Roland was outfitted with what he would need to see him through the passes and down the high side all the way back to the valley, lying at the foot of the Sangre de Cristos. "I ain't gonna listen to none of your back talk, John Roland. You'll take your rightful share," Jack Hatcher had declared when he had the rest begin to divide out Roland's portion.
"Ain't right that I take more than I need to make it back," John protested, laying a hand on Hatcher's arm before his eyes touched those of the others. "I'll be fine once I get there."
For a long moment, Jack did not move, nor did he speak. Then, with a voice clogged with regret, he said, "Yes, Johnny Roland, I figure you will be fine once you get back to Taos." So they had split off only what Roland himself said he would take, everything else spread among those friends he was leaving behind, split among those men who one day soon would push on north themselves for rendezvous on the Poposha. And then Roland had climbed into the saddle, waved as he turned his mount and pack horse, then never looked back as he reined out of the trees. As the 7 stood watching the man and animals grow smaller and smaller against the immensity of the Bayou Salade, the sky slowly began to seep, a gentle, cold spring rain. And with the way the weeping clouds continued to lower down the mountainsides around them, Bass sensed they were in for a long day of it. As empty as his belly was that morning, Scratch hadn't been hungry enough to eat like the others as they huddled over their tins of coffee at their smoky fire. Coffee was all he wanted to warm his gut that morning until he figured he could put it off no longer. Taking Hannah's lead rope, Bass mounted up and rode off across the valley toward his half-dozen sets placed along a stretch of narrow stream that spilled into a wider creek tumbling toward the valley floor. He tugged the soggy, wide-brimmed hat down more firmly on his head, sensing the way the greasy blue bandana rubbed that patch of bare skull. As soon as he returned to camp that morning, Bass vowed he would start work on the scalp he was to wear in place of his own. Cutting it down to a workable size, curing and tanning it over the next few days, then making the final trim so that it would lay over that lopsided circle of bone. Then he decided, instead of retracing his way back through yesterday's sets, he turned downstream toward those last traps he had baited, curious now to find out what had become of the two. Something had been at the butchered Arapahoe's body. Some of the gut pile was gone. Some creature had attempted to drag off the corpse. His eyes quickly scanning the scene, Bass slipped to the trampled grass, knelt by what remained of the man who had taken his scalp, and inspected the soppy ground. A free meal had drawn two of the lanky-legged beasts here. Sign of their pads tramping around the body, yonder around what they hadn't finished of the gut pile. It was enough to show him the wild dogs hadn't been here too long ago. Looking up, Bass figured they were somewhere close enough to be watching him. He had scared them off, but not far enough away that they wouldn't be ready to return when he was gone. Standing, he gazed around at the wall of forest there beside the creek. It was fitting, he decided, fitting that the wild predators of this high land would come to reclaim the warrior's remains. Just as Burden Ground had begun to teach him winters before, that great circle of life and death, then life again. Of a sudden, he remembered the second Indian, looking over to the grass and brush where he had left the wounded Indian. Hurrying back into the saddle, Titus brought the horse and Hannah around, moving them slowly across the soggy stream bank as he leaned off the side, watching the ground and buckbrush for sign. In a matter of yards, it became plain that the warrior had begun to crawl north, something pulling him on, something driving him out of the valley. Maybe he spent the whole night crawling. Then again, maybe no farther than he could force himself to go with that broken leg while it grew slap dark and the night sky began to clot with rain clouds. The farther Bass went, following the trampled grassy path, the more he marveled at the warrior's stamina. Scratch saw him ahead at the same moment the Arapaho heard the horses or felt their hooves on the ground, turning his head suddenly and peering behind him at the approaching white man. For but a moment the eyes showed fear, then slowly they narrowed into slits through which nothing but hate could show. Reining up, Bass sat in the saddle for several minutes, looking this way and that from time to time, his eyes always returning to the wounded man who had refused to budge any farther. Scratch wasn't sure, but he thought he could hear the warrior's raspy breathing in the midst of that rain battering his hat, splatting on the nearby willow leaves. Finally, he dropped to the ground, slowly moving back toward Hannah, always keeping his eyes on the Arapaho now. Reaching the mule's side, Scratch quickly laid the rifle within the cradle of her pack saddle and made sure the oiled leather sock was secured over the lock's hammer, frizzen, and pan. Patting the animal on her rump, he circled her flank and stepped toward the Indian. By the time Scratch reached the other side of the mule, the Arapaho was flopping back onto his belly, attempting to crawl away, clawing futilely at the wet grass, his fingers digging desperately into the muddy soil. But when the trapper drew close, the Indian gave up and slowly rolled onto his back. Pain fleetingly crossed his eyes again as he prepared to meet his attacker. Then the look of unmitigated hate returned as Bass set a moccasin on one of the warrior's brown arms. Kneeling, Titus took hold of the man's other arm and flung it out to the side of his body, then pressed his other moccasin on it. As he slowly settled onto his haunches, he firmly had the warrior pinned to the soggy ground. But even as Scratch dragged the skinning knife from the back of his belt, the Arapaho did not resist, did not struggle, did not move in the least. Instead, he only stared, transfixed on the white man's hand as it shifted the knife into position. Planting the tip of the blade high upon the man's right breast, Bass slowly dragged it down in a straight line until he reached the last rib, just above muscles banding the taut solar plexus. Again, he pierced the skin up high on the chest, right next to that first bloody laceration, and crudely dragged the knife downward again, widening the superficial wound. As he began to carve a third stripe of crimson, Scratch watched the warrior's eyes, watched how the lids fluttered as the man fought to ignore the pain, doing his level best to show the white man how he refused to exhibit any weakness. With 5 long vertical cuts that together formed a bloody wound more than an inch wide, now Titus punctured the brown skin out near the hollow of the man's right shoulder. Here, for the first time, he noticed how the brown flesh was goosebumped with the soggy chill. After suffering through a night without the blanket that had been tied behind his simple snare saddle, after enduring this cold soaking, Bass felt a begrudging admiration for this Arapaho he pinned to the wet earth, a man who did not struggle as the white trapper began to drag the skinning knife vertically across his right breast, putting a top on the huge letter T. 4 more times he scraped that blade across the brown flesh, opening the skin, moving glistening metal through oozing blood until he was satisfied with his work. Then he began to mark this enemy with his second letter. Down the left breast, he dragged the blade in a wide gash, making it as long as he had the T. This new incision opened right beside the breastbone. After it too had been widened 4 more times, Scratch added 2 crude semicircles to that vertical line, forming a huge B. He finished by picking up a handful of the warrior's hair in his left palm, splaying it out between his fingers a moment as he watched the Indian's eyes move toward that hand. "No," Scratch said, not much above a whisper. "I ain't gonna scalp you, nigger. Save that for someone else to do. For another time." Instead, Bass slowly dragged one side of the bloody knife blade across that clump of hair, then flipped the knife over to wipe off the other side on the hair. He placed the weapon back in its sheath. "Figure I marked you 'nough already," he said to the Indian. "Them's my letters." Taking his right index finger, Titus scraped his fingernail down the bloody cuts to retrace both letters, watching the warrior grimace as Bass opened up the wide lacerations and got them to oozing all the more. "Want you to remember me, nigger. Want you to remember what you saw me do to your friend yesterday. I ain't gonna make sign for you like I done yesterday when I told you that nigger scalped me. Want you go back to your people and tell 'em what happened here. Go back and show 'em my letters I put on you." He wiped off the bloody fingertip in the warrior's hair and stood, finding his knees had stiffened in the time he had been squatting over his enemy. Bass stepped off the warrior's arms. "That's gotta be some big medicine to your kind. You come crawling back to your people, telling 'em the story how I killed and cut up the man what took my hair. He your brother? Your friend?" After Titus waited a moment, staring down at the Indian's face, studying it for some betrayal, he sighed. "It's good you hate me now. Hate me for what I done to your friend. Hate's good and clean. Much better feelin' than someone what just don't give a shit. I understand hate lot better'n I can understand a man what ain't got a heart big enough to feel big feelings. I figure a man what don't hate big ain't the sort what feels anything in a big way." Slowly dropping to one knee beside the warrior's shoulder, Bass pushed an unruly sprig of his own hair out of his eyes. "I had folks what took from me. It hurt so bad I wanted to hate someone, just one someone for it. But I didn't know who to hate, so it ate at me inside. Maybe so it still does." Holding his fingertip just above the wounds, he quickly traced the letters again. "So you know that's me." Then he tapped the index finger against his own chest and quickly retraced the letters again before tapping the finger against his own blanket capote once more to emphasize. "That's my letters. That's me. Want you tell him I killed the nigger took my hair, and I marked his friend with my letters. I could kill you for trying to kill me. But I figure this gotta be bigger medicine." He stood again. "Go on now, nigger. And remember what happened here. Remember who marked his letters on you, 'cause I want you to hate me. Want you to hate me bad as I've been hating that nigger what stole my hair." Bass turned and started away, then stopped and looked back at the man sprawled on the ground, unmoving. "Can you hate me bad as I've been hating your friend? Maybe so that's worse'n me killing you right off, letting the hate eat you up the way it's been eating at me." Then he smiled crookedly at the warrior. "I'm gonna wear that nigger's hair for my own now, and I carved my hate into you, so I don't figure I got no more hate to eat me up now. Leastways, any hate for the one what stole my hair, that hate's all gone now." Scratch turned away and dragged the rifle off Hannah's pack saddle, then stuffed a wet moccasin into a stirrup and rose to the wet saddle. Bringing the horse around, he led the mule down to the creek and crossed the water, its surface dimpled with huge drops the size of tobacco wads. The hate was finally gone. Dragging the chill air deep into his lungs, Bass suddenly sensed how light he felt. So light, he just might float right up through that jagged fracture forming in the clouds way out yonder in the sky, right up through that crack in the heavens where the sun's first rays were streaming through. Summer had a way of suddenly appearing there at your shoulder one day. The long spring had actually started with the last heavy snows of winter as the land renewed itself, then drifted past the soaking rains come to bless this high, parched land, and finally gave way to the here-and-gone-again thunderstorms that formed along the western horizon nearly every afternoon. Only a matter of weeks after Scratch put the Arapaho warriors behind him, summer reached the high country, and with its arrival came the time to begin their march southeast from the Bayou Salade. Following what Hatcher explained was the southern fork of the Great Platte River, they turned northeast at the far end of the Puma Mountains, staying with the river canyon as it tumbled toward the far western edge of the Great Plains. There were days when they stuffed their bellies with elk, mule deer, and antelope. At other times, they feasted on migrating duck and geese, or scared up an occasional fan-tailed red-wattled turkey roosting in the low branches of the leafy trees blooming along the Platte's meandering course. At the emerald foot of the Front Range, they left the gurgling river behind as it meandered onto the plains, while they hugged the base of the mountains in a course that led them due north. After more than 200 miles, some 8 long summer days of march, Hatcher's band struck the North Platte, swam the animals over to the north bank, then turned their noses to the northwest.
"I figure we come almost half the way," Jack declared that evening as they went into camp beside the North Platte. "Maybe so another 10 days is what it'll take us to get where they told us Sublet's gonna hold rendezvous." They crossed better than 230 more miles, another 11 hot days of travel across the broken wastes, trudging up the North Platte to reach the mouth of the Sweetwater, climbing that river north by east toward the base of the Wind River Mountains, passing timeless monuments formed eons before in a glacial age, the incredible humpbacked shape of Turtle Rock, then on to Split Rock as the high ground, buttes, ridges, and low mountain ranges continued to rise on either side of them. Where the Sweetwater angled off toward the southwest to begin its gradual climb toward the southern pass, the 7 sun-baked, hard-pan wayfarers crossed to the north bank of the stream and pressed on into the verdant foothills of the Wind River Range. One after another of the tiny freshets rushed together out of the grassy meadows in sparkling braids to form narrow creeks that tumbled east toward the widening streams until they reached that low divide above the Poposha, or prairie chicken, of the Crow.
In the broad valley below him, Bass spotted the narrow wisps of smoke rising from the leafy cottonwood canopies, eventually smeared and smudged by the cool breezes drifting down from those high places above them where thick mantles of snow still remained despite the advance of the seasons. He had figured there would be more camps.
"Ain't many of 'em hereabouts," Titus grumped.
"Not yet, there ain't," Caleb Wood replied.
"Don't look to be no traders' tents," Hatcher complained. "We beat Sublet into rendezvous."
Solomon declared, "Damn sight better than getting here after all the whiskey's been traded off." Beyond the creek, on the far side of the tall green mushroom of trees, stood some 24 brown hide lodges, their blackened smoke flaps pointed toward the east.
"Shawnees?"
Rufus asked.
"This here be their country," Hatcher said, "though I figured there'd be more of 'em."
Bass said, "Maybe so it's early for them too."
"Let's camp,"
Isaac Sims roared. Now, after all those weeks, the hot, dusty leagues, that curling blue ribbon of the Poposha beckoned them across those last 2 miles, down into the grassy bottom where the stalks rubbed a horse's belly, brushed a man's stirrups, as the trappers fanned out in a wide front to make their presence known as white men upon nearing the camp. Again at last, to see faces old and new, trapper and trader alike after so many months with only the earthy hues of Spanish skin or the coppery sheen of Indian flesh, both friend and foe alike, not to mention how they had tired of the sameness to one another's drab, familiar faces.
"Ho, the camp!"
Jack was the first to bellow as they drew close, attracting the attention of those relaxing back in the shade of the towering cottonwoods. From up and down a short stretch of the river, more than 25 men appeared from the tall willows and brush, stepping into the brilliant sunshine of that mid-afternoon, the land grown so hot that shimmering fingers of heat wavered above the valley's wide meadows. They shaded their eyes with flat hands or squinted up beneath the brims of their weathered hats to watch the strangers approach.
"Where from, fellers?"
A large man prodded the riders. Caleb Wood dragged his big hat from his head and smacked it across his dusty thigh, stirring an eruption that drifted off on the warm breeze. "Wintered down to the greaser country in Taos. Come up by way of Bayou Salade for spring trapping."
"Mexico, you say?"
And a second man in the crowd asked,
"Did I hear 'em say they rode up from Mexico?"
Inquired another of those moving up on foot,
"Are the Plu Prime down there?"
"About as sleek as I ever seed 'em,"
Jack replied as his group came to a halt near the trees and the others crowded close to the horsemen. A man came up to stand below Hatcher.
"First thought you moughtn't be some of Davy Jackson's outfit."
"He ain't working to the south last season, is he?" Jack replied.
"No,"
the man declared,
"but some us figured he was sending fellers over from the pilot knobs with his catch, like him and Sublet planned he would."
Isaac asked,
"What's the price of beaver this summer?"
"Sublet ain't come in yet," the first man answered. "'Spect him any day now."
"Who you boys?" Solomon inquired. A tall, ruggedly handsome figure of a man Bass recognized had worked his way through the gaggle of greeters, scratching at a bearded cheek. He held up his hand to Hatcher, and with a distinct Scottish burr, he announced,
"I'm bushway of this brigade. Name's Robert Campbell. We're down from Crow Country up on the Powder."
"Crow Country, eh?"
"But the Blackfeet were devils this year," Campbell explained. "Lost 4 of my men to the bastards at the Bad Pass in the Bighorns."
They finished shaking, and he dropped his hand.
"Did I hear right that you're not from Davy Jackson's bunch?"
"On our own hook," Jack stated. "Hatcher's my name."
Another man declared, "Heard of you afore. Welcome. Drop your leg and let's camp." "What's your name, mister?" Caleb asked as he leaped to the ground and presented the stranger his hand.
"Jacob Slaughter."
Campbell stepped over, waving his arm toward the trees.
"Come on, then. Any man's always welcome in Robert Campbell's camp."
"Yonder looks good for us," Jack explained, pointing upstream. "We'll picket the horses, then mosey down for supper."
That evening, the company trappers hosted Hatcher's outfit. Over the flames broiled juicy quarters of elk and antelope, as well as 2 bighorn sheep that hunters had brought down to camp earlier in the day.
"Ain't never had me no sheep afore," Scratch told the man who served up a slab of the red meat thicker than 2 of his fingers. He stuffed the end of the sliver in his mouth and sliced off a healthy bite, finding the texture and sweet taste of the meat entirely pleasant. The company man settled on his haunches right at Bass's knee. "And I ain't never knowed no one gone to Mexico afore. Heard tell the food's every bit as hot as the sun can boil a man's brains there. Any of that true?"
"A feller can get hisself a pepper belly, that's for sartin," Isaac piped up on the far side of Titus.
"Forget the goddamned food," a second of Campbell's men squatted near them. "The women, tell me about them."
"Nah," Scratch said, shaking his head. "You don't want us to go and tell you about them Mexican women."
"Hell if I don't," he roared in mock wounding.
"We been dry since we come into Rendezvous," explained that first of the company trappers who pointed across the stream. "Them snakes over there ain't bringing out their womens for none of us."
"Course they ain't," grumbled the second man. "Leastways not till Sublet gets here with shinies and foo-for-all what can make any Injun woman plop on her back and open her legs for an American."
"So go right ahead and tell us about them greaser gals," a third man exclaimed as he strode up, grease dripping from his lower lip into his chin whiskers.
"Why now, they ain't like no white gals I ever poked," Bass said, trying his best to emulate that knowledgeable tone of the backwoods school teachers he had suffered under for so many years. "Not like no Injun women neither. My.
"That's a crock of shit," Wood blurted out. "And this nigger's full of it up to the bung."
Bass whirled on him, growling around a chunk of bighorn sheep.
"Careful who you say is full of shit, Caleb."
"This here pilgrim ain't never bedded down no Mex gals but one," Wood continued. "Nary but that one."
"It ain't 'cause I didn't wanna."
"Must have took a shine to her since you humped just her all winter long," Caleb interrupted.
Scratch shrugged, explaining,
"She was a good whore. Good enough to last me the winter."
"You had a Mex whore?" asked one of the company men. "Mama Louisa's fine Taos whores," Caleb declared. "I've been through 'em all, forwards and backwards, boys. I can tell you anything you want to know about them greaser womens."
Another company man lunged in anxiously.
"They any good?"
"Good? You ask me if them bangtails is good?" Wood replied. "Just how good a willing woman gotta be when a man's been thout for nigh on to half a year."
They were attracting more of Campbell's trappers as Caleb warmed to his task before this attentive audience.
"They really good, eh?"
"Good ain't the word for it," Caleb declared matter-of-factly. "Better'n any red gal, twice as good as any white whore I poked."
One man licked his lips unconsciously. Another dragged the back of his forearm across his mouth, eyes wide, glistening in primal stimulation.
"Go on, Caleb," Hatcher said as he walked up, a curved and meaty rib in hand. "Tell 'em how good them greaser women are for American men."
Wood nodded, leaned forward, and said in a low, dramatic voice,
"You boys know them Mex folks cook most of their food with hot peppers in it?"
He waited until most of his audience bobbed their heads in eager agreement.
"Well now, I s'pose it's them peppers."
"What about them peppers?" demanded a Campbell man.
Caleb looked at him straight-faced. "I figure the peppers they eat just makes them Mex gals naturally eager to jump on a likely American. Makes 'em just about as hot to jump on your wiping stick as them peppers they eat in their food."
Some of the men whooped in glee. Others stomped a moccasin on the ground or slapped a thigh, while a few whistled with lurid approval. This was just what they wanted to hear. More fantasy to feed their womanless dreams as brigades of men roamed this far and lonely mountain west. Fanciful dreams to warm a man on cold winter nights, trapped in the fastness of the wilderness, far from Indian camp or white settlement or Mexican village. Sometimes dreams might just be enough for a man to make it through to spring, on till Rendezvous. If he made it, then a man had cause to celebrate, what with waiting and yearning all year long to find himself a gal who would fulfill even the slightest of his inflated fantasies. For after a long autumn, a terrible winter, and an endless spring of fevered, womanless dreaming, it damn well didn't take much at all for most any woman to fill those wildest of cravings. As Bass leaned back against a pack of company beaver, Campbell's men leaned in attentively, totally captivated by Caleb Wood's exploits with one Mexican maiden after another. Tales of bared shoulders, flimsy camisoles allowed to hang so loose they barely covered the rounded tops of a woman's breasts, how those Taos females shamelessly flaunted their ankles and calves beneath a swirl of short skirts, their cheeks reddened with a bright red berry juice, clenching corn-husk cigarillos between their full and provocative lips. How brazen were those brown women, he explained, women who called out to the Americans whenever they passed through the town's narrow byways. Women actually beckoned a man to join them for a drink, a meal, and often more, for some modest payment. Women eager, perhaps, to find and catch themselves a likely American husband rather than some poor, earth-grubbing pelado.
"Ain't none of 'em got any money?" asked one of the company men.
"Most don't have much at all," Hatcher explained as he came up and sat. "Only a few got anything to call their own. Their kind looks down their noses at the rest of their people, not just Americans."
A Campbell man turned to Caleb.
"You ever poke one of them rich gals?"
"Nary a one what was real rich," Wood admitted with a wag of his head. "They wear too damn many clothes, just like our own gals back in the States, almost like they don't want to show no skin on their bodies. So them poor gals is the only ones ever showed me a good time. They're the kind of woman what gonna show you everything on their bodies." As Bass dragged out his tiny pipe, then retrieved a small chunk of tobacco carrot from his belt pouch, he listened to Caleb and Jack go on to tell the company men about the wonders of Mexican women. Between a finger and thumb, he crumpled a bit of the dried leaf over the bowl, tamped it in with a fingertip, then crumpled in some more until he had the pipe filled. After retrieving a twig from the fire, he lit the tobacco, inhaled, then sighed, ruminating again on Kincaid and Roland. John must surely have made it back to Taos by now, he decided. Likely Roland went straight for Matthew's place, stay there for a time till he sorted out what he figured to do, till he figured out how he could get himself over the miseries for his Maria. As much as he had made peace with himself for leaving those two women in the past, Scratch wondered how a man ever came to feel so much for a woman that he found himself grieving and lost without her. Then he remembered sensing more than a twinge of that sort of strong, undeniable feeling for Marissa Guthrie. Admitting that it was possible to feel that way about a woman because it was just that sort of feeling that compelled him to leave Marissa before that feeling grew into an unmovable thing, before his need for her outweighed his hunger to see what lay beyond the next valley. More than likely, it was possible for a man to care about a woman and stay to one place with her as much as a man could be lured to see what lay over the next hill, what beckoned from the far valley, what adventure awaited him far away from the bothersome nattering of a woman who rarely gave her man room to breathe, room to be. Poor Roland, having give up so much for that woman, only to have what little he had left of a sudden took from him by the Comanche in those mountains above Taos. How sad it made Titus to remember the melancholy of that dreary, rainy morning when John parted company from old friends. Roland had taken the small folder of waxed paper from the crude pocket sewn inside his blanket capote, thinking on it a moment before handing the folder to Rufus Graham.
"You keep this now," he told Graham. "You boys get stopped here or there by some Mex soldados. Just show 'em your paper here, Juan."
"Juan?" Rufus echoed.
"That's the name on that paper what says you can trap in Mex waters," Roland instructed. "I don't need it. Leastwise not for some time to come."
"So that's your license?"
Elbridge asked, tapping a finger against the corner of the waxed envelope Rufus held.
"To the greasers, my name is Juan Roles." He repeated what they all knew. "Now you carry the license for the rest of these here men, Rufus."
"I'll hang on to it till you need it again," Graham replied.
You just ask for it back."
With a shrug, John continued, "They give it to me 'cause I got married to Maria. Padre Martinez baptized me in their church and married me the same day to her. That's why they give me a license last winter after we come back from fighting them Comanche, and why they ain't gonna ever give the rest of you a license."
"No, Johnny," Hatcher said, stepping up to tap his finger against the envelope, the huge dollop of an emblazoned wax seal growing brittle and cracking. "They give you that license 'cause you was a brave man."
Roland shook his head. "I become a Mexican citizen, so they give it to me."
"They didn't give it to you when you was baptized, did they?" Jack demanded.
No.
"And they didn't give it to you when you got married neither, did they?"
"No," Roland admitted.
"You was a brave man, going with the rest of us to get them women and children back from the Comanche," Hatcher explained. "They give you that license for being a brave man with the rest of us." "You think they knowed the rest of us was going to use Johnny's license?" Elbridge Gray had asked. "Damn right they did," Jack said, "and I don't figure it made 'em know never mind. It was the governor's way of saying to Johnny, he was grateful for what we done to bring his family back to him."
Throughout the winter, there had been other expressions of gratitude for the men who had risked their own lives to rescue those who meant nothing to them, to rescue women and children who weren't even American. The tax assessor had turned his head and looked the other way, or had conveniently been busy or out of Taos when William Workman rode into town to trade. For gringo trappers who expected to trade off their furs in barter for supplies from Mexican merchants, the local officials normally levied a tax of 60% on every beaver plume brought into Mexican territory. After all, to the government's way of thinking, there was simply no way an American could prove that his packs of fur weren't Mexican beaver. But throughout that long winter in Taos, they hadn't suffered any hefty governmental tax. And by disposing of the beaver a few pelts at a time, Workman was able to see that Hatcher's men were resupplied by the time they prepared to set off north for another trapping season. In fact, the $3.50 per pound price the whiskey maker was able to wrangle in pesos for their plues in Taos actually turned out to be a $0.50 higher in American money than they figured they would have made packing those furs to Rendezvous where they would trade them off to Billy Sublet. That meant Hatcher's men earned at least $5 per hide in Taos. Perhaps for no better reason than because John Rowland's Mexican wife had been slaughtered with a Comanche lance. Scratch stared off through the trees, gazing across the stream at that cluster of buffalo hide lodges, watching the fires kindled out in front of each one, studying the shadowy figures passing this way and that in the Shoshone village. As Campbell's men carried on with Hatcher and Wood, Titus suddenly interrupted them to ask, "Any you fellas know what band that be over yonder?" Some of the company men turned to look at him in surprise, wagging their heads. Jack glanced across the creek, then turned back to ask, "You don't figure it might be Goathorn's bunch, do you?" "Nah, that camp ain't near big enough," Bass replied. "But maybe so that bunch knows where Goathorn's people are, knows if they're coming in for rendezvous, too." Hatcher asked, "You fixin' to see about it?" "Mornin' be soon enough, I suppose." This here was snake country, no doubt of that. But that wasn't Goathorn's band. Two of the headmen in the village across the creek did know of the chief and his oldest son slays in the night, but in sign and little of their spoken tongue, the two explained they did not know where Goathorn's band was that spring, nor if he would bring his people to join in the white man's rendezvous. Last night had been a restless one for Scratch. First, he had grown too warm, kicking off his blanket and robe. Later, he became chilled, then warm again as he tossed and fought through dreams and remembrances of Pretty Water. A great gray disappointment settled upon him when he discovered there would be no familiar faces, no joyful reunion with Slays in the Night, nor with the old blind shaman, Porcupine Brush, nor a chance to gaze upon, perhaps to embrace, that woman who had cared for him as his shoulder had knitted, as he had nursed his rage in losing his topknot to the Arapaho. Not a young woman, but he had found Pretty Water all the more desirable because of her experience in the robes. She knew what it took to satisfy herself, and more so, she practiced what it took to satisfy a man. He had crossed the Poposha on foot that summer morning as soon as it was light enough for a few of the Shoshone women to emerge from their lodges and go about kindling fires, preparing breakfasts, seeing to infants bundled tightly in their cradle boards. Only 2 of Campbell's men stirred when a dejected bass recrossed the stream and slogged onto the east bank. Their coffee was just beginning to boil as Scratch walked up. One of the men pulled the kettle to the edge of the flames to slow its roiling.
"Coffee?"
"Never passed up a cup," he admitted with a sigh, settling to the ground by the fire. "Either of you fellers know a man named Potts?"
"Daniel," replied the first.
"That's him." Asked the second, "How you know Potts?" "Come to meet him my first rendezvous out here, back to 26. The coffee maker tossed Bass a tin cup.
"Potts give up on pulling the tiger's tail. He's gone back east."
East? Bass said it as if that land were a far and foreign place now after these few short years. "Daniel figured he oughtn't made his fortune out here already," the second man explained. Then he peered into the smoky fire. "Ain't none of us gonna make ourselves rich men." The coffee maker wagged his head.
"'Cept maybe the bushways like Smith or Jackson, like sublet his own self."
"Dia Smith's gone under," the second man claimed. "Ain't no man seed him since he took his men to Californy 2 year ago now."
"Davy Jackson ain't the kind what'll make hisself a rich man neither," the first man declared. "He'll allays be a workin' man like the rest of us."
"But that sublet? Now he's going to make hisself a tidy nest egg afore long," the second trapper said, as he began to carve thick slices of red meat from the rear haunch of an elk.
"Plain to see that some men come out here to this high land for the money," Scratch commented as he brought his coffee tin to his lips.
"Dame Fate does end up smiling on some of them what come for the money."
"Like Billy Sublet," the coffee maker replied.
But the meat carver commented, "Then there's most what your Dame Fate might as well spit on, like poor Daniel Potts." "I met a couple other fellas that same rendezvous," Bass explained, suddenly remembering faces. "I ain't seen either of 'em here. One was named Bridger."
"Jim Bridger?" the first trapper asked. "Bridger did go back east with Sublet last year, see his old home and family some, but he ain't give up on the mountains."
"He's got him some family he wanted to see back to Missouri," the other man explained.
And the coffee maker said, "Likely Jim'll be back out with Sublet's pack train when it shows up in the next few days."
For a while, Titus watched the flames in the fire pit as more men began to stir in their blankets, some rising to move out to the bushes where they relieved themselves. A few came over to join the 3 at the fire, while most simply returned to their bedrolls and drifted back to sleep as the chilly air brightened with the sun's first appearance in the east.
"Knowed me 'nother fella. His mama was a slave and his daddy was a Virginia tobacco grower," Bass began to explain. "They come out to Missouri when he was a tad. That feller had him his mama's dark skin and curly hair." "And he wore it long and fancy," interrupted one of the new arrivals to the fire as he came to a halt. "Fact be, all his clothes was damned fancy, wasn't they?" He turned to the stranger. "You know him?" "Sure sounds like Beckwith. He was half Negra, if that's what you're trying to get at with the talk of his mama being a slave."
"Jim Beckwith, that's him," Titus replied, remembering all the more now. "So what become of him? He off north with Davy Jackson's outfit?" The meat carver shrugged. "No. Beckwith signed off the books with Campbell middle of the winter last, decided to go out on his own and live with the Crow." Scratch asked, "Why'd a man like him want to go off and live with them Crow 'stead of staying with his own kind?" The new arrival looked at Bass. "Beckwith said he figured them Crow was closer to his own kind than we white folk was." "Seems that last fall some of us boys played a joke on him, figuring to have us a hoot making them Crow think Beckwith was one of their own what was stole from him when he was just a child," said the coffee maker. The meat carver chimed up. "Don't you know Beckwith even had him a mole on his eyelid, just like a lil' child what was stole from them Crow years back. So when we told them crow that Beckwith was their own kin, why, one of them old squaws spotted that mole."
"And she was dead sartin Beckwith was her long-lost boy come back home to roost once more," roared the coffee maker, slapping his knee. "Beckwith figures to be something big on a stick with them crow now," explained the new arrival at the fire.
The round-faced meat carver said, "Could be you 'member some others, eh?" Staring into the smoky fire, Titus wagged his head and grumbled,
"'Cept for them friends of mine what ride with Jack Hatcher, ain't a man around I know any more."